Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell and Sean. Sean Mapes on the board today here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. For those of you watching on YouTube or Twitch, or Lance looks like he's glowing like a ghost. All right, Sean, beautiful picture of his lovely rising flowing locks. And then I'm always been dark meat, but this is something. This is even more so right now than usual. We're at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, in the DraftKings Sportsbook, and we are going to be here for the next 2 days. And we want you to come here and enjoy the big game, which is taking place on Sunday. We had the Pro Bowl weekend is one of the worst sports weekends of the year, I would say. I know it is. It's terrible, right? Except we had one, if not the biggest sports news. Where does the Luka trade? It's about as big as it gets.
Mason, I was
is it a generational trade? Is that what he said?
No, but
okay.
Well, it is. But I mean, he burst into my room. I'm trying to sleep. It's 11 something, dude. And I'm literally, I got the rain machine on. I'm sleeping, dude. I said, what? I thought something really bad had happened.
House is on fire or something.
Yeah, and I was like, what? He goes, Luka got traded. Luka there for AD. What in the world? And so then I said, we'll talk about it. Yeah, I said, we'll talk about it tomorrow. So then he asked the question, is this the biggest trade that you've ever seen in basketball?
Oh, in basketball.
And I thought, I mean, this is up there. This is up there really high. There can't be a bigger trade. Yeah, I mean, if LeBron got traded for Steph, maybe that's bigger, I guess.
Yeah. If
LeBron and Steph changed places, that'd be an even bigger trade.
Yeah, but it didn't. What trade has happened? This is the biggest trade ever. This is Herschel Walker. This is.
Well, you got a player in his prime.
Yeah.
Kind of. I mean, he hasn't played since the 24th of December, I guess, 25th, 24th. Luka's been out with a calf injury because he's 380 pounds. And all he does is eat tacos and drink vodka.
Apparently, he's 270 that last count.
But 270, like I saw, that makes sense.
Yeah, but he's a soft 270.
He's a very soft 270.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like he's all boat. What muscle weighs more than fat? And he's fat. Okay?
Yeah, Luka has not been. I was expecting after he lost the title. Once he got to the finals and lost, I thought, okay, we're going to see him more focused. I really thought Luka's going to come back in the best shape of his life. He came back in maybe the same shape of his life. No different. Nothing's different. Luka got traded. Luka Doncic got traded from in a three-way trade. Luka got traded from the Mavericks over to the along with the Jazz. The Jazz basically just get. The Jazz get nothing. They just collected salary and a trade exception, and it was a trade Anthony Davis for Luka. And on the surface, Anthony Davis is 31 years old. Luka's in his prime. Anthony Davis is oft injured. Like it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Everyone seems to think there's something else at play here, and I think that something else is Luka's an enormous problem in Dallas. Bottom line is he's a guy who, is never in shape, doesn't take his conditioning seriously. He's wildly talented. But, John, the big problem is they're getting ready to have a $350 million deal that's going to be available to him. A 5-year max deal at 70. We're up to $70 million a year. Yeah. There's no reason for a guy who's not motivated anyway to be in shape. What happens when you get $350 million? Well, there's going to be no motivation for Luka to keep playing unless he really, really wants to win a title. Which does he look like a guy who's willing to put all the time in to do whatever it takes to win a title?
And the thought was that he not only that, but teams were gearing up and getting ready to go after him, even after his max deal, because the agent was going to try 1 year outs and whatnot.
Yeah,
he's a problem. He's a problem.
Yeah, Lucas.
And I've seen so many. Okay, what if he made the right? What if this is the right move? Honestly, because everyone thinks he's the Mavericks are.
You mean if Nico Harrison made the right move, the GM? Yeah. Well, he said he's very confident that I can read some of his
I mean,
quotes, but
he's being disparaged. He is. I mean, I think that everyone is looking at him like he's the biggest idiot. That's the biggest, dumbest move that's ever been made.
It doesn't feel like he got he went to the Lakers and then got this deal done. He didn't really shop Luka with lots of teams. He didn't shop
with anyone.
Well, that's the part that is a little.
Yeah. Apparently, he just wanted Anthony Davis.
Yeah, he said the players that we're bringing in, we believe, exemplify the culture we want to create. The culture we want to create. We think defense wins championships, and we're bringing in one of the best two-way players. He said, let's be clear. I'm the one making the decision, and kids supportive of it, so it's me. He said, I don't do anything that's scary. I think everything that we do, we put a lot of work into. We study it, we restudy it, we go back. I understand the magnitude of it. Remember that he's made 4 trades in a row, 4 years in a row, including Kyrie, which is also considered but it's actually worked out.
It's worked out.
But he was asked about whether or not this implied Luka didn't fit the culture, which obviously that's what it implies. He said, listen, one thing about me, I'm not going to talk bad about my players. I mean, that's not going to do us or me any good. I just say there's levels to it. There's people that fit the culture, and then there's people that come in and add to the culture. And those are 2 distinct things, and I believe the people that are coming in are adding to the culture. They couldn't control Luka. He wasn't on board with the culture. And, I thought about this, John. Is there any chance that Nico Harrison looks at Houston and says, man, they've got guys who play hard. They've got guys who, Alperen's not bigger than the team. Jalen's not bigger than the team. The coach has control of the team. Do you think that he looks at that as like –
That said, he just went to the finals last year.
Yeah, no, but that's because Luka's so talented. Yeah, right. I mean, he's got talented players.
Okay, let me ask you this. If Luka Doncic, and there's a good chance he is, his comp right now is James Harden.
Yeah.
His comp is James Harden. He's taken one more step. He's gotten to the NBA Finals. But there's a chance he never wins it. First of all, he doesn't play any defense. He's an unbelievable scorer, which is what James is. He's soft. He gets overweight. He doesn't have the work ethic that you need to compete. Now, James is more durable. James plays all the time. Mm-hmm. James plays, but Luka doesn't. He's James Harden. And you know what? Do you need that culture? You don't want that culture in your locker room.
No. And look, they said it multiple times. It's culture, meaning you're going to hear the word a lot more moving forward. I mean, we already hear it a lot. It just basically means now that the kind of selfishness has really enveloped sports because of the amount of money that's out there and because of the quote unquote empowerment, especially in basketball. I think you're going to hear this phrase a lot more because what it is it's just another way of saying team guy. That's what it is. Like he's part of a team. He's part of a collective. And I think Luka probably worked outside of the collective, did what he wanted to do. And we're really lucky in Houston because everyone, that's my problem with Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler has been a problem everywhere he's going. Eventually there is an expiration date on Jimmy Butler. And you don't want to be there when it happens. It's really bad right now in Miami. And you get the feeling Pat Riley's basically saying, F you, Jimmy. I'm not going to give you anything that you want. I wouldn't be surprised if Miami – I shouldn't say that. But I would say I still think there's a chance Miami doesn't trade him just because Pat Riley, who is a basketball legend, is saying, I'm going to take a stand and show a player that he doesn't get to tell us what he's going to do. I'm not going to let Jimmy have what Jimmy wants. Now, that might be to the detriment of Miami, so yes. I don't know that he wants to. I think in his heart he'd love to do that, is to tell Jimmy, you're going to be suspended and you're going to keep getting your paychecks taken because you're not being part of the team. But, I mean, I'm assuming you want Jimmy traded. I mean, I wouldn't assume there's any way that you would want Jimmy Butler to continue to do what he's doing without it helping, without moving him and getting a piece for him.
I don't really care that much about the back and forth between him and the front office. It's more that the players themselves are sick of it. So if the players themselves that are actually locked in and want to play, and they're a relatively young team as it goes now, they're like five of their last 5 draft picks are in the rotation. So they're playing all their young guys. Those guys don't need them around. So the Riley thing, that's for the writers and the drama. But as far as the team itself, the one I'm going to watch every day, those guys don't want him around because it doesn't help them. No. So, yeah, I would ask if they could trade him for anything that doesn't hamper the future, do it.
Yeah, and I think now that the money is so high and it can be crippling to teams, we're going to see more trades than we've ever seen of big players. We've already seen it in football with wide receivers, and now in basketball, we've got De'Aaron Fox moved yesterday, and Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine is going to Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox is going to San Antonio. It's a 3-team trade. So De'Aaron Fox goes with Victor Wembanyama. I like that trade for Wembanyama. He gets some help.
Yeah.
Fox gets a new, gets new direction and a kind of a lease on life, so to speak. Zach LaVine's probably not, I don't know. For Zach LaVine's in Sacramento, it's irrelevant now. But and then you'll see Jimmy Butler probably moved. I mean, those are 3 star-level players. There's some talk. I don't think LeBron gets moved, but there had been talk about LeBron going to Golden State. But I don't think that'll happen. I doubt that. Do you think the Rockets make any moves before trade deadline's Thursday?
No, they don't. I do not believe
Not
that.
even a minor move.
What I mean,
you want me to tell you the one thing I would be interested in is a backup point guard. Fred VanVleet got hurt his foot on Saturday, or was it Friday?
Saturday.
Yeah, it was Saturday. Fred in a disastrous game for them. The Nets. We'll get into it in the next segment. The Cougars and the Nets. Man, I mean Cougars and Rockets. Holy crap!
I went
Saturday.
to that Cougars game.
Ugh. But the Rockets lose. Fred VanVleet got stepped on, hurt his foot, and regardless of that, you don't really have a good ball handler coming off the bench. Like it'd be a minor move, but I wouldn't mind seeing somebody who could take on, 10 minutes a game if needed, 10 to 12 minutes as a backup point guard who can handle the ball a little bit.
You got to get the number 3 pick on the court.
Yeah, but he's not going to. They don't think he's ready.
Well,
I don't think that's the guy. I think they get somebody with.
Well, Amen is supposed
experience.
to be. He's supposed to be a point guard too. Okay.
Well, he can handle a ball, but it doesn't. I think you want somebody who doesn't turn a ball over, somebody who takes care of the basketball, and it's just a backup role, small minutes.
Yeah,
probably small minutes, just for help, because Gordon's not the guy.
Well, it's working out just fine with when Fred sits right now, which is rare. But when Fred sits, I don't know. I don't want to see him do anything. If you want to know the truth, it's a little blip. These last 2 games have been disastrous. They've fallen to 3rd in the West, but they're just a half game behind Memphis. Memphis is playing good basketball, so they're still a good bat. Let's not start to scramble just because they've lost a couple of games in a row. They got the Knicks now. That'll be fun. This is a good time for our Rockets. I hope they're not going to do anything drastic. I just hope so.
I don't think so, because
so.
I don't know what's left other than Jimmy Butler, and God forbid.
Well, we didn't know Luka was going anywhere, did we?
No, that's true. Yeah. I had somebody say, "Hey, why weren't the Rockets in on Luka?"
Because they didn't ask him.
But that's an anti-culture guy. Like, I know it seems enticing to get another 270-pound guy in here who doesn't play defense. I know it seems exciting. But
we've had enough of those.
I mean,
it doesn't seem like
that's the opposite.
An guy.
No, that's the opposite of what you're trying to build.
Yeah.
That dude can ball.
Luka Harden. We didn't need Luka Harden in here.
No,
that's for sure. All right. Why is Dell's mic so much louder than ours? It's because Sean.
Well, you hear this. I've got a mic.
No, because Sean is on the board. I love you, Dell. Here, let me make
that's what it is.
Mic louder. Yeah,
no, it's because you guys set your mic levels.
You what?
Dell
you guys
did
set the mic levels.
He set our mic levels.
I didn't touch your mic levels
at low T levels, and he gave himself high T microphones.
That's what Dell did.
I didn't touch your mic levels. I let you touch it because
go to Game Day Men's Health and pick up your mic and pick up our mics.
You were very sensitive about your ears. Instead of doing something with your actual earbuds or earphones, you touched your mic. And now it's lower than it should be. That's on you guys.
And look at your screen. Look at you on the video.
I know you can't see me.
What are you wearing? A black
Dell
mask?
Did that too, and Sean maybe too.
I didn't touch
just
your
to
laptop.
Make Dell look better.
I'm not even on the screen. What are you talking about? There's not a camera pointed at me.
No,
what are you talking
Sean,
about?
Okay, you two are plotting.
Plotting
against
what?
This show.
No,
you want this time
slot.
slot.
The thing with
Sean, you want this time slot, don't you?
No, Sean doesn't want to get up. The thing that you guys have to reconsider is
get to play your Texas Longhorns football team.
Sean and I don't
at 10 in the morning.
It's actually the opposite. Sean and I don't think about the show at all. Maybe that's a bigger problem than anything else. We don't think about you.
Is that right?
Yes.
No. Okay. Yeah, I can't even see me. Nice job. Oh, it's sabotaging the show just to get this time.
Yeah, I told the DraftKings people not to turn on the lights. That's on me too.
Thank you.
That's right.
We got a break. We got to talk about Brinkman. That's what we got to talk about. Brinkman Quality. Brinkmann. Brinkman. Quality Roofing. Look, you are, if you haven't done anything with your roof ever, guess what? You're in trouble, okay? Because if you never even looked at it, by the time when you want to get insured, or if you're going to have an insurance claim, you have to prove that you've done something, that you've actually maintained your roof. And if something happens and we got a storm coming up and all of a sudden it ruins everything upstairs and there's leakage and you go to your insurance company and they're going to go, sorry, you haven't done anything with your roof and you want us to pay for it? You got to call Brinkman. A free consultation right now, 844-215-2841. Think about it. You're in your car right now. When was the last time you did anything with your roof? Go see, at least see, so that you've got documentation that says, no, look, I had Brinkman Quality out here, and Brinkman gave it the seal of approval. So then the insurance company can't do anything about it. So you're looking for a great way to take care of that roof. Don't get one of these guys that knocks on your door. Don't do it. Jason Brinkman says, we fix more. That's a big part of our business, fixing what they ruin. 844-215-2841 or brinkmanquality.com.
Hey guys, for those who are in an injury, in an accident, workplace, whatever. Some of you work with heavy machinery. You may work offshore. You may work in a warehouse, a factory somewhere. I don't know. I mean, injuries happen. Sometimes you work with heavy machinery. Typically, those type of injuries are pretty severe. You not only need medical attention, but it may require surgery, may require extensive physical therapy, may require, worst case scenario, it ends up injuring you for the rest of your life. You simply have to live with it, and it could be debilitating to the point you can't work anymore. Man, that is stressful. Not only the bills that accumulate and pile up in terms of your medical bills that you shouldn't have to pay a single penny of them, but how are you going to make a living? How are you going to support your family? What are you going to do about what are you going to do about the pain and suffering? You have no idea how to fight for yourself. You need a lawyer like John Daspit on your side because he understands what you have coming to you when these things happen to you, when you are injured and have serious issues. It can be catastrophic. John Daspit fights for you. He fights for loss of life, families who have lost life, where the bread earner has lost life. And, he goes out of his way to make sure that the insurance companies treat you fairly. If you don't have him on your side, the chances of you getting squeezed and taken advantage of are way, way higher. John Daspit understands the law. He understands how to help you, and he will help you. He passionately pursues justice for the injured, and he's got a huge winning percentage. He is going to take care of you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or go to daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
That's where we're at. That's where we're going to be today and tomorrow. A couple of guys, Michael, MJ, playing poker last night. Listeners to the show, they got a big Southern Texas PGA golf tournament here. And a lot of people from Houston are here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Find out what that's all about and get in this thing because it is a lot of fun. They do it a few times a year. They do it here in the month of February, and they do it again, I believe, in September. So it is a lot of fun. So if you are a golfer, this is something that you want to get involved in. Here, you stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You play the golf course. It's a competitive thing. You and your pro from wherever your club is. I played with the Wildcat guys. Tim, they do so well here. Tim and Manny and Clay and Elmer. They do. It's a lot of fun. So if you're a golfer and you haven't been involved in this thing, you need to get here and do that. MJ was playing at the table last night. He's playing in this thing. Michael is a listener and he's on his way and stopped by and played poker last night. So it's a lot of just a great place. If you're looking for a great place to come, you get your poker on or whatever, casino on or whatever. And then, of course, this DraftKings Sportsbook is unbelievable. Unbelievable. So we're going to have guys here talking about it over the next couple of days. And if I don't know, we'll find out from John Chill if you can still get here and have a place here in the DraftKings Sportsbook for the big game on Sunday. But we'll do that a little bit later in the show. So the Rockets last couple of games have, and one of the things about it was no Alpy, so that's a problem. But one of the things about this team that we haven't seen all year, and that Ime addresses, they were just lackluster. And we haven't seen that, the lack of intensity.
It really is. It's like they have been running. It's like they just exhaled and took a breath. Yeah. And now they're kind of cruising because they're intensity
once they
levels.
beat the Cavs and the Celtics, they just haven't looked the same.
Well, they had that game won the other day and then blew it at the end. Or that would have been who was it they lost?
Memphis.
Yeah, they had Memphis beat and then blew it at the end, and it's like this looked like a game where they just didn't show up. They thought they were going to be able to cruise, and I mean, they got their butts kicked from start to finish. It was wire to wire. The Nets wore them out wire to wire, and it was it's disappointing, but at the same time, they played with such great intensity. Generally speaking, that I don't know. I don't begrudge them a game where they were flat, just really flat. They never got it going. I kept thinking they would hit the switch. Or down 15 at half, and I'm like, okay, cut it to 8 in the fourth quarter. Win by 7 in the third quarter, cut it to 8, and then have a good fourth quarter and come back. And that never even materialized.
Yeah,
there was no comeback.
Ever since everyone was lauding Amen Thompson as the next all-star superstar, he's in the last 3 games, he's 13 for 36.
Yeah.
And, 29, 40 points. He's averaging 13 points a game in these 3 games.
Mm-hmm. Well, he got his hair braided. I didn't even recognize him. He got his hair braided in the last game. Did that take away his juice?
Hey, do you think his braided hair?
I don't know.
You think his braided?
I'm superstitious, so why mess with your hair? You've got really championship level results from hair.
Yeah,
that's
why mess
and then
with
he braided it
because
and they get beat by like 18 at home.
Well, what happened
to
Fromber when he went?
Exactly.
Well, actually, he
was an
got
all-star.
better. Yeah,
he was an all-star. And
better.
Actually, they won a World Series.
Yeah, so that was.
But then, not so good.
So
then he tried to go no hair extensions. Then he went back to extensions. Like
right.
Fromber can't figure it out.
Well, maybe Amen is he just dabbling. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you can braid it up and then blow it back out whenever.
Right. I like the.
I mean, the braid job was tight, but I didn't even know who he was. I'm like, who is? That's not Tari. Who's throwing the ball in there? And then I realized, wait, that says Thompson. That's Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
We can't win now. He changed his hair.
Well, and we haven't won since he changed his hair.
What do you think of the Cougs?
So I thought
you were at the game.
I was at the game.
We said Texas Tech could not beat them. Would Texas Tech get to 61.5 points? That was the question.
That was the question.
Not that they win. Of course, they're not going to beat the Cougs.
They played the Cougs game.
Yeah.
Dude, early on. Now the Cougs caught up in rebounds, but man, they were getting killed on the boards. They were getting killed on every loose ball. Texas Tech was physical. Texas Tech was the refereeing was about as atrocious as I've ever seen.
Because they let it go?
Because they didn't. Early on, they let it go.
Yeah.
And then it was every ticky-tack foul. And it seemed like that bald ref just had
That's
something.
not good for the Cougars don't like ticky-tack refs.
Can't play that way.
They play too physical.
Well, both teams are physical. I'm going to tell you what. Tech's going to be a tough out in the tournament. Tech's going to be a tough out because McMillan and Hawkins can fill it up, bro.
Can go.
I mean, that's a good-looking team. They don't look like they're big enough. They lost their best player and their coach in the first 4 minutes of the game and beat the Cougs. That was ridiculous. I want to tell you, that coach. So the first play of the game, I think they threw the ball away. The Texas Tech did. I want to tell you, that coach went ballistic on the kid, and I was like, dude. It was like it's the first. You need some to take a pill because you are a little worked up on the first play of the game, and then he went nuts after the intentional foul was called and the flagrant 2, and he was kicked out of the game. He went nuts. That dude really needs to take some kind of he needs a Quaalude or something. He really does. He's a little too high strung for me, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty damn good basketball team, though, that Texas Tech team. I think might be a little wake up for the Cougs, too, because they were cruising once again right through the Big 12. Nothing there. These are the kind of games that are wake up that Kelvin Sampson is going to have. He's going to have their attention today in practice. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Kelvin Sampson is not going to fool around.
What's funny is when you look at it after the game, I said, let me go see how this leveled out. The shooting percentages, Tech was better, but the shooting percentages weren't drastically different. Free throws, field goal, 3-point. Tech was better, but not drastically different. Rebounds, now it ended up being like a 1 rebound difference, but it was worse.
It was way worse.
The turnover to assists was basically pretty similar. On paper, now it was a 1-point loss for the Cougars in overtime, but on paper, it looked very similar. Like there wasn't drastic differences in terms of gameplay on the stat sheet, but the problem was if somebody can match Houston's intensity and can play the way Houston's success comes from getting you uncomfortable. Yeah. And if somebody else can match that intensity,
and they did,
that all of a sudden now we're looking at free throw percentage, turnovers, things that Cougars may not always win.
Cougs, I believe they missed 5 free throws in the first half, and Tech made everything. Then the second half, Tech caught up with the misses. They had a run of misses that was just incredible. I got a free Whataburger out of it, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, Texas Tech, for that. But at the end of the game, at the end of regulation, were you watching? Did you see J1 go through into the lane? He got mauled.
Hit. Yeah, no call.
He got no call.
No call.
I know, and
that wasn't ticky-tack.
No, that was he was assaulted. And you don't
laying on the ground like.
Do you swallow the mic just because it's the end of the game? If it's a foul, it's a foul. I mean,
yeah.
But the rest. Well, there was a lot of refs believe no, it's the end of the game.
No, but that was plenty of contact.
Yeah, it was plenty of contact. He should have gone to the line.
That's not a bailout call.
No,
that wasn't a bailout call. They should have called that.
They should have called it, but they didn't. Yeah. And that's the game. That's the difference in the game right there.
Had he made
it right.
Free throws, yeah.
He did the other day at Kansas, so even though he was missing early, but he did the other day.
It was a rough Saturday.
It was a rough
Saturday. The Rockets lose. You had Luka, the great Luka. We lose him as a state. Texas loses Luka now. It's going to be sad. We had our own kind of a Euro Harden up there.
And boy, you think that they were affected a little bit? Did you see the Cavs score? Mavs and Cavs? 144 to 108 or whatever it was. It was ridiculous. I mean, they started the first half. It was 30-point game for the whole game.
Do you think Luka takes this as a slight and starts to?
Yeah.
Like, is there a chance that he?
Did you hear his dad? He was all pissed off.
I'm sure he is. Like,
well, Luka lost 177 million on the deal now
because he can't get
He can't get Supermax.
Do you think there's a chance that he comes back? I mean, not immediately, but all of a sudden that I'm going to show them. Like, this could be a motivating thing where he gets down to about 268.
Well, maybe he
really starts to focus
because he doesn't.
He can lose 2 pounds and really start drinking less, just some during games.
Was it the beginning of the end when they grabbed the beer out of his hand after the game? That
I wondered that because that is such a strange. That was such an uncomfortable thing. Luka just won Western Conference Finals, right? That's when it was. He's got a beer. He's holding a beer, and somebody who was it? Nico Harrison?
Was it Nico? I don't know.
I can't remember who it was.
It was who? Finley?
Finley. Michael Finley. That's right. He just sees a beer, grabs it away, and Luka looks at him, and it's not like a joke. It's not a joke. Basically, Michael Finley's like, "Your ass ain't gonna be drinking beer." Like, how frustrated that's probably the same with the Pelicans. You know how the Pelicans get with Zion, where they're like, we can't even do, and they signed Zion to a contract, an extension.
Well, they won't even play Zion now.
But have you seen? This is not a joke. Have you seen Zion lately?
No.
Unbelievable shape. I didn't recognize him. He's so thin in the face. He's in the best shape of his career. He's like 250 right now. He can carry 280, no problems.
He does.
Yeah, well, he carries 300.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he could look good at 275. He is in the best shape of his life, and he's still not playing. Now, he said it's
them.
He said it's them, but him not playing, I don't think
they suck, though. Why play him?
But that's probably some of
That's it.
That's probably – well, you got a chance at Cooper Flag?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, because you can also move – sorry, we want to get Cooper Flag and move you out of here.
Yeah.
We don't want you to get hurt because he will get hurt.
Stay on that keto diet.
Like Zion will get hurt.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Sean, are we going to be able to do what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Yeah.
I'm asking. Well, I don't know.
He's a big boy.
I know he's a big boy, but he probably hates the show.
Well, yeah, but we can still do the segment.
Okay. Well, it's the game show that's sweeping the nation, Sean. So, I mean, if you want to sabotage the show, you probably take that out, the most important segment we do on the station. But apparently we're going to do it. So we will do that still ahead. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? But right now, a little underdog
fantasy. You got big game coming up. So they got some cool stuff going on right now because of that you can take advantage of. Right now, if you take a look at some of the things they've got going on, they've got more players with more stats than you can possibly imagine with the pick'em. I mean, an unbelievable amount of games are available for you, and one game with an unbelievable amount of statistics for an unbelievable amount of players. Actually, you pick higher or lower. Underdog is the only pick'em platform also that puts the power to cash out in your hands. If you play the game called Streaks, and you start off with 2, you win those 2, then you pick one more, 3, and then after that, it's basically you want to cash out now or keep going. And then you can cash out when you want to. You can win 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower with a certain amount of picks. And obviously the ones that have a tougher time of happening, if you decide which ones those are, those actually pay even higher. Every dog deserves a second chance. How about this? If you have an injury in the game that causes, your pick'em entry to lose, they will refund your money and give you a bonus. And they'll give you a bonus as well, bonus promo. So there's so much to choose from. Yesterday, I had a 70% bonus boost, in my – I'm like, well, we got to fire at basketball then. So I just moved Jaylen Brown's points down. I went higher. I had higher on – I don't know. There was another points I had. I went lower on rebounds. Boom, just like that, easy winner. There's so many ways to win with Underdog Fantasy, but you got to play. Download the app today. Use promo code Lance. Make your deposit and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Consult with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, so it's basketball season. Your kids, oh my God, Luka, that's all they're talking about. Well, they want to play. They want to go outside and they want to play. And they want to dunk. And they want to feel like, an NBA player. And that's when you dunk. You throw down a two-handed behind the head.
Wait.
Bam.
Is Keith Tate, this is hoops, right?
Yeah.
Is he going to give you a pizza also with if they want to be the next Luka, like, do you get
a pizza
you
got to get heavier.
You get a pizza, a keg, and because you're going to have to lower that goal.
We got to lower the goal
to dunk. If you're eating all that pizza.
Yeah. I mean, you can lower it to 5 feet.
It's the Luka package.
Even the big kids can dunk at 5 feet.
Even the Husky kids.
Yeah, the Huskies.
The Husky kids like Luka.
Right.
or Jokic.
Yeah.
Like if you got a husky Euro-looking kid,
probably what your kid looks
no
like.
musculation in his arms,
more than Dwight Howard. Your kids look like Luka more,
but he's got slow driveway moves.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And your kids can do that. ProDunk.com. Raise and lower the goal so they have fun, Dad. The installation is the best. It's never going to shake. I mean, you go get to the box store and you get that basket and you put sand in the base. Come on. Clean it up and pick it up, Dad. They want the best goal ever, which is you could raise and lower it with the push of a button. It's the best. There's not a better goal ever. So if you're going to get a goal for the kids that they're going to enjoy and actually use, ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number if you'd like to get in here with us. Chip Kelly. I wanted Chip Kelly here. Not for $6 million.
I would have liked that.
Not for $6 million.
Yeah, so Texans fans are a little salty because what happened? Chip Kelly didn't come here. We should. Oh, I'm mad about this. Why didn't they get him? $6 million. You want your offense coordinator making more than your head coach?
That's not
a great model.
But it didn't seem. I mean, they didn't even interview him. It doesn't seem like he was. Granted, he's going to take the $6 million.
Maybe his agent already had something from.
I'm going to tell you this.
From the Raiders.
I think Tom Brady is going to put together a nice program.
Yeah,
there.
I do too. So I was having lunch on Friday over at around this sports bar, way off of FM 1960. Man, that place is huge. That sports bars. So Saul, who listens to the show, is really big over there, and he's the one that
like
got
Luka
us.
big?
He's bringing in food.
Oh, he is?
I said,
when?
He said, I know I got to wait
This
till
week.
John comes in.
Yeah,
Friday.
this week. Yeah.
Friday.
Thank you.
He's bringing in food this Friday.
Yeah.
He's going to hook us up. Anyway, he also is going to bring us a birthday cake on your birthday. We can celebrate my birthday, which I missed because of snow day.
Well, I'm going to be back in LA for my birthday, but he can bring it in on the 10th.
Maybe
on
you
Monday.
can get him to pay some
On
of your
Monday.
homeowner's insurance.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Or maybe your gas bill. Let's say that we could. That's what I learned this weekend. Learned it before the show. No, so we were talking. He's a big Raiders fan, and he said, "What do you think?" And I said, honestly, I just think we were talking about who their quarterback's going to be and all this draft stuff, and I said, honestly, I feel kind of confident with Tom Brady there. I feel like I know he's a minority owner, but I feel like he's got his hands in there. He's not going to want to be minority owner of some slapnuts organization.
Yeah.
Don't you think he's going to want to do things? He goes,
Absolutely.
yeah, but what about all the Patriots way stuff? That doesn't work. I'm like, that's Belichick. I said, and it worked for a
Brady
while.
doesn't believe in him.
I said, it worked for a while. It
Yeah.
stopped working when there was no Brady, and it stopped working. And it didn't work for guys who left the organization and didn't have Brady.
Well, you notice he hired Pete Carroll, though, not a disciple of Bill Belichick.
No. If anything, is a guy who's agreeable and easy to get along with. And I just feel like Tom Brady's going to have a huge impact over there.
I do too.
Really do. And so you get Chip Kelly. Is there a chance? Okay, so $6 million is hard to pass up. That's the most I've ever heard of a coordinator making ever in the history of football.
Yeah.
However, I also wonder sometimes if Tom Brady's going to be a draw for free agents and coaches and things like that. If they say, I want to go over there and be part of the Raiders.
Well, first of all, it's in Vegas.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Well,
Guys like that.
Some don't.
Yeah. Some don't.
Some don't. Like, I don't know if a coach would love it because it's like I talked to AJ Hoffman about it. He went there and lived there. And he goes, he said he went there for gambling purposes to be a professional gambler and with RJ Bell. And, you have to live out in the suburbs, which is normal. You don't really live. It's not like you live in the strip. You live in the suburbs. And he's like, look, you get used to the heat. It's really, really hot. And then it's not as hot at night. And he said the heat's one thing. He said, but it's the lifestyle is a lot. Like you just can't. And I've asked this of people who live in Vegas multiple times. You probably have too. You can't like what we experience in Vegas. That's not people who live there. That's not their experience.
No,
because that's a playground. You can't go spend all your time on the playground. So I don't know what real Vegas is like.
I've talked
I don't
to
know.
people
Maybe
that live there to love it there.
But but people who golf, I bet, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I mean, that's a specific type of person.
Yeah,
They do a lot of golfing.
I don't know. I think guys like it. I think a lot
Depends
of
on what
athletes-
you're looking for.
Right, exactly.
Depends on what you're looking
but
for.
From what I heard, it's a great place to raise your kids.
Really?
I mean, yeah, it absolutely is. You're not a casino. It doesn't have to be a casino life once you live there.
Well, it can't be.
No.
Especially if you're in professional sports, it can't be.
But so Chip Kelly out. I mean,
Out for the Texans.
And
we still don't have an offense coordinator. They've been interviewing a lot of different guys I've never heard of.
It looks like it might be another first timer. It might be another first.
Well, I think it is going to be a first timer based on who they're interviewing.
Bill
Lazor's not, but I don't know if he'll get the job.
What about the Syracuse OC, who's called plays at least,
but not at the pro level?
Not at the pro level.
No, I don't know that it matters, but
he'd
be interesting.
It did for Joe Brady when he transitioned.
Well, no, but he had also been with the Saints before then. People forget about that. He went from the Saints to
he
LSU.
Didn't call plays there.
Right, he didn't call plays, but he was under Sean Payton.
Right,
which is nice.
No. So that's still out there. There's still no movement on the Texans.
I'm going to throw a name out there that is going to shock some people. Dana Holgorsen.
That would shock people.
Mm-hmm. You think
Dana likes to run the ball?
I think Texans fans would like it.
I don't know. I mean,
probably not.
No, probably not. But
All right, let me throw another name out here. Kevin Gilbride's still alive.
If he wants to get punched in the face, get out here. Dana would be interesting. That'd be a lot of fun.
I don't know who they'll take.
Nope.
My guess is, anytime you see a college name pop up out of nowhere like that, that usually means they're a hot coach. I do wonder if the Texans know, like, do they know who the because what kind of a funny thing was, I told you that years ago, it was like 2019, I was Senior Bowl, and I was sitting over there next to Chris Ballard, and he was talking to different people, a coach, a tight ends coach at Central Michigan, and I was like, and after he was done, I said,
he just picks up, right?
He goes, oh no, he goes, yeah, you got to talk. He goes, these guys can come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He said that this guy I just talked to could end up being one of the best coaches that's ever coached a game. He said everyone starts somewhere. He said I want to know everybody I can and then file them away. If I see a guy that I think is special, I want to have that in my Rolodex. So it doesn't matter. When my dad started in high school, he started in junior high, then went to high school, then went to college, then went to the pros. Yeah. You all start somewhere.
Everybody does.
And there's just because you
but
call plays in college, that's not a negative.
No, I know, but you know how the fan base will react, and the Texans care about what the fan base reacts. We got a break because we got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence next. So what did you learn this weekend? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. It doesn't have to be about sports. It can be about anything. Whatever it is, let's go. It's brought to you by my good friends over at Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. Get your testosterone on at Game Day Men's Health. I'm talking right now about HR&P. I swear I thought I was going to get called last week. Some of the things that were said on the show, not by me, but by a lot of people here on this show. It was. I really thought many people said things that were a bit egregious, and I got no call. I did have to call them because I had a problem logging in to one of my accounts with HR&P, and it was easy peasy. I'm telling you, every single one of your employees has access to HR&P, and they answer those questions. And you don't feel great about it because you feel like I should have known that and I should have been able to do that myself because it's pretty damn easy. But HR&P makes it easy for you. And so HR&P, it helps you straighten out anything that your employees need, right? It helps you do payroll perfectly. It helps you do HR perfectly. It helps you do your taxes. And then it gives you choices on your 401k and your insurance packages and everything else. They don't make the money on it. But the other admin companies do. And that's where they get you on those 401ks and the insurance and everything else. So you're looking for a company that's going to grow with you, that's going to help your business be its best. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hi, guys.
713-780-3776. Time for what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Sean's on the board. As soon as somebody gets off, you get on. 713-780-3776. We got a full board, so let's get to. Did you want to?
I learned before the show that John's electric bill and gas bill in LA is more than my mortgage. Now, I got my mortgage
Down
a few years back, and I got the low, but it's still less. I pay less my mortgage than your gas and electric combined in Los Angeles. Woo, is that high?
Yeah.
That cost of living thing is a real thing, huh?
Yeah. I learned when I came in this weekend to Houston, man, it's so much better to pay for stuff here than there.
Everything is cheaper.
Everything is cheaper. What up?
Not for long.
No.
Very many things. It's going to be painful, but worth it.
Michael's coming down. He's going to bring water for us.
Did you see who's getting tariffed, by the way?
Who?
Yanni's Greek Wings.
No, there's no such
They're
thing.
putting a tariff on Yanni's Greek Wings.
What did you
Racist
learn this weekend in one sentence? Time for Tom. Hey, Tom, you're leading us off. What's going on, Tom? What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when your girl orders a new toy, she needs to charge it before you get there.
Oh, my goodness. 7:50.
Wow.
You're right. We're headed to school. Well, I mean, he was. I mean, it's up to the parents to how you want to say that.
How do you want to raise your kids?
Well, also how you want to discuss this. Like a new toy,
hey,
maybe it's
she got a new Uno game. I don't know.
Well, you don't charge Uno, do you?
No. Yeah. I don't. You don't know.
His thing doesn't work.
Right. A new
charge it.
A new Game Boy.
Is some battery
Can
operated?
you call them Game Boys?
Yeah. You could charge a Game Boy. Yeah, it is kind of
Tongue Dart Chris. What does Tongue Dart Chris mean? Never mind.
No.
What up, Tongue Dart?
I learned this weekend that if my wife asks, how does my makeup look? My answer shouldn't be, like RuPaul.
Should never be like RuPaul. Although I would think that in the makeup world, they probably think RuPaul does a damn good job.
Do they?
Oh, I would think.
I don't know.
Am I gonna have to Google RuPaul on my NFL computer now to see?
Don't.
Just because now I'm like, I want to see if it is good or not. Who cares? No. It's just what did you learn?
Yeah. Isn't he a senator now?
RuPaul?
Yeah.
I don't think it's Senator RuPaul. The senator from South Carolina yields to the senator from RuPaul.
No, Rand Paul or something.
That's Rand Paul is different than RuPaul. Substantially different.
What's his makeup like?
Not any. Not even when he goes on Fox News. Like, sir, we need to touch you up. I'm not getting any makeup here.
And by the way,
it's a brag show.
You can say he with RuPaul now. Actually, it's legal to say he, RuPaul.
It's legal?
Yeah.
Was it illegal before?
Now it's illegal to say they or them.
Is it illegal?
It's illegal. Now it's illegal. Brandon, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, guys. I learned that at some point this week there will be a national day of celebration on Twitter when Lance's first mock draft gets released.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Texans fans are going to be
When's
happy.
it drop?
I don't know. Their editor was already talking about it today, so I think it actually comes out maybe tomorrow. Or maybe today.
Did you do
I had to turn it in?
already?
Yeah, turn it in Friday.
Oh.
I was working on it during the show. I had to get it all done. And
Well, thanks for paying attention to the show.
That is one of my best shows.
Okay.
I really had a lot of caffeine the last couple shows. Yeah,
You
Thursday,
did?
Friday.
You did?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, Texans fans will be happy with me. I'm not going to get any smoke from Texans fans.
really?
They're going to be happy.
Good. All right, Dr. Dre. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence, Doc?
Hey, Double Rod. I learned that Gepetto Jones is not the least competent GM in Dallas.
The who is that?
Stephen Jones?
I guess. I didn't know who.
I don't know what he said.
I thought he said Gepetto Jones.
I don't
who
know.
is that?
I don't know what he said, but I would imagine. Well, now he thinks Nico's the most incompetent. Obviously,
We'll find out.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you got to get rid of him, you got to get rid of him. But it seems
more.
like you could get
You
more.
could have gotten more for Luka. He just targeted Anthony Davis, that 32-year-old that doesn't play. I don't know why. Tom on a mobile is here with us as well. Tom on a mobile, what did you learn this weekend?
It's Tom on the headset. Hey guys, I learned that my girlfriend from Florida, her safe word is Duval.
Nobody's safe word is Duval. By the way, it's Duval.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Duval.
They don't say Duval.
They say
Duval. Yeah. Duval.
It's stupid.
Well, it's also a safe word, apparently.
Well, don't get too
Duval. Oh, sorry. My girlfriend's safe word is
Pete.
Duval.
Pete, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I found out with my new girlfriend, I've got 3 rules. Make sure she's fed, make sure she's taken care of in the bedroom, and make sure she gets a nap, and then there's no issues.
Right.
Man, we're learning a lot of things about our women this week. I noticed.
Makeup it seems pretty simple.
Makeup, charging stuff.
Yep.
Safe words.
And
now the big 3.
Feed me.
Take
care of me. And
leave me alone.
Let me have a nap.
Leave me alone. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a woman. I mean, it's not
probably as your relationship
buy me
gets
Gucci.
Now, once your relationship gets way down the road, it'll be more 1 and 3, mostly 3.
Nap.
Just leave me alone.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
As you get down the road.
As you get down the road, it'll be less 2 for you, or 3.
2 moves to 3. 2 moves to 4. 4 or 5.
Yeah.
That's what happens. That's just the natural order.
Yeah,
of
it's
things.
just that's the way things work.
That's just the natural order of things. Gabe, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that Jay-Z was able to call in all those dirty Diddy photos on the Grammys people to help his wife win Country Music Album of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
She was always going to win that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This ain't Texas.
It was a pretty good album.
Yeah, I guess. She had. I don't really listen to it, but she had all these. She had hits.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if he had to call in dirty pictures on people.
Oh, I learned this weekend that Kanye's girl wears a dress that isn't really a dress.
What do you mean?
She wore a sheer. I mean,
I've seen her wear something like that before. Is she doing it again? You can see through the whole thing.
The whole thing.
So she wore that at the Grammys?
At the Grammys last night.
Why weren't you at the Grammys? Because you're here.
My wife was there.
I was going to say, you could have been at the Grammys.
No, I don't. No, thank you. I don't even want to go to I got to go to the Oscars. I'm like, please, can't Frankie go? Oh, my
I want to go with Wendy one year.
Yeah, you can go. You can go.
Just so I say I went.
Yeah.
See if Wendy can do a +1 and then me and Nicole going and like, I can't go. I'm like, are you Mrs. Granado? I'll say, yes, she's Mrs. Granado.
Right. My daughter says Papa, she learned that Papa looks like he's in one of those interviews where they have to hide you in the shadows.
You do look like that.
I do look like that.
Let's see Kanye's girlfriend.
Yeah.
What? Oh, my God. I've
you.
never seen this.
You didn't see, no, that's new. That's new yesterday.
You can't wear that in public?
Yes, that's
Did she get arrested?
No, that was her dress.
You need to go get your people.
Oh, my God, Kanye.
Oh, my God. You can't wear this. That's nothing.
That's nothing.
That's like an invisible cloak that doesn't make you invisible.
It just had a line underneath your
That's
whole...
the only way you could tell is...
Back and front. Kanye is...
How in the world did she...
I don't know.
Holy crap. I need to see an uncensored picture of this just to make sure that's what it's what I think
that's
it is.
That's the deal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's special. That is
wow.
Really she's pretty good.
Well, I mean, he was looking for another Kim.
Yeah, right. Well,
she's got some
she's a little different
similarities.
Yeah. All right, we appreciate it.
Oh, she came out in a mink
coat and took it off.
And then she fools you, and then Kanye's just standing there.
Yeah.
I want you to see my wife's nips. Okay, Kanye,
everything.
relax.
No, not just that. Everything.
Holy crap.
Yeah. No. We got to break it. Thanks. You guys did great. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence, Sean? Great job.
And then they both look like two
really,
hostages
really good
standing
Sean.
there.
Really, really good. Sean's good. He didn't sabotage the show one time like Dell. Okay, so congratulations. Nice job, Sean.
No one has more fun than Kanye and his girlfriend. Look at the look on their face.
Oh,
who is holding them at gunpoint?
They're mad.
It looks like she's always like, this is at gunpoint.
We got a break, and I got to talk about my man, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Loans. Dream Rate Mortgage is the place to go. We're in that world right now in California, and unfortunately, Kent can't do it for me. He'd be the first person that I would call if I was buying a home. First person, because he is excellent at this whole mortgage thing. He is excellent. He's been doing it for over 30 years. You don't stay in business by himself. I mean, he takes on clients, but every single one of them get attention that is unmatched, okay? You are going to get his undivided attention. He limits the number of people, but, hey, if you're buying a home, call him, okay, because he's the guy who knows everything about this business. And people save thousands and thousands of dollars with him. I've seen the testimonials from people that are listeners. I can't tell you how much. I can't put a number on it because your number might be different, but I'm telling you, they are all like, wow, it is unbelievable what he did for us. I wish I knew Kent when we bought our homes in Houston. I didn't. I wish I did. You can, though. The ultimate mortgage hookup, 713-520-5626 or 520-LOAN or 975loans.com. All right, welcome back live from the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles here at the Golden Nugget. We love it here, and we want you. Listen, it's just 2 hours down. It's so much easier than going to Vegas. So much easier, and you got everything you could possibly want. I love the poker room here. They got 3 tables going, and it's just a great room. And it just everything about it. I really love this place, and we appreciate you guys having us here. And please, let's just move the show here. We'll just move here. Let's move the show to the Golden Nugget.
Cheaper for you.
You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. So you made reference to my. I want to just tell everyone, don't move to LA. Okay, don't do it, because it is everything there. Everything there. It's 2 times or more expensive than here. Everything there. Everything. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, my gas bill this month was like 3 times what I pay here.
Yeah.
My electric bill is 3 times what I pay here.
Yeah.
It's stupid. Wow. It's stupid.
Man. And gasoline? Oh, well, you have electric, but maybe that's why your electricity's high.
Why?
Because your truck?
No. My electricity before I got my truck there was high. So
you don't know.
Yeah, no, I do know. I know what I paid before and after my truck got there. So, yeah, it's just stupid. Just stupid. Don't move there. It's all I just tell you. That's all I'm saying.
The weather's nice.
The weather's beautiful. But I brought that here. You see what our week this week we're going to have
we
here?
We got an 80-degree February coming up.
80-degree February, but it's cool at night. It's like L.A.
As long as it's not humid, I'm cool with it.
Yeah. No, it's beautiful what we're going to have this week in Houston. So you can thank me for that.
92 isn't bad. If it's a dry 92, 92 is not that bad.
Oh, stop already.
It's the humidity's the only thing. Well, dew point.
713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, the big story this weekend, obviously, was Luka Doncic. De'Aaron Fox, let's not sleep on that. The Spurs got better, and maybe for years to come. He's 27 years old, so that's a nice get for them. For Wembanyama, that combination is going to be pretty good. I don't know that they're going to be good right away, make the playoffs right away, but they're going to be better. That's going to be a better situation. There's no question about that. But Luka Doncic okay, so Kleber went too. But what are they going to do at center? The Lakers. I mean,
well,
does this make them better this year? The Lakers.
No, but this isn't designed for this year.
Well, LeBron doesn't have much time left.
It's their star moving forward. They got their centerpiece moving forward. They think, look, the only thing, if this motivates him to get in better shape, the guy can play. It's not like he's been in good shape in the past and he's played at a really high level.
So let me ask you this.
It's not his play. It's now can he stay healthy?
Are we just resigned to the fact that the Lakers just get the best players? They got Wilt, they got Kareem, they got Shaq, they got Pau, they got
Magic.
they drafted Magic. They got these guys. All those guys came over, and the league lets it happen. When Chris Paul was traded to the Rockets, the league stopped it. This trade should have been stopped.
The first time that Chris Paul was going to go
right. No commissioner should let this trade happen. This is a ridiculous trade.
Why? You have to let this go.
Why wouldn't they let Chris Paul go?
Well, wait a minute. Why would you not stop? You've got Anthony Davis, who's an all-pro defensive player. Luka, who's been hurt since. Why would you keep this from happening?
Well, first of all, you really hurt the player because he lost about $177 million.
So? Ain't nobody F that player.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about Luka's money. No, I'm not worried about Luka's money.
You don't have to, no one said you so what? The league's telling him, sorry, Dallas, you're on the hook for $345 million, and that fat ass can do whatever he wants whenever he wants. Man, I'm tired of Luka's ass. Luka, seriously, what do you? This is a serious thing. I was thinking about this. It's now in college. It's now in college sports too, because NIL. If you only care about if the most important thing to you is the bag, is money, then why in the world, when the money is this high, what keeps you playing? What motivates you? I think most players are not. I think a high percentage of players are not motivated. Do they want to win a championship? Yes. But do they really want to do what it takes to win a championship? Chris Paul once told a room full of us, it was about 14 of us, he was shocked at how few guys in the NBA wanted to win a championship, like truly wanted to win a championship, cared enough to do what it took, which is, he's like, I drink bone broth every day for a meal. He goes, because I got to try to keep my weight down. He goes, I'll do whatever it takes. I really want to win. He said, I was in the league 2 years when I realized, oh my God, I thought everyone wanted to, like, really, that was the thing that drove them. And he said, I found out. And remember when Chris Paul came into the league, he came in when the money wasn't, well, it was high, but it wasn't like it is now. What in the world, if Luka's out of shape right now, he can't stay in shape and now can't get back on the court because he doesn't stay in condition, he won't do his dietary stuff. When he gets $345 million guaranteed, or whatever the number is now, it's going to be $250, whatever it ends up being. What's going to make him really, like, is he going to, at some point, I guess when the money doesn't matter because he has so much money he can't spend it, maybe something goes, well, now what? I got all this money, and maybe something will click and he says,
well,
you know what? My legacy's at stake. And that could happen.
Wait a minute. Put him with LeBron and maybe it changes.
Because Charles Barkley actually got lighter when he went to Phoenix. Remember, he leaned down when he wanted to be the best he could. And I think he wanted to stick it to the 76ers. But he leaned down at one point. So maybe that will happen. But the money now is so astonishing that if you have any quit in you, you're probably going to quit once you get a Supermax deal.
Yeah.
I mean, Zion Williamson.
Okay, what kind of influence is LeBron going to have on him?
A positive one. Well, in theory, positive. But how much longer is he going to be there? 2 years?
Yeah, at most.
Right. Like, he'll be out there on the West Coast.
I mean, this might motivate LeBron, and this might motivate.
Now that you pay what you're paying in LA, now, granted, like, if you're a mid-level NBA player, and that's good money. But in LA, based on everything you're telling me, how much houses are costing, homeowners insurance,
you got to make Luka money.
Yeah, if you're a mid-level player, I do not want to sign with LA.
No,
I am not signed. I'll go play for the Spurs. I am not going to sign with the Lakers or the Clippers.
You got to have Luka money to live there. I'm telling you, just to live halfway.
I think the thing that will be good for Luka is that he hears all this stuff and he's going to want to prove people wrong.
Yep.
Now, if he does it, then he's literally checked out of trying to win championships. He just, because he'll play really well at his weight whenever he's healthy.
I wonder if Luka ever saw this coming. I mean, honestly, I think it blindsided everybody, including him. That he was even on the block,
even on the radar.
No. I mean,
they went to one team.
The most ridiculous. Everyone.
They said, we want Anthony Davis. I'll bet we can get this deal done.
Everyone I saw yesterday was like, really, Luka? I mean, what? Yeah. It's crazy. It caught. I woke up yesterday. I went, what?
But is it going to? So one of the things that I've studied over the years is like you can.
I thought I was getting ball sacked. I honestly thought I was getting ball sacked.
So if you go look at Hakeem Olajuwon's games played, so an interesting thing is going and looking at players' games played in NBA, and it usually starts off in the high 70s to into the 80s, and then there's eventually a spot where you start to have injuries. But for some of these guys like Shaq, go look at Shaq. So Shaq is a guy famously, like Luka, they carry more weight and started having lower body issues, and he just wouldn't get in the type of shape he needed to, and had a tremendous amount of missed games due to lower body injuries. Zion can't get rid of lower body injuries. Has it? Luka now is dealing with one that's lasted over a month, and he's playing at a heavy weight. A lot of these guys who carry excess weight, once they get into their mid to late 20s, it starts to become a real problem. For Zion, it's happened earlier. But you also kind of worry about his motivation. But for Shaq, I didn't worry about Shaq's motivation, but he was too heavy. The Rockets knew that Yao Ming had a foot issue, and they knew they needed to keep him below 300. Now, Yao is a massive man. So 280 pounds was light. He was skinny at 280, right? Except he always had a thicker lower body, even when he was kind of skinny in his upper body. But the Rockets, the story I heard from the Rockets is they went to Yao's house one time because they had to get him because he was like asleep, or for some reason somebody from the Rockets had to go over there, and they said Yao had beer cans and pizza boxes around the house. They're like, oh my God, we got to keep Yao's weight down so he doesn't hurt.
Okay, you get out of communist China, you know what you're.
No,
gonna
I get it. Yeah, I get it. But they said Yao liked to go pretty hard with the pizza and
beer.
Good
for him. God bless.
Yeah, but they were like, oh no, once he starts getting injured. And of course, Yao, once he got injured.
That's how I would go if I was in the NBA.
Oh, your Supermax would be a disaster. Well, so would mine. Yeah. I'm just telling you now, you give me a Supermax here at Gal.
No. You know what the Super Maxi cow is?
No, I don't think we have one.
We gotta talk about. I tell you what, we got the Super Max windows at Gulf Coast Windows. Gulf Coast Windows is the best window in the market. Okay, and here's the deal: listen, you're going to pay for the best. You're going to pay for the best windows. You're going to pay for the best insulation. Paying for the best warranty. You're paying for the best security, privacy. You're paying in a lot of instances you get paid back. If you got windows that are let all your air conditioning escape all the time, guess what? You're losing money. You're saving money with Gulf Coast Windows. Pay for the best, be the best, get the best. And the best is Gulf Coast Windows. Go see the showroom. If you're building a house or a business and you're putting in crappy windows, what are you doing? Okay? That doesn't make any sense at all. Get the best. Be the best. Gulf Coast Windows. Jim Fiume, been doing this forever, and he's got to get the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. That's the best. GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're listening to John and Lance, broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So, welcome back here live at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We are in the DraftKings Sportsbook. What? It is awesome. You can see us now. They put on all the TVs. And if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube or wherever you watch us, You can see us a little bit better now. Lance, you still had your camera off the last segment.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, you probably did. But here we are. And if you want to call in, anything you want to talk about, 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us. There is a theory out there. The Adelsons, big casino people.
Yeah.
They bought the Mavericks from Mark Cuban.
Yeah.
And the theory is that either they use the Mavericks to help bring casino gambling to the state of Texas, or they sabotage the team so badly that no one will care if they leave Dallas for Vegas.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Boy, conspiracy theorists work overtime now.
Well,
no one will care. I don't care. Just take them to Vegas. Neither one of those is accurate.
Yeah.
NBA makes money. You own an NBA team, you make money.
Yeah. Well,
that's
maybe not at the time, but the value goes up.
Yeah, when you sell it,
yeah,
you will realize a profit.
Yes, you will realize a nice profit.
It's like a home.
No team
where
has
the
ever
homeowners
lost money.
market. No owners ever lost
No.
money. And so, no, I can't do this. These conspiracy theories have gotten so stupid now. Like literally everything has a conspiracy theory to it. Not one thing just happens independent anymore. There's some nefarious situation going on behind it. How about the fact that they were just sick of Lucas crap? And they said, I'm tired of this guy. He won't do what we ask him to do. We got a bill coming up of $345 million that we're going to have to pay. We're getting rid of him before we have to pay this bill. You want to talk about what else you get for him and all that? That's fine. But getting rid of a guy who doesn't want to do what you ask him to do, like is too difficult to deal with. This isn't the first time this has happened. We've seen guys get dealt in professional sports. That's one of the biggest trades that I can recall in NBA history.
Yeah,
honestly, I mean it is. But if we
the biggest.
If we sat and thought about it, I bet we could come up with 4 or 5 within the next 15 minutes of NBA, NFL, or college, or NFL, NBA, or Major League Baseball, where guys got traded who were good, and we were surprised by it. But maybe it was because, for reasons. I mean, a lot of times it's financial reasons.
Yeah,
you just don't want to pay it. For him, you didn't want to pay it, and because. I mean, it's the price of doing business now. If you want to have a super player, they're going to cost you. Like, you have to really hope that they're about that life because the money's going to be so high that it's FU money, and it's all guaranteed.
Wouldn't be the first time a guy didn't live up to a huge contract.
No, I mean,
because
Kawhi Leonard,
he wasn't disciplined enough.
Kawhi Leonard,
I don't know that he wasn't
I don't know if it's
disciplined
discipline. He just doesn't ever play.
No, but there's right. Well,
for whatever reason, I don't know.
Well, he's had injuries, but I was just thinking, man, the Adelsons are trying to make a destination resort casino built around the Mavs. How cool would it be that you had a casino hotel?
That'd be great
with a basketball team.
Yeah,
I mean,
you mean like at the Astrodome?
Yes.
If we turn that into a casino hotel resort, no, don't blow it up. It's our history.
It is our history. Oh, if
I lived here,
if the Italians thought like you, then we wouldn't have the Coliseum.
This
today
isn't
to
the
go
Coliseum.
To.
No one cares about this.
2,000 years it would.
No one cares about this.
2,000 years.
If it's such an impressive,
you don't have any foresight.
do people go visit the Coliseum? Don't they?
Yes, people will come here.
No one goes to visit the Astrodome. They're
Not
like,
now. Nobody did at the Coliseum when it was 20 years old.
Oh, there's so many stadiums. This is nothing.
No, it's the first.
Coliseum is one of.
You have no foresight.
There's no.
It will make.
I mean, honestly,
Houston
tear that down. We're an
visit.
embarrassment. And how about this? We still pay. The city still has to pay for the Astrodome.
It's perfect. Pay for
that
future.
junky ass place.
Pay for our
we
future.
Still have to pay for that. And now Hannah and Cal are going to go after a new stadium so that they can have more revenue for suites.
I don't know how that's going to go over.
It's not going to go over great at all. We're already paying for the Astrodome and nothing. We're paying for
they
rats.
want that janky ass stadium out of there too.
So do I. So does most of Houston.
No.
If you put a poll
you have
out there,
no foresight.
If you had put a poll out there, what percentage of Houstonians do you think? Because it's going to be sports fans. Do you think over 70% of the sports fans want it gone? I think higher than that. I think probably 76, 77%.
Want it gone?
Astrodome gone, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think so. There's a lot of memories in that building.
Like what?
Like great baseball games, great football games. Are you kidding? 100-point Cougar games.
There's not that many memories.
There's great memories.
Your memories are from the 60s and early 70s. You got
80s and 90s.
You got Lou Alcindor versus
Billy Wagner, Hall of Famer, pitched in there.
Barely. Well, yeah, I know he actually pitched some in there. He actually pitched some in there.
Yeah.
But
Doug Rader.
Who cares? They blow up Yankee Stadium.
Yankee
Stadium has way more history than
foresight.
us. Boom, gone. Yeah, I do have foresight. Turn that sucker into a big ass casino and resort.
I would love that.
And people will come over there like crazy.
I would love that.
Honestly, then let me blow that thing up. Let me get a little taste of it. I've got a great idea. I only want 2% for this idea. Build a casino and resort there. Boom. 2%.
Michael, big ups to Michael. He brought us water this morning. Thank you so much, Michael. His wife was going to call in, and she wanted to get in on what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. But Sean apparently doesn't like women to call into the show.
Oh, man, that's heartbreaking.
Man, terrible. I mean,
or she couldn't get in because there was a bunch of calls.
Too many calls. Or Sean didn't
Or
want
she didn't get on time.
He probably said, no, sorry, no women on this show, and hung up on her.
Sorry, lady. Get out of here.
No dames. No broads.
No for the fellas.
Broad.
Did you say no broads?
Is that what you told her, Sean?
No, I said this for the fellas. This is for guys to vent about
Mondays
their wives
for
and
the
girlfriends. And
Mondays
maybe
for the
talk
boys.
Yeah.
Right.
Mondays for the boys.
Yep. This is Augusta National before Condoleezza Rice got there, right?
The good old days.
The good old days. All right, we got a break because we got Ship Talk coming up next right here. What, you don't have no Ship Talk? What are you talking about? You don't have Ship Talk? Did you just take off today?
He's on remote.
Look, he's just sitting here.
Well, maybe Dell's going to trash talk you for the whole segment. That'll be Ship Talk.
Ship talk. We don't ever do ship talk when I'm on remote. What's he talking
about?
No, you always do ship talk.
Not when I'm out.
What, Sean can't play the audio?
We've never done this when I'm out.
Oh my God! How lazy!
Because Sean would have to edit
everything. He just
everything.
sits there.
The point
no,
is,
you could edit it.
No, I don't have the software to edit anything. I don't.
Oh, nice! Didn't even get the software. Didn't even bring that with him.
Because it costs. I'm not paying for that.
Oh my God! Do your job, okay? Let's just do your job.
We've never done ship talk when I'm on remote. He's like, "Hey, we'll ship talk."
Oh,
not that, but we were usually not on remote on Mondays.
But when we are, I don't do it.
Probably
it's not new.
Oh my God, the worst show ever now. Thanks, Adele.
Your name's
sabotaging the show again, just so we can move in. He and Sean can move into this spot. No women on the show, and no ship talk. Okay, great.
No one wants to get up and do this show.
Okay, not even us.
Exactly. I don't want to do
it. Nobody wants this spot. I'll tell you I'll tell you this though. Game Day Men's Health. I want that. I've got it in my life, and I love it in my life. You will too. A free consultation. They got 11 stores open now. Jared just opened one now in Pearland. No. Jared is in Edo, and there's a new one open in Pearland. Get down to see them. I go to the Willowbrook location. There's Katy. It's all over the city now. They've got 11 locations, and there's going to be 20-some by the time, or even more by the time this is said and done. I love what they do for me. I feel great. I really do. I feel great, and it's because of what they do. Peptides to help you get your goals. Okay, what do you want to do? You want to lose weight? You want to gain muscle? You want to get in? Do you want to be more focused? Do you want your sex life to be better? All of these things. They've got peptides for everything. And if you're low on testosterone, guess what? You're not going to be yourself. You're not going to be as good as you can possibly be. So find out when you're getting your 30s, 40s, 50s, and your testosterone starts to drop, you're not as good as you were. Be your best. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Free consultation, okay, which the other places don't have. Absolutely free. And labs on site, which they don't have either. So you find out right away what you got to do, and they do it. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Now back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. No ship talk today because Dell, well, lazy. So we will maybe we'll get that Wednesday when we get back.
Unlikely.
Terrible. I mean, everybody was clamoring for ship talk.
Yeah,
Jackie was like, "Where's ship talk today?"
Yeah, no one does a show for Jackie.
Okay, everybody's clamoring for ship talk.
Nope.
Nothing.
The only show for Jackie is the Fisher Port and Bolivar. No one cares about that but him, so we don't do shows for Jackie.
Oh, we do shows. Jackie is our constant
shows about shortstops or catchers.
Yeah,
backup catchers and stuff.
That's what
he likes. That kind of stuff.
He does backup catchers.
He likes off-brand baseball.
He likes boring stuff.
Yeah,
that's why he lives, I guess, there. I don't know, and that's why he doesn't have hair. I don't know
because he likes boring stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that's it. Do you so the Rockets have now lost a couple in a row. No reason to panic. However,
seems like you're panicking though.
No. But the last game they were very lifeless. At home, they didn't have they didn't have a lot of juice, and they are a better team on the road than at home this year. I don't think there's obviously no reason to worry. But it was surprising. I mean, this is where we are now, where we're surprised if they have a game where they come out flat. It used to be we'd be surprised if they played an entire game where they were good. Now we're surprised where they're flat in one game over the last 5 or 6 games. So it's a good problem to have. Hopefully they'll be more focused. And, we still need to see them play well in the fourth quarter of a game. That really has not been the case now for several games in a row where they have struggled several games in a row now, or most games in many games in January, they struggled in the fourth quarter to play well and to finish strong. A lot of those ended up in wins, but a lot of times they had big leads that they just kind of tricked off. So playing in the fourth quarter is important, and then coming out and having a really focused effort next time out is going to be important as well. So we'll see what happens. Fred VanVleet was injured in that game, foot injury. What's the latest on Fred and his availability?
Haven't seen anything. But whatever listen, Alpe's been down and
he's out today.
Yeah, Alpe's been down.
So game today, Rockets play today, and Fred VanVleet will not play.
Mm-hmm. So we need to get our guys out. Listen, they got a 2.5 game lead over Denver now. They're in third place. I don't know that there's much difference between second and third. You do get home court advantage in the second round, which would be awfully nice. But
why did we come back for a game and now we're back out to New York?
I told you this is the roughest stretch of the season.
What was the purpose of that?
I don't know.
You got them in Boston and Cleveland, then you say, let's head back to Houston, and then back out to New York.
It's like a road stop.
Stupid.
It's a road stop.
What are they doing?
If you don't do 2 games in a row, it's like a road stop because you just stopped here and then you went back out on the road.
Just let you come back to pay some bills or let a dog out.
One night in your bed, yeah.
God, I need to water some plants. I need to let the dog out. I mean, whatever. What are you coming back for? Yeah. I mean, the players are probably happy to get back even for
one night.
But because you got to travel regardless, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense from a.
Well, they got to sleep Friday and Saturday nights in their beds. That's it. And then Sunday they leave for New York, and then they play tonight. So,
how many games have the Rockets won without Şengün in the lineup?
Without Şengün? I don't know what that number is. What is it?
0.
0 games without Şengün.
Yep, they have not won when Alperen Şengün has not been on the lineup.
That makes sense.
Last year there were not a lot of Rocket fans, but some that weren't very smart that said, look at the Rockets are playing better without Şengün.
No.
And then it fell, and then it trailed off at the end of the year. And that thing went away. The Turkish fans get really mad when Şengün gets benched, right? They lose their mind. He needs to go to a different team, a team that appreciates him. This coach they hate. The Turkish fans hate Ime Udoka. They think he's really mean. They think that he's very mean to Shingun, and he doesn't treat other players.
He's a mean, bad
other
person.
players that look different than Alperin do not get treated the same way.
Wow. How do they look different?
Go read
name all the players that look the same as Alperin.
None.
Right. I mean, nobody looks just like
So
him.
everyone else gets treated fairly,
right,
except
and he
Alperin.
doesn't.
He gets his feet held to the fire.
Yeah.
He gets benched for things.
Yeah. Julian wants to get in here on the show. Let's bring in our good friend Julian. Hey, Julian, what's going on? How are the 49ers looking right now?
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, brother, we're not talking about the 49ers today, all right? We're talking about L.A. and this traffic that I'm in. I don't like coming over here, and this has reinforced the fact that I will not come back over here. Nobody can drive. We're going 15 to 20 miles per hour. And, Hollywood, I don't know how you do it, sir. This is terrible.
Well, I mean, 6:30 traffic ain't great in Houston either, brother. It starts to heat up around 6:30.
I'm well aware of 6:30 traffic over there. It's not
where
like
are
it
you?
over here.
Where are you?
I am on the way to North Hollywood. I'm coming from Loma.
What street are you on?
It looks like I'm on. It opened up because I got off of 10. I'm on 71 now.
Yeah.
But I was
okay.
on
So
10, and dude, it was terrible.
So listen, Lance, I told you. I mean, Houston traffic blows.
LA's worse.
LA is the worst.
But it's 6:30
place in the world.
6:30 is normal. What bothers me about LA is when it's 8:30.
Wait a minute. It's
at
Sunday
night.
afternoon at 6 o'clock, and it's stopped.
I don't know when the
Traffic has
last
stopped.
time you were driving from the outskirts of Chicago into Chicago.
It's bad.
It sucks
I've
24/7.
done that too. It's terrible.
It's the worst.
The worst.
Sunday,
But
it
LA
might as well
no.
be Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
LA kicks it up, even Chicago.
on certain
But everywhere you go,
Well, the
every
405 is-
highway, the whatever, the 101, the 10, the 5, the,
Right.
whatever one you're on, it sucks. It's the worst. Okay, Julian, get out of there. Get out. Okay. Yesterday, the
day,
101
gentlemen.
was shut down. Did you see the Mexicans shut down the 101?
Oh, really?
Yeah, the protests. Did you see on our bridges on 59?
Yeah, I wasn't.
The Mexican protests?
Yeah, but didn't do anything to
It really wasn't-
traffic.
It really, a lot of people are asking, wait a minute, they've got all Mexican flags out there, but they want to, but why, what? They want to stay here? Why you got Mexican flags when they want to stay here? If you, it doesn't make any sense.
Here we go.
That just doesn't make sense.
I feel like John's getting ready to start something.
When they have American flags, we want to be here.
Well, it's a heritage thing, just like you and your Italian flag. that
I
you
don't
run around.
ever wear. I don't ever use my.
Do you
Italian
ever talk
flag.
about your Italian heritage?
No.
You always tell everyone
I
you're
love
Italian.
America.
You're American. You're not
I love
Italian. You know
America.
that, right?
Right. I'm American.
Don't
You're right.
touch anything.
This won't do anything.
You're doing.
Yes,
no.
it will.
Don't
It won't turn us off.
Don't unplug
Yes,
anything.
it's the
Oh,
internet.
it will
Don't
turn
touch
us off.
anything.
What are you
Wait
doing?
till the break.
I need a
We'll
thing.
figure it out in the break.
Oh my God.
Who's doing this?
This is the
Stop
worst
touching
show.
stuff.
And John Chill, you really want to be part of this? Yeah, I know, right? He's going to
He's
unplug
just gonna
it.
unplug something. He's
gosh.
gonna know what it's doing.
I would have just taken us off the air.
We'll do it.
He was just going to
Yeah.
unplug whatever.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna do it. He's
Here.
gonna unplug it.
Where's mine?
This is yours.
We'll take mine off, and he can use that one.
Jeez.
What is wrong? Put
My
yours on there.
gosh. Here.
Here.
Oh,
he goes,
jeez.
"Oh,
I need
geez,
something
I
plugged
would've
in.
unplugged the
Sorry, I need
show.
electricity.
Sorry,
and I don't want to pay John's outrageous LA prices.
Sorry, I would unplug
It's
the
all right.
entire show.
DraftKings is picking this one up. Okay.
I bet their electric bill's pretty high.
I
Here.
bet it's well. You think?
It's literally 1,000.
What do
TVs
you
on
think
there.
about Underdog? That's the question.
I love Underdog. Underdog Fantasy is a chance for you to have fun at the big game. Well, I mean, you're going to be watching it, so play along with it. And what I mean by that is they're going to have so many statistics for you to choose from. And I'll look it up right now. I had a big day yesterday, a 300 and something winner because I used their 70% profit boost. That's why you got to check the lobby all the time. Check lobby. But with the big game that's coming up, you have an opportunity to take advantage of so many different statistics where you're going higher or lower, higher or lower, higher or lower. And with the Pick'em Challenge, it's never been easier. And usually when you go in there, I'll tell you who I think is really good. I think Jay Gruden. Jay Gruden has higher or lower, a pack of plays, higher or lower for 4 or 5 different players, and he'll pick them for you. And he's really good at this. Like, he's very successful. Remember, with Underdog Fantasy, you've got flex options, so you can pick 4 players, higher or lower, but get paid still if only 3 of them come in, or you can do up to 6 and get paid if 5 or even 4 come in. And you're taking your sports knowledge that you already have. You're watching the game anyway. Go higher or lower on the statistics. Don't be afraid to go lower. Don't be afraid. Everyone goes higher. Don't be afraid to go lower. But you can win real money up to 1,000 times your original play. And when you make your first deposit, when you download the app and make a deposit, use promo code Lance, and they'll be able to hook you up with up to $1,000 bonus cash. But you got to use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
And we are here with our good friend John Chill, who you hear Thursdays right here, but you're hearing him on Monday as well. It's Super Bowl week. It's a big week. So what a time, huh, John? This is how you guys this weekend. Not much. That wasn't. I mean, Pro Bowl weekend is probably the worst sports weekend that we have.
Yeah,
it
Pro
sucks.
Bowl, our Pro Bowl. We had a little bit of the UFC, some boxing. UFC was early in the morning, and then college basketball's picking up, and a lot of upsets Saturday in college hoops. Which is interesting.
Oh my God, everybody.
Yeah.
How about Iowa State at home? How about Kansas was winning by 20 and they lost by what? by 11 or whatever.
Yeah. And I think they had an 8-point lead with 3 minutes left. I said, the rebound, and they'll make it. And you look,
it
they
was
lose by 11.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it was insane. So basketball's coming in. 6 weeks to March Madness? That's crazy. I mean, time's flying. So definitely a transition there.
Well, make your now. So that's what we got. Make your reservation now, because I think the best sports weekend of the year is that it's game after game after game after game on Thursday and Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yes, it is
that weekend.
It's a sports bettor's dream. That's my biggest holiday of the year. Thursday and Friday. We're already starting to, I think we're probably at 20-30% already 6 weeks out as far as reservations coming in here. But yeah, it's we'll open up at 8 in the morning. Get ready for that. I think the first game starts at 11.
11 all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely make your reservations and come here. It's an all-day event. The games don't stop, but those are the two biggest. That's probably behind the Super Bowl, the second biggest.
Yeah. So make your reservations now, because we're full for the Super Bowl right now.
Pretty much. There's a little bit of very.
No, I mean in here though.
In here, yeah.
Yeah,
and
this is full.
Blue Martini. We got a party going on in Blue Martini as well. That's kind of filling up a little bit. So if you want to come down, Blue Martini's open, and then we have Cadillac open as well. We'll be doing stuff in there. So
for the game. So hotel rooms are still available?
Yes.
Yes. Still got hotel rooms available.
Yep.
So if you you got a wild hair, let's drive 2 hours down the road and enjoy the game with everybody, where you can bet on it here, all the different props and everything else that you can get. You can do it in the Cadillac bar. And actually, you can bring kids at the Cadillac, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you got kids, bring them down to Cadillac. It's a good time. We got probably about 30, 40 TVs in there as well. And, every angle is a good viewing angle in the Cadillac restaurant as well. So, it's a good time. So,
So you can still get here. You can still enjoy it, still get a hotel, but better do it fast. Get on over here and let's party and watch the big game. Are you seeing any handle on it yet?
We're seeing, it's still even money on the side. We haven't seen any line movement. I think when we talked last week, it was -1.5, and it's remaining there. I saw it go up to 49. It's down back to 48.5. So I think a lot of things will stay stable, throughout the week there. Seeing some changes in prop bets a little bit. Kelsey, we talked about Kelsey last week, and you're starting to see he was at -120. I think he's at -130 as far as his receptions.
Number? What is his number?
It's 6.
6?
Yeah.
6.
Yeah. So I like, you get 6 or 7. I like it. Like I said, Philly, they let the tight ends catch the ball. They don't get a lot of yardage, but you'll see some receptions, I think, in the middle there with him. And of course, to me, I think I was just talking to the family yesterday, and I don't know if he wins, he retires, or he goes another year. So, we'll see if Kelsey, goes out. I think if they win, he retires.
That's what I
never
think.
know.
That's what I think. And so
they got such a future in talk shows.
Yeah.
we had our guy 5-star came on last week. We have him come on every week, but he's on Friday, you're on Thursday. And one of the things that he likes is over 1.5 catches for DeAndre Hopkins. And now they had that same prop the week before, and it was a loser. He only had 1 catch. Yeah. But, you see that number, and it looks so low, and you think, man, 1.5, all he needs is 2 catches. But think about this. It's the first and only time. It may be the only time. It's the first time ever in his career he'll be in a Super Bowl. I wonder, is there a chance that Pat Mahomes and maybe Andy Reid want to get him a quick catch? One of those little throw. Just now, if somebody's pressing him, then they're right up on him. Right. It doesn't make any sense to make those quick throws. But is there a chance they want to say, hey, in our script, let's get DeAndre the ball quickly and get him a throw early. He gets a throw in the first 3 plays of the script, and now you just need 1 more catch for the rest of the game. I mean, that's not bad.
No, that's not a bad prop bet there to get him involved early.
But he hasn't. But the problem is when you look at it, since Hollywood Brown came back, so Andy Reid got Hollywood Brown involved early in the game in the last game. Mm-hmm. There was 2 or 3 throws to him early in the game. And then it calmed down.
Well,
I don't
Juju
really know.
had to hit all the overs.
Well, you got Juju, you got Hollywood, you got Xavier Worthy, you got DeAndre Hopkins, you got Kelsey. And we haven't even talked about throwing to running backs out of the backfield. There's Justin Watson, there's Noah Gray. Man, there are a ton of guys. That's why it's tough to try to figure out catch counts when you have that many receivers.
I totally agree. I mean, he has so many options out there right now. You defend one, he's going to go the other way, and it's interesting. But I do like DeAndre, like you said, first Super Bowl, and maybe Mahomes finds him
because that might be one of those things where he goes. Yeah. Mahomes has been there.
Yeah,
a lot of Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. He may say, "I want my guy to look. I'm going to throw passes to everybody anyway. I want my guy to get there some early catches."
Well, I love Mahomes' rushing yards over. He always runs in big games. He is definitely going to take off. He's a weapon and he ain't scared to run in these games. I love that number. And what is it? He'll have a run of over 12 and a half yards. I don't think there's any question he'll get that.
Yeah,
right?
I was just looking now over 40. He's plus 134. I mean,
that's crazy.
Yeah.
It's all he needs is one big run, a 22-yard run, and he's going to get that easily.
Yeah. And I think he increases as the playoffs go too. So as deeper he gets in the playoffs to the Super Bowl, I think his rushing yardage goes up as well.
That's something I'm absolutely going to play. So you're not going to see a big handle until the weekend, right?
Yeah, we won't. We'll start seeing it, Friday night, Saturday, and then really Sunday morning you'll start seeing the push.
When do people start coming in then?
Yeah, we'll open up I think around 10, and then we'll have some early bets going on there. There'll be a line, at 10 o'clock, and then it'll stay steady the rest of the
thing
night.
I love about the Super Bowl as opposed to the NCAA tournament is you get to gamble. If you play poker, if you play blackjack, you play Pai-Gow, whatever you're playing, you get to play that all weekend, and then you stop for the game. It's a 4-hour, 5-hour thing, and then you go back to playing again.
You go back to
as opposed to the NCAA tournament, which is just game after game after game after game, and you're watching all of those games. You can't really get your casino on.
Right.
So I think the Super Bowl is perfect for you guys because you're able to do both.
Yeah, I mean you could run right across the hallway here, play some slots, and like you said, the poker's right here within DraftKings, and go play the game you like, and come back and with 5:30's kickoff.
That's it. Let's go. That's it.
It's 3-4 hours, so it's definitely a good time for the weekend.
With the halftime show, it's a 5-hour deal now. So what's the percentage of Houstonians here?
Visit probably around 70. Yeah,
70%,
70, 80. Yeah, we'll get on weekends.
Wow, 70 to 80.
We'll get. Yeah, I mean, there's some weekends. We get a lot of traffic from Houston. And,
we got a little traffic coming in and going back.
Did
a lot
you really?
Of times.
Yeah.
Not this time. This time wasn't bad for me.
Yeah.
But going back, there's always traffic because some idiot always has a wreck.
Right.
I've never come here. And my wife is from Lafayette, so we drive through here all the time.
Yeah.
It's never a smooth ride. Not going back.
I lived in Phoenix.
Not going back.
Well, you were living over here for how long?
Yeah, I mean, I was coming back and forth. Yeah, then I go to Baton Rouge a lot. My daughter's up there, and then, but I'll be here 10 years in 2 weeks, and there's some parts of from here to Houston they still haven't fixed. I just sit there, I drive it, and I'm like, can you get it
10
to 2 lanes again? This has been 1 lane for 10 years. So,
men working. Nobody's doing nothing.
So, but yeah.
Where are they?
Yeah.
No one's working.
Fix this.
Man, this has been like for the amount of traffic and the amount of construction that has been going on. They should have had mega rails. They should have had, it should be like literally you should be able to go from Houston to New Orleans on some type of train.
Yes.
That would be awesome.
That would be done in
Why didn't you think
train.
of this before this?
If they would, I just want 2% of any idea I come up with. That's all I want. 2%.
A big HOV lane.
But seriously, can you imagine
a metro,
a
rail?
Just from Houston,
Look
along I-10.
Yeah, but look how long it's taken to do the Dallas thing. I mean, it's like this has been a 25-year project.
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Because everyone's got to get their beaks wet. What are you talking about?
Oh my God!
Everyone's got to get their beaks wet.
Not anymore.
Where's my money?
Not under this administration.
Oh,
we get stuff done.
He's a wet beak guy. Don't worry about it.
So DraftKings Sportsbook and the Golden Nugget Lake Charles Casino, the place. But for the tournament, guys, get your guys together. Yeah. Everybody gets a room. You come down the weekend. It's the best weekend. The best weekend.
It is. It is. It's the best weekend, and like I said,
It'll be nicer for the pool too.
The weather will be good. I don't know. I think Houston spring break aligns with it. I have to look again.
Oh,
on the dates.
yeah.
Yeah, I think Houston spring break aligns with that week as well. So yeah, it's definitely a good week for us. And like I said, sportsbook and second busiest 2 days that we have right behind the Super Bowl. What's interesting as far as busy days, the divisional is becoming the third busiest day.
Is it really?
Not even the champion. It used to be championship and Super Bowl.
Well,
Divisionals.
because you have
divisional is the best.
You got 2 games.
Yeah,
both days,
yeah.
and
But the
it's
divisional is the best weekend of the year.
It is.
Yeah.
And you got a
Yeah.
Saturday, you got a Sunday, you got 2 games.
And then
it's
to
the
it,
best.
Monday
too.
You got the college finals. on
Yeah.
Monday.
Yeah.
So that's
How was
that's
that
3
this
days.
year for you? Because, we talked about the fact that the playoffs were a big deal until all of a sudden it wasn't. And they were
Yeah.
waiting a long time to play the game, and we had NFL games, and we're in Houston, so
Right.
the Texans were a really big
Yeah.
deal. And it's like we weren't talking college football championship at all by the end.
we were the right was okay, and I agree with you. I don't know if it was a regional thing, being both teams were for Notre Dame, Ohio State, but it seemed like it kind of died off when the NFL playoffs started a little bit. And I think that college football might have to look at it and rearrange the timing of that. But it seemed like
now with this many teams, though, I don't know how they're going to do it. December 9th was perfect for it to end.
Yes,
I mean
yes.
January 9th.
Yeah.
January 9th was the perfect date for it to end.
It would be nice too. Maybe if the NFL does all their games on Sunday and maybe move the college to a Saturday. I don't know, but yeah, it was a little. It was there wasn't
NFL
as
ain't
much
doing
pub
that
for
for
it.
nobody.
Yeah, they ain't doing. Yeah, they're not doing.
Just greedy, selfish league. All right.
Easy, John.
Yeah,
we're doing things the right way in the NFL.
All
right, so beautiful place. If you've never been here before, they got all the TVs on. It just doesn't get any better. There's not a place you can sit in here that you don't have access to 8, 10 TVs. So it is the place to come and get your whatever big game it is that you want to watch. Every NFL and college football weekend, spectacular here, and especially for these big events like the NCAA tournament. It just can't get better. So if you're looking for a place to go to get your gamble on, you're looking for a place to go to get your sports, whatever your sports watching on, this is the place. We love it. Thanks, John, as always. We'll talk to you Thursday. Give us all. We want all the prop bets and everything.
Yeah,
that you
we'll
got.
go through all those. I'll look and see what the changes are. Real quick, just looking at, I was watching the Luka trade. That one, I don't know if you talked about Lakers went from 41 down to 16-1 as far as winning it all, and Dallas went from, I think, 20-1 up to 33-1, which is interesting. I don't know.
So, are you guys able to take futures bets on the Rockets or no? Nothing on the Rockets.
Nothing on the Rockets.
Because I noticed that the Rockets, I was looking at a separate place, and I was like, holy crap, the Rockets were sick. This was before they lost a couple in a row. They were 6th in the West to win the West, and I'm just thinking, how is this possible, the disrespect of the Rockets?
We can't bet the futures, but the odds are good for Houston right now. I mean,
they are,
and they're getting better each week. They're starting to grow up and winning those close ones at the end. So it's good to see. For the Houston. So
it's fun, but you can bet it on the app.
Yep,
you can bet it on the app. You just can't bet it here.
Yep,
because of the relationship with Tillman. So that's all happening right here. Golden Nugget Lake Charles and the DraftKings Sportsbook. As always, John, we will talk to you on Thursday. Great stuff. And I'm talking about this Golden, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. It doesn't get any better. We got 12 restaurants in here. Great seafood restaurant right by the golf course here. But you get your burgers on. I had a burger last night in here in the DraftKings Sportsbook that was excellent. You're looking for a place to get your food on. This is it. You're looking for a place to get your bet on. This is it. You want casino gambling, you got everything. It's like a Vegas casino, only you don't have to go. It doesn't take you 8 hours to get there. It's 2 hours down the road, just down I-10. Sometimes with the traffic, maybe a little bit more when they're messing around with the roadways. But it doesn't get any better. You don't have to buy a plane. A plane ticket, it's just gas. Or if you got an electric truck, it's electricity. All you need is just right here. I love the place. Pool with the party, the Blue Martini, and all the concerts that are coming up, and there are plenty. Go to goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com. Find out for yourself, goldennuggetlc.com.
Hey, guys, want to talk about Zadig Jewelers. Valentine's Day is coming up. You got to do something great. And Valentine's Day is an all-in affair when it comes to Zadig Jewelers. They can find the perfect gift for you. They've got a curated collection from Zadig Jewelers that's going to be a winner, whether you're treating her to something she's been wanting, or if you want to surprise her with something she didn't know she needed. Zadig Jewelers can make it happen. They're experts there, know all the top brands. They know all of the brands like Bulgari, Chopard, Mikimoto, Cartier. All of them are available. They can help you with what the hottest metals are, what the hottest designs are, to make sure that it's something that she's going to be blown away by. Pieces every woman wants, such as diamond tennis bracelets, a statement ring, huggy earrings, and so much more. Let Zadig Jewelers' expert team hook you up and make you look like a star this Valentine's Day. She's going to feel loved, and you're going to show her how much she means to you at Zadig Jewelers. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. This Valentine's Day, make the easy decision to go to Zadig Jewelers.
What is your deal with Sam?
I feel like every time my camera's off, Sam's snitching. She's always the one who's her and Dell are always so worried about a camera being on. Anybody
I'm worried about the company. You're not.
The people online they're not here to
don't know if
watch
you've
us.
heard.
They're here to
Yeah, they
talk.
are.
They're here to talk bad about Dell, and they're here to
that
just
is
talk
true.
to each
I
other.
don't know if you've heard. We're
They're
not just a
talking to
radio
each-
station anymore. We're a media company.
Yes.
So we have a YouTube channel where we create videos for people to watch later on. So that's part
Yeah,
of the
they
reason.
mislabel it and they make us look
You
bad.
keep referencing something from an older regime. That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, it
See,
happens
John,
still. We'll
No,
see
it
it, John.
doesn't.
You know, Dell
It
never
still
says
happens.
anything intelligent, but this I'm with him on.
It still
okay?
happens.
All
We
right.
are not just a radio
Yes.
station anymore.
Right.
I don't know why you keep fighting it. Just put
Look.
the damn camera on. You'll have that bad shot of you on NFL Network. Why don't you just do it for us?
Look, Sean, look, you can see Sean. He took off his bandana, okay? He's got the long flowing hair going on. That's beautiful, okay? It's beautiful.
So I was in my office all weekend working on Saturday, all day Saturday. And most of the day yesterday, I forgot that I was like, I got to go to Baton Rouge. I got to go to Lake Charles today, because I screwed around so much with my draft write-ups. Like, yeah, I'll just get 2 done today. Yeah, I'll just get. And now I'm like, I got to get 6 done a day for 21 straight days. Like, this is a lot.
That's
7
a
days a
lot.
week. It's a lot to get that much done. So anyway, I'm up there yesterday. When's the bullpen on? You're not on there anymore, but Mapes, you're on, right?
Saturdays, noon to 2.
Okay, it was Saturday. So I was up there all day Saturday working. I got in at 9. I left at 7. And so I will say this. That is one of the loudest shows I've ever seen. Brian McDonald belts it out. You guys get very excited about things on that show, Sean. Am I wrong? It felt like it, because I was in there and I'm like, I think RJ called and everyone acted like something, like somebody had struck gold, like somebody had literally hit an oil well, like RJ. and Sean, that's not your energy, so I know it's not you.
Yeah.
But I heard somebody scream at the top of their lungs with excitement. I'm like, man,
Did RJ come out?
I guess I think that's what happened.
We had RJ Saunders. We had a bunch of different people.
Our old producer RJ.
Yeah,
Saunders.
make random call-ins in honor of the Royal Rumble that was on Saturday.
Oh, that's what it was.
So it was
Okay.
like a Royal Rumble of people calling in for like 5 minutes. And
So the most
RJ was the
So
first.
that's why it was.
Yeah.
Okay. So the most excited
RJ, the producer that everybody
former
liked,
producer
as
of the
opposed
show.
to Dell, right?
Yeah, they all because he would play the music that people wanted.
Yeah, and
Like
you
they
know,
would say, "Hey, play some of
and he
this,"
was
and he would play it.
nice, and he was nice.
He was nice. Yeah.
as opposed to
So
Dell.
the most excited I've seen Sebastian in years happened on Royal Rumble. He was watching. My son was
What is
watching.
the Royal Rumble?
So Royal Rumble is a wrestling entity created by WWF/WWE. Actually, it started under WWE, I think.
Is it
Now
like-
that I watch Mr. McMahon on Netflix,
Yeah.
I pretty much know all wrestling history. And actually, that was a really good documentary.
It was a good documentary.
Netflix, it's
I
really
like-
good.
it's really good.
Really good. Really interesting.
Yeah.
So anyway, what it is I guess 2 guys start in the ring, and then once I guess you have to be thrown out. If both of your feet hit the ground, you're out, right? So it's kind of king of the hill, king of the mountain, whatever when we play. So then the next guy will run into the ring. You don't know who it's going to be. Like, who is it? And their entry music comes on, and oh God, it's this guy.
I wouldn't know him even after I saw
Yeah, you
him.
wouldn't know him.
But
so Sebastian's watching
no, it's
it.
him. I didn't know him.
Sebastian, it was on Peacock. So Sebastian's watching it on TV, on a little TV while he's eating, and it's in the little office room. And he's watching, and I'm talking about it. He's Royal Rumble. I said, "Is this live?" He goes, "Yeah, it's live on Peacock." Oh, okay. So I'm not watching it, but I'm familiar with what it is because, like I said, I'm now a wrestling historian now.
Right.
I've seen Mr. McMahon, and actually, I knew a lot of the wrestling stuff. Mine was more Mid-South. I was more regional wrestling, Junkyard Dog, Hacksaw Butch Reed, all that. So anyway, all of a sudden, Sebastian goes, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Mason! Mason! Mason!" He goes storming through the house. And I'm like, what's happened? Now, I got twice
Bigger
that happened.
than the Luca reaction?
Well, Luca was later in at night, but it was the same reaction.
Okay.
And I'm like, what's happening, Sebastian? He goes, "Mason, hurry up. Mason at speed. Mason at speed. Mason at speed." And I'm like, what is he saying? And he's like, "Dad, it's speed." I said, what's he
speed?
Goes, tell him who Speed is, Del.
It's a streamer. His full handle is I Show Speed, but he's just a Gen Z streamer who's very popular. It doesn't matter.
He's actually really fast.
Oh, he's fast.
He's actually he raced Noah Lyles and almost tied him. Was it a 60-yard to 40-yard dash?
I don't know his history. I just know
this dude
that he pops up on my
really fast.
Well, was he wrestle now?
Well, he got in. Well, he's a streamer, so obviously wrestling gets a little bump with the stream because a lot of this, the same. There's probably crossover. So Sebastian is flipping out that Speed is running into the ring. Well, apparently, I didn't see this happen, but I saw it on Twitter. Somebody hit him with speared him. What, Sean? Maybe I assume you watched it. Maybe hit a shoulder.
Yeah.
Somebody, I can't remember who it was, hit him with a shoulder to the stomach. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he got it. So he did some move, and then he was kind of like just standing in a not ready, not an athletic position. Meanwhile, some just giant, just the most brolic dude you've ever seen is just spears him, blindsides him, and then they pick him up and throw him out of throw him onto the announcer's table. And he's like,
Now I can tell, we can act like it's all fake, but these are, you really get hit, you really get thrown on the table, all that stuff. He was not doing well. They had to take him in a golf cart. Like, he was doing very poorly. And you don't think there's a chance.
Yeah.
You don't think there's a chance that a wrestler said, "Oh, I'm gonna rock this guy."
Oh, he thinks he wants to be in this world?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what makes my kids so mad is I ask, now, why is he famous again? Like, oh, here we go. Because their generation, you're just famous for
being. Yeah.
I said, but what did he do? What does he do? And this is a thing that we do. Like, they know that I'm going to say this, and they're going to get mad. So, but what is he like? What's he famous for? What did he do? What famous thing did he do? He didn't do it. He's famous for reaction videos and playing video games. I said, okay, but did he win the championship of video games? Like, I'll say something like very generically. Did he win a video game championship? No, Dad, he didn't win it. You don't have to win a championship now.
Do.
It's not. He just does good content. Like, it's personality driven. Sebastian finally goes, okay, it's not like when you guys had Michael Jordan was the only guy that you cared about. We care about a lot of people because of their personalities. He's a good personality. He's funny. He's interesting. We follow people that are interesting, not just stupid, lame, guys who got knocked down by the Pistons, and that's what they're famous for because the Pistons knocked them to the ground.
Wait a minute, we have those too. Where they're called
they were music.
David Letterman.
Well, yeah,
Johnny
they were
Carson.
hosts. They were talk show hosts. They were musicians. They were movie stars.
Yeah, they did something.
And now, and to his argument is, no, you don't have to play music or their David Letterman is speed because David Letterman was a young guy. I remember when David Letterman was a young guy coming up. There's a Speed or Kai Cenat, or I don't know if it's Senate. I don't know how you pronounce it. This guy's on. You've probably seen him on 5 commercials. You wouldn't. It's Drewski. The only 3 I know is Speed, Drewski, and Kai Cenat or Senate or whatever. I know some of the other names. like Aiden Ross and all these guys, they make so much money. You would vomit all over yourself in your sleep if you knew how much. You would choke on your own vomit and die if you knew how much money they made. Kai Cenat, can somebody tell me how it's said so I stop?
No, this is fun.
How is it, Sean? What's it?
No,
what is it?
I'm just gonna let you say
flip-
Senat
what
or
is-
Senat or
Senat. Go back.
Okay,
and forth.
Kai Cenat.
Senate. He's related to Ben Sinnott.
Oh,
the
see,
tight
now
end.
he's throwing a bunch of different angles in here at me. He just sits on a commercial. Snoop Dogg does a T-Mobile commercial, and Kai is just sitting there. I think he says one line, and that's it. Like 10 million just to do that. Drewski, you've probably seen this guy.
No.
I don't know what he
Is he
now,
related to Brewski?
He
Have you
creates.
seen
He creates content.
Willie ain't nothing but the Tide? Have you seen that bit?
Yeah, he tried to bite off of Willie.
Have you seen that? The
No.
Alabama fan that goes
Roll damn Tide, Willie.
Oh yeah.
You've seen
the
him.
guy, the black guy who's with the blonde hair, the dyed blonde hair next to me. You haven't seen that guy. In those
So he
videos?
did a collaboration with Willie.
Yeah.
Basically, Willie's just a simpleton Alabama fan.
Oh, I remember
and
that.
he's
Yeah,
the one.
yeah.
Ain't nothing but the Tide. The two of them were
Yeah.
sitting there yelling about how it's nothing but the Tide.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
yeah, these people are famous now for. And I asked, what did they do? And now Drewski actually does create content, a lot of content. And this I Show Speed guy. So you know
We'll jump over cars.
You've seen the hand, like the hand of God
Moving cars.
in Brazil, the big statue where it's Jesus' hand
Yeah.
is out. He was on that the other day. Now there's a net underneath it, but you don't get to see it. He's on that, and the shot is just him standing there, and he does a backflip. And all I could think of was, oh my God, if he stumbled and fell, he'd fall to his death. Well, unfortunately, there's a net. Like to me,
Unfortunately, there's a net?
because if you're going to do that, death should be in play.
Well,
If you're going to be
I don't know if
effing
anyone's
around,
die.
if
Really?
you're going to be effing around, that needs to be. If I'm going to be like, I need there to be some danger.
Why?
Well, because this is why, Del. I'm
For
going to
what?
tell you why.
For
when
what?
Evil
For who?
Knievel, when I was a little kid, and Evil Knievel was jumping over canyons and all that, there was actually a good chance he was going to break a bunch of bones. I need that to be in play for me to care about you. I need there to be serious injury, potential or death potentially on the docket for me to
for you
care
to be
about
interested?
you. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to have some danger.
You have to have some
Well,
danger.
he's jumped over speeding cars coming at him.
That's a real one. Now,
Doesn't-
I like that.
Doesn't Joel Embiid risk his life every time he steps on the court?
He said that.
How often does
Yeah.
he step on the court?
Not
Blake-
did you see the stat?
It's 460.
455 or to 400?
Yeah,
Blake
400
Snell.
games missed, 400
Blake
games
Snell
played.
once said, "We're risking our lives up here in this," and I'm like, "You're not risking your life." It's during COVID.
Yeah,
They want us out here risking our damn lives for this.
it's cool.
I'm not trying to die behind this unless I'm getting paid. Like, come on, Blake. Your
Well,
name is Blake Snell.
Did you ever take a line drive to the face as a pitcher?
Well, now that's risking your life.
That's risking your life. Not COVID.
Not having a mask and social distancing. You were gonna come on, Blake.
Come on, Blake. All right, in your mom's basement. You ain't risking your life.
Yeah,
with
he
your
was
mom.
streaming when he said that.
Time for me to talk about, you know what? I need you to go this week and get over to Chastang Ford. I need you to get on over there and take advantage of what they're doing, because you can take advantage of them right now. If you want whether you need a Ford F-150, a Super Duty, fully upfitted fleet, they've got it all. Listen, it's the best work truck in the world, and the best place, and the place where most people get their work truck on is Chastang Ford, because there's no hidden fees. Everything is transparent. They've seen everything. They know how to customize for your business. They will help you. If you don't know what you need for your business, they do, because they've seen it all, because they've been the number one commercial dealer in the city of Houston for years. They've got great deals on the Bronco Sport Big Ben, on the F-150 STX, on the Escape, the hybrid. It's excellent. You're looking for a great way to get into that Ford car or truck. I do it. I love Chastang Ford, and I'm going to be back. I bought 4 there, and I'm buying more, because that's the only place that I can trust that they're going to be everything, no hidden fees, no add-ons, no markups. It's not what they do, ever. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
It's John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. So we talk, obviously, Luka, huge deal.
Yep, Luka traded for Anthony Davis. Most people don't think they got back enough in Anthony Davis. We also talked a little bit, Cougars lost Saturday, Rockets lost Saturday. It was a bad Saturday. But also Chip Kelly
was
is
a big
going
deal.
to the Raiders, and Texans fans not happy until you find out that the Raiders are paying him $6 million.
Yeah, he wasn't good enough.
As an offensive
But the
coordinator.
Texans, the Texans didn't have interest in him. Did they even? I mean, I think that was all. I mean, it might have been his agent, or it might have been. I don't know.
Well,
but
maybe they had. Maybe he didn't have interest in them.
Well, the Texans never. Did they make it? Did they even call him?
See,
I
I wonder if this is kind of a thing that's been in the works for a little bit. I don't know, but the Texans didn't fire.
No.
There's rumors that Slowick may have been gone by November, right? That maybe people in the building knew there was a chance he was out in November. If that were the case, you would think that maybe you start planning your stuff. But remember, November is when November wasn't a great month for Ohio State. They lost to Michigan again. Ohio State fans wanted Ryan Day out.
Yeah.
Want him out. They can try to rewrite history all they want, but I remember, the North remembers, they wanted Ryan Day out. And then he wins a national championship.
Well, how many people would rather beat Michigan than win the national championship?
There will be probably 30%.
Maybe
30% probably.
Just beat Michigan and we'll find.
But so this is what's kind of funny to me is that, Chip Kelly was not. I mean, they didn't do anything offensively in that game. Chip Kelly was on the hot seat. Two fans were done with Chip Kelly. I mean, because Ohio State's always good offensively. But if you crap the bed against Michigan, Day, you go. Chip Kelly, you go. Those fans wanted those guys gone, a big percentage. So then they win a national championship. It's all good. The offense is rolling. And then Chip Kelly's name gets hot again. But that didn't happen until December into January is when that happened.
Well, he was at his best in January.
Yeah. So, and the Texans didn't – I don't know when they made the decision to get rid of Slowick. But if you think about it, it happened, it feels like it happened suddenly. I'm sure it happened before then. But maybe it was just a matter of Houston called and Tom Brady called, and right away they talk to the agent and say, hey, just so you know, we got a huge chunk of money carved out for, and maybe they're telling Chip Kelly he could be the head coach in waiting. Think about that. You got an older head coach, much older head coach in Pete Carroll. Chip Kelly is a former head coach in the collegiate level, and he's done it at Oregon, at UCLA, and of course he did it with Philadelphia Eagles in the pros. Maybe Chip Kelly, if you're getting paid $6 million to be an OC, that's the best job possible. You get NFL, you get head coaching money, but you don't have that kind of heat. That's the best thing in the world, and you don't have all the responsibilities. But maybe he's been told that, hey, Pete's going to come in here for a couple of years, then you're going to take over, and we're going to pay you like a head coach right now. Maybe that's something that's going on too. They're paying a lot of money. If he's making $6 million, I believe that's more than D'Amico Ryans makes. I want to say I heard D'Amico makes $5.5 million.
Well, don't forget they're paying every other head coach that they had for the last 3 years.
Oh yeah,
I mean
that's true.
That head coaching position.
So Slowick just got
about $20 million a year.
Well, not only that, Slowick got a bump.
Yep.
Salary wise, so you're probably paying for at least next year, maybe 2 years for Bobby Slowick. Cully, you should be done with Cully, I would think.
Well, I don't know.
You had a Lovey year, a D'Amico year,
Cully,
That's 3
I thought
years.
was 5. I thought D'Amico.
No, Cully's not 5. Cully, I think, was 3.
And
Lovey. Lovey won't be very long either. Probably 3. You're probably still paying Lovey.
Well, yeah. No, you're absolutely still paying Lovey.
But you also may have given him a lump sum. Okay, so Cully, I remember so Cully received a 4-year contract that guaranteed him $22 million, of which the Texans still owe him $17 million. This was written in 2022. However, I remember there was conflicting reports about how much of that was actually guaranteed. Because wasn't it Adam Schefter who came out and said, it's not all guaranteed.
Okay.
He's not all going to make – it doesn't matter.
Regardless,
for David Cully, it was
less than 4 years
game.
ago.
Yeah.
It's 4 years ago now, right? He was the head coach. He had a year. Lovey had a year,
21.
and it's 2 for D'Amico.
Well, see, in NFL.com, the original article was David Culley had a 5-year deal.
That's what I said.
That was
But
that
then
was what they
Schefter
initially
said
had.
4.
Then another one said 4. There was confusion and also heard that it wasn't actually the money that was out there.
Well, whatever.
Regardless, it's more the Texans were paying after he was done.
Right. And I don't know. Are they going to skimp and get a first-time guy that wants to get in here so they don't have to pay him too much because they're paying all their coordinators and now you're still paying Slowick on this deal and what you got to pay in head coaching? I wouldn't be surprised at all. This is a family business now. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they didn't go, what about
cheaper?
That guy? He's going to be cheaper. What about that guy? Although they don't want somebody that everybody's going to hate like everybody hated Slowick this year.
But
That's
everyone's
for sure.
going to hate any coordinator if the offense isn't going well.
Yeah, right. But
that's just the just the price.
I was
business.
excited. Everybody was excited for Bobby Slowick, and then it just soured.
Everyone was. Well, most people were.
Right.
But as far as the fans, as soon as if CJ doesn't play well,
boom,
coordinator.
Yep, it's
play
coordinator's
caller.
fault.
They're calling bad. They're calling those Slowick plays
bad
again.
plays. Bad plays.
They're
Not
calling
the
the
good
bad
ones.
plays.
Not the good ones. All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 9:30. We will. There was a lot of other stuff that went on this weekend that we can finish up before we get to News of the Weird. Right now, though, we're talking about Gulf Coast windows. I've been talking about the windows, but what about the doors? We don't pay enough attention to the doors, okay? Because I don't know what kind of door you have, what kind of front door you have. How secure is it? Is it going to be easy for people to get in? I mean, honestly, that's kind of a big deal. Or do you have a great front door, which is going to be awfully difficult for anybody to get through? The security, the privacy, the economy, all of those things play in. The warranty on the door. If you are somebody that has a shoddy front door or a sliding glass door, I mean, they can get really, really cool. The doors at Gulf Coast Windows can get really, really neat. I mean, when you see how beautiful they are, when you see how sturdy, how the security that you're going to get with them, it's different, bro. It is just different. You're looking for the best way to get that front door or sliding door or whatever door. It's Gulf Coast Windows. Go see for yourself. Get the best door in the market at GulfCoastWindows.com, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back to John and Lance,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles.
All right, welcome back. We are at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. Just one of my favorite places in the world, right here. Right here. The Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Come on by, just 2 hours down the road, and enjoy. And listen, get your reservation in now to be in the DraftKings Sportsbook for the NCAA tournament. The first weekend, second weekend, both of them just fantastic. So get on over here. Tigers picked up Jack Flaherty. That was on my wish list, a Jack Flaherty signing. You know what? The Astros, it's high, we keep on focusing on second base now. We need a new second baseman.
Yes. This is, when are we getting that bum off second base?
Yeah. And
getting him to the outfield where he belongs.
And but I think it's underrated how, you know what, they need another starting pitcher.
I've decided that you and your ilk, who was it who said this? Ken Rosenthal or whoever it was. I'm like, not even, this is just a ploy to make me mad. This continuing to say the Astros are doing everything they can to find a second baseman. They're focusing on every second baseman they can so they can get Jose Altuve to the outfield. I'm convinced that's not actually happening. The more I thought about it, it's so dumb that this is just being like, this is a con. This is fraudulent. They're not looking to get Jose Altuve to the outfield. I don't believe it anymore, and I'm not going to sit here and have that discussion.
Maybe the DH makes so he's only on the field half the time. Sam ordered Dell to take some pictures of us, so that's what he's doing.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Sam doesn't boss everyone around.
She said, and that's an order on this text. Oh my God.
Mom.
Okay, Dell's taking the pictures, Sam, so just stop. Did you happen to see Rory McIlroy this weekend? Holy crap.
Well, his shorts?
No. What?
No, that wasn't him. He wasn't playing on the shorts tour.
No.
I saw he won. He crushed.
Yeah, he was.
Was he 21 under?
Good. Yeah, but at Pebble's doable. When he's on, bruh.
That's the cool thing about golf. You never know when somebody's going to have a year.
Yeah.
Like, it's usually the better players.
Well, Scotty Scheffler's won 3 straight Player of the Year, so you know that.
Well, Scheffler's really, really good, but we've had other guys who have been really. Rory had his moment. Jordan Spieth for a while looked like no one was going to be like Jordan Spieth is the next, and then he disappeared.
Then he wasn't. Yeah.
Then he wasn't. I remember for a little bit, not to the same level, but Justin Rose had a little moment in there. That was years back. Remember, but the most random ever, David Duval, and then Duval went completely bonkers.
Yeah, about right.
The most random. Do you remember the most random out of nowhere took over golf for a solid year? Early on when we started doing radio. And he became good friends with
Rocco
Tiger.
Media?
No, good friends with Tiger.
Oh, Nota Begay
in Florida.
No.
Why did they used to call him notably gay?
Because Nota Begay.
I know.
Well, that's what
the internet was calling him.
That's
Marco Mira.
Oh, right. Well, he won 2.
I know. It didn't make it. He's like, what the hell is this guy? He's like 42 years old, playing his best golf.
Yeah.
And then he becomes good friends with Tiger. Like, none of this makes sense.
Yeah, I think they had a falling out, though. Tiger didn't even show up for his Hall of Fame induction, which was bad.
Tiger seems like a guy who's you could have a falling out with. He's been I think he's a bit of a.
Yeah.
I think he's a bit high maintenance.
Yeah. And did you see Caitlin Clark was inducted? Well, her number was retired at Iowa.
Well, not just her. Or is this okay, Willie?
And then they beat number 4 USC.
So you're only going to say that,
right?
Gary and Willie are right about you.
What about it?
What else happened this weekend?
What Angel Reese?
What happened yesterday?
Oh, Aja Wilson
had her number retired.
Had her number retired.
Number 22, 3-time SEC Player of the Year.
Yeah, Aja Wilson.
Yeah, best player in basketball. Period. Yeah. All she does is win MVP. What are you taping? What are you doing, Dell? This is really getting to be annoying.
Yeah, he's taking a bunch of pictures. Like he's Sam's little puppet.
I don't think he's doing anything. I think he's just annoying.
He's Sam's puppet. Is what he is. That's what he is.
Yeah. So I saw Caitlin Clark on a State Farm commercial. Oh boy, we've had a lot of Caitlin Clark the last 3 years, going on 3 years now. A lot of Caitlin Clark.
You're watching her NIL money? Let
That's
that
not
girl,
NIL money.
Let her make some money, okay?
She's doing fine.
Okay,
she's doing fine.
Oh, she makes.
I got tired of the Kelsey.
$79,000 a year.
I got tired of
in
Pat
New York.
Mahomes. I got tired of the Kelsey brothers,
Or Indiana.
and I can get tired of her too.
Really?
If I see too much of you, it was or Peyton Manning.
You didn't see too much.
Chop that meat.
You didn't see too much of CJ last offseason? I did.
Not on commercials.
Yeah. No,
HEB. We had a lot of HEB commercials.
Yeah, it's not a great actor.
Deli department. So cook the shredded chicken, meat department. Queso with brisket, whatever department it is. Him and Will Anderson and that one blonde girl and Toro.
Right, and Toro's in it too.
But
he didn't say anything.
No, it's just sometimes like I'm tired of the Kelseys. I mean, I'm really tired of the Kelseys. They're on everything. Jason Kelsey's unstoppable right now.
Yeah.
I'm tired of Pat McAfee. I can't, although his is less commercials and he's just on every show. Jason Kelsey's on every commercial.
Yeah.
Travis is on many commercials. Caitlin Clark is just on our TV all the time, and now she's starting to do commercials. And then Peyton Manning at one point had like 7 commercials. Do you remember when he had about 7 commercials?
Yep. And by the way,
he still does.
Eli kicked his ass yesterday. We didn't even mention that.
In golf?
No, it's a Pro Bowl.
Oh, I thought you weren't going to watch Pro Bowl.
Oh, I was checking.
Kicked his ass doing what?
Well, we had 3 TVs going. We had Rory on the big TV.
Did they fight? Did they have a?
Nobody pushed him into the big sponge.
That was him?
That was him that pushed him.
What were they doing?
Well, they just won the tug of war, and he got pushed into the big sponges. I don't know what the hell it is, but
little brother trying to.
Yeah,
little brother trying to have a come up.
Yep. And then he pulled him into the.
My brother got me in a headlock one time I couldn't get out of, and that's when I knew my big brother stuff needed to just be psychological from that move forward. I'm like, yeah, he's a college offensive lineman, or at the time he may have still been in high school. And I remember thinking maybe college or high school offensive line. And I remember thinking to myself, now I go to psychological warfare. Now the big brother stuff cannot be physical anymore.
No. Yeah, at some point.
Got me in a headlock. I couldn't get out. I'm like, well,
that's
shift my tactics.
Now it's mind warfare.
Yeah. See if I can make him feel bad about it.
He's got a big brain, your brother.
Big head, at least.
It's got to have a lot of brain in there. And is that it, Del? Did we miss anything?
What we missed, Del?
Chase Elliott winning NASCAR.
I don't know who that is. Is that
he
Bill?
beat out Ryan Blaney?
If you say so.
Trade deadline is Thursday.
Yeah.
Is there anything?
Will the Rockets make a trade?
Jimmy Butler said he won't go to the Warriors.
He told them he would not sign an extension with them, which cut off trade talks.
Where does he want to go, by the way?
He wants to go to Phoenix.
Oh, that's
because they promised him an extension.
Oh, yeah, he wore his orange shoes.
And does he have friends there?
I don't think that matters. I don't think that matters.
At some point, Kevin Garnett's going to burner him, and he's going to go on and start bad.
The Phoenix Suns allegedly have told Jimmy Butler that they will give him a max extension. That's why he wants to go there. No other team will promise that, so that's why he's mucking it up. He has a place in mind because they've told him, we will give you your money.
What do they want? What do they want to give up?
Well, they can't trade away Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal has a no trade clause, which doesn't help either. Now, so they would have to find a place that actually.
Oh my God,
Bradley
my mock
Beal.
draft is live.
Oh, we got to hear the we got to. Okay, my favorite time of the year is your comments. Lance's mock draft is live. Everybody.
One thing that's going to make people
Why
mad
did you
is
think that was the horn for the Vikings?
because they do that.
Yeah, I know, but
my voice cracked, and now it lives forever because you guys are mad.
What is it? What is the breaking news, Sean?
No, that
no, just his mock is live.
Oh, that's it. Okay,
Everyone,
your mock draft.
Yeah,
you don't even know when your mock draft is going off. That's just.
Well, I don't like they do a new mock draft every week.
Seems like you pay attention to them like you pay attention to us in this show.
No, they do it. I don't know when they're
Right,
going to
Del?
put it out. I just had to have it in by Friday. Is
Okay.
all I knew.
Okay, who do you got going number 1?
Cam Ward.
And number 2?
Number 2, I've got
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 3, Shador.
Are we giving away all his mock draft stuff?
No, but I can tell some of it.
Why not?
Number 3 is Travis Hunter to the Giants.
The Giants are going to take Shador. No, The Giants are going to take
Week
Cam
arm.
Ward. He ain't going first.
What if Cam Ward goes first? Then what's going to happen?
Are you sure that the
Titans need a quarterback?
I know they need a quarterback.
They're not passing on a generational talent like Cam Ward
Hmm.
with a second-round grade.
Because you put a second-round grade on him because you don't know what you're talking about.
Grade on him.
You don't
He
know
just
what you're
plays
talking
quarterback.
about.
That's all.
At a high level, sir.
He just plays quarterback. That's all. So I got Travis Hunter 3, Will Campbell 4, only because I think the Patriots will do that. No, I wouldn't put him there. Number 5, I'm probably going to get a little bit of heat. I have Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, going 5 to Jacksonville. And then I got Shador to the Raiders. My Houston Texans pick.
Yeah.
What position would you like for me to give them?
I would like offensive line.
Okay.
Or do you have Egbuka?
Egbuka.
You got Egbuka. I thought so. I thought that's
Fans
what
will
you
love
did.
it.
Fans will love it. They will love it.
I'll be able to keep my home won't be destroyed. I won't be
No.
the arch enemy.
You're
of the
not a
people.
dumpster fire.
No, yeah. The local fans will like it.
Yeah.
Michigan fans are going to be happy because I made Mason Graham go like 10th or 11th. So
Ooh, no, he's going way before then.
We'll see. Walter Nolan's better than him, but Walter Nolan's also pretty immature, so he won't go ahead of Mason Graham. Mason Graham is safe. I don't think Mason Graham's all that. He's got these little T-Rex arms. He doesn't get around. He doesn't rush. He doesn't create as much havoc as a pass rusher. But this is not considered a good draft at the top end, but it's really good. 20 through 60 is where all the value is. So, like people in the top 10, it's not considered very great to be drafted in the top 10. You could see a few teams try to get out of there, as a matter of fact. But we'll see if anyone wants to go bye-bye.
All right. Breaking it here, and then we get to News of the Weird on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What I'm talking about now is she's awesome. Doc Manavis has been helping us older gentlemen now for years here in the city of Houston. If you're somebody going to the bathroom too often, you're somebody it's hard to stop. The stream isn't what it used to be. All of those things that have to do with your urinary tract. It could be that you have an enlarged prostate. If it's not cancerous, then Doc Manavis is for you. Do not get surgery. If you go to a doctor and he says, yeah, you have an enlarged prostate, we're going to have to perform surgery. You slam on the brakes. Are you just, I don't want you to get violent with your doctor. I just want you to get up and leave and go see Doc Manavis, because Doc Manavis has got the procedure that's just simply the best in the world, okay? It's an IV, and it takes about 45 minutes, and then it decreases your prostate. There's no surgery, no cutting, no invasive, none of it. Okay, all the pain is they stick the needle in to give you that IV. So you're looking for the best way to handle an enlarged prostate. You got to do it, because if you get urinary tract infection, you can get liver problems, kidney problems. All you have to do is go to 975prostate.com. Start the process, 975prostate.com. All right, welcome back. Our final segment here at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, the DraftKings Sportsbook. We'll be back here tomorrow. One of our favorite places, my favorite place anyway, to do a show. I'm not going to speak for you guys because Dell hates everything. So we thank you, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, for having us here. John, chill tomorrow. We will be back here, and we will have another show brought to you by the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. A man was arrested for the death of his friend who claimed he could dodge bullets after they smoked some weed. Do you think you should be held responsible if your friend says he can dodge bullets and then you shoot him? No.
Yeah, the shooting thing. But you can't be held responsible for him saying he can dodge bullets.
Well, right.
That's just something that somebody high would say.
If he says that, then you should be able to prove, no, you can't.
But you can do that with, like, Nerf guns and stuff. Like, see, I bet you can't even get this. The real bullet is going to get you in trouble.
If he says he can do it, then you know what?
Yeah, but when you're not high anymore.
Prove it.
When you're not high anymore, then that's when the charges are going to come.
Do you think being high had something to do with it?
I think it's a pretty good chance.
Mexican moviegoers are asking for a refund after watching Emilia Perez in theaters. I haven't seen it, but it's up for Academy Award, right?
Yeah, it's a musical.
It's a musical?
I didn't know it was a musical. I started it, and I'm 5 minutes in, I'm like, I'm out.
So you wanted a refund too?
I want a refund. I just went, what else is there to watch? Let me watch Hooligan, the Polish movie, the Polish show about
like the Joker.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I just see her there. It's this girl Amelia, and something's happening, and there's arguments. I think it's an immigration thing. It's kind of a topical. And all of a sudden I hear, this is the time. This is the time we get. And I'm like, oh, God almighty. So I immediately pause, Google, is Amelia a musical? Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm out. Done. No, musicals, they think they're making a comeback for some reason.
Oh, you
and they're really not.
For me. I already did this with La La Land.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
And I'm not.
I'm not doing that.
I'm not doing it.
Not doing that. Rocky Horror Picture Show. Now, that's a musical, okay? That's it. That's
the
last one I've seen. An influencer paid $17,000 to remove 6 ribs and plans to make a crown out of the bones. Do you want a crown of your own ribs?
When I'm dead?
No, now.
Well, what am I going to do?
She had 6 ribs removed.
But then she's got like a leaner.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Right? Maybe she was just a big ribbed girl.
No, she's not.
So this made her look leaner down in the middle.
Big rib girl?
Yeah. Well, we say, like in my write up, sometimes you got thick bone guys, those big offensive line. Maybe she had big, thick ribs.
Big, thick ribs. Yeah. I don't think that leads to you getting 6 of them out of there. I think it's for different reasons.
That's good eating, though.
Thick ass ribs.
That's good eating.
That's good eating. What, you want no meat on your ribs?
I'm not thinking about human ribs.
Well, what if you're stranded after a plane crash?
Like Yellow Jackets?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Yellow Jackets. Eventually,
yeah,
you will eat a human. I've learned that from multiple shows.
Yes.
The one where the guys, the Chileans,
at the top of the
rugby team or whatever. That was a really good movie, by the way. It was also based on a true story.
Yes.
And Yellow Jackets is based on a true story.
Yeah.
About a real high school team that ate people.
It's not based on a true story.
No,
it's not.
Well, it feels real.
It does, because
when you watch it, it feels like somebody could just eat one of their dead friends. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, someone gets eaten after. Someone gets eaten after
they die.
One of the girls loses her mind and starts putting makeup on her dead friend. And then we're like, hey, you know what? We got to get rid of this body. So snow falls on it, impacts it, and then it gets lit on fire. Then it's like, oh, look, we've just roasted this girl. Let's eat her now.
It's all there is a good char on. I do like a steak with a nice char.
Once that happens, everyone loses their mind and starts
ribs
eating
eat
her.
good. You said it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe ribs, but they started eating her face off too. So,
well, I mean, good face. I don't know. You ever have
glad
big
he
face?
said face instead of something else.
Yeah.
But it's not that realistic. It's not that great. But I'm not eating a big rib girl. I'm not doing that.
You don't want? Okay, I won't say.
I don't know.
I won't say.
No,
it.
don't
say it.
Whatever you were thinking you were going to say, do not say it.
Yeah.
Well, her face is attached to her head.
See, this is why I'm glad you said face, and you still went there.
I didn't do. Kill me. Japan's loneliness epidemic is so bad that women are committing crimes so they can be put in prison so they're not lonely anymore.
Man.
Do you want to commit a crime to go to prison and so you're not lonely?
Go find a.
I got Netflix, man.
Yeah, but that's still lonely.
But you're
you're
like
lonely,
to be
Dale.
alone.
Better than
You're a lonely
He
person.
likes
better
to
than
be alone.
prison and making toilet alcohol. What are you talking about?
Pruno.
Yeah,
Hey,
Look at these dice I made out of toilet paper and some gum.
it's better being alone than
Yeah,
that.
that's true.
Okay, so in West Bengal, apparently a Kolkata woman, forces her husband to sell his kidney and then takes the 10 lakh that they got from it and runs away with her lover. I kind of feel like you should get more for your kidney than 10 lakh.
What does that equate to?
I don't know, but it just doesn't seem like enough.
Well, if you can run away with the person with it, maybe it's more than you think, at least in that country.
Yeah. But maybe it doesn't cost that much to go anywhere in that country.
This is what I'm saying.
Right. So 10 lakh.
You may go far.
10 lakh here, you can't even get to Lake Charles. Okay. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe there you could go.
I'm going to assume the American dollar is a little stronger than whatever country.
The lakh?
Than whatever you just referenced.
LAKH?
Yeah, probably.
Right. And, and in that part of the world, something else happened. College students at Kamataka's Shimagago University.
Sure?
They had to purify the college after actor Prakash Raj visited, so they purified it with cow urine. Do you feel like that's a university you want to go to now because they purify it with cow urine? Did you ever purify Tulane with cow urine?
No, I did not.
You did not?
I did not.
You did poop in a popcorn bucket though.
But not for purification
Not
purposes.
for purification.
But
They may have had to purify me.
They put you in the shower, didn't they?
Yeah.
After
I don't know how I got there, but I was there. When I came to, I'm like, what am I doing in this shower? And why are these guys standing over me looking? Should we call the Tulane Emergency Medical Service? Like, no.
I feel like it would have been your roommate would have liked cow urine better than your popcorn
he was really mad at me for about a week. Really, his Reeboks got all jacked up.
Ugh. Goodness gracious!
Well, you should have
jacked up. They're thrown out.
You should have put them away.
Well,
don't just leave them around the room.
So for you to poop in?
That's not what happened.
Yeah, it's kind of what happened.
Then why did they get jacked up if that's not what happened?
Well, just put your stuff away. Like week 2 of college.
How about poop in the bathroom?
Week 1 actually is week 1 of college. Oh, what a terrible start.
What a terrible roommate.
We got all messed up because we had 2 guys who were getting kicked out of school already. They didn't last the full week. To college. They got kicked out. They got high and drunk and tried to break into cars just like as a goof.
Yeah,
and then there was video surveillance, and they went, "You can't do that. You guys have to go."
Oh, that's terrible.
You're trying to
kind of rules are they enforcing?
From what's the other school?
Oh, rules. Yeah. College.
Hey man, our boys are getting kicked out of school.
For what?
Let's go drink as much as we can at all you can drink for 16-ounce tumbler. All you can drink for 4 straight hours or 5 hours. What could possibly go wrong?
Speaking of which, Del, Mopey and Mapes next. They don't drink, but I do.
Well, Sean does. I think.
Do you have any idea how many Coors Lights I had yesterday? Okay, playing golf first, then going to Sunday Fun Day, okay, over at Warehouse Live. Then the ride here. I got a ride here, so guess what? Coors Lights were a part of that. And then playing poker. Man, Coors Light, that you should have bought stock in it yesterday because we were throwing down. The best, that's just a great day, okay? It just doesn't get any better than that day for me. Golf, fun day, poker. And Coors Light was a big part of it. I can't be happier. I just cannot be happier than what happened yesterday. And I hope that you will too. You're looking for a great way to celebrate or not, or just sit around or whatever it is that you're doing. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. This holiday season, it's Coors Light.
Welcome to the show. Oh, I was going to tell people that we're live from the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles. As John and Lance finished up, we'll be here till 12. But there's news. Tell the people what the news is, Sean.
In light of Lance Zierlein's latest mock draft, Myles Garrett of the Cleveland Browns has requested a trade.
What did Lance know? He put Abdul Carter with the Browns, and minutes later, Myles Garrett makes it public that he wants out. He wants out of Cleveland. Now, quarterbacks do this. Wide receivers get traded. But do we ever get the formal trade request where Adam Schefter's printing out a Myles Garrett, maybe not letterhead, but it's a nice written out thing, like it's a letter almost. Got Myles Garrett's signature on it. And it's a lot of things about dreaming about playing in the NFL and loving his time in Northeast Ohio and the fan base for the Browns. But with that in mind, I have requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns. So a franchise cornerstone for the Browns, one that you could at least depend on as opposed to the quarterback who doesn't play and when he does stinks, wants out. It's been a nutty 72 hours, maybe even less than that when it comes to major names either getting traded, to their surprise, De'Aaron Fox wanting out and him getting traded, less of a surprise for him. And then now you have this, Myles Garrett saying, I'm done playing in Cleveland. I don't want to spend the rest of my time here. And you get it. Myles Garrett is still a great player, but he pretty much does it in anonymity in Cleveland. Why would he still want to be there? You've got the Sean thing where he's not going to play next year, most likely. So that's another wasted year for Myles Garrett. It doesn't surprise me. Now, he's a premier pass rusher. And anytime you trade for one of those guys, a new deal feels like it has to follow. So what's he worth? And we'll get into the other stuff, the Luka stuff, the Aaron Fox stuff, hell, the Rockets and their not so great weekend, at least losing to the Nets, and now Alpi may be out another game, and then Fred VanVleet's definitely out tonight against the Knicks. But if you are anyone out there searching for a pass rusher and you're not in a position to take an elite one at the top of the draft like an Abdul Carter, which apparently the Browns are definitely going to need now, how much is Myles Garrett worth? We talk about quarterbacks and how many picks they can get. Deshaun got a boatload of picks, even with his distressed status. He was a distressed asset and got all that. We talked about it last week with wide receivers and how much they're worth. And this was in reference to maybe draft or trading for T. Higgins if you're the Texans, if you needed big-time wide receiver help and you didn't want to go through the draft. Are we talking a first and a second and a fourth, or is that even enough for a player like Myles Garrett when he is a defensive player of the year, multiple-time defensive player of the year? How much you given up for him? And Myles Garrett has been around enough where you think he's 29 years old. So how many more great years does Myles Garrett have? Are you going to give up the picks it's going to take, and are you going to pay him? Because that's all part of the deal. Now, Myles Garrett just got a new deal. And there are void years in that, so he's probably gonna look to change the structure of that deal. And I say just got a new deal. He signed a 5-year, $125 million deal, and there are void years in 2027. You know, his cap hit for 2025 is nearly 20. It's over 20 in 2026, but that's a deal that's ripe for a rip up and a redo. And are you giving Myles Garrett all that cash along with picks? So, wow, there it is. Myles Garrett wants out. It's about time, right? If you're Myles Garrett and you've done your duty there, and you're on a team that is going nowhere, do you really want to spend ages 29 and 30 playing for the Browns? 30, 31, 32. You got to get out. I get it. Get out right now. And it sucks for the Browns fans, but they're used to it. They're used to giant disappointment. And it's probably about that time. Why keep Myles Garrett around? You're not going to be good for the foreseeable future. Get what you can. Try to recoup whatever you gave up for Deshaun. You're never going to get that much back, but try to get some of it back now. And Myles Garrett's still in the prime of his career. Get as much as you can and start over. And maybe and maybe you're able to not use this upcoming first round pick on a quarterback because you don't like this draft, or at least the quarterbacks in this draft. You go to 2026 and go, who can we get? And Sean, do you know who's coming to that relative area in what, August, September for a big game? They can get a look at their new quarterback very early, Sean.
What, Julian Sayin or Devin
No,
Brown?
No, they're already in the area. Who's coming to that area for a big game?
Oh, it's Western Michigan. Are they coming?
Keep guessing.
Yeah, a guy who his family will never let him play for the Cleveland Browns, Arch Manning.
Yeah, is Cuppa gonna act like Archie? Is Cuppa gonna do that to the Browns? What Archie did to the Chargers? He'll never. Yeah, to be honest, if you're the Mannings, you're doing your next great one a favor if you keep him away from Cleveland. I think we talked about it maybe a couple weeks ago. It's an accursed place. It's an accursed franchise. The baseball team has done better. Certainly, we know basketball, as long as they can find a generational talent that's born near there, they're okay. And of course, now they've recovered from the second LeBron exit, and they're one of the best teams of basketball. But the Browns, the football team, no hope. No, nothing on the horizon that tells you they're ever going to figure this out. And Myles Garrett probably sees it too. So yeah, I wouldn't want anyone in my family to go play there, beyond having an NFL contract. But if you get the power that the Mannings will have, and you get to make a decision, I would say, hey, don't take my grandson. Don't take my nephew. Don't take my son.
Yeah, I mean, they're the one, not the one, but they're the most recent still example of the family actually saying, nope, he's not going there. He's the only one in the NFL. There's not a more recent one than Eli Manning. So I just have to imagine that the same rule applies if we're talking about Arch Manning being a number one pick somewhere down the road.
So the guy getting that potential label of helicopter dad was Deion Sanders for this draft. We do not know if he will be someone seriously who takes that approach where he's telling teams directly, don't take Shador, and tries to manufacture a spot for him in the draft. But if Cleveland doesn't go the way Lance thinks they're going to go and drafts a defensive end, and instead they go look at quarterback, if Cam Ward's happens to be off the board, because in Lance's first mock, he has Cam Ward going to the Titans. And if Cleveland's waiting there for a quarterback, if Deion said, no, not my kid, I'd be like, you know what, Deion? As much as I'm live and let live, and hey, you're in the draft process, you go where you go where you're selected. If a team wants you in that spot, you go there. I'd be like, you know what? I got no problem with it. They're the Browns. They're the one team where I'm like, understood. You don't want them there. You have every right not to want them there. So that's the big news that broke minutes before this show began. Myles Garrett wants out of Cleveland, and now the bidding war begins. At least he did them the favor of doing it very early before the draft, so they can kind of maneuver their own and create their draft board around him not being there. And if they get a giant haul, they can address his absence in this draft and do it immediately. So he didn't wait till the offseason. He didn't wait till to have his come to Jesus moment in the middle of May. He said, I'm out now. Get it done. I want to go play someplace else. So we'll see how the Browns approach it, as they're in a giant transition phase, and they're really only bankable star right now once out as well. We'll get to the Lucas stuff when we come back. A lot to get to. Of course, I mentioned we'll get to the Rockets as well. And certainly we will talk about what the Texans have to do next, because the big name that everyone was excited about, although never seemed like he had any real interest, is off the board. Chip Kelly in Oakland. He's going to be Pete Carroll's OC. Parlayed his 1 year at Ohio State into a giant deal, according to Albert Breer. I'll give you the number and maybe why the Texans were either never in it or heard the number that Chip Kelly could command and said, you know what, we're good. So Chip Kelly is a Raider. We'll talk about that and what it might mean for the Texans and where they go, because the names, as we talked about last week, at least to me, aren't very overwhelming. In fact, I'd say I'm underwhelmed with the guys that have been brought in, and the caveats are always you never know whether he's been a previous play caller in a different spot and it didn't work out, or someone who's never done it before. Guys learn, they change the way they do things, and maybe the Texans hit on a guy. But right now, it's going to be someone either that's a retread or someone who doesn't have any experience playing, calling plays on the pro level at this point. So we will see how that goes. We're here at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. We're going to be here today and tomorrow. Of course, it is big game week. That's why we're out here, and spots are filling up. There's still a couple places that you can find a spot for the big game. So if you should check into that if you happen to want to get out of town, and even in a normal situation where it's not Super Bowl weekend, you just want to get a spot to go to, get a couple days away from home. The Golden Nugget here is perfect. About 2.5 hours, at least from where I live. Actually, a little bit less, maybe 2.5 hours from the heart of Houston, to come out here and enjoy I won't even call it like a Vegas-like casino. It's just a great casino. We don't need to do the comp to Vegas. You come out here, you get the sports book, got the casino, you got all the restaurants. It's like your own little city. You don't even have to leave. And of course, when the weather's warm, and it's not bad right now, the weather's warm, they got a great pool. They got great things to do, and there's golf as well if you're into that. So we're out here till noon, and we'll be doing the show here tomorrow as well. But we're just getting started here. And speaking of gambling, what about MyBookie? You want to go to mybookie.ag right now, check out all they have to offer? Well, the first thing you should know is, as I said, it's big game week, and they have all the props you can think of. From, is the president going to tweet during the game? What's the color of the Gatorade that gets thrown on the winning head coach? It's all there for you at MyBookie. The national anthem, the possibility of someone getting called for taunting, things that minute you can take a look at, because MyBookie is providing all the entertainment you want to make the big game, whether it's a great one or a bad one, an entertaining one for you. So check out what they have to offer on the website, and of course, use promo code BET975. And remember this: once you are on the website, they have a 50% match up to $1,000. So of course, we're talking about the big game, but it could be anything from the NBA. We got the Rockets tonight against the Knicks. You got the NHL, college basketball, UFC. It's all there for you. Boxing, tennis, all there at mybookie.ag. Because remember this: you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
You're back inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles with Del Olaleye.
We are at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles. John Lance from 7 to 10, me 10 to 12, and then we'll do it all again tomorrow. So we had the Myles Garrett news break before we began. Of course, the news that dominated the weekend was Luka Doncic to the Lakers. And Nico Harrison's getting killed. He is getting destroyed. A lot of it is we don't care that Luka's fat or he doesn't care or he's not in great condition. Look what he puts up, and he's 25 years old. He'll be 26 in February. Later in this month, excuse me. And you deal with it. I would say you don't have to pay him $345 million a year. You weren't in line to give him a supermax. Understood. For people who are just watching the game and don't have Luka as part of the organization, you just say, you know what, you deal with anything that comes with him, whether it be a lack of care. I don't know what he's like as a teammate or a person in that organization. I don't think we've heard word that he's like a bad guy. It's just that the Mavericks consider him a giant risk and they're not willing to pay it. I don't want to be completely contrarian, but it's not my money. And some of us, when you think about it, would we be willing to invest $1,000 in someone we thought was not dependable? And it's much bigger deal. I get it. It's the NBA and it's not a small business owner. But think about it. You know someone coming in doesn't care as much as they should, and you look around the league and you think, or just any business, and think to yourself, this guy is remarkable. He does this remarkably, but it doesn't go. It's not going like all the other guys who do it. It's not the same. He is ignoring all the tried and true things that need to be done to be a professional athlete. He just happens to be great at what he does. So being overweight, being often injured doesn't matter. And I'm just supposed to ignore all that at 25 because, of course, it's going to keep going until he's 30, which would be about 31, 32, which would be where his extension would lead. I understand keeping him and if you're a Maverick fan, you got to be furious about it because not only did you trade him, you traded him to the Lakers. That's part of it too. It's not just that you got rid of Luka, which is damning enough, but that you traded him to the Lakers, the team that always gets a star. Of course, it's likely not going to work out for Nico Harrison. You trade that type of player, things aren't going to go well for you there. And I don't know how you fade the heat that he's going to be under for the rest of his tenure, however long it is. But I do see the other side that this guy, I think the Mavs might think is beating the odds right now. And will those odds continue to be beaten when he's 27, when he's 28, when you would think he's in the prime of his career? Of course, the other side of it is he gets it together. He decides, you know what? A year and a half or so of LeBron, however long LeBron is going to be there, he changes his mind about all of it and goes, you know what? I can't be the Luka I was from 20 to 25. My youth was my armor. As I get older as a player, as the miles keep piling up, I got to do things differently. And then if he becomes maybe not a workout warrior, but if he cares to the level that a lot of NBA players care about their body, then pack it up for us, anyone who hates the Lakers, and certainly Nico Harrison. But at the moment, I can see why you don't do it. You don't want to give him a max. And they talked about it, how they saw a tumultuous offseason coming and this was going to be something they were going to have to deal with. It is tough to come out your pockets for that type of money for someone who you don't think is doing everything possible to be the best that they can be. It just has not mattered so far for Luka. He led them to the finals. He's led them to the Western Conference Finals. He's done all the things you want a young player to do. And yes, the defense is a problem. He gets blown by. Those stats came up during the finals as they were getting smacked around by the Celtics, particularly the first two games in Boston. Those numbers were highlighted. But you cannot make up for what he is as an offensive engine. It just comes to a point where $350 million or so, it's just too tough of a ticket for the Mavs to take on. And now the Lakers won't have to because he's no longer eligible for the Supermax. I think the Mavs will be fine this year. I think Anthony Davis, when he gets back, will be a nice addition for them, if you can even call it that, considering the subtraction they just made. But it's going to be a Kyrie show on offense. Maybe they got another move in the chamber before the trade deadline to get some more offense on that team. Because Clay is, you want to use wash? We can use the word wash for Clay. He is not supposed to be the second option on offense. The third option, maybe. Maybe even think that PJ Washington and others could be of more importance when you had Luka and Kyrie going. Clay was going to be your designated shooter. You watched the Mavericks in the playoffs last year. PJ Washington and Derrick Jones hit shots to get them to the finals, and then those shots, they stop hitting because those guys aren't great shooters even when they're getting open looks, and that's why the Thunder played them that way. It just so happened that the Thunder got beat by those guys. They played the percentages and lost. Boston played those percentages and won. Those guys kind of got the same looks they got in that series against the Thunder, against the Celtics. They just didn't make them. So they went out and got Clay to be the guy to make those shots, as Kyrie and Luka got all the attention. But Clay as your second or third, not good enough. So I would not be surprised if the Mavericks tried before this deadline to go make another move, because in their conversations, they just talked about, at least Nico Harrison did. Apparently Jason Kidd didn't know anything about it. At least that's what Nico Harrison told the public. They are win now. That's why the draft picks didn't mean as much to them. Maybe you could have wrangled another first instead of Max Christie, but they want Max Christie to add to this team this year. So Anthony Davis is a Mav. He's probably, other than Nico Harrison, the guy who took the biggest hit. You always have to go, oh yeah, Anthony Davis is a pretty good player too, right? You know that, right? Why the Mavericks decided he was the only one they wanted, that's going to be part of the autopsy of all this, no matter how this goes. When people start to develop their conspiracy theories or start to break down why Nico Harrison is an idiot, why only Anthony Davis? Why was he the only one that you considered as an option? Why not talk to the Milwaukee? Now they're likely not trading Giannis, but hey, no one thought you were trading Luka. So why didn't you ask Milwaukee to see if Giannis was available? Unlikely that was the case, but you didn't even make the ask, which is bothersome to some people. But I am not as down on it. If they believe, and you would think they would know more, that Luka's never going to get it together as far as his health, because he's played a lot of basketball, even despite missing time. And, he's been a guy who's played about 60 games or so a year. This year, he's not going to get close. I think he's at 22 right now. We'll see when he's back. There's some talk of him being back in mid-February, so we'll see about that. But you make this move, it's a legacy-defining move, not only for the GM and also for the owner, and it changes how your franchise is looked at by your own fan base. You got people bringing coffins to American Airlines Center.
That's dramatic. I'll say that.
They had to scrub off profanity off the sidewalk in front of the building. You're right. You bring a coffin, I guess, to bury Nico Harrison and bury the Mavericks. It's a bit much. But I don't know.
How do you get it?
I don't know what he meant to them. I didn't know what he meant to the Mavericks, because I wasn't lined up and digging in on Mavericks lore. But he was the next one after Dirk. So what's the comp here? What's the comp?
He led him to the finals 7 months ago.
No, I'm not saying he's not very important, but as far as how attached fans are.
Oh, they 100% thought they went from Dirk to another Dirk.
Yeah, they thought they got lucky.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Packers did. They went from Favre to Rodgers, went from one generational quarterback to another. They thought they went from their next generational. They went to their next generational European player who was going to be the fulcrum of that franchise for a decade plus and never leave. And he didn't want out, which is what you're always in fear of when you're a NBA fan and you have a star. It's the organization saying, we're making the move preemptively.
It is crazy that a team quit on their star player for conditioning reasons before, and it wasn't Zion Williamson and the Pelicans. Like that's crazy. But they made the decision of can't do it with this fatso, got to get him out of here. And it wasn't the Pelicans with Zion.
the thing is, Zion is in better shape. They're just not playing him. So, and of course, Zion's weight fluctuates. So who knows? It could be 3 weeks from now, and he looks 30 pounds heavier. But Zion is actually in bad and not in bad shape. In fact, you'd say he looks pretty good. They're just not playing him for multiple reasons. Mostly, they want to continue to stink this year. What's the point of playing him at this point? But you're not wrong. It is Luka, the ultra performer when it matters. He
had a game winner like over in the Western Conference Finals over Rudy Gobert in like late May, and now he's on a different team.
He's on a different team, and whether taking that beer out of his hand was just a microcosm of the problems they fear with him, it's going to be one of the lasting images of his time there. It was one of the biggest moments of his career. He's celebrating, and one of the former Mavs, Michael Finley, who nobody ever questioned his willingness to be in condition, just came over and said, you know what? Nah, not for you, buddy.
Not doing this.
No beers for you. So that's that. I won't say it was a signal of things to come, but maybe it's just what they feel is always going to be a problem. He is not ever going to be someone who they can depend on to take it as seriously as they think he needs to when it comes to winning, despite all the success he's had.
That's possible. Also, like, can we do better than Anthony Davis and a first-round pick?
See, I don't think you could actually do better than Anthony Davis, the individual player. Now, why you didn't get more beyond that, that's a different question.
The Lakers have another pick they could have traded. Like,
yes,
they
do have,
that's
they
all
do
I'm
have
saying.
another
It's like,
first-rounder.
can we get the 31 first-round pick? Can we maybe canvas the league and try to get not a bidding war? Because, like, obviously, at some point, Luka would have put his thumb on the scale.
Yeah, I'm not going here. Don't trade for me.
But, I mean,
like, even to a lesser extent, that's what Jimmy Butler's doing. He's telling teams don't
Yeah.
trade for him. So Luka could have done something similar where he goes, I'm never playing here. Forget about it. You're going to lose me in a year and a half. Don't do it.
Can we get, like, I don't know, 2 more people on the phone? I don't know. Can we call one other team just to see?
So that's the question everyone is having. Do you get a better player than Anthony Davis when you're trading Luka? Because there are tiers, and Anthony Davis, when he's healthy and he plays, is one of the best players in basketball, but he's not in the Luka tier. He's probably in the second tier of players.
Yeah.
If you want to have Luka anywhere from 2 to 6, Anthony Davis is probably in that 10 to 15 range of players.
I mean, you traded Luka Doncic and you got older and worse. That's tough. And you got 1 first-round pick for the trouble.
As much as he's going to talk about, Nico Harrison's going to talk about the here and now, which I don't completely disagree with. This is more about, we don't believe in our guy. We don't believe that he is going to be worth what we have to pay him in the future, because Luka Doncic will still be in his prime by the time Anthony Davis is broken down and maybe even retired, because he's a big man, or he's on a 15 just hanging around trying to look for deals like Andre Drummond is. Anthony Davis will be he's 32. He'll be 36 by the time Luka's still in the meat of his prime. So yeah, this isn't about strictly Anthony Davis. This is a no to Luka's future, and they're taking the bet that he ain't gonna be worth what the Lakers and particularly the Mavs themselves, because they were gonna have to pay the Supermax, or we're gonna have to pay him. You get a great player now, and you hope Anthony Davis is good for the next couple years and he stays healthy, and then you move on because you don't think your franchise cornerstone is worth it. And that's going to be the bottom line to this deal. And of course, the Mavs have to hope they win on this bet, and Luka is the disaster or the potential disaster that they are forecasting. Because if he's the star player for the Lakers and is putting up 37-7 for the next decade, well, Nico Harrison won't have a job anyway, so he'll just always be remembered as a guy who made the trade.
And he said that in the press conference that he had. That was something to the effect of like, 5 to 10 years. Like, we can't be thinking about 5 to 10 years from now. We're probably not going to have jobs in 5 to 10 years. And while that's true for basically every GM, probably don't want to say that immediately after trading a 25-year-old superstar that, we probably won't have jobs in 5 years. Like, it gives your fan base way too much ammunition to say, yeah, obviously you're not going to have jobs in 5 years.
Hey, I see the callers, Eric, and Keith will get to you when we come back, but he's saying a lot of the loud part out loud. He's saying a lot of the quiet part out loud. The guy's not conditioned and not serious about it enough that we believe we should pay him. And also the tenure of a GM, all those draft picks you guys are hoping I will get, who cares? I don't care about those. They ain't going to help me. I'm going to be gone likely by that time. So he's saying a lot of the things that are true. But maybe for a fan base who's devastated, you keep them to yourself. But hey, hard truths for the Mavericks fans. Your organization didn't believe your best player was worth keeping around for the next at least 6 years. And of course, for them, maybe they wanted his entire career to be with the Mavericks, and that's just not going to happen. So, as I said, we see the people calling in. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. I'm at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
That's right. That's where we are. I'm in the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. If you want to call the show, you can. Keith, I know you hung up. If you want to get back in, you can. 713-780-3776. We're taking your calls on, well, the same things we always take your calls on. Anything you want to talk about. But let's get to Eric first. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. I heard LeBron might go to the Warriors along with Jimmy Butler for them to have one last run. Also, do you think the Rockets are going to trade for Josh Richardson, maybe for like a second-round pick? And have you heard good things about 28 years later? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, LeBron, he won't ever come out publicly and say it, but through people he needs to, has let it be known that he is not going anywhere. There was some question of whether LeBron saw AD leave, and maybe he would say, let's go play in Golden State and now finish my career there. He is staying with the Lakers. That's the reporting. Jimmy Butler, the news there is that, according to Brian Windhorst, he was the one who got it first, that he told the Warriors that he wasn't willing to sign an extension with them. So the Warriors and the Heat are no longer progressing on a potential trade. The question would be is why would the Warriors want to give Jimmy Butler an extension anyway? I guess it's all depending on how much they are giving up to get him, because did you want to be in the Jimmy Butler business beyond this year? Jimmy Butler, when he was on his runs in Miami in the playoffs, could be the best player in a series and go win one and go win multiple series and take his team to the finals. I don't believe he's that guy now, even if he was locked in. The decline is real for him. The Heat had to try to manage his minutes when he was actually active and wanted to play, and even then, there are times where he didn't have it. You look at his numbers against top 10 defenses over the last year or so, not good. You're not going to always see top 10 defenses in the playoffs, but part of the reason teams make the playoffs is because they're pretty good defensively, and he had struggled against those. So the Warriors would clearly want another guy to go get a bucket from time to time, with Steph being the fulcrum. But I didn't understand that move for that team. Like, if you're the Grizzlies and you have a lot and you need an extra piece because maybe you don't want to depend on Jake LaRavia and Santi Aldama, I get it. But the Grizzlies are in a much better position. They had a nice one last night without Ja against the Milwaukee Bucks in Milwaukee. What else did he mention? Sean, do you remember?
The Rockets trading for Josh Richardson.
Why would they want? Oh yeah, Josh Richardson. Josh Richardson hasn't played basketball all year. I don't know if Josh Richardson's played a game this year. He might have a couple, maybe.
He's played 8. All right.
Yeah,
he's played 8 and shooting 28%.
Yes, he had a major injury last year, and he's tried to recover from it. It's not gone well. So I would say why.
Yeah,
the Rockets have already better athletic wings on their roster. Now, Josh Richardson can double as a backup point guard from time to time, like for 4 minutes at a time. You don't want him actually being your backup point guard. And if you like contested mid-range jumpers off the dribble, he's your guy there too.
I do. Yeah, people like those. They don't like all the 3-pointers that people shoot. So
they like them when they go in.
Oh well.
And Josh Richardson isn't all that proficient at putting them in. He doesn't mind taking them. Yeah. Making them, it's a different story. So I would say I haven't heard that they're in a Josh Richardson. I can't imagine why they would want to bring a 30-plus-year-old player onto this roster who isn't better than the guys they currently have.
And doesn't play.
Yes, that too. As far as the Rockets making a move, with Fred VanVleet, we'll see how long he's out. I do think if they thought they were a title team, a move should be made, not to the Jimmy Butler extent, but what's Cam Johnson up to? Like, waiting to get traded for, I think. So that would be a guy I would look at. He's going to cost you a couple picks. You got those. You got plenty of those to trade. That would be the move I would look at if I was the Rockets. If you wanted a knockdown perimeter shooter who can defend, but you can depend on to be a guy who can make shots, which is something from time to time they have issues with. I would go with him. Now, he didn't play against Brooklyn. He's not playing, period, for reasons. There's no reason for the Nets to play him. But if that's a guy you're looking to trade, not a big name, but you need a big wing who can knock down some shots, that'd be the guy. Not Josh Richardson. He's the antithesis of Cam Johnson when it comes to how he would make the Rockets better.
Yeah. Honestly, a guy who got traded last night is another kind of cheap option, I would say, even still for the Rockets, although you never know what the Chicago Bulls are thinking, but they could, throw a little something together. Jock Landale, thank you for your time. Maybe some seconds, and get Kevin Huerter just as another off the bench shooter type. Obviously not as high upside as Cam Johnson, who would, if not start, play 30-something minutes a night for you. But Kevin Huerter, just as a guy who can come off the bench and can provide spacing for this team. That is another thing that they could use. That's not a big move, but just a move along the edges.
And maybe getting consistent minutes will help Kevin Huerter. He's not had a good year this year. He's low from the field, low from three. He has been reduced. His minutes have been reduced in that Kings rotation. But as you mentioned, now he's a Bull. That's the other trade we haven't discussed at all.
It is going to be the trade that's, I don't know if it's going to be forgotten, like when they actually start playing, but at least today, between Luka and AD, and then, Fox, Levine, whatever. And then today with, not Aaron Donald, Miles Garrett requesting a trade. I feel like De'Aaron Fox is going to get the short end of the stick here. Just conversationally.
He will, because it involves the Spurs and the Kings, and they're not glamour franchises.
And the Bulls.
The Bulls haven't been a glamour franchise since about 1998. Hey, maybe you give Derrick Rose 2010, 11, 12 run, something as well. But, yeah, so still over a decade
I wouldn't
ago.
say they were glamorous, though.
They were a 1 seed at one point, and, they beat the Heat in the Heels in their first playoff run in the conference finals. A game they won game one. Yeah, I was going to clean it up. Don't worry, everybody. I didn't forget. They beat them once, and Mike Wilbon was losing his mind, and then of course they went on to get beat 4-1 the rest of the way. So they had a moment for a little bit, and then of course Derek's knee gave way. But yeah, Kings, Spurs, Bulls being involved in a trade, not going to get people riled up. At least not the people who talk about it on the television shows. But we talked about it last week that I didn't want De'Aaron Fox getting traded to the Spurs. That's annoying. You don't want him there, and it doesn't elevate the Spurs this year. And they didn't even have to give up Castle or Vassell or Sohan. They gave up a lot of guys who, well, Trey Jones is gone. Oh no. And Zach Collins. They gave up guys like that.
Yeah.
Nobody who they looked at as part of their Keldon Johnson didn't even go. Guys who could potentially be part of their core or could be used to go get someone else. None of those guys left.
And
they gave up picks. That's about it.
And they gave up picks, but none of their awesome picks. They gave the Bulls their pick back, which was already top 8 or top 10 protected. So the Bulls might have had that anyway. That's just a weird thing. I mean, the Spurs negotiating
really try to be bad.
Yeah, the Spurs negotiating against the Bulls and the Kings. It's like, oh, okay. Could you be on more of easy mode here of negotiating a trade where you don't, like you said, you don't give up any of your good young players other than Trey Jones, who, if you're to list him out, is probably like 4th or 5th on that list of good Spurs young players. And they don't give away any of their unprotected Hawks picks. They don't give up a Kings pick that they have in like 2030 that's unprotected because of the Harrison Barnes trade. They keep everything. They kept everything that's good. They traded De'Aaron Fox for seconds and a maybe starting point guard down the line, and all because they wanted Zach LaVine and none of the picks.
Yeah, because the Kings don't want to be bad.
They're trying to compete.
That Kings team, they can redo the DeRozan LaVine duo and see how it works in Sacramento as opposed to how it did not work in Chicago.
Take out Vucevic, throw in Sabonis. I mean,
someone said it was very funny. Someone said it was very funny that Vucevic said, "Hey, wait a minute, guys. Let's hey, get me over there too. We can go 43 and 39 in Sacramento. Like, why am I being left out? Well, because Sabonis is a better player. So that's why. So the Kings don't want to be terrible.
Yeah, but they did trade their best player to a team that's 2 games behind them in the standings.
True, that doesn't exactly make a lot of sense. But they knew De'Aaron Fox didn't want to be there, and they acquire Zach LaVine, who's having a really good year this year after being a depressed asset for the last couple of years because he couldn't stay healthy. So they acquire him, and they hope that him and Sabonis and Keegan Murray can find a way to scratch and claw and stay in the play-in because they're tired of being crappy. And they're just going to be a different level of crappy, but maybe not out of the play-in crappy, and that's what they hope to achieve this year. So not high goals for the Kings, but that's where they are as a franchise.
I think they're going to be out of the play-in crappy. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, sure. De'Aaron Fox, maybe they're going to point to him not being as locked in as he could be, and that leading to them not playing as well as they could. They hope a new spot for Zach LaVine in a place where someone actually wanted him will help him a little bit. And you just see Malik Monk is still. I guess it'll be Monk and Levine in the backcourt starting. Maybe they bring Monk off the bench and start Devin Carter instead.
Not a lot of defense can play.
There's not a lot of upside for the Kings. It's just that hey, they knew they were stuck, and they'd rather flit around the 500 mark and see if that gets them into the play-in. And if it doesn't, that it doesn't. But they refuse to revert back to what they were because it led to nothing. So
yeah.
It is what it is for them. That look, they have established themselves as a team who is done doing that. We're going to be bad on purpose thing.
Well, to be fair, they weren't bad on purpose. A lot of those times, they were bad on accident. They were trying their hardest, and they're bad.
There were times when halfway through the year they gave up on the season. Yeah, to start the year, to your point, they were trying, and then they decide, hey, this isn't going to work out. So, draft pick, the level of draft pick means more than winning a couple games, but they don't even want to get close to bottoming out. So if they're the Hawks of the Western Conference going forward, or the Bulls, the team they traded with, they're going to be fine with that for now because they feel like the alternative is worse, and they would have to dump everyone to. They had the one time they're like in the top 5 and they took Marvin Bagley. So there it is.
Maybe that's why they're like, we're never doing that.
Yeah. So they don't ever want to be that bad again.
They'll just draft the worst player in the draft.
Yeah, they don't ever want to be that bad again because the time they were that bad, it did not work out for them. So that's where they stand. But they're one of those teams where you don't want to be, but they're just fine being there for now. Okay, we'll talk about the Texans in a little bit here because they lost out on at least what we thought was their candidate, their prime candidate for the OC job. We'll also get into the Rockets didn't have a great weekend, some injury concerns as well, coming off a couple losses in a row. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And listen, it's the week of the big game, and they're still dangling that offer out there for Patrick Mahomes to throw for more than 1/2 of a passing yard. That's still out there for you to build your lineup. It's basically a free square because I have a very good feeling that Patrick Mahomes is going to throw for more than 1 yard. If you don't want to wait until Sunday, well, that's good too because they have NBA, college basketball, NHL, soccer, European soccer. They have European basketball. They have TGL, the Tigers Golf League that they got going on. They have PGA Original. They have Live, I'm sure, is on here. They have tennis, whatever you want. It's on Prize Picks. They have baseball season-long projections as well if you want to take a look at those now that we're getting close to spring training. You download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. Run your game.
We begin hour 2 here at the DraftKings Sportsbook in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. And we started the show with the news that Myles Garrett wanted out. If you missed it, Myles Garrett no longer wants to be a Cleveland Brown, which I imagine every Browns player except for like Joe Thomas gets to at some point. I want out. And he at 29 years old wants out. How much would it take to get Myles Garrett? It's going to be a lot, and you're going to have to give him a new deal too. So that'll be some of the consideration teams looking into that. We'll have to figure out. We got to pay him, and we got to give up plenty to get him as the Browns go under another feels like rebuild, and Kevin Stefanski can't be thrilled. No real quarterback, and your best player wants out. Hey, but at least you still have a job. May not be there for that much longer. Maybe doesn't want to be there. Maybe he'll ask out like Myles Garrett did. Okay, so we were talking about Luka early, and obviously that'll continue to be part of the conversation as we go forward. And this is from Mark Stein. We asked, we talked about how it's not your money, it's not your franchise. So maybe the Mavericks know more when it comes to why Luka is not worth what he would have commanded from the Mavericks as far as that Supermax is concerned. And this is according to Mark Stein. With Doncic, meanwhile, one phrase you keep hearing basically is that the Mavericks are over him. Dallas has likewise said to have cooled on its star's insistence on hiring his own team of training experts, even though it was done at his own expense, to handle the bulk of his medical and nutritional needs separate from the club starting with the 23-24 season. So these things will continue to come out. The Mavericks side will continue to come out, of course. That won't matter when the games are being played. All people will care about it. Hey, Luka just went for 35, 7, and 6, and the Mavericks just dropped another one, and this time they lost to the Nets by 15. What a dumb organization they are. You can only win these if all these things only matter if Luka doesn't turn out to be the great player that we all expect him to be in LA. That's the only way you win for Dallas. The slander that comes from leaked reports, that's cool. You can explain how you feel, and maybe even some of the media members like Brian Windhorst, not that he defended the Mavericks, he just pretty much said, hey, the Mavericks know most, and this was a rebuke of Luka. And then he went into why they might have decided to do this. But once the games are played every other night, Luka's playing. If he is what he has been, the Mavericks are going to lose in the court of public opinion. Okay, team in their division, team that we care most about is the Rockets. They went down to the Nets on Saturday. While the Luka stuff was coming down a little bit later, the Rockets lost an embarrassing game at home. No Şengün, no Fred VanVleet after about 15, 17 minutes or so. He left with a lower leg injury. And we got to throw this one in the realm of the Portland loss from earlier in the year, and also the Charlotte loss to start the year as the ones where the Rockets tricked off a game they had no business losing. Look, they lost to average teams at home. They lost to the Heat at home. That was the Tyler Hero, Amen Thompson game. That one wasn't a great loss. You had a significant lead in the fourth quarter. You lost it, but hey, at least the Heat are above 500. They're not an awful team. The three that I mentioned, Charlotte, Portland, and Brooklyn, those are the worst losses of the year. I went through because the Rockets don't have a lot of them. It's much easier than it has been in the past to go through and see what their worst losses are. Those three, not even close. I mean, you got your ass kicked by Boston, but at least it's the Celtics, and the Celtics last night were down big to the Sixers on the road and came back from 26 points down and won that game by 8. So we know the Celtics can be explosive, defending champions. Caveat, we get it. That's a good basketball team. What happened against Brooklyn is actually my question. What happened? And Ime talked about it. Sean will have that sound. We'll get to that right here. Ime explained the issue, and he doesn't blame Şengün or the lack of Şengün for the loss. It's the thing that coaches can't handle when it comes to their team. You go out there night after night, and they expect you to compete. Now, we're all watching NBA basketball. We know some nights even our favorite teams don't have it, and it's annoying, but it's at this point comes with the territory of watching 82 games. Ime Udoka likely not going to be as understanding as maybe you might be. Here's Ime Udoka talking about why the Rockets lost on Saturday.
When you don't have a player like Şengün, you're going through those offensive draws. Is that when you miss him the most, when you're not able to dump it down to him and him able to draw those double teams?
No, I think that's just another luxury we have to have him down there. But when, like I said, when we don't show up to play, regardless, you can't rely on him. The energy and the effort and the, ball movement and pace and everything was off tonight from the start. So I don't think Alpi was going to be a remedy for that.
This is a team. Now they lost a game, but they were without Alpi, and Fred did play the whole game. They were without Alpi against Memphis, and the effort was much different. In fact, Memphis had to match the Rockets' energy and force that the Rockets played with, or Memphis was going to get blown out. The Rockets were up by 10 at the half, and Memphis had to come with a different energy, or they were going to get their ass kicked. So he's right. Alpi, no Alpi, doesn't matter. It's Brooklyn. Brooklyn's not playing anyone that they care about. So it's a relevant question because one of your stars is out, your all-star is out, but it's the Brooklyn Nets. That team is not trying to win ball games. They are sitting one of their better players in hopes that they get a good offer for him and he doesn't get hurt before then. We talked about Cam Johnson earlier and how he might be a good fit for the Rockets because of his ability to shoot. Now the Nets have won 2 in a row. One of them was against the Hornets, the other was against the Rockets. So you don't want to be in that. You don't want to be in that territory, losing to a team that just beat the Hornets, and that ended a long losing streak for the Nets. So the Rockets go down. They have the Knicks tonight, and then they have the Nets again. So it'll be a back-to-back games in New York, and you hope to bounce back.
Chance for revenge.
Yeah, that we can look at it that way. Alpi is out. Well, he's questionable for tonight. Mm-hmm. Fred is out for tonight against the Knicks, and the Knicks are a team who I think in their last game got beat by the Anthony Davis-less Lakers before he got traded.
Yeah, the last. I guess he didn't play. It was the last game before the Lakers shook up the entire NBA landscape. Yeah.
Yes.
They're like,
so
you know, this is nice. We got a little something on the side that we're working on. Listen, we already won without AD. Imagine if you have Luka out there too. Not too bad. Although later, Max Christie.
Sorry, Max Christie.
You really haven't haven't gotten enough.
No, he's gotten plenty. Okay. Every time we go, oh yeah, Max Christie, that's enough. That's the perfect amount of mention of Max Christie in this trade.
I don't know. I don't want to be too NBA hipster, but he's a good player. Mavs got this demon as a throw-in.
You say that, and it's funny. I saw it this morning. Someone tweeted out Luka highlights and in that caption, man, the Lakers got this demon. That's not how that's supposed to go.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work when he's actually good. It has to be
when he's actually a demon. That's not the point of that meme. But yeah,
it has to be standard definition. I don't know, Russell Wilson highlights. That's what it should be.
Yeah, that is some of the offshoot of all the star trades, guys. The guys who are complimentary, Max Christie just trying to find his way in the league, get out of here. You thought you loved LA? Yeah, find out how much you love Dallas. You're going to go play there in a trade that's reviled by the entire fan base. So, yeah, Max Christie's a part of it. But Anthony Davis, Max Christie, they're all guys who, you're the guys who came back in the Luka trade. No one's going to look at you positively. You got guys bringing coffins to the arena. So there that is. But will the Rockets make a move? It won't be as big. There's no way it could be. There's nothing that could match it, unless the Bucks are like, you know what, we don't. They lose their minds too and go, hey, Giannis is getting too demanding. We're gonna make a move. Unlikely. Feels like the one giant star that's gonna get traded. Well, there were two. I mean, Anthony Davis is a star himself, but the Rockets are fine. The 2 losses have been disappointing. The Brooklyn one more so, considering you had a chance to bounce back against a team that is in your building. It's your one game at home before you have to go back on the road. And that sometimes happens. It happens quite a bit, unfortunately, that you will be out on the road and you think you get a bit of a breather coming home, and then you bring no type of effort. And the Nets are like, oh, you're going to let us play in this game? You're going to keep us in it? We might as well go out and win it. And that's what they did. Well, the Rockets had every opportunity, particularly early in that one. And the Nets weren't playing particularly well. It's just that the Rockets decided they were going to play worse. And then finally, the Nets got some distance, and the Rockets didn't have anything in them to come back. But they got the Knicks tonight. That's a good ball game. Both teams have won 32 games, and with the Rockets' loss and the Grizzlies' win last night, who are now 8-2 in their last 10, they have now relinquished the 2 seed. Of course, we are only 48 games into the year, so there'll be plenty of time for that to be decided. But, they've been a 2 seed for a while, and that was something to lean into. But now with the Grizzlies playing really well, that has changed in the last week or so. So there we are. Rockets, I keep saying Nets because they have to play them in a couple of days, but they have the Knicks tonight in Madison Square Garden. So we'll see what type of energy they have after their coach talked about their lack thereof in their game on Saturday. We'll get to the Texans when we come back. Chip Kelly is a Raider, and at the cost of $6 million per year, you understand why he is a Raider. There's a lot of people asking, wow, man, how could he do that? The Texans have a great situation. And then you see why Chip Kelly might want to go coordinate plays for Aiden O'Connell, whoever the Raiders pull out of the mothballs. If it's someone who's a street free agent, or if they draft someone, you understand $6 million, no matter where you're coaching, it's not bad. So I don't think the Texans were ever going to compete with that. And maybe the Raiders didn't even give him a chance, because I don't know exactly what D'Amico was making, but I think Lance said this morning that Chip Kelly's making more than D'Amico would. So yeah, he was never going to come here. We'll talk about that and what the Texans have in store as far as their OC search when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
So the search for an OC continues for the Texans, and according to Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle, the Texans are trying to make a decision between a couple different styles of offense, and maybe you can look into who they're interviewing to decipher that. They're trying to decide whether they want a spread run pass option type of offense, which is what you might see out of the likes of Bill Lazor, who ran some spread stuff in Miami. And we know they've talked to Jeff Nixon of the Syracuse Orange, their OC for the job, and they certainly run spread. They're more of a pass-first spread offense, but D'Amico wants the offense to be something that's based around the run. So it could be that, and that's an offense that people looked at what CJ had at Ohio State and think that could be something that fits what he is. Just let him make decisions, spreading it out, and of course, you run the ball too. Some people have kind of termed power spread, and then there's the Shanahan McVay stuff, and that's why you see guys from Minnesota coming in, and Nick Caley from the Rams. I think CJ was at his best when he got the ball out quickly, and we saw some of that in-breaking stuff late in the year. We saw that quite a bit in their game against the Chargers. When he was throwing between the hashes, that was when he was most accurate. I'm not going to lay his inaccuracies on the out route stuff at Bobby Slowick's feet, and I also don't think it's going to be something we need to worry about throughout his career. It's just that at least late in the year, him hitting Nico on slants and glance routes and just getting the ball out quickly inside the hashes was what he looked most comfortable in, and that might be something we see if they want to go shotgun based, and you can run the ball the shotgun. We know the Bengals did that for years. Joe Mixon may not like that so much. He enjoyed getting under center and running that way. He talked about it very early on in his time with the Texans, called it big boy football, and enjoyed getting back to it. So I don't know if that offense, if it's one where he is back standing to the side of CJ is what he's looking for. It's what he did quite a bit with the Bengals, and we saw some of his numbers diminish as he continued to play there. So those are the two options, at least right now. And you get yourself the middling experienced play caller in Bill Lazor, who's going to run some of that spread stuff, or you get the inexperienced, at least on the NFL level, Jeff Nixon, who would do that, or Nixon, who would do that. And then you got the inexperienced guys with the Shanahan stuff when it comes to Caley and others. So, John, you're not the quarterback of the Texans, but you do run an offense on CFP 25.
A national championship winning offense. Unlike CJ Stroud.
Yeah, never.
Can't even beat Michigan.
He played well against Georgia, but he couldn't beat them.
Huh.
I am now invited into the CFP dynasty that Joe George and Sean and others are a part of. You guys go at a pace I didn't expect. It's a lot of RTA, which is just in layman's term is ready to advance. I will say, hey guys, sorry, I'm going to be in Lake Charles.
Yeah.
Going to have to slow it down a little bit for you guys. Sorry, 2-0 though in my UCF dynasty, so I'm happy about that. Bill Belichick thought he can come into the bounce house and win a game. Whatever. So did Bill O'Brien too. Bill O'Brien caught it too.
Any other washed up NFL coaches want?
Yeah, who else wants some? Who else wants to come in the bounce house and leave with an out? But CJ Stroud, is he, from what we've seen, I think he'd be better in something that leans into, maybe not with Bill Lazor being the OC, but something that leans into spread them out, throw the ball around. I just don't know how the running game, the one they implemented this past season, is going to work out. I think it takes away from Joe Mixon's strengths, though.
Yeah, that is the worry, and it's a little bit of what are you trying to maximize? I mean, obviously, you'd love both. Can we have both? Can we have both the run game and the pass game get better? But it does seem like I don't know if it's guaranteed to be this way, because Joe Mixon has played in a couple different offenses, so he's had production in all of them for the most part. So I don't know if it's quite you're choosing an offense for Mixon or for Stroud, or can you go more spread, go more RPO stuff, making quick decisions with the ball, like we've seen CJ Stroud be very good at in the past. I mean, you brought up the in-breaking routes against the Chargers in the playoffs. That was how their offense got jump-started. So let's do more of that, and that will change some of the blocking, some of the run game aspects. But I think you have to try to maximize, just in general, your quarterback, your young, promising quarterback, more than your running back, who I also think it's not like he's gonna stink. I think he's still gonna be Joe Mixon. I just don't know if we're gonna get the most, or at least I don't know if you want to change what's already working well on that front.
So the Shanahan offense is known for its ease in which a quarterback can run it, and that's why people criticize the likes of Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy, and Tua caught it too, and they all catch it at some point. Particularly, they catch it if they catch it. They catch it if their reputation is one where people don't respect them. If they think they are being propped up by the offense, they're going to catch it. If not, like CJ didn't catch it. CJ didn't catch it last year because they didn't have anything on him yet. And when he performed at the level he did as a rookie, people thought, oh, this is CJ. What a remarkable player he is. So that the offense gives you some of that, where it makes it easy on you to run stuff. So I think even Lance pushed back on it when people were getting after Sloak about what he was doing for CJ. Well, this offense itself is one that's supposed to help the quarterback and get the easy button stuff that makes his job easier. We saw what Zach Taylor did when Joe Burrow got drafted. Zach Taylor wasn't strictly this shotgun, spread it out, let's throw the ball all around. He did what Joe Burrow did at LSU. He made that offense one that Joe Burrow would run and run successfully. He handed the keys over. He built an offense around his quarterback strengths. And of course, when Joe Burrow's healthy, it's worked out quite well for the Bengals and Zach Taylor. Should that have been the approach when you consider that CJ did wind up in an offense that led to great success? You can't say that they were wrong in their approach in year one. Year two, whether you think it's lack of adjustments, sophomore slump, whatever you want to call it, they needed to make a change. And if CJ Stroud is one who's going to have a great amount of influence on what they do next, perhaps you lean into what he believes his strengths are, and you hope he's right about it. Now, in the article, it also mentioned that D'Amico wants a strong run game that complements his quarterback. So does that mean more of the Shanahan stuff? It's not impossible to run out of the shotgun. Teams do it. And you don't always have to be, and you can go into the pistol. There are multiple ways to get downhill in the run game, even if your quarterback's away from center. But that appears right now to be the back and forth for the Texans, and maybe why we don't have a quick decision. They are trying to figure out the best way to incorporate all the things D'Amico wants with what they believe is CJ's best way forward. And I'm sure he has a big say in how he wants things to go as well. So are we days away? Do we still have more people to talk to? Brian Johnson's been talked to, who's another shotgun spread type guy. Thad Lewis, they've talked to several guys. And are we any closer? The only thing we know is Chip Kelly isn't the guy.
I think we can talk to a few more. I think we got a couple more.
So you're underwhelmed as well by the names. You want a couple more?
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get any more whelmed by any other names, but I just think in general, just see what's going on. At least check in. Hey, how's it going? Hey, Ken Wisenhunt, how's it going?
Ooh.
Eric Mangini, what's up? Long time. Rob Trzynski, long time no talk to. What's up with him?
Yeah, let's keep digging out. Let's keep digging away at the retread. Chan Gailey, you want to come out of retirement again?
What's Chan Gailey up to?
Norv Turner, what are you up to, man?
I know his son's a coordinator somewhere, right? Isn't Scott Turner somewhere?
I imagine. Mike Martz, what are you up to, man? You want to come out and work with a good young quarterback and see what you got?
You got Kirk Warner in CJ Stroud. You got Marshall Faulk, Joe Mixon, same guy. You got Isaac Bruce, Nico Collins, right there.
Well, Lance has him drafting Emeka Egbuka, so that's
your Torrey Holt.
That's your Torrey Holt. There it is.
Greatest show on turf.
In Lance Zierlein's 1.0, his mock draft 1.0, he has the Texans taking Emeka Egbuka. They do need wide receiver help, and it's a lot cheaper to do it through the draft than it is through free agency or even making a trade where you have to pay that person anyway. So we're still waiting. No one's been eliminated except the guy who got paid $6 million by the Raiders to be their OC.
Who's getting paid more than the head coach of your
Yes.
team.
That's the one guy who's off the table for the Texans, the guy who the Raiders dumped a lot of cash into to be their OC and coach whoever the quarterback they decide is going to be.
Also, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm like, come on. Can you bump me up a little bit? Two straight AFC
D'Amico's
South champion.
Well, he's making less than Mike Elko and Steve Sarkisian is.
He's making like half of what Steve Sarkisian is.
He's an NFL coach of a 2-time division-winning team.
He's won 20 games in 2 years.
2 out of 2.
Won 2 playoff games. But.
And he's making less than Sark, Elko.
He's making Jim Knowles
money. Is he making
money.
less than Jason Kidd? Do you think?
Jason Kidd's salary? I don't know. I have no idea what basketball salaries look like.
Yeah, those rarely get reported.
I'm sure if I look up Jason Kidd's salary, it's going to be from the Nets. Yeah, it's he made $8.5 million in 2012. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, so he probably is making less than Jason Kidd.
Well, no, that was when he was on the Mavericks as a player. That's the first thing that pops up.
You're right. Yeah, because he was knocking down open jumpers in the finals for the Mavericks.
When blowing kisses at the free throw line.
Yeah, that stuff. So if I'm D'Amico and I hear the number, wait a minute,
$8 million?
Yeah, I'm telling you, basketball coaches get those type of deals.
Just so
Even
they get
the Jason
fired
Kidds
when
of
the
the
coach
world.
doesn't like them? What?
Yes, that's why you have to get paid that way, because you have little to no control. You are at the whims of your star player, unless your GM trades your star player and doesn't tell you about it, like Jason Kidd apparently had to deal with. So D'Amico's probably one of the, he's making more than Espada, but as far as basketball and football in the state, he's the lowest paid coach. Is he making less than Brian Schottenheimer?
Brian Schottenheimer?
That would be the one that I'd be insulted by. Wait a minute. Schottenheimer's making more than me?
Brian Schottenheimer's salary. $8.50 an hour? No, I'm sure.
That's disrespectful.
I didn't know coaches could be hourly.
I don't think they get paid. I don't think they clock in. I think that's a
Schottenheimer's
salaried
clock in
full-time position.
I don't think the details are out, or at least I can't.
Probably not. But if I had to guess, the only non-baseball professional manager or professional coach he's making less or more than had to be Schottenheimer. I think the two big Texas schools are paying their coaches more. I think the NBA teams in this that he was definitely making more than Pop or less than Pop, and Kidd and Udoka probably make more. Hey man, football coach is a great job, but hey, Hannah and Cal, step it up. That's a negotiation ploy. If I make less than Brian Schottenheimer, we have to have a conversation. We got to find out, and we know if Chip is making 6, he at least makes about less than that. So we'll see if D'Amico and his agent come asking after winning the division for the second year in a row for an extension or at least a pay bump. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we wrap it up. Before we go to Rake, though, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to no matter what you're looking for. Could be pre-owned, could be new, could be something for your business. You need to go to monumentchevrolet.com, and check out what they have to offer as far as that entire inventory. Because maybe you're in for a Blazer or a Trax or a Tahoe. They have them all there for you. And of course, the inventory for pre-owned is wide as well. I have a wide selection of vehicles for you to take a look at. And they have the 6th largest fleet dealership in the country, which means if you have a business and you need to expand your fleet, or maybe you're just getting started with your business and you need a vehicle, they're going to have that there for you too. They're going to take care of you. And it's not just about the vehicles. It's about what happens when you get out on the lot at 225 off of 225 and Bellway 8 in Pasadena. The people are great. They're friendly. They understand that buying a car shouldn't be something that it's painful. You go out there, you look for the car that you want, you eye it, You identify it, and then they make sure you get it. No hidden fees, no upcharges. They're not going to spring something on you because they know you really want the car. They're going to make sure the car you want is coming to you at a price that you want, because they want you to be part of their family for generations to come. They've been selling cars to people for 50 plus years now. That means generations of people have been getting their cars from Monument Chevrolet. So they want you to get your car, and then they want your son or your daughter to get the car, your wife to get a car from them. They want you to understand that once you become a Monument Chevrolet family member, you're there for life. They want you there for life. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com, the entire inventory, and then go on out there. Beltway 8, 225 in Pasadena. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
We are out at the Golden Nugget. We're in the DraftKings Sportsbook in the Golden Nugget out at Lake Charles. And we're going to be here. Well, we're wrapping up. We got about 20 minutes or so before we're done for the day. And then we'll be here tomorrow as well from 7 to 12. John and Lance, and then myself from 10 to 12 as they welcome us out here. It's Super Bowl week. They want us out here. We love to come out here. You guys should come out here too, Super Bowl week or not. I mean, there's not a lot of spots available, as you might imagine, at this time of the year, because they're going to have a loaded sports book for the game. And then, of course, the restaurant's going to have spots available, or at least taken up for people who want to come in and watch. So I think I heard that if there's a Cadillac Grill, a Cadillac Bar and Grill, that may have some spots available if you're still looking to come out here for the game. But come out here no matter what time of the year it is. The golf is good from what I've been told. I can't speak to that as an actual golfer, but from what I've been told by people who do golf, it's a good time to come out here. And of course, they got a pool, Vegas style pool, got the bungalows, and got a lazy river. So it's a nice place to come out here. I can see that from my house. From my hotel room. I've been plotted to go out there. Someone threatened to shame me if I didn't get my swim trunks, but I was like, it's 65, 68 degrees. It's not exactly the weather for that. You live in Utah. I know everything is warm to you because you live in Utah, but I'm not going out there when it's like 68 degrees. Still a nice time to look at when you're out here. Just come out here, about 2.5 hours away from, at least from where I am, maybe less for some of you. And check out the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. Okay, I mentioned Super Bowl. And the flights, you see the guys land in. You saw Saquon, you saw Patrick Mahomes. And my favorite part about Patrick Mahomes this weekend is when he found the Luka trade unbelievable, and someone tweeted out, "See, even the devil doesn't believe it." I was like, look, I know Patrick Mahomes is at this point, he's not the most hated player in the NFL. It's mostly a product of just success, but I'm not there, man. I don't dislike the player. The flop against the was it the Texans?
It was
that
against
the flop
the Texans.
occurred.
Yeah.
Okay, that's egregious. That was enough. I was like, all right, man, relax. I get the gamesmanship. You want to get a call, you try. Look, I've watched Josh Allen twice a year flop for calls, so maybe I'm immune or numb to the quarterback flopping. That was egregious. But he's a great player, man, and I usually am a hater. I don't know why I don't hate the Chiefs, because I hate a dynasty. I love to hate on a dynasty, but this one doesn't bother me. I don't know what it is. Can't be the Taylor Swift of it all, because I don't care one way or the other about her. Andy Reid's likable, I think. Right? We haven't turned on Andy Reid, have we?
Yeah, I think he's just a bigger guy. Dresses
Bigger,
up as
oafish,
Santa.
great coach. Yeah. I mean,
it says dumb stuff in the State Farm commercials. I don't know.
Yeah. I think he's the one with the highest Q rating, right? The highest approval rating of all the Chiefs. Like, as far as the common NFL fan, look, the basic person who sees them, who only cares about the Super Bowl, doesn't hate the Chiefs. But for us who watch every game week to week, understood. People hate him. But he's the one that I think if he didn't exist, like if Bill Belichick coached the Chiefs, can you imagine what it would be like? There'd be nothing likable about him.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. What if Bill Belichick coached a dynasty?
Look, he did coach Patriots. Yeah, but understood.
No,
but
I think Andy Reid is the most likable chief, figurehead. I think Kelsey's number 2.
I agree. There's something about Patrick Mahomes that bothers people, and it's probably less to do with him than the preferential treatment he is believed to get.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that the NFL is rigged for him. I think that's what people don't like. The
Exactly.
fact that
So we're fully on this Super Bowl is between it's rigged. We've got a team in the Midwest that the NFL has decided to latch onto and promote. Mm-hmm. And then we got the Eagles who represent a deplorable fan base. Yeah. So that's where we stand.
Yeah.
We've got a trade that was rigged. I know Dream Shake tweeted us about it, or at least tweeted me about it. The Luka Doncic trade, and said he's not even a giant fan of Luka, but the way this went down is what bothers him. He thinks it's rigged. He thinks this was a plan all along. The Mavericks were always going to, I guess, trade Luka to the Lakers at some point in time.
I mean,
if they were going to trade him anywhere, it had to be the Lakers.
I mean, Nico Harrison didn't call anyone else. So
I would say if Anthony Davis had happened to be playing for, the Pelicans, because that was where
the last time the NBA rigged a star to go to the Lakers.
Yes, because you know what the NBA needs to do? Convince NBA players to go to LA.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they need to do. They
did it with Shaq.
It takes a lot of convincing.
They did
what could be appealing about playing in Los Angeles if you're an NBA player?
They did it with Kareem.
That's right.
They even said, "Hey, you're going to get a taste in college. You're going to go to UCLA."
Did they force Kareem to go to?
I mean, he's from New York. Why did he go
UCLA?
Across the country? I don't know.
Why did Ricky Williams wind up at Texas? He's from San Diego.
To get a great education. That's why.
Not according to, did you see that behind the scenes thing with RG3?
No, I did not see the behind the scenes.
RG, I think they were either filming a Heisman thing, I forgot, or maybe it was so long ago. NCAA was still out before it came back, and RG3 was asking Ricky how he got from San Diego to Austin, and Ricky didn't have a very adamant answer about it, and RG3 was like, it was a car, wasn't it? What car? Well, he would pretty much say, what car did they get you to go out there? And Ricky didn't vehemently go, no, that's not true.
No, guys, people didn't pay for players before NIL. All right, so that what you're saying is literally impossible. It could not have happened.
He goes, hey, Ricky, you were a star back and you wound up in Austin. How did that? And from San Diego, how did that happen?
He was saying he drove here. He got on I-10 and drove all the way.
That's right. That's right.
In a brand new Camaro, he drove.
So when you ask me how Lou Alcindor at the time could possibly go wind up playing for John Wooden in LA,
took a chance.
Of course,
on
it
John
had
Wood.
to be.
Yeah.
Of course, it had to be rigged, or things have happened this way for years.
No,
and
it's all rigged.
Big schools get great players. And
they forced Pau Gasol to the Lakers, just
like
like Shaq and Lou Alcindor.
I feel like Shaq just said, "Get me out of Orlando." I feel like that's just how that went. He was still deluding himself into thinking he was a rapper. He wanted to go to LA and wanted to play for the Lakers.
Those platinum plaques say he is a rapper. I actually don't know if he went platinum.
Yeah, no idea.
I doubt
Rebecca Black, I'm sure, has a platinum plaque too. Doesn't mean she's a singer. It just happens. But I don't think it's rigged. I think Anthony Davis was what the Mavericks wanted. I would disagree with the method of how they went about it. I'm not saying they shouldn't have made a call to someone else.
Yeah, just
figure it out. But I guess the thought is you're worried that Luka's going to be like, "You're not trading me there," and I'll pull like Jimmy Butler to a much lesser extent as far as value as a player is doing it right now. So Jimmy Butler could do it. I guess Luka could do it too.
I will say, if you so let's just go through this hypothetical. You negotiate your Nico Harrison, you negotiate the trade with the Lakers. What's stopping you from like, okay, you know what? This is obviously a big franchise altering move, Rob Pelinka. Just give me 1 day. And in that 1 day, you go call the other 28 teams and go, what do you got? Empty Thunder, empty those pockets. What are we getting for Luka? You go to the Pelicans, but hey, Zion, he looks skinny now. We trade our fat guy for your formerly fat guy who's now skinny. And you just canvass the league and you just try to see if you can top that offer in 24 hours because you have the other offer in your back pocket and the Lakers aren't going to be like, "Hey, I thought we had a deal here." And now like I just don't understand why you couldn't have at least made a couple more calls. And then if it leaks out, you just tell Luka, the plan was to send you to the Lakers no matter what. And you would be the first guy in history to get pissed off that you got traded to the Lakers. So you're just going to have to deal with it. That's the worst case scenario is you end up right where you are. And maybe it doesn't leak and you send them to wherever, you trade them for Evan Mobley and get Darius Garland to the Cavs or something.
Well, the autopsy of this will continue to develop and we'll find out exactly how long this took. I've seen that this began a couple weeks ago. But it was only a Lakers discussion. Maybe they made a call someplace else, but it didn't go very far. I've seen that reported.
Yeah,
only one other team. But I asked the question before, and I ask it again. You mentioned Evan Mobley and Darius Garland. Okay.
Like if you want a big
man. If you are the Mavericks and you believe your title window, even without Luka, but you're trying to acquire someone to make sure you're still in this with Kyrie and Clay and PJ Washington, and maybe you got another move in store before the deadline's over. Are you getting a better player? I understand draft picks, but Nico Harrison's already told you what that mean to me. I can get fired. Are you getting a better player than Anthony Davis? No, even if you're canvassing the league. Are the Celtics trading you Tatum? I jokingly mentioned Giannis. Are the Bucks trading you Giannis? Because these are top 5, top 6 players, depending on how you rank them. If Davis is in that 10 to 15 category, is Evan Mobley and Darius Garland? Mobley's not a better player than Anthony Davis. Darius Garland, understand you, that's an added value. But are you putting Kyrie and Darius Garland in the same backcourt and thinking you're going to win anything?
Well, I mean, you had Luka in the backcourt. Like you're worried about defense.
Luka's like
Luka in the backcourt.
Not defense, but you got a small guard who ain't Luka. Luka's 6'7" and took you to the finals.
At least
so Darius Garland ain't done that.
You have 2 guys on your team that can dribble now instead of the real life Mavericks who now have 1.
Well, I think they believe Anthony Davis is a much bigger impact on both sides than the combination of Mobley and Garland. You can disagree with that, and you can have every right to do it. But according to them,
they just got older.
They were trading.
They got older and worse.
Congrats. They were trading an elite player, a top 5 player, for a guy in the second tier as opposed to two guys who they might think are third tier players.
I mean,
with your example,
if you want to stay competitive in this window,
they don't just want to stay competitive. They think the next couple years, and of course the Kyrie can be volatile too, but they think the next couple years, Anthony Davis from 32 to 33, 34 is good enough to keep them in title contention with the rest of the roster. They don't believe.
I'm sure
I guess
that will go well. I'm sure street clothes will age gracefully. I'm sure.
That's why I said the next couple of years, not 35, 36. We're talking about the next two, and maybe the next two even. It includes the rest of this season.
You can just keep Luka Doncic for 2 years.
They don't want to pay him.
No, I'm saying you have him on your team and then let him walk.
They don't want to do that because they don't think for whatever reason it was going to work. And they know
they went to the finals last time they had a
what
playoffs.
What I'm saying is if they decided they weren't going to pay him, Luka was going to know that pretty quickly, and then they're going to be in real trouble with him.
Then you can just trade him.
Maybe you don't get Anthony Davis. I'm just telling you, from their point of view, they didn't want to waste this half season and then the next season dealing with the Luka drama, thinking to themselves, maybe Anthony Davis isn't available. Because you know what? As you get closer and closer for agency, the Lakers are going to say, oh, you pissed off Luka? Why are we going to give you Anthony Davis? Just come here.
Here's Austin Reeves.
Yeah, why would we give you Anthony Davis when he's just going to come here anyway? So that I imagine that's what they're balancing out, and this is the argument you're making, or what a lot of people are making, and that's what they're going to have to fight against, because it isn't just us two in Houston talking about it. It's the entire NBA world calling them out for being stupid. But as I said, it ain't our money, and if someone didn't want to pay that guy $350 million or so, that someone put their hand on the scale and said, get it done. And now he's out the door. And the unfortunate part for the rest of us is he's in LA with the Lakers. Okay, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up here at the DraftKings Sportsbook here in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. You want to get in, you can. We got, as I said, one more segment, but if you can get in, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Before we do all that, I'm going to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. If you got a plumbing issue, it's a place to go. It could be big or small. Doesn't matter. How many of us are qualified to do anything with pipes, particularly when it comes to water coming out of those pipes? They could damage your home pretty quickly. They can change your experience altogether. You don't want smelly, dirty water coming out of your pipes. Forget about leaks. What if the water just comes out of the faucet, whether you're trying to cook something, clean something, or clean yourself? You expect the water to come out clean, and if you want to be preventative and make sure that doesn't change, you go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com and see all they have to offer, from a water heater, whether it be traditional or tankless, to repipes, which are giant jobs, which you need experts for, and they have great contractors that take care of you, to something that has to do with maybe a vanity. It's all there for you at Aqueduct Plumbing Company, from reroutes to gas piping, new construction. Take a look at what they have to offer. Call them 281-488-6238 to get a free price quote. You don't know what the problem is, they're going to tell you what the problem is. It shouldn't cost you. They'll take care of you. aqueductplumbingcompany.com is the website. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios located at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Here's Del Olaleye.
So Dream Shake, is a frequent tweeter of the morning shows and giant Kevin Durant fan. Well, it's a bit clickbaity this tweet. You have to get some context behind it, but according to Jake Fisher, the Suns are listening to people who are asking about Kevin Durant. Now, of course, you see a tweet like that, you're like, oh, look at that, Kevin Durant, maybe the next star on the move. But the actual news behind it is Phoenix entering Monday's business continue to signal that it does not plan to move Durant before the deadline, but the Suns are believed to be listening at the very least. So they're not hanging up the phone, but they don't seem likely to be trading Kevin Durant anywhere. But as much as we hear about them trying to trade for Jimmy Butler, maybe Kevin Durant is someone that they would be interested in if they get something like, I don't know, what's the equivalent of Luka being traded. If the Bucks lost their mind and said, "Hey, you want Giannis? We'll take Kevin Durant,"
or
something
Shea,
like that.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, probably
Here's
Shea.
Here's a 25-year-old in his prime. How about that?
Yeah, if you want Shea, we'll give you Kevin Durant. Sure. Or it'd be the opposite. You want Kevin Durant, we'll take Shea. But Kevin Durant, unlikely to move. But these are the type of things we're going to see going forward up until Thursday. And I don't think the Rockets are going to be involved in somebody of that stature. I don't think they need it. I think Cam Johnson fits the timeline pretty nicely and fits the team itself pretty nicely as they head to New York to face the Knicks, and then they'll see Cam Johnson's team again, the Brooklyn Nets. But a lot of the talk is about what the hell were the Mavericks thinking. Well, Charles Barkley isn't so sure, at least initially, that the Luka LeBron fit will work out for the Lakers.
This thing is not going to be smooth in LA with him and LeBron because both of them want the ball 100% of the time. I think that's going to be, I don't know if, because Luka does not move without the ball. LeBron does not move without the ball. There's going to be some serious growing pains when those two try to play together. Now, they're both great players, don't get me wrong. But LeBron wants the ball, and Luka definitely wants the ball. So it's going to be very interesting how that work out. And when Anthony Davis is healthy, it's going to be a seamless transition to Dallas, plain and simple. Because, he complains all the time about the five. I don't even understand why he complains about the five. Unless you're playing against Joker or Embiid, do we have any more big guys in the league?
So I don't disagree, at least in the immediate future for the Lakers and Mavericks. We'll see how long it takes for LeBron and Luka. They're both basketball geniuses to figure everything out. But in the short term, I think the Mavs, this is taking into account Luka not being available. Of course, if he was there, I would think differently. This Mavs team in the short term, better off. Now, this isn't me saying they got it right, but for the next 40 plus games and into the playoffs, I think they have a better shot of doing whatever they think they're capable of than the Lakers do. I think the Lakers were playing pretty well with Anthony Davis, but we know they did this for the next decade, not for the next 5 weeks. So Charles Barkley, not exactly sure it's going to work, at least initially. And I think I agree with him there. We are done for the day here at the DraftKings Sportsbook here in Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. We'll be here from 7 to 12 tomorrow. Of course, Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. If anything crazy happens, well, we'll welcome it and we'll talk about it tomorrow. But since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Monday, February 3rd, 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. R.I.P. Dallas, the golden era of sports. It's over. They won a World Series 2 years ago. Now they're irrelevant in baseball. They won 12 games in football 3 seasons in a row. Now they're coached by Brian Schottenheimer. And even though they made it to the NBA Finals with a top 3 player in the NBA, they decided, the Dallas Mavericks, over the weekend to trade this guy in a trade that everyone thought was a guy getting hacked in the middle of the night. The trade, Luka Doncic, Maxi Kleber, Markieff Morris to the Los Angeles Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 2029 first-round pick. Utah somehow involved in the deal. Joe, you sent this Shams Charania tweet from ESPN to us at about 11:53 p.m. I was at T-Bone Sports Pub awaiting to go do some karaoke, sing a little Creed. I thought it was fake. You thought it was originally fake. Sean Mapes thought it was originally fake. And then it all got confirmed.
It's the if everyone thinks your trade is fake and the reporter is hacked, it's automatically one of the worst trades ever. It was stunning. It just didn't seem real at all. Like, this is not how the NBA ever operates. Like, no one moves in silence like this. There's always rumors, and this guy might get moved, and the Mavs are thinking about, they're worried that he's too fat to be a championship player, or all these different things. Like, he doesn't even have fat stipulations in his contract like Zion does. He's just Luka. There's not even reports that they were considering putting something like that into future contracts. And then all of a sudden, just to trade him and only talk to the Lakers is one of the more stunning things I feel like we've ever seen a way a team operate. I mean, you were in the finals last year. It's not like they're a play-in team with Luka. Like they're not like battling to just make the playoffs every single year. They were just in the finals. It's totally, to me, it feels illogical to what they did.
It makes no sense. Yeah. One of the worst trades I've ever seen. And I get it. Anthony Davis, he's good when he's available. I was going through and putting a list together. What's the worst part of this deal for the Dallas Mavericks? Because first off, you traded Luka Doncic, but you didn't get much back in return for him. And there's no way that you could get anything in return for Luka Doncic that's going to be as good as Luka Doncic. You slander him on the way out. There was that report from Tim McMahon how the Mavericks were concerned with his conditioning and his drinking. Okay, granted, but unlike James Harden, who liked to party, that never was an issue for Luka Doncic in the playoffs. They got to a Western Conference Finals. They got to an NBA Finals. So I don't understand how that was a reservation. And they slander him on the way out to try to spin this to make it look like actually, yeah, they had some concerns about him. He's 25.
Exactly. He's not 31 like Anthony Davis is, who is often injured and hasn't really accomplished anything besides in a bubble. Like what has Anthony Davis done? Fall short in the playoffs time and time again with the Pelicans, demand who's in and out on his teams, get traded to the Lakers, win a bubble championship, but miss major significant amount of times. And yeah, Luka's hurt a lot too. I get that. And
he's hurt now.
It does feel like that, like even like the injury stuff is not any of the slander that they put towards him. Like that could have been a valuable, like a logical, reason behind this is like, we don't trust that this guy is going to hold up well as he gets older. And maybe that's the weight and the drinking and eating and things like that they're trying to say without directly saying. I think the worst part is just the return and the chaos that you've just brought on your franchise, because I don't think this is the end of this. This feels like the beginning. You have a superstar on your team who is notorious for demanding his way out of situations. We have seen the best version of Kyrie Irving we have seen since he won a championship with LeBron. You don't think that this guy is going to demand a trade in the next 6 months?
Right. And I think some people are of the belief now the Mavericks are almost forced to go and get Jimmy Butler just so that they have a chance of winning in the short term. And okay, maybe they would if they brought in Jimmy Butler, but you don't give up a piece like this. It's that simple. You just don't trade a player that's this good ever.
No, you don't see top 3 to 5 guys get traded in sports. It's just not what happens.
And if they do get traded, it's a la the haul that the Brooklyn Nets got for trading Kevin Durant, which even though he was 34 years old and involved a ton of draft picks, but every single extra detail that I see about this trade orchestrated by Nico Harrison, who I guess is most famous for completely butchering Steph Curry's Nike pitch. Like Nike wanted him to be an endorser of them, and he just, I guess, crapped his pants here. So from what I understand, just reading through all of the details here, they did not, Nico Harrison and the Mavericks, talk to any other team. And on top of that, the report that came out today is that I guess Rob Pelinka whittled down what they had to give up, the Lakers, for him. This is from Kirk Goldsberry, who said, a deal got whittled down. Rob Pelinka was able to convince the Mavericks that Luka is a lot of risk. His drinking, his weight problem. So there were picks involved, and this guy got, I guess, just destroyed by Rob Pelinka, who had this thing fall into his lap out of nowhere. It's incredible how poorly managed this was. And it just makes you thankful that you don't have this in town. You do not have this. Could it happen? Sure. And we've seen it happen not too long ago with the DeAndre Hopkins trade, where Bill O'Brien sent Hopkins to the Arizona Cardinals for a running back who was over the hill and a second-round pick. There's Bill O'Brien right there. Then on the other side of things, I mean, look what the Browns are dealing with that Deshaun Watson trade. Mm-hmm. At the time, at least, that deal made a little bit of sense from Cleveland's perspective because they weren't sure what he was going to be like. Now he's clearly never going to be a good quarterback again. But I'm trying to struggle as to I'm really struggling as to how the Mavericks looked at this and said, yeah. Like, I just don't understand how you could possibly do this. Look at yourself in the mirror after this is done and saying, yeah, we just traded a 25-year-old player who carried us to the finals this past season for a guy who's played an average of like 65% of the last 4 seasons in Anthony Davis.
Yeah, because if you get both the 2 first-round picks they have, you get Anthony Davis. That same report said that Dalton Knecht, who fell in the draft to the Lakers this year, could have been a part of the deal as well. And Pelinka just kept he basically, any insecurity that the Mavs had, that Nico Harrison had about Luka Doncic, like Rob Pelinka, he just smelled blood in the water, and he just killed him. I mean, he could have given up so much for Luka, and no one would have criticized the Lakers for giving up all their draft capital. For, you know, there's always swaps involved in these deals. Like they had picks they could have swapped. They didn't even do that. It's where like you were like betting against the future of the Lakers and saying, yes, we are going to take a swap in 2030 because we think Luka is going to be unplayable at that point, and we're going to bank on you being worse than us and be able to swap picks with you. They didn't even do that. The fact that I can't imagine what is going through Rob Pelinka's mind the first time he gets this phone call. He probably laughed. We got a report that that's what the new owner of the Mavs did. He laughed at Nico Harrison the first time it was brought to him. And then he was like, oh, and then he even got sold on it. Like, how is the owner of this team, how do you sign off on this trade? Is it because Nico Harrison made some really good moves last year and it helped get you to the finals that now you just have the ultimate faith in this guy? But the reason why you got to the finals was Luka. Like, he's the part that's gone now. There's nothing that compares to this in terms of trades, because even DeAndre Hopkins, he had one good season, and then he's been pretty much a nothing for any team he's been on since that move happened.
And I guess that's what the Mavericks think is possible, but he's 25.
Yeah. What happens if like he gets in shape now?
I mean, watch out. And of course he goes to the Lakers, and that lends itself to just another annoyance. Oh, he's on the Lakers? Was this something that was orchestrated by LeBron James and Clutch? Does seem like this time it actually might be a Clutch-free kind of move, because LeBron's putting out statements saying, lies! I didn't have Anthony Davis traded. And I even got a push notification from the ESPN app saying that LeBron James has no intention of being traded at the trade deadline. Okay, cool. Some people, I guess, thought that he might want to go to the Golden State Warriors. But whatever the case, another masterclass move by the Lakers where they don't have to trade much to go get the star that they always end up getting, whether it's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Wilt Chamberlain or Shaquille O'Neal or Paul Gasol or, I mean,
it's unreal.
Anthony Davis. I mean, it happens over and over and over again, and it annoys me.
It's you just named the best players in their franchise history besides Kobe Bryant and Magic. And the only ones they drafted were Kobe and Magic. And even Kobe fell to them in the draft.
Yeah.
Basically because the Kobe Bryant team slandered him to fall in the draft. And then I guess they did
technically
trade.
Kobe was a trade.
You're right. They did trade for Kobe. I guess they did trade for
Divac
Kobe.
with Charlotte.
Yes, you're right. They did trade for Kobe too. They keep finding a way. And every time it feels like there's no way they're going to do this again. And then they do it again. It's unreal. It's who's the next guy?
They were going to let Anthony Davis walk, and they convinced the Mavericks that Luka Doncic was so much of a risk that that's all they gave up.
Yeah. It's one of the worst trades we'll ever see, and it's one of the more baffling trades we'll ever see. I don't even know how the Mavs have to win a championship maybe this year, maybe next year to validate this. And even then, I'm not sure it does because Luka's 25.
This is the crazy thing. There's no way to validate it. They could win a title this year. I'm sorry, you don't have the best player in basketball or one of the best players in basketball. And when he's on, he's on. There's no one. He's the heat check guy now. You know, it's not quite Steph anymore. It's him. Nikola Jokic is probably the best all around player, but when Luka gets going, it is terrifying. No one can stop it. And whatever shape he's in, the guy figures out ways to get shots. There are so many things. What is the worst part of this for Dallas, which might need some sort of ASPCA ad featuring Sarah McLachlan.
Mm-hmm.
In the arms of the angel, Brian Schottenheimer, and now Luka Doncic is gone. I'm gonna jump off a bridge or ask for the JFK treatment. Yeah, there's a funeral outside the Mavericks arena. There's a protest. They slandered him on the way out. For nothing, they trade him. Luka didn't even want to leave, supposedly. He writes this long letter that he posts on social media. No bidding war. One team that they called. It even benefits the Rockets indirectly.
Yes, it does. You're now easily the best team in Texas.
I'm just imagining Sarah McLachlan holding a Dallas fan. He's a $30,000 millionaire. He's got a really nice shirt on, but he had to use a credit card and he maxed it out to buy that shirt. And then he maxed out another credit card to buy some boots and another credit card to buy some designer jeans. And, he lives in a trailer, but he looks really sharp, but he doesn't have Luka Doncic in his life anymore. And these people need your help. And you can call in at 713-780-3776. We're starting a drive right now if you wanted help donate to battered Dallas fans. So they need our help right now. And they can jump on the bandwagon if they want. I'll welcome them.
We'll open arms.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a one way Houston doesn't like Dallas rivalry, but no, we'll let you come in here because we don't want you guys jumping off of bridges. Okay. We don't want you guys taking yourselves out. Not cool. We don't want you to stop liking sports anymore.
They got to be close.
Yeah, I'd be out.
They got to
be out. It's Dallas Stars. Let's go. Hockey. I'm the biggest hockey fan there is.
I don't know if they're good this year or not, but they got to be Cowboys fans got to be, on tilt right now. But then again, a lot of them are Lakers fans. So they're okay. But they lost Luka and Juan Soto in 1 year. I don't know how Cowboys fans are doing right now.
Jay Jones might be the happiest man in America. No one's talking about the Cowboys right now. He gets a free pass for a little while.
What a redirect. What a redirect. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got BMAC in for Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch as well at ESPN 975. Up next, I think the Texans made a mistake over the weekend. What is it? You'll find out. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I'm not going to sing here. I'm just going to let Scott Stapp take it away. But if you are a struggling Dallas Mavericks fan right now, and you're thinking about, ending it all, guess what? We'll welcome you to the Houston Rockets bandwagon. With arms wide open.
If you didn't say it, I'd be pissed.
He knew he was going to sing.
Luka Doncic is a Laker. Yeah, that sucks. But we welcome you with arms wide open. Rockets launch. Thank you, Scott Stapp, for everything you've done for me and for the world.
Is this the karaoke song, though, from Creed for you?
No, I usually do One Last Breath.
Okay.
Which is what a lot of Dallas Mavericks fans are thinking about right now. Just take away the music and just show Scott Stapp in that music video as he falls down, plummets to the bottom of a cliff and hitting some rocks. No bueno. Anyway, guys, I think the Texans made a mistake over the weekend, and I say that because of the vibes. I know some people are pushing back on this. I was on Fox 26 this morning, and I talked about how Chip Kelly is somebody that I would have liked to see the Texans hire as their offensive coordinator. He goes to the Las Vegas Raiders, $6 million. I guess that is more in terms of money than all but 12 NFL head coaches. It is a 300% raise from what he was making at Ohio State. That is how you get a guy away from a cushy job like Ohio State. You pay him head coach money to run your offense. And this might be the Raiders getting a little bit crazy. Tom Brady's in the mix now. I think the reason that they're able to throw this money around is because of Tom Brady's hedge fund friend, Tom Wagner. But this is the kind of money that the Texans actually could throw around themselves. And I know they're thinking about going in-house with Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor, or potentially going and getting Nick Haley, who is the passing game coordinator and tight end coach for the Rams. And maybe those guys will be good hires. But if you want to get the people that I think started saying same old Texans to feel hyped up, to give them that deep steel blue pill going into the year, I think Chip Kelly was the way to do it. And I'm a big believer that in a town like this, where fans are rather fickle and things are rather bandwagony, and I don't judge you for it, I want a shot in the arm going into this coming season. In-house choice as offensive coordinator for the offense, not doing it for me. And Nick Haley, not doing it for me, even if he's the right hire. Jeff Nixon, I would like, the Syracuse guy, but also not doing it, I imagine, for the collective. So I think it's potentially a mistake. I do wonder what the excitement will be for this team going into this year, but I do think that even though they made it to the second round of the playoffs, it was a rather disappointing season.
Yeah, and I think based on the list that I've seen too, I think the problem with the contract is it looks like it would have paid him more than it paid D'Amico, which I do think is that is a challenge, but you can correct that challenge. You can redo D'Amico's contract if you want. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. We don't even have to publicly know that you did it. Just say, hey, he's now paid more money than Chip Kelly. I think it makes a lot of sense for Chip Kelly and the Raiders because Pete Carroll's 73. And if they can fix this thing, Chip Kelly is the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. If he wants to be. Like after Pete retires, it's Chip Kelly's show. That's
interesting.
That's a good selling point for him. It's not just the money. It's that Pete's 73. So but $6 million, if the Texans aren't going to go there because they don't want to make him higher paid according to all these lists and reports that all seem to be the same numbers. So I think we have to believe their accuracy. You can't pay him more than your head coach. That is a problem. I'm with you. They could do this if they wanted to.
They could have done this. I'm curious as to what D'Amico makes. I think head coaching salary is very difficult to actually find the dollar figure for it. They usually keep it private. I'm guessing it's a way of the NFL colluding a little bit to make sure that not everyone's getting paid like Bill Belichick or like some of the deals that you actually do see in college, like with what Jimbo Fisher got and how public that thing was. Because it does, when things go poorly, make you look bad as an organization if that's what you're paying the coach. But I wonder if this would have been a factor, speaking of ownership. Like, there's a chance that the idea of Chip Kelly was never really a serious one. But I know they were interested in it. They put it out there. Is it possible that there's only one team in the NFL that would go and disrupt things as far as paying coordinators like this? It's the Raiders. Because Mark Davis's father, Al Davis, the original owner of the Raiders, was regularly the double birds at the NFL guy. He was always the one, like he would just veto. He would be the one vote against 31 other votes just for the sake of it, like regularly. So the idea of him being the guy who breaks ground here and gives a coordinator head coaching money is not that surprising. And maybe that's something like Cal McNair thinks about. It's like, no, I don't want to piss off the other 30 owners of the NFL.
I mean, look what he did, 7 years ago now. He gave John Gruden 10 years, $100 million. It shattered the internet like when that happened. It was a startling deal that we hadn't seen a coach be that under that contract for that long. I mean, nothing's even come close to it. I mean, like we're seeing what Ben Johnson got $13 million this year, $65 million. That's still not even sniffing what John Gruden got. So it makes a ton of sense that if they're willing to pay Gruden $100 million, of course they're willing to pay Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. And it helps that you have Brady and all of his money along with it. For the Texans, I do side with you on this one. I wish I could disagree with you, Paul. We could have some heated debate about the Texans offensive coordinator search, but I'm left uninspired. I'm left unimpressed by their search. I wanted Chip Kelly to be the next offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. Anyone that tells you that Nick Caley is a genius hire is basing that on hope, on opinions and gut feel, because there's nothing to base it on.
You're making projections that are probably based off of Sean McVay attachment, and it's not the best idea. The idea that you're going to find just because like this guy worked with Sean McVay that all of a sudden things are going to work well. Like I don't know.
And then like what like okay, based on a couple other guys. I mean, we saw the Belichick tree obviously didn't work out very well. And the McVay tree's been very successful, but what has the Shanahan tree been so far? It's been mostly misses. Like it's not like Sean McVay has some, magical power that identifies the best coaches in the NFL. There's been coaches who have come in and failed in other places that have become offensive coordinators. A lot of people think focus on the head coaches with McVay. What about the other guys? What about the guys like, a Thomas Brown, who's, kind of flamed out everywhere he's gone and is now back down to a passing game coordinator? There's just no guarantee that it's going to work. Internally, I don't really get it. I know like a quarterback coach is not going to outvoice a offensive coordinator, but Gerard Johnson has still only ever called Bobby Slowick's plays in a preseason game. Like, what is he installing as the offense?
What's going to be different? And, hey, you move Gerard Johnson up to offensive coordinator. I'd love that for Gerard because personally, I'm just a fan of him, the human. And I do think that he's got a lot of potential as a coach, but it's a lot to throw on a guy. And when the big issue you have right now is how do you make it so that your offense works, given the offensive line pieces that you have, you're asking him to perform a miracle on that side of it. Like, whatever was going on, whether it was the offensive line coach or it was Bobby Slowick, it was such a mess. How is it that bad when you've invested $188 million in total salary for the offensive linemen that were supposed to be your starters going into the year? One of which, Kenyon Green, how long did he even make it? Probably too long. Center, same thing. Like Juice Scruggs, he had to move him over to the right. Shaq Mason, husk of himself. Titus Howard has gone from being right tackle only to I'll do whatever I can to keep on earning $20 million a year that I don't deserve. It's been quite the turn. And Gerard Johnson's not fixing that.
No,
that's a Nick Caserio and hopefully a lower coach on the totem pole, offensive line coach problem. And
yeah, Cole Popovich gonna come save the day.
Cole Popovich supposedly was annoyed by Slowick, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, maybe that means he has different ideas and he can actually find a way to turn this all around. But I'm pretty skeptical about that.
I do think that even if you hire Chip Kelly, to your point, if you don't fix your offensive line, I'm not sure how it gets fixed. Like it does start and end with the group up front, that if they're not significantly better next year, your offense might be more improved. It might not be as predictable, but it doesn't mean you're going to have a top 5 offense in the NFL if CJ is getting pressured the way he was this year. I mean, the most sacks in a playoff game or pressures in a playoff game, whatever it was there against the Chiefs, it's just not sustainable football. We all know it. They know it. And Nick Caserio has to fix it. And, for D'Amico, it's not to question his credentials totally, but a little bit here is, what does he know? What does he know about hiring an offensive line coach? He's been a defensive coordinator. He's hired one coach. He let them hire a coach who had never been an offensive line coach in the San Francisco 49ers offensive system. So he is unfamiliar with the how you're supposed to coach this. It seems like a bad hire to me from the get-go. The fact that there was even a question of Bobby Slowick. Now, he did the right thing by firing Bobby, but we'll wait and see. But this thing is drawn out. They keep adding random names to it. There was Adam Stenovich, I think is how you say it, the offensive coordinator from the Packers. They interviewed him. He's kind of an offensive line guru, it seems. So maybe that makes some sense. But again, another guy not calling plays. And that was the number one thing on my list of what I wanted an offensive coordinator, was someone with experience And unless they promote Bill Lazor over Gerard Johnson, they're not doing that. They're going to bring in a first-time play caller.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. B-Mac in for Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and you can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, nothing new on Alex Bregman. The same offer is still the same offer. But guess what? The Letterman Jacket Skull and Bone Society, they have some thoughts on the direction of the Houston Astros. You'll hear them next.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Nothing new on Alex Bregman. I'm getting tired of all the updates. I saw one from Buster Olney. I guess it didn't involve door play or heating up or any of that malarkey, but this is Buster Olney last night. After signing Jack Flaherty and augmenting their rotation, the Tigers are one of the teams pursuing Alex Bregman. Cool. Great.
We knew that.
We knew that already. We knew the Red Sox were interested in Alex Bregman. Alex Cora in Boston. AJ Hinch in Detroit. We know the Blue Jays are interested. We know the Cubs are interested. We've known this for a while. That's not anything new, Buster. And I'm at the point now where I don't want another update until he signed a deal. Let's stop with this. Oh, they're interested. Oh, they're not that interested. They haven't changed their offer. I haven't heard anything about an offer being changed. All I've heard is that offers have been made and no one is willing to go any higher with it. And Joe, that is because
Scott Boras is washed.
Probably.
And Alex Bregman's stubborn, I think, also maybe here.
A
little bit.
Perhaps. And I mean, look, that's his agent. He wants to get more money. Clearly,
do you fire him? Do you fire him and change agents?
Do you fire him because this is how the market views you? Is it just Scott Boras? I mean, Boras is a master of getting the best players to get the best possible deals. But Bregman's not one of the best players.
No, he's not. I think it's really just comes down to the contracts. Like he wants more money, and the teams that are offering him more money will not offer him more years, and the teams that have more years are not offering him more money. And Alex can just not get anything that he wants right now. He seems stuck in the middle of a tough decision, and he just needs to make up his mind at some point if he wants to be there for when he would need to report to spring training, which is obviously not when pitchers and catchers report, but the week after. So it's almost go time for him to make a decision.
You would think, but we could be waiting even more. I'm seeing more and more rhetoric online, whether it's fatigue like mine or people saying, oh, Altuve doesn't even, or excuse me, not Altuve. Bregman doesn't even want to be here. Like, I'm seeing more and more of that. Like, F that guy. And of course, do they have a point? It's definitely hard to feel sympathy for Alex Bregman not getting paid when you take a look at guys like Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez, who seem to be very appreciative of the fact that they have an opportunity to play baseball for a living. But there's a whole cultural thing. I mean, if you're coming from, let's be honest, third world country or a communist dictatorship, and you come here and they're offering you that money, are you really going to dig your heels in? Where if you're born in the United States of America and you've seen these deals getting higher and higher, you're probably going to just have different expectations as far as what you can get.
Yeah, and I think he has an agent that's telling him that there's something's going to change. That because in theory, you have all these teams reportedly interested. You would think at some point that would translate into some kind of bidding war, that these contracts would be upped. And that seems to have not happened. The Astros clearly don't feel any pressure to change their offer. Dana Brown, when he met with the media last week, said that he hadn't even called back Scott Boras. So it's not like they feel a sense of urgency to do it. And yes, there was another video today of a terrible camera angle of Jose Altuve getting reps in left field, because that's going to happen no matter what.
That's happening. Yeah, exactly. We're at the point now where it's just a standoff.
Yeah.
But it's a really boring standoff.
It's a very boring standoff.
Because, no one's even blinking. Like, I think everyone's sort of sleeping at this moment in time. But guess what, guys? I don't know if the Astros Skull and Bones Letterman Jacket Society, if you've been listening to me long enough, if that is Jim Crane, that is Jeff Bagwell, that is Craig Biggio, that was Reggie Jackson. He was ousted unceremoniously. But I'm of the belief that Jim Crane, who did pitch back in the day, looks at those guys and says, yeah, I'm just like these guys.
Yeah.
I'm of the belief that he feels that way. I'm a winner in my own way. They're winners. And he's constantly talking to these guys about what is and what isn't best for the Astros. Now, I think Dana Brown has perhaps a good amount of influence on what the Astros do, but the idea that Bagwell and Biggio are going to be completely removed just because of the Jose Abreu contract and a Rafael Montero contract and a Michael Brantley contract that they all signed after they moved on from James Click. I don't know that Jim Crane's not talking to them anymore. But we heard from two members of the Skull and Bones Letterman Jacket Society over the weekend. Jeff Bagwell at the TriStar Collectors Show he thinks that the Astros have done a great job, and specifically Dana Brown's done a great job.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of things sometimes you have to do, to get better. As a fan, sometimes you don't understand the dynamics of how things work and all that, which is perfectly fine. But I think if you really look at it and what we're trying to do, I think Dana's done a great job of trying to figure this out. We're not done yet. And so hopefully, we got 2 more months, basically, a month and a half, 2 months baseball to figure out who's going to be playing in our outfield, who's going to be pitching. But one thing I do know is that we have great pitching. If we got good starting pitching, we're going to be fine. So we'll figure this out and make it a good team and have a chance to win this year.
Audio quality not the best, but if you could hear what he was saying, he says, "Hey, we've got pitching," and after that, things are going to get figured out in spring training. Yeah, I think we're going to figure out that these guys aren't good in the outfield because we already know that.
Yeah. I think we know if that it's gonna be tough, and I think there's gonna be a lot of people hoping and praying and crossing their fingers that the young prospects, the young guns, surprise us in spring training to remove McCormick and Myers from the everyday lineup. I think that's what most people are probably hoping is going to happen.
That's wishful thinking.
It is a lot of wishful thinking.
I'm the king of wishful thinking. It's a great song by Go West.
Don't know.
I'm not going to sing it. We've sang 2 segments already. Okay.
I thought we were going to 12 for 12 today.
Do not get paid enough for that. Well, I mean,
Okay.
if you want it, you can get it. But this is a team that has to figure that out, and they're not going to. They're going to go into this year clearly putting Altuve out there a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to be out there in left field. It's not going to be your everyday left fielder, but him, Jordan, Mauricio Dubon are going to be your left fielders this year. Maybe Taylor Trammell, like we'll get some run out there too. But that's your group, and you're going to see a mix of Dubon and Altuve at second base. It's gonna be a strange year, and you might see Altuve DH. He's gonna do a bunch of different things this year for the Astros. I almost just can't wait. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see what happens. Actually, like, what if he's good in the outfield? What if it's the worst outfielder we've ever seen? What is going to happen?
I mean, I guess you could say to yourself, well, the odds of it being the worst outfield we've ever seen aren't that high. Have you seen the Sacramento A's?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They got some young kids now, but the McCormick Myers Dubon is the worst offensive outfield in baseball, and it's not close. Defensively, it could be worse defensively for sure. That's where Altuve comes in. But offensively, it will be the worst in the league.
More from Jeff Bagwell. He said he wasn't surprised by the Kyle Tucker trade.
No, I wasn't shocked. I mean, there's certain things you can do, and Kyle Tucker's going to make a lot of money very soon. So you gotta weigh 1 year of him into compared to what he's going to do if he walks out the door. So those are the things that Jim and Dana have to figure out, and that's what they came up with. So that's what you do. You got back some good players. Cam Smith is a big deal that we got out of that trade in Chicago. And Christian Walker is one of the best first basemen in baseball. He's going to make our defense way better. You get a first baseman over there that can play defense like he can, every infielder gets better. Not to mention you can hit you 30 home runs without being 100. So we did some good things.
Wolf.
I do agree. Christian Walker's a great signing. Getting Cam Smith makes sense. Moving on from Kyle Tucker because you're not going to pay him. I actually very much agree with Jeff Bagwell. In fact, I'm now just wondering if like Dana Brown's just like they're all in it together.
The idea that Jeff is completely removed, I do not buy that.
Oh, yeah. I don't buy that. But maybe they just agree with where they're going as a group. Lockstep.
Well, it's pretty easy to agree with the guy who's spending all the money because that person is also spending money on your employment if you're Dana Brown.
That's true. I
think with Jeff Bagwell, it's probably a little bit different. I'm very curious as to how Jeff Bagwell is he compensated by the Astros? Like I'm very curious about that.
I think so. I think him and Biggio are both compensated by the Astros.
Like full-time employees?
I don't think so. I think it's like the
consultant.
I think that's like the alumni thing, but then they probably get a little bit extra.
Gotcha.
That's why we see, Baggy do so much of the TV and radio as well
Mhm.
during the year, and he's at everything.
Craig Biggio also at a lot of things, not as many as Bagwell. Here he is talking about the transition, at least from time to time, of Jose Altuve from second baseman to left fielder, something that he's done himself.
I was only there about a half a year, so I mean, then I went back to second, so it's kind of like I went back home again, so it was good. But it was, again, there's just, there's just this. You just need to go play it and get out there and get acclimated to it as quick as you can, and if it is going to happen, then you'll have enough time in spring training to take care of all that.
He was only on it for half a season. How does that make you feel better about this?
Because I guess in theory they fixed the outfield. Like, no, Altuve's moving because he's deteriorating. Because the advanced metrics are saying he's slowing down at second base, and that's why they're open to doing this. That when they look at Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith, like that, there's some combination of those guys that play third, second, right field, left field, and Altuve can move somewhere else if they want him to. Like, that's why this is happening. It's not. They framed it. It came out because of Bregman, but the fact that this has been in the works. You can't convince me otherwise. They have been thinking about this, talking to Altuve about this for a little bit of time here, of just that they are going to potentially move him to left field and seeing if he was open to it. Like, they're there. And that's why we're going to see it happen this year. So I also don't know if spring training, I guess not to challenge Craig Biggio, but I don't know if he's going to figure it out in one spring training. They don't play that much. I mean, the Astros starters don't play in spring training until like the second week. They run the scrubs out there for the first week of spring training. They handle it differently than all the other teams.
And even when they do play, they get pulled, like fifth inning, sixth inning? They're not going full 9.
Yeah.
If they even get that far, right?
Yeah. So, like, what's Altuve going to like? Now, I know you can put pitchers in and out of games in spring training. It's really weird. I don't know if they can, like, let Altuve play left field for 2 innings and then go back out there 2 innings later. Some on-off defense.
He's a designated fielder.
Yeah, just designated fielder.
Doesn't even hit.
Yeah. Just try it out. See how it goes.
Rock bottom from my baseball playing days was when I was a designated fielder. I was god awful at the plate.
That's tough.
It was awful. I was like, "Are you serious?"
I was also awful.
I wasn't a good fielder either.
What position did they put you at? Was it
The
right
outfield.
field?
They put me in the outfield. Yeah.
Yeah, that they didn't think much
I was
of your
fast.
defense either.
I was fast, but yeah, even then I was like 4'11", so I was just absolute waste of space on the JV baseball team.
I just wouldn't wear my glasses, so I couldn't see the ball. I was a stubborn kid. I couldn't
wear the
You went
glasses.
to back, not being able to see the ball?
I couldn't see the ball until it crossed home plate. It's
Wow.
like, and my dad would always yell at me, like, tell me to put up to wear I wouldn't wear the goggles. I didn't want to look like a loser. I didn't want to look like a loser, so I just wouldn't wear them.
I think the goggles have aged well.
Not back then. Not
No,
in the early
back
2000s.
then. No, you're right.
So
Back
I was
then,
just
you're
like,
right.
no, I'll just bunt.
But biggest loser wearing goggles or not being able to see the ball and just standing there?
I think I had like one hit.
713. What's worse, not being able to see or looking kind of like lame?
Yeah.
713-780-3776.
Looking lame.
That's how you text. Speaking of looking lame, that's the Dallas Mavericks. Am I right? Let's just roll right through. Do they have it worse than any fan base in American sports right now?
Oh.
I actually don't think they do.
Oh, really?
I don't think they do.
Who's in front?
Because they will at the very least contend still.
Yes, they will still be good, but your entire future as a fan. I mean, you wait. Sometimes you never get this guy as a fan of a team.
Correct.
And they had him, and they gave him away for Anthony Davis.
And I mean, there's a protest outside the stadium. They're bringing a coffin outside the arena, and you got fans. We got some clips of some of these fans. Let's play fan number 1, B-Mac.
I've been a Mavs fan my whole entire life since I've been a baby. This is the worst moment in the history of my life. This is ridiculous. This is crazy, man. We went to the NBA Finals. Why are we trading the best player, the franchise player? How are we trading the franchise player? We went to the NBA Finals. He's supposed to have a statue. He's supposed to have a statue. Dirk got a statue right there. It's supposed to be Luka right there. Why we don't got a statue for Luka?
I think it's really funny just hearing all the Gen Zers in the background. There's one guy's going, "Yo, crash out! Crash out! For real, crash out!"
Chandler Parsons, apparently, when I was in
Period.
the TV show, it said Luka cried. And also apparently bought a $15 million house in the last week in Dallas.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe he wanted to leave, but the Mavericks were clearly done with him. But the fans have it bad. Here's some more sad Maverick fans before I tell you who actually does have it worse. This is Maverick fan number 2.
Hate everything about it. I hope Luka goes crazy on us. You know what I mean? I'm done with the Mavs right now, bro. It's done.
These guys, this Neko, they finished with my dreams, okay? And this place, American Airlines, the Mavericks, this was my safe place. And now I have nothing. Basically, they screw up the best sport thing in Dallas. I'm so sad, man, for real. I'm sad and disappointed.
They ruined my dreams. I'm that guy. I don't think it's that bad, bro. I mean, it's bad that you lose Doncic.
They ruined his safe place.
His safe place is gone.
Oh, soft boy.
But they didn't get Anthony Davis back. Again, it's not a good trade. It's not, there's no justifying it. It is one of the worst trades ever. It is a lot like, I mean, it's not quite as bad as when the Boston Red Sox sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees, who became the Yankees through that move. And it was all to finance a play that the original time through was bad. And then they renamed it No No Nanette. But you know who has it worse? New Orleans Saints fans have it worse. New Orleans Saints fans are very passionate. They are rooting for a team that is like $100 million over the cap. They got a GM in Mickey Loomis who has no intention of retiring anytime soon. And on top of all of that, now apparently the Saints are helping cover-ups of sexual misconduct by the Catholic Church in New Orleans.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. And they don't have a head coach.
Yep.
That's pretty terrible.
And
not sure Kellen Moore's like gonna see that story from today and be like, yeah, that's my place.
And let's be honest, Moore is the front runner for a head coach. The Eagles are playing the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So when the Chiefs win this game, which I think is a lock, I really do feel strongly. I hope I'm wrong. I'm wearing green all week to show resistance to the possible three-peat. But then the Saints get to hire the guy who is in charge of the offense that will probably, as it has very often this year, unless Saquon Barkley runs for 200 yards, underachieve.
Yeah. And
I think Saints fans have it worse than Mavericks fans right now. I think Mavericks, I mean, if you're in New Orleans, guess what? You also have a fat piece of,
yeah,
but I don't want to be mean. You have a fatty boombatty athlete that never plays on your, and that guy's iconic.
Yeah, but at least,
and you're
like,
stuck with him.
Like, it sounds like they might sell their team soon. So, like, you have like a little bit of hope. This is a new ownership group that just came in their first move. Like, think about this. Like, you have teams that Steve Cohen buys the Mets, and what does he do? He spends so much money. The Twins, like when the new Twins owner comes in, they're going to spend so much money. The Phoenix Suns owner butchered their franchise. But what did he do? He got Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. This new ownership group comes in and trades away the best, like the third best player in the league. I mean, Mavs fans think that it's an intentional move by the Adelson family to drive the fans away so they can move the team to Las Vegas and not have to expand there. Like, that's what they think right now. They think that they're losing their team because this group doesn't want to be in Dallas. And this is what they were doing to piss off the fans to make that easy to happen. That's crazy. Like I don't think anyone has it worse than them. Saints is close. Saints is bad. But to have like that superstar player just taken away from you for, yes, a good player in return, a very good player in return, it's still not the same. There's no comp to it. The closest I think that really does come to it is Andrew Luck in terms of like stunning, losing the piece of your franchise and just being so shocked when it happened. Like, there's nothing. I mean, when Jordan retired to play baseball, like what comps to this? When Brady retired for a week, well, then he left anyways. But like, I feel bad for Mavs fans. I feel very bad for them.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. B-Mac in for Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call into text. And I do not feel bad for them. I think this is hilarious. I think it's hilarious that Dallas fans are suffering right now. And it's fun to laugh because they were talking trash after they took down the Astros in the 2023 ALCS. And look, you have nothing and you'll leave with nothing. Nothing. Just Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka right there. Up next, speaking of just the Houston sports scene, which is better than the Dallas sports scene. Could the Rockets have made this trade happen? What would you have been willing to do to get Luka Doncic to Houston? Did you not even want him? We'll discuss. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Stay put. We're all in shock about what happened Saturday night. Still, there's no way to justify it. The Dallas Mavericks trading a guy who less than a year ago took him to the NBA Finals. Luka Doncic is now a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, and the Lakers didn't have to give up much to get him. A lot of questions to really just ask of Mavericks management, because it's very clear, they admitted this, that they didn't talk to really anybody else. It was just the Lakers from the get-go. In case you have not actually heard this straight from the horse's mouth, here is Nico Harrison, who orchestrated this deal, with Jason Kidd stone-faced sitting next to him, wondering about the meaning of life, saying an all-time line.
The long term is the time frame. I think he fits our time frame. If you pair him with Kyrie and the rest of the guys, he fits right along with our time frame to win now and win in the future. And the future to me is 3-4 years from now. The future 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't think they probably bury me and Jay Button, or we bury ourselves.
Yes. I mean, that is like one of the most tone deaf comments to make.
That's the moment you realize, oh wait,
he's an idiot.
I could have gotten more. And I wonder if there was a moment where he said, "Now we're gonna take this back." Can they still take it back?
Nope, too late. Like, people are asking Adam Silver to veto this trade the way that David Stern did the Chris Paul to Lakers trade. You know, like that's what people wanted to see happen. Like, that's how bad this was. He also opened the press conference like laughing about there being so many people there, and I think he answered 4 questions and then bailed like a coward. Like, he bailed. Like, and you're making jokes. Like, that's why I feel bad, because this guy's up there cracking jokes about, I don't know, man. Like, I feel bad for like fans if they're gonna be up there like watching this general manager crack jokes about being fired in 3 or 4 years, basically, because of this move. No, dude. You're getting canned for this.
I think it's funny when fan bases go through hell and it's not yours. Does that make me a terrible person?
No.
I'm a rubbernecker right now. I see a car crash on the side of the road, and I'm slowing down and slowing up traffic.
Like, I don't feel bad for like Browns fans. Like, they get what they deserve. Like, they were all so excited about Deshaun Watson. They wanted to pretend like all the allegations and things didn't exist when they got him. So, like, I don't feel bad for them. But, like, Mavs fans didn't do anything to deserve this.
No, they're a little annoying during last year's NBA Finals.
They can be, yeah.
And yeah, this is just personally for me. Like,
that's fine.
That's like, I had a couple of Maverick fan friends who were talking trash to me going into that series. I kept my mouth shut. And what happened? Oh, you didn't win. Oh man, damn.
You text them all yesterday?
No, I didn't. They know.
Oh, okay.
The Celtics ended them. They don't exist. The Mavericks are dead because the Celtics killed them. So, people of Houston, thank the Boston Celtics. They helped you out.
And to the Boston fans that need a new team to root for, come on over. Just
Dallas
like you
Dallas fans.
Yeah,
you said Boston.
Oh yeah, Dallas fans. Come on over. Just like you rooted for the Astros for so many years.
Yeah, I know.
Come on over.
Yeah, it's fine.
And remember, it's your skyline that was lit up in blue and orange when the Astros won the World Series in 2017. So come on.
Had the Mavericks actually shopped around, they should have called the Rockets.
Of course.
And the Rockets, this would have been a tough one, I imagine, for Ime Udoka to perhaps sign off on, just given some of the questions about Doncic and his lack of care on defense. I think this is one of the players that Ime would have a tough time coercing into playing his way.
Yeah, the fit's not great in terms of like what Ime wants out of a player.
There are certain players who it doesn't matter who the coach is, he's not going to listen. And I think that's right now what Doncic is. Theoretically, that could change in the near future. But the Rockets, had a phone call been made, they should have thought long and hard about it. There was a theoretical trade that was proposed where the Mavericks would get Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith, Fred VanVleet, Cam Whitmore, 5 first-round picks, and the Rockets would get Doncic, Maxi Kleber, Najee Marshall, and Dwight Powell. I guess that would make the salary match up. Would you have done this? I'm not going to lie. I think Doncic is a great player, but I don't want him. I can't deal with the flopping. I can't deal with the lack of effort on defense. I can't deal with the constant complaining about the referees. I would be out on Doncic, I bet, after a full calendar year, no matter how good he is. I can't do that again. I can't root for a player like that who doesn't stay in the best shape he possibly can. Even if he's way better than James Harden ever was, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
I would probably complain about him more often than I would compliment him.
No, I understand, especially with the way what Amen's doing lately. Like seeing Amen go to Dallas and have the success and be the star player that we both think he's going to be versus what Luka would potentially be here. I'd have a hard time saying no. This proposed trade by CBS, my immediate reaction is no, because that's not anything close to what the Lakers gave up. So
Yeah.
I know there's no Anthony Davis going there, but if this exact trade was the 5 first-round picks, Jabari, Fred VanVleet, Cam Whitmore, and Jalen Green, I would do this trade in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. If there was a world in which the Rockets could have gotten Luka and kept Amen Thompson and Şengün, yeah, you're not great defensively in one spot, but the rest of your team can make up for that. Like your coach can make up for that. Like that's Dallas's biggest problem last year was that you had Kyrie and Luka, who both are defense optional. You can probably have one defense optional guy out there on the court and still win a championship. If not, like a couple guys that are mediocre, but one guy who really doesn't try. Amen can make up for a lot of that stuff. Like you have pieces that I would do this exact trade if I would have done this exact trade if it was Jalen Green instead of Amen Thompson for Luka Doncic. No question about it.
I don't know if they would have taken it, but then
For
again,
sure.
you saw the trade that they just made, so maybe they would have.
That's very true.
Yeah, maybe they would have. It's incredible that this is all they got. I think that if you offered Luka to 29 teams, all 29 teams would be interested. And sure, there would be some who would be crafty, like Rob Pelinka supposedly was, saying, yeah, we've got some concerns about Luka. But for the most part, every single ownership group is going to just look at the possibility of a star player like that on their team and the relevance that it brings them, the jersey sales, the attendance numbers, the ratings. I mean, that's the biggest part about getting a star like this. Obviously, it helps you win a championship, but if you don't, many of these organizations are dying for the chance to get someone like this. And there's no trade clause. I mean, any team, if they had the assets, could have done this. And the Mavericks made one phone call. And to me, like that's the weirdest thing of all. Why just one? Is it really plausible to buy incompetence as the reason? You know, I mean, I get it. This is a guy who butchered Steph Curry's meeting with Nike. This is also a guy who put together a team that made it to the finals last year.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, there was a wonky Western Conference last season where there was no real like killer. The Timberwolves kind of ran out of steam as the playoffs wore on. But I'm really struggling with this one because, okay, it could be just gross incompetence, but it almost feels like that's just so preposterous to say that that's the reason he only called one team. Like what else is at play here?
I mean,
did Lucas say behind the scenes that this is the only team he would play for? But from the sound of things, that's not what happened.
Yeah,
at least from what we're hearing.
If you think about like, okay, like who would you trade if you're intent on trading Luka for a player and not draft capital and young players? Like if you go through the list of guys in the league, like who would be available? Like no, the Denver Nuggets would not trade Jokic. I don't think the Milwaukee Bucks would trade Giannis. I don't think the Thunder would trade Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The Spurs would not trade Victor Wembanyama. I don't even know who the next guy on the list would be, like besides LeBron and Anthony Davis. Like of like who if that's your only goal is to win right now. The Celtics would not trade Jason Tatum, I don't think, for Luka Doncic. Like
I think they think about it though.
I think they would think about it too, and I think they might try to do this the way the Lakers approach this of like we'll give you less and less and less. And maybe we can transition this into Jaylen Brown for Luka to put with Jason Tatum. So like if you're looking for just a straight up player, Anthony Davis, I think, does very quickly become the top option. And while Jason Kidd looks like a hostage in this video, he was the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers when they won a championship together in the bubble. So if they're out on Luka and they are collectively out, I do see how like Anthony Davis reunited with Jason Kidd can be a selling point for them. I don't agree with it, but I can see how they get there of like, well, we're not going to get Jokic and we're not going to get Giannis and we're not going to get Wemby. So let's get Anthony Davis and let's run that with Kyrie and see what we can do. And I guess that's their logic. And they just must think that Luka will not be the player that we all think he's going to be, I guess, in the long term.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in. Would you have accepted a Luka Doncic trade? Yeah.
Yes.
For the most part, I think everyone's saying yeah. Like, you could probably still strong arm me into saying yes, because I know what he can be when he's at his best. I would just stylistically be annoyed with him on a regular basis, and that's just Paul being Paul.
But if it didn't include a men, if it was Jalen Green, who you can also be annoyed with at times.
Yeah.
And you have the positives of Amen Thompson and the negatives of Luka. I think it would balance out for you.
Is this the worst trade ever? Are Dallas fans the most down bad of all sports fans in the United States of America? Both those on the table. If you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't think any Mavericks fans are the kings of wishful thinking right now. Their hopes and dreams are dead.
They're crushed.
Dead and gone forever. You'll try. No, you won't. It's sunk. What's that? Sure, Jan. What a song.
I don't know, but I like it.
It's very upbeat considering how depressed this man is singing into a mirror or perhaps singing on a ledge, about to, take that last plunge.
Yes.
Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call in to text, and you can join on Twitch at ESPN Houston. Excuse me, at ESPN 975 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Someone has a very piping hot take. This is from Steve on YouTube. Dallas is moving to Vegas. The expansion teams will be Seattle and Dallas. Dallas ownership has tried to bring gambling to Texas, but since it doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon, they're just going to get up and leave.
I mean, it would make some sense, but wouldn't you want Luka to be there with you?
Yes.
Like, wouldn't you want Luka to be the centerpiece of a team in Las Vegas?
Maybe there's less resistance or a less of an impetus to try and stop him. But again, I don't know the least details of what the Mavericks are. I would assume that it's just a tinfoil hat conspiracy. But we like it, Steve. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it's look, when you have these teams coming in, these new ownership groups coming in and buying teams that are so heavily connected to Las Vegas. If Texas doesn't get its act together and legalize gambling, you wonder what the fallout for that will be. I don't think it will affect the Rockets in any way, shape, or form because obviously Tillman has Lake Charles. He also is reportedly wanting to buy the Saints. So, like, he's clearly not worried about it. But for the Adelson family, if they want to have a team and be the team in Vegas, it makes sense. Like, they don't have roots here like Tillman does with all of his restaurants and everything. So, I buy it. If this was a tinfoil Thursday, like I would say,
tinfoil hat Thursday.
I would say I'm in on this conspiracy theory.
Maybe we'll bring it back. Another tinfoil hat conspiracy was this Greg Abbott who wanted to deport an immigrant.
Got his way.
And deported him to the liberal California.
Yeah,
too. Some would say that's jail. Just kidding. From the 713, here's another tinfoil hat conspiracy. You know what? I'm just going to get the tinfoil hat out.
Oh, he has it.
I didn't think this is a tinfoil hat Monday, but we have a tinfoil hat on. For the 713, y'all all wrong. The NBA knows LeBron and the Lakers will be crap in a year or two because LeBron said he will play 1 or 2 more years. The NBA was on a downfall and does not want it again. Mark Cuban's a shark for real. He's shady.
Well, he doesn't own the team anymore. So, or at least the majority of the team. Yeah, this goes back to the whole Wilt, Kareem, Gasol, Kobe, Shaq, LeBron, Luka. The rich get richer. The poor get poorer.
But the Mavericks weren't poor.
No, they weren't.
That's what's crazy. It is interesting. King of Twitch brings this up. A lot of people were saying, Mark Cuban. He said he would divorce his wife before he got rid of Luka Doncic. And then this happens. Couldn't Cuban, if he still owns 27%, couldn't he theoretically step in and stop this?
I don't think he knew.
Clearly he didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like literally no one knew except for Nico. Not Nico Collins.
Just Nico. Just Nico Harrison.
Nico Harrison.
Luka didn't know. LeBron didn't know. Jason Kidd didn't know. The only person that other knew besides him was the owner who laughed in his face.
Yeah.
And then eventually agreed. Like, yeah, if Mark Cuban would have known, he could have tried to stop this. But alas.
This is a jam, dude. BMAC, what is this?
It's the theme song. I don't know if you remember this from our. Actually, you weren't over that station, but there's an overnight show on News Radio 740, Coast to Coast. Oh. This is the theme. They talk about chemtrails and aliens, all sorts of stuff. Yeah,
they just play this.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. I want to do the Gritty or something right now. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. This is like audio Molly. Not that I would ever do that. That is illegal.
Yes.
Okay? Don't do that, kids. Not cool. All right. So, yeah, we got some conspiracies coming in about this. Ultimately, I mean, it is good for the Rockets from this perspective. I think that your competition in your backyard is certainly gotten a little bit easier. I really wonder what the Lakers will be the rest of this year. Like, it feels like it would be a difficult fit for both LeBron James and Luka Doncic, especially with it happening at this point in the year. Not to say that they couldn't figure it out come playoff time, because obviously we've seen things fall together very late in the year and actually work out.
I mean, at a minimum, right? Doesn't this put this on your list of teams you don't want to see the Rockets play in the first round of the playoffs?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, like hard pass on Luka and LeBron. And there's no way they're done. They don't have a center.
Right.
Like they have to make at least one more move before Thursday's trade deadline. You think. And you think that they would just go all in, because if you have 1 or 2 years left of LeBron, like this move sets up for the now, but it also gives LeBron one last chance to win a championship. I think this gives the Lakers a better chance to win a championship way more than it did with Anthony Davis. And I like Anthony Davis, the basketball player. You know, if his contract's up and he can stay relatively healthy, like that's someone that like I would be very intrigued by for the Rockets eventually if they had the space to do so. But they have major work to do, I would say right now, to be like a real contender this year for the Lakers. This is a long-term play for them.
And I wonder if it's a long-term play without LeBron. The fact that I got a push notification where LeBron is telling, and this is a running bit on the show, the ESPN push notifications that they send out. At least it wasn't a WNBA update, but I get updates regularly, and I'm like, why is this an update that I'm getting? And the one that I got over the weekend, Joe, and I got annoyed as soon as I saw it, because I thought to myself, like, why do I need this push notification? Shouldn't the push notification be for things that are big? This was it. LeBron James intends to stay with Lakers beyond Thursday's trade deadline, from NBA reporter Chris Haynes. What?
For a lot of people, that's big news.
I hate that that's news. I know this gets into the whole, like, oh, we can't call the owners anymore. They're governors and all this crap. But, like, the fact that LeBron can say, I want to leave, trade me, sucks.
It does suck.
Just as much as it sucks that an ownership group can trade a best player away and the fans have no say in it, it also sucks that the players could basically say, I'm doing this, figure it out.
I mean, LeBron could still in the next 2 days just be like, never mind. I'm good. I want to be a Rocket. Like, you know, I'm going to be a Warrior. Like, whatever he wants to do, he can do. You're right. It's, I do think there's something wrong with your ESPN app, though.
No, dude, I've checked it.
I don't get these notifications.
I
saw your tweet and I was like, did I get this push?
I've checked my preferences, and it's like it's like they know that whenever I see that, I'm gonna lose my mind, get angry. Like my blood actually boils when I see this. Who cares? LeBron intends to stay with the team he's on past the trade deadline. Yeah, I would effing assume that. They're within contention in the West. Everyone's acting like they're having a bad year. Aren't they the 4 seed right now?
They're towards the top. Like they're not towards the bottom of the
right. And I mean, the Warriors are like 500 right now. Oh, he wants to go there? Okay.
Yeah, Steph Curry stinks right now too.
Yeah, good luck.
Like cooked.
So it's very bizarre that is the kind of stuff that's the NBA now. And also, I'd say this, like Super Bowl week, no one would be talking about the NBA at all. Still, I mean, generally, we don't really shift unless you have a good team in town like we do with the Rockets to talking about basketball until the Super Bowl's done, because people care more about football in this country. That's just the way it is. And look, there's certainly a lot of diehard basketball fans out there, but generally they're not going to sports talk radio to listen to, content. They're going to be listening to podcasts and things like that. I just think it's a little bit different, but this is what makes people enjoy the NBA. It's not the games, it's trades.
It's the drama. It's the trade machine. That's what that it is. It's the NBA's biggest problem, is the thing that has made their sport the most compelling for like content, whether it's podcasts or television or radio, is the thing that's also killing their sport. That, I mean, like if you were a Mavs fan today, how could you ever be invested in the team again? Like Mark Cuban stuck by and got Dirk to stick by the good and the bad with the Mavericks, no matter what. And they took down the Heat in the finals. And Dirk could have demanded a trade at any point when they were a mid-basketball team. And this new group comes in and trades Luka. Like, even if they won the lottery this year somehow and missed the playoffs and got Cooper Flag, how could you be confident that in 6 years they wouldn't just trade him?
Exactly.
Like it's
or that he would ask out.
Yeah, and it's not like yeah, the Astros have let guys walk time and time again, but what happens? Well, they keep winning. Like, where the Mavs, it's like, I mean, even then, like, this is different. This is Ohtani. This is Judge. Like, this is Jordan. Like, this is the best players in their sport, and you just gave them away for a guy who's hurt and old, and whose contract doesn't last that much longer. It's something.
And the Lakers weren't even going to resign him. Now, we do have a couple comments. Fendel0 on YouTube says, the Mavs got worse, but the Spurs got better. Yeah, they did get De'Aaron Fox. That's the funny thing, too. No one's even really talking that much about the De'Aaron Fox trade because everyone just can't believe on Saturday night that trade went down. I mean, talk about news dumps. Saturday night at 11:12 local time.
What happens next weekend in Dallas? Last Friday, 9:30 at night, Schottenheimer hired. This Saturday,
yeah, you're right.
Luka traded at 11:30.
You're right.
Like, do the Rangers move? Like, do they leave Texas next weekend? Like what happens next? It's. I mean, the De'Aaron Fox trade's a good one. It definitely made the Spurs better. I mean, look, even though he's not the player that Anthony Davis is, like, the Kings got 2 first-round picks. They got 3, but one of them will never convey. But like, they got 3 first-round picks in that deal. The Mavs got 1. It's even if you really think you're be a better team, the Lakers have 2 first-round picks. They should have got both of those things at an absolute minimum in this deal.
And they didn't get any of it.
They got 1.
Nico Harrison, dude. Like,
good luck to that.
Congratulations. You know what? No. He has plenty of luck, Joe. How does he have this job after effing up the Nike presentation to Steph Curry?
Yeah.
Where he kept on calling him Seth? Yeah. Good God, brother.
He called him Seth, and apparently it was like a presentation that was actually for Kevin Durant. And then that's when Steph went to Under Armour.
Yeah, like Under Armour.
Yeah.
No one does Under Armour. Like, that's how bad you effed it up.
Yeah,
everyone does Nike.
Like, this guy, he's just like like a Nike guy. Now he's running a basketball team. What a strange hire to put him in your front office like this. I mean, he was appointed the GM in 2021 with Jason Kidd, and yes, you made some really good moves last year that got you to the finals. But this feels like he just got tired of Luka, and I guess thought it was unfixable. Like thought he was a broken basketball player in terms of being in shape. And there's been some reports today more about outside trainers. It very much reads as like the Alex Guerrero, Tom Brady Patriots stuff, where Luka was bringing in his guys and Dallas was tired of it. But even then, like, you can't just get him to get rid of those guys.
You had Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic
and Kristaps.
Yeah, Kristaps looks good again.
Yeah, and Brunson looks good.
But in that one draft class, I mean, they had Brunson and Doncic. It's one of the greatest draft classes of all time. They're both gone. What do they have to show for it? What do they have?
Anthony Davis.
Like, I don't even know what they got for Jalen Brunson.
He walked in free agency, didn't he?
Oh yeah, that's right. They just didn't bring him back.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, they just let him walk.
No, he's an all-star starter.
Yeah, they just let him walk.
And the Knicks are playing incredible basketball. The Rockets play him tonight, so we'll see what happens in that game. He's Joe and Paul. BMAC in for Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next in the 10-minute drill, did the Texans miss out on Chip Kelly, who is now the Las Vegas Raiders' very highly paid offensive coordinator and one of the league's best players requested a trade? Stick around.
Chip Kelly is now the offensive coordinator of the Las Vegas Raiders. They hired him for the whopping salary of $6 million a year. I don't know how long that contract is, Joe, but if they were going to lure him away from Ohio State, where he's getting paid $2 million a year and has a rather cushy job, this is how you do it. Even if he doesn't have a quarterback to work with, you're going to pass up on $6 million to be a coordinator? I sure as hell wouldn't.
No, I'm taking this job. I'll figure out the quarterback in the offseason.
Right. And I wonder where the Raiders go from here. I'm sure the rest of the league is pissed off that they hired this guy for that amount of money, because now all of a sudden the best coordinators, I would imagine, in football are going to start looking for this kind of money. I mean, Nick Haley supposedly last offseason from the New York Jets, the guy who many consider to be the front runner for the Texans offensive coordinator gig, was looking for something like $3 million. So
Liam Cohen was going to get 4.5 to stay in Tampa before he took the Jacksonville job.
It's crazy. Offensive coordinators are starting to get paid a lot, and sometimes they're not even necessarily proven. Although I guess you could make the argument with Cohen, at the very least he was. But some of these guys, we haven't seen it yet. We have seen Chip Kelly at the NFL level. When he first took over as head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, things look pretty good. I think the Texans missed out from this perspective. I don't know if Chip Kelly would be good or bad here in Houston. What I do know is that for a fan base that gets very apathetic often, if you want to have everybody feeling engaged going into this year and as excited after they didn't live up to the hype this past season, hiring someone like Chip Kelly would have done it. I don't know that a Nick Haley or Gerard Johnson in-house kind of hire is going to do that.
No, I think that people will put will get their deep steel blue pill going.
Oh, yeah.
When the season gets here for these offensive coordinators. But in the meantime, once the hiring is announced, I think the fan base will be largely reserved. Just because there's also it's not like you go on Twitter or anything like that. I know it's not a full representation of the fan base, but you get a pretty good picture of what it is. I don't feel like there's actually a clear-cut candidate now at this point. There are a lot of people who are pro Gerard Johnson, people who are very pro Nick Haley. It is not clear who everybody wants, which is probably how it should be, but not everyone's going to be excited.
No, that's for sure. So, continuing to go around the NFL. Guess what? Swarm! Texans. Swarm! John Weeks, back. Longest tenured Texan. Hell yeah.
You got to have those leaders in the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
You got to make sure that snap gets there so Kaimi can miss it. It's not John's fault.
Hey, you can't act out on Kaimi Fairbairn after last year just because of a couple of bad misses against Kansas City.
I think we can.
Why? He set a record for most 50-plus field goals.
He did. He also was missing a lot of easy ones towards the end of the season. My confidence is wavering with Kaimi.
He's better than most kickers.
I agree. It's not John Weeks' fault, so glad John's back.
We'll see.
Legend.
We'll see if the special teams tradition of excellence can continue. Myles Garrett, Browns pass rusher, arguably the best defensive player in the NFL, Aggies legend, has requested a trade. He put out his statement. As a kid dreaming of the NFL, all I focused on was the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl. And that goal fuels me today more than ever. My love for the community of Northeast Ohio and the incredible fan base of the Cleveland Browns has made this one of the toughest decisions of my life. These past 8 years have shaped me into the man that I am today. While I've loved calling this city my home, my desire to win and compete on the biggest stages won't allow me to be complacent. The goal was never to go from Cleveland to Canton. It has always been to compete for and win a Super Bowl. All bold. With that in mind, I have requested to be traded from the Cleveland Browns, Myles Garrett, and then his fancy little signature.
They have to do this. I know that their GM has already, when asked about this at the end of the season, said, no, you have to trade Myles Garrett. They're in the worst spot in the league right now. All that dead money for Deshaun. There's not a quarterback to draft in this class. If you're an avid mock draft viewer, saw Lance Erline's first one come out today. Projected Abdul Carter, the pass rusher from Penn State, with the number 2 pick. They flipped Garrett to a team like the Patriots for a top 5 pick and multiple other firsts. They have to do this. I don't even know why it's a question. What does Myles Garrett do for you in the Browns? You're terrible.
I'm curious as to just how tradable he is, given that he's under contract for the next 2 years and has dead cap hits of $36 million and $21 million. And the Browns already have a lot of issues with cap as far as what's tied up to Deshaun Watson. I don't think they're going to get much in return for it. It does suck that players have this kind of power, and a player for Garrett has this kind of power, because if you're a fan of the Browns, you're hoping that if the guy agrees to play for this team, that he's going to stay. You get why he'd ask out, but there is a part of me that gets a little bit annoyed with some of the players who ask out. I get it here. I do get it. Like,
Yeah, this one
disaster,
is justified.
But yeah, it's justified. I don't know, though. I mean, especially seeing what happened over the weekend, it's hard to enjoy sports the same way when this stuff just keeps happening. Like, I get it. Like, it's a job for them. It's a career for them, but it is about entertainment. And I mean, if you're a fan of these teams and this kind of crap's happening, whether it's an owner who's just trading your star player with no really good reason, or it's your favorite player requesting a trade after being here for 8 years, even though he agreed to sign here for 5, 6, 7, whatever, how many dollars that were spent on him, probably top of the NFL kind of money. It is a little annoying.
I get where you're coming from, because I do tend to agree, but I think this is a circumstance where when you take a swing at a guy like Deshaun Watson and you butcher your franchise, this is what you get. If you miss this badly, this is what's going to happen in the Mavs. If it doesn't work for them, Kyrie will demand to be traded. Anthony Davis might demand to be traded this offseason. Like, it wouldn't shock me. It's just kind of, if you miss, players are going to ask out. And I also think, for the benefit of the Browns, like, if you can get a first rounder back or 2 first rounders back, like Khalil Mack got a handful of years ago, that reportedly, the Panthers were offered for Brian Burns at one point before they decided not to trade him, like idiots. If you can get 2 first rounders back with the state of your franchise, I think it makes a ton of sense to move them. But they seem adamant not to.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Continuing to go around the NFL, the Eagles and Chiefs have arrived in New Orleans for Super Bowl licks. I can't wait for all the Taylor Swift stories. Can't wait.
You see her last night?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I saw photos. I don't watch the Grammys.
Didn't even go to New Orleans to be with her boyfriend.
She's got places
Trouble in
to be.
Paradise. Travis Kelce went to the Super Bowl instead of to the Grammys. Unbelievable.
I mean, yeah.
I'm kidding. It is funny just to see the breakdown of that relationship. I didn't watch the Grammys. All I know is that Kanye West's wife showed up and you could see all of her stuff.
She was naked.
Her pajangas and her hoo-ha.
Yep.
Yeah, she was wearing a dress. It was like very sheer dress. They got kicked out not because of that, though. They got kicked out because they weren't invited.
Yep. Which, that's a very funny story, that Kanye was not invited to the Grammys. Yeah, I don't watch any of that stuff.
Nor
This doesn't do it for me.
do I. Well, I mean, there are certain elements of the Grammys that might have done it for me.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Like the dress?
Well, I mean, yeah, that
Yeah.
strong, powerful, independent woman.
Yeah.
Sabrina Carpenter, she's a strong, powerful, independent woman.
Mhm.
Was Dua Lipa there? Strong, powerful, independent woman.
The only thing I know, I saw Sabrina Carpenter
Yeah.
ripping shots out of a flask. I saw that video.
Hell yeah, dude.
That seems like your kind of gal.
She there's a song called Espresso.
Yeah.
I like espresso. All right. Oh, and by the way, the Pro Bowl games happened and the NFC's won 3 straight Pro Bowl games. Uh-oh.
Woo!
Is the AFC as good as we think it is? I don't know.
I mean, when Russell Wilson or Drake May are quarterbacks, you expect to win these things.
You do.
These flag football games.
He's Joe and Paul. BMAC in for Sean behind the glass. It is Gallant and George. Up next, getting closer and closer to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. We're less than 10 days away. Oh my God. It's so exciting. Until you look at the Astros outfield. Stick around.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We're getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to the Astros as they try to once again win the American League West. It's been 8 years in a row. Can they make it 9? Can they get back to the American League Championship Series? That would be nice.
It would be really nice. Not go home in the first round of the playoffs, 2 games against the Tigers. We'd rather avoid something like that happening again.
And we will call it the first round of the playoffs now because, yes, the Astros lost, but they made it to that point, and we do need to act like we're still cool. It was a lot more fun to say that the playoffs begin for the Astros in the American League Championship Series. That's really fun to just swing your thing around as a sports fan. So now we have to say, like, oh, yeah, well, the AL West is our God-given birthright. But the problem is the AL West is, it's kind of...
And they did lose it.
It's the hood.
They also did lose it during the pandemic year. But it's a 60-game season, so it doesn't really count.
The Astros are in a trailer park, let's be honest, of a division. But, hey, as we get closer and closer, I feel like everyone knows what they want this time of year. They want that bone. First off, Alex Bregman, still unsigned.
Oh.
No new update. The Tigers signed Jack Flaherty, and they're interested in Alex Bregman. That was the update over the weekend.
They made a trade today.
Okay.
That apparently they get some money back.
Oh.
I don't know if it's enough money to sign Alex Bregman, but they got some money back.
The Astros saved some money by trading Ryan Presley to the Chicago Cubs, and guess what? Ryan Presley took out a full-page ad in the Houston Chronicle on Sunday. Dear Houston, wrote Ryan Presley, when I joined the Astros in 2018, I never imagined how much the city would welcome and embrace me. Over these unforgettable years, Houston has given me more than I could have hoped for. I met and married my best friend, Catherine, a proud Houston native, and together we have welcomed 2 amazing children born and raised right here in the heart of this city. We have made lifelong friends, seen teammates become family, found a community to call our own, and built our former home in Houston. On the field, Kat and I have been privileged to share in the magic of Astros baseball with 7 postseason appearances that will forever be etched in our hearts. Standing on the mound as we brought a World Series championship back to Houston was a dream come true, one that exceeded every childhood hope I ever had. This city and this organization have given so much to our family, and words will never be enough to express our gratitude. Houston, you have our hearts forever. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you with love, the Presleys.
Thank you, Ryan. Great statement.
Sounds like someone who didn't want to leave.
He did not want to leave. He wanted to be here. The Astros said, see ya, buddy.
Bye. Yeah. And I get it. He wasn't the same player. But I think at the same time, the fact that they had to strong arm him into getting out, it's a byproduct of many decisions that the Astros have made from a contract perspective that have aged poorly, whether it was James Click giving him out or the Skull and Bones Letterman Jacket Society giving him out. There's a couple that have hamstrung them and put them in a spot where you can't offer more than what you're offering Alex Bregman right now, where you can't add an outfielder, where you're probably going to go into this year with what you currently have, and you're hoping that somebody is going to figure it out in spring training and excite you. And I don't know about that.
Yeah, and it's not that they can't, it's that they won't, which is equally frustrating, I think, that they willingly gave out these bad contracts. Now, I like the fact that I still give them credit for getting rid of Jose Abreu and just eating the money and not letting him just be a giant black hole on your roster and in the lineup at first base every day. I'm glad they got a new first baseman, but they could spend this money. They don't even have to get Alex Bregman. But God, it feels like they're doing nothing.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they've got that offer on the table for Bregman. They're not going to go over it because they don't want to go too far over the luxury tax threshold. And I'm really wondering if anyone is going to send in another offer. It really feels like the kind of waiting game that happens at an auction where 2 people, 3 people, 4 people might be bidding on the same thing, but they all are thinking to themselves, man, I'm not paying this much for that. And they're all hoping that another team takes this out of their hands.
I think that's what the Astros are hoping for. Is that they're hoping someone finally like gives a 6-year deal for 170, 185 million dollars. And they go, well, that was just too much for us. Like we couldn't go that far. We didn't want to go that far above the collective bargaining tax. We gave him our offer. We thought it was fair. And, that's why he sat in the market. Like, I think that's what the Astros are hoping for. The farther we've gotten away from this, the more I don't think they're ever really back in on Alex Bregman. When Dana Brown told us he hadn't called Scott Boras back, I think that was a sign that the reporting was not coming from Houston. I think it was very clear. The Presley stuff was coming from Houston. I think the Bregman connection to it was not. Like, I would be stunned if Alex Bregman's an Astro at this point.
Stunned.
I don't see it. He'd be an Astro if they really want him to be. I also don't really buy like he wants. There's been a couple people that like have said he wants to be an Astro. No, he doesn't. Not that bad. He'd be an Astro. Like, if he wanted to be an Astro that bad, he would take the deal.
You would think.
Yeah, Altuve will move to left. Well, then take your $26 million and play third base.
But, and that mentality is a mentality that you share with a lot of people.
I just don't. Yeah, I think it's just been widely mischaracterized now, this whole thing about his interest in coming back to Houston and their interest in bringing him
So
back.
you don't think he wants to come back that much?
No, because like it's like $3 million a year, $4 million a year. Like that's what we're getting held up on here. Like, does he really feel like he's being that disrespected? If he was, then then a 6-year deal worth $30 million a year would be on the table. The Astros are being proven correct this whole time.
Yeah, I think right now that's a fair argument to make.
Yeah. So if he really wanted to be that back.
Can you afford to think you're correct, though, just given the state of your lineup, if you do not add to the outfield, which is clearly, an outfield that is now going to see Altuve out there from time to time entirely just to give yourself a chance at the plate?
No.
Not even really in the field. So that's my holdup, is that you do want more in this lineup, and he was a key leader. And can you really say going into next year that you're definitively going to win the American League West without Bregman? Because, we played the comments from Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio earlier, and Bagwell said, hey, we have pitching. Well, yeah, you have pitching, asterisk, you have pitching, assuming a lot of these guys are healthy by the end of the year. And that's not a guarantee.
No, because last year it got so much worse while you were waiting for everyone to come back. Like
you're waiting for Luis Garcia, you're waiting for Christian Javier, and you're also waiting for Lance McCullers. And I mean, yeah, it's not like you need all three, but you need one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You definitely need one of them. Yeah. And look, the Astros, if they're willing to spend this money on Bregman, I don't know why they can't take $26 million and sign 2 $13 million outfielders. But Jim Crane is just so focused. And if you miss Chandler being on with us on Friday, it's up on YouTube. Like he's only willing to go over for a star. I hate the logic behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Like just improve your team. If you're willing to spend to a certain threshold, then you should just spend it, honestly. But it shouldn't have to be for only Bregman. But at this point, this is their team, I think. I think we're done.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We'll see on that front. 9 days away from Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach for spring training. More details about the Luka Doncic, Anthony Davis trade from Saturday night. Looks like there's some collusion going on. How so? You'll hear on the other side. Stay put.
We have breaking Houston Texans news. The Texans are hiring Nick Caley, Rams tight end coach and passing game coordinator, to be their offensive coordinator. Nick Caley has been with the Rams the last 2 years. He was an assistant with the New England Patriots, where he worked with Nick Caserio. He also went to the same school as Nick Caserio, John Carroll University. So the Texans have somebody from the Sean McVay tree now running their offense.
I get why people are excited about the hire. He seems to be the hot offensive coordinator name that was out there, this offseason, besides Chip Kelly, of like the current guys on the market. He seemed to be the one that was catching the most interest, whether it's the Jets, the Patriots, other teams were interested in him. Sean McVay has obviously spoken very highly of him. So in theory, this is a great hire. In theory, this could be a very good decision. I am a little hesitant because I personally wanted someone to come in that had called plays before. He does not have that experience. So it does leave me a little reserved of what this can be. Also, the idea of sticking with pretty much the same offense when your offensive line couldn't handle it last year, really the last 2 years, to then say we're going to stick in the same path. I think what that to me says, Paul, is that they think it can work. And they really think Bobby Slowick was the reason to blame. That if you're going to run the same offensive scheme, like you think the guy calling the plays was the problem, not the scheme itself, which I think is interesting.
Well, we'll see if this is the same because, there's Shanahan McVay ties, but I think that all the offenses that these guys are going to that are variants of the offenses that they worked in, I'm sure he has his own ideas. But I think the big thing here is this is a guy that they interviewed already to be their offensive coordinator 2 years ago, right after they hired DeMeco Ryans. And there's familiarity there. And DeMeco clearly wanted to have his guy for the first couple of years as head coach. He worked with Bobby Slowick in San Francisco, and now they're going to go with Nick's guy. And, we talk about collaboration ever since Nick Caserio had that awkward press conference at the end of the year after they had moved on from Lovie Smith, where it felt like the McNairs wanted him to just sit on the coals essentially and say like, hey, I got to find someone who's really good. They brought in DeMeco, and it does seem like they have seriously gotten along ever since things started. I mean, the introductory press conference, Nick Caserio was the loosest I think I've ever seen him. I don't know what to expect out of this. I want to be excited about it. I don't know that I'm excited about it as much as I'm looking at it. This is a guy who wanted a lot of money last offseason, who's been a little bit choosy about his intentions as far as where he wants to actually be a play caller for the first time. And now he is going to be a play caller for the first time. It might be good, might be an effing disaster, but that's the uncharted water that we're in right now with Nick Caley as the Texans' new offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and it's going to be. I think the collaboration. My gut tells me, Paul, is that it's there based on the reporting we got from about the firing of Bobby Slowick. That players, front office, ownership, all kind of were consulted, at least in DeMeco Ryans' process of getting rid of Bobby. So that kind of makes me feel like, even though this clearly is a Nick Caserio connection based on where he went to school and his time with the Patriots, that. Like there was, my guess is they were all very involved in this situation. Probably even CJ Stroud to some extent. Like
maybe.
If he's going to be involved in the firing, I'm going to assume he's involved in the hiring as well. And I hope this works for them because this is one of the most important hires that, if not the most important hire they've made and will ever make as a group, because you're going to year 3 of CJ Stroud. You're right around the corner from him being able to get paid a massive, massive contract where your roster is going to change dramatically when you have to pay CJ Stroud. And this is your opportune window to win a championship. And now you're banking on DeMeco Ryans is now banking on Nick Caley to be the guy that's going to take him there.
And you really don't know if he will. I think anyone who is acting enthusiastic or excited about it needs to explain themselves because, okay, McVay ties, cool. But to a degree, this is the same old Texans now. It's the next Patriots coach.
It kind of is in that way where like it's, Caserio brings in someone or at least brings him to D'Amico's attention at a minimum, that has, these John Carroll and Texans ties, which is interesting that kind of continues. But this is where you think back to, I think, our conversations with DJ Bieneme, was that, one of his concerns that he would always point out was that D'Amico's, coaching tree isn't going to be that large. It's going to be San Francisco, Chip Kelly, and anyone that was pretty much in Philadelphia at the time. So the fact that if he was going to go outside of that tree, he was going to have to rely on Nick Caserio and, his knowledge of the league and guys they know. And then that's two very limited pools of people that you're familiar with. It's pretty much the Patriots and the 49ers. And they went Patriots this time.
Rams too, to a degree, but right.
Yeah.
I am wondering what this is going to look like, how much different it's going to be, what kind of concepts he tries to use. Again, it's going to be McVay adjacent, but the idea that it's going to be as good as McVay, you are praying for that to happen. That's sort of what you thought with Bobby Slowick. And you see Bobby Slowick and a rookie quarterback have a very good year against a largely last place schedule. And you might have thought to yourself, okay, this guy really knows what he's doing. This could look good early on and then fade. And I really wonder what's going to be different. What's he going to look at that the Texans did last season with the offensive line issues that they had, that he can realistically say, yeah, we'll do this different. And because we do this different, it's going to have actually different results. Because sure, there were some moments where Bobby Slowick, from a just scheme perspective, it seems like he was killing the Texans. But the offensive line, the talent that they have, it's too highly paid to be that bad. So is it really just the coaches, or is it a fact of these guys just aren't as good as they're being paid?
I think it's very possible. My guess is it's a combination of both. I mean, we're going to look at this team and whatever decisions they make this year, I think we're both on the same page. Shaq Mason won't be back next year as the right guard of this team. That's the only one that I'm actually fairly confident in, that he will not be the right guard next season. Anything else feels like it's up for grabs. So you're now going to have to go in with this guy who now has to determine, Nick Caley, if he wants to bring in Cole Popovich, if he wants to bring in someone from the Patriots or the Rams to be his offensive line coach, to be his quarterback coach. The problem still largely lies in the roster. Bobby Slowick was part of the problem, and now you think you fixed that problem. Now we just have to figure out and see how the front office and team views the offensive line. Because if they really think it was all Slowick and all Chris Strauss or the former offensive line coach, then this roster will probably largely look the same. If they think it was a combination of their very expensive offensive line and their coach, then we'll see maybe some big changes. But it is going to be up to this guy now, because he has to take you to he has to be the guy.
From the 832, you want to weigh in on this? Nick Caley is the new offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. I like the hire. It's still an unproven guy. On YouTube, at YouTube Keith says, I like it. Plus, CJ has said he loves Matt Stafford. So CJ probably likes what the offense does.
That's fair. I like the hire too. I'm not just going to fall over and pretend like the day is saved and the Texans are going to be the number one, offense in the NFL next year. I think there has to be a balance here within reasonable expectations for this team at learning a hard lesson from last offseason for us.
It's impossible to predict coaches.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, especially first timers. You hope for the best, but you really don't know what's going to happen. And I would say that whatever D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caley's working relationship will be, all they have to go off of right now is an interview that D'Amico may or may not have been a part of. I'm not 100% sure how that went. I'm sure that they talked to him, and maybe they talked to CJ Stroud too. But you are hoping this guy can make an offense that took such a massive step back last year take another step forward. And is that step forward going to get you back to where you were in Stroud's first year? Or is that step only going to get you a little bit closer to where you used to be? And I think if you're being realistic, like you're not going to get all the way back. It's going to take some time and perhaps some turnover talent-wise to get yourself to a point where it actually can all come together. I suppose from an offensive line perspective, it can't be any worse, just given how things looked and given how things, I guess, were being coached. But this guy's going to fix it. He has to.
Well, how do you feel about the idea of like how hot of an offensive coordinator candidate he was? It doesn't just feel like if he fixes it, he's gone after this year, and then we're just back here at square one next year, which would be a good thing. Like that'd be a great thing.
What?
For Nick Caley to not be the offensive coordinator of the Texans next year.
Because he gets a job.
Because he gets a job somewhere else. Because
Yeah.
if he gets a job somewhere else, it means that your offense was very good.
That's that 4D chess thing. I find it funny. I've heard people talking about this with the Patriots too. Like, oh, you got to hire someone, an offensive coordinator, before they hire Josh McDaniels, who's not going to take a job elsewhere. Okay, sure, but like, no, hire the best guy for the job.
Yeah,
because there's a chance that even hiring the best guy for the job is, he's canned after a year too.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, look at Bobby Sloak. He was getting head coaching interviews last year.
Yep.
And then got fired this year, and it has been quiet on the Bobby Sloak rumor front to this point. So they have a lot of work to do. It seems like this is a good first step. We won't really know until probably midway through next season if they got it right. I do think we'll get a little bit of an indication, in training camp, because I think back to like training camp last year and how bad the offense looked, and you were coming back every day, Paul, and just saying like the defense was just winning everything. Hopefully we see like an immediate fix for the offense, but it really comes down to what they do with the offensive line, how they fix it, who the offensive line coach is, how quickly they can just get to work. Because the expectation for me with this hire is that they're going to be better than they were in CJ Stroud's rookie year, because it's CJ Stroud's third year. Like this should be the best version of the Texans offense we've seen in 3 years. It didn't really matter who the coach was. That was my expectation. If they don't meet them, it'll be a disappointment.
Got to figure out the wide receiver position. Got to figure out the offensive line. And got to figure out what the hell you're running for his game. So a lot of things to take care of. But Nick Caley is the Texans' new offensive coordinator, former passing game coordinator / tight end coach for the Los Angeles Rams, somebody who also was a Patriots assistant for a while and worked with now Texans general manager Nick Caserio. Gallant George, he's Joe. I'm Paul. You want to weigh in on that? You can the rest of the show, or on the Luka Doncic trade, where we do have some very interesting new details that were just released. It seems like the smear job is out, because generally after a guy gets traded, a star player of his caliber gets traded, we finally figure out the reasons why. Is it possible that there's a little collusion going on between the Lakers and Mavericks, or specifically two individuals who made this trade happen? You could definitely argue that. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Nick Caley is the new Houston Texans offensive coordinator. You want to weigh in on the hire, 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. On YouTube at Texans for Life. If he can somewhat do a scheme similar to the Rams, then we have a shot at doing something special. Well, yeah.
I mean, I think the scheme will be the same.
Well, how can it be if it's not Sean McVay?
That's all he knows. And I guess not all he knows. He worked with the Patriots for a while. I mean, he could try to run this similar. The scheme can be the same. Doesn't mean the calling of it.
Well, the reason McVay's the best is because McVay is the best adjuster there is.
Yeah.
So this isn't. The scheme is one thing, but it's also when bleep it's the fan, or when you're figured out, you got to be able to turn. Texans never could do that. And on the other side of things, when you actually do something well, you have to keep doing it. And that was something Slowick actually would get in his own way a couple of times with. It felt like they would sometimes do these cute things when there was one very obvious, very easy play that was working. And, the thing with the McVay offense, and the Shanahan offense does this to a degree too, but it's being able to do the same thing out of different looks over and over again and just trying to confuse the defense that's in front of you, but then running a play out of a different look that's the exact same play as the one that you had run before. Are you going to be able to figure out how to do that to the mastery with which Sean McVay does? And the answer is no. That's a unicorn kind of offensive mind. So, look, we'll see what happens, but I just think everyone that continues to pick from the same trees over and over again, I mean, after a certain point, there's no fruit left.
Yeah, like there's not always going to be like the next hot name is going to continue to hit. Like at some point, there's going to be misses on this tree, and one thing that he saw this year up close and personal, like was something the Texans gone through with like wide receivers getting hurt and still finding a way to execute well. We saw Puka Nacua miss time this year. Cooper Kupp literally became a shell of himself at the end of the season. He had like 5 catches over the last 6 games. He was completely MIA from what they were doing. But you've seen this team, the Rams, do a bunch of different things with the running back position, whether it's Kyron Williams and they brought in Blake Corum, who they ended up not using this year. But they've done a bunch of different like ideas over the last 2 years, and they've had some huge hit rates also with their roster. Like that's been a huge part of this, is that while McVay is clearly a genius, he's also had major success in bringing in guys like Puka Nacua, who's a total game changer. Now you have Nico Collins, so you can probably do a lot of the things similarly that you would do with Puka with Nico. But like the question, I agree with you, is what happens when it doesn't work? And that we won't find out probably for a year, like, or at least for a couple games into the season, of like when you get punched in the mouth, how do you respond out of it, and how do you figure out how to bail from it, and can CJ execute it? I think the answer is yes.
Right, you would think it is, but you have to see it in action. And this one doesn't excite me. I understand how that's not what it's all about, but I think for this city, which I do think when it comes to the NFL is more of a casual sports town, this is not going to bring back the people that were very excited about this team going into the year in terms of just them being excited, wanting to buy season tickets, wanting to get in. Like, sure, people will buy them, but I think going into this year, the hype was at a level that it hasn't been at in a very long time. And because people were expecting the offense to be incredible, and then it was not only like taking a step back and CJ's getting demolished and things are just not looking as easy, even though they had more weapons. I think there's a lot of wait and see. And I kind of get it with this fan base as far as the Texans are concerned, considering this is a city where people that are my age didn't have NFL football in their lives for 6, 7 years or so. And I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people that live here are more college football fans than NFL fans.
Yeah, and I think the reservations are totally fair, because I think we all kind of got hit in the mouth with the high expectations last year, and there will be people who are going to really gas up this hire as it is a great thing. And yes, he is everybody wants him. Like, I think that is in the plus column, where Bobby Sloak was not out there doing interviews left and right, before DeMeco hired him. Nick Caley was. Nick Caley was aggressively pursued by teams this season, and there are teams that are disappointed today, that he is not going to be their offensive coordinator. That is a good endorsement. It's a good step in the right direction, I would say. That at least you are bringing in someone that is wanted by other NFL teams. So that works for me. The hire is I'm good with it. It does not excite me. I do not love that you're just going back to the same offense, basically, or a variation of it, most likely.
Better than in-house, I think.
Yes, I do prefer this over an in-house hire. That to me is also a positive.
If there's three possibilities, Chip Kelly would have been the most exciting. Doesn't mean it would have worked. Would have been the most expensive too, but it's not our money. The Texans aren't cheapos. The least exciting would have been in-house. It would have been, no offense to Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor, the two guys that they were considering in-house. This is in the middle of the road. Does this outside set of eyes come in and see things in a way that can get everything going the way it's supposed to go? It has to. I'm not betting on it. I hope that I'm wrong.
I would imagine that the interview process was mostly looking at film of what the Texans were doing last year and him just trying to explain to them everything that went wrong with this team. Some of that's pointing out the obvious. Hopefully, if I'm Nick Caley and I'm Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, like the number one thing I would have been looking for in these interviews too would have been like, what did you see that went wrong with CJ this year? The accuracy, the lack of confidence at times, the missing on deep balls that he was hitting the year before. Like what do you see that went wrong with him that you can fix? Because that I think you can fix. You might not be able to fix the offensive line, but there were things that CJ did this year that weren't good. Why is your offense going to be more unpredictable than the offense that they've run the last 2 years that was run, incomplete pass, and punt? It felt like a majority of games. So I do like the hire. I'm just not going to love the hire. I think that's very different.
Yeah, Chip Kelly's the only hire that I think people would have loved. And that does, again, not guarantee that it would have actually worked out, but that's the only one that I think is going to get people excited. At least people that, are paying attention to this, because how can you get excited about Nick Caley? How can you? And especially if you are someone who has followed this team, you got to be sick after a certain point of all the ex-Patriots that they brought in. Like, I get the Patriots fatigue. Totally. I get it. I mean, people were pissed off that they brought in Caserio at first. And I think Caserio's done a really good job, but you had Jack Easterby and you had Bill O'Brien and you had some others.
Romeo Cornell.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of expats,
yeah,
if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess like Ben McDaniels is probably going to be able to keep his job here on the Houston Texans roster. Josh's little brother, the wide receiver coach. Like, that wouldn't shock me. Cole Popovich, Patriot, right? Yeah, I think Cole Popovich was a Patriot.
Off the top of my head, I do not know.
I do think it's a little bit different now, because he was a lower level guy. It wouldn't bother me as much. It was like he went somewhere else also first and seemed to have some success in Los Angeles and has endorsements from another staff that's not the Belichick staff. So I do think that makes this a little bit different than the Patriot way of before. And until we know more, at this point, I'm going to give some faith in DeMeco that he was the reason why this hire was made.
The reason?
Well, it was his call, at least.
I don't know, man. I bet Caserio convinced him.
Well, then I don't like it.
Then you're out entirely?
I'm not.
Caserio convinced him to do it?
I'm not out entirely, but like,
I mean,
that's not the job of the GM. The job of the GM,
the GM
should be to advise.
The GM is supposed to hire people.
I think the coach should be. But then why did DeMeco fire Bobby?
Well, it seems like he didn't want to necessarily. I feel like there was some pressure perhaps from the top of the organization.
Yeah, that would make
ownership.
Yeah, and if they're going to be that involved, then that would make while they're. I don't know. Like,
they have their ear to the ground, and I think they sensed the fans were out of Bobby Slowick. Like, there was no coming back for Bobby Slowick. There just wasn't.
Which was a terrible, reason to. If that was like your main reason because the fans didn't like him. If that was the reason why you moved on from him, don't love that.
Well,
totally,
I mean, but there's a certain point where it's not going to get any better, and everyone was out, and you go into next year with him still as the offensive coordinator. It doesn't seem serious.
No, you're right.
Like the offense struggled. If it would be one thing if the offense actually had some moments and they did well, and it was, oh, they hate Bobby Sloak and they got rid of him. But there were legitimate reasons for it, and it seems like this was a decision that of all the people involved, D'Amico actually agonized over. But everybody else, writing was on the wall for them, and of course there were some players that were out on him too. So I don't know that D'Amico did this firing Bobby Sloak like entirely on his own, and I would imagine that Nick Caserio had a lot of input in this hiring, and that is the way it's supposed to go. It is supposed to be the general manager that's making these hires because, yeah, you want your coordinators to get along with the head coach, but how well does D'Amico know the entirety of the NFL and the coaching pools? Like, he definitely knows some people, and he's played with some of the guys who are in there, but Caserio's been here for 20 years in the NFL and clearly has built up relationships all over the place, including with this guy. And I'm assuming that given that they interviewed him already in 2023, that he thought to himself, you know what? We've interviewed him before. I'm going to try to sell D'Amico on this.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess we'll wait and see what the more details that come out of really what the inner workings were of this. But
yeah,
I like the hire. I have my reservations on it, but it does. If it was not going to be Chip Kelly, I think this seems to be the best hire they could have made. That seems to be the biggest takeaway from this for me.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Nick Caley's the new Texans offensive coordinator. 713-780-3776 to call to text if you want to weigh in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. That's on the table the rest of the show, and we will give some of these details that are rather dodgy about the Lakers getting Luka Doncic away from the Dallas Mavericks. Stay put.
2025 is here. We're already into February already, which is crazy. But look, if you have a slow start to your New Year's resolutions, if you've been putting off getting back into the gym, O Athletic is a great place to do it. You can check them out at 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, or O Athletic, oathletic.com, and you can see what's going on there. O Athletic on Instagram as well. When you go to their website, you can see the over 100 classes they offer per week, whether you want to go into a weightlifting, agility training, or like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu or boxing class. They have all for you. They have it all for you at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com, and 760 North Shepherd in the Heights.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, I'm so thrilled to have a veteran play caller in Nick Kelly. Well, he's not. Sorry, bro.
I don't know why they're so adamant on bringing in a guy like I don't know. Do you feel like it's a huge red flag that they wanted to bring in another guy who has no experience, or are you okay with it?
I don't think it's a red flag as much as it's not ideal.
Yeah. Now I prefer this over like Brian Johnson per se, the former Eagles offensive coordinator that was rumored to be out there, because we've seen that fail, right? So I think a lot of it for me is I wanted Chip Kelly to be the next offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans and thought that it would work. We saw it work in the NFL. Even if you look back to his year in San Francisco that was there, like you look into the offensive stats and the EPA and things like that, and they were solid. It just was a disaster organization being run by Trent Baalke at the time. But then he has the success at Ohio State, and it's like the idea that it could continue in Houston was really exciting. But now you're bringing in a guy who has no experience calling plays, and we'll see how it goes. I'm not confident that it's going to work, but I'm also not confident it's going to fail. Like I don't want to be super negative about this either. There's a very good chance. I think there's as much of a chance as it works as it doesn't, in my opinion. I don't think there's really any way to believe it falls anywhere differently, and most likely, Paul, it probably falls right in the middle, where it works a little bit, it doesn't work in certain areas, and the biggest question is can you take CJ Stroud to the next level? Like that's the question for him. He can't fix the offensive line.
That's going to be the big obstacle in the way. I think it's more about getting CJ Stroud back to where he was in 2023. Start there, because that shouldn't be hard. And I get it, the offensive line had issues, but there were moments last year where you see CJ Stroud's clearly a special talent in this league. It should not have hit a step back. No coach should have gone backwards with CJ. And this year was a masterclass in underachieving and frustrating the hell out of anybody who watched it, because I think everyone knows how much more capable they were. Luka Doncic is a Los Angeles Laker. He got traded on Saturday in one of the most shocking trades ever. And we got more details about it courtesy of an article written by Ramona Shelbourne and Tim McMahon, released about an hour ago. So there's a strong case to be made that this is just straight collusion between two guys who knew each other very well for a long time. Nico Harrison, the Dallas Mavericks general manager, and Rob Pelinka, the Lakers general manager, have known each other all the way back to 2003 when they were working together with Kobe Bryant. And then you get to this trade where Nico Harrison, from the get-go, decided early on the best way to trade a player of Luka Doncic's caliber was to pick the trade that he wanted rather than open up the process to avoid Doncic and his agent exerting their own leverage. It could also avoid the crippling fan backlash that might influence the deal. Well, there's that. I guess it's not influencing the deal, at least. There's crippling fan backlash, but it didn't influence the deal. Shout out to the Mavericks for pulling that off. So basically what happened is Harrison talked to Rob Pelinka, and only Rob Pelinka. That's it. No one else knew, and it was entirely because they were so terrified of a possibility of a leak. They just did not want anyone else to know about it, to the point where the Jazz, who were involved in this trade, the Jazz had no idea that it was with Luka Doncic. They knew they were part of a trade. They had no idea that Luka Doncic was a piece. No clue whatsoever.
That's crazy.
Danny Ainge found out 30 minutes before the trade went through, and he's the guy who's running the Utah Jazz now.
That was just sign off on this to make the money work.
They were so concerned about not having control over this trade. And by they, I mean Nico Harrison more than anyone, but also Rob Pelinka probably understood, oh man, I've got him by the balls here. And these two who have known each other a long time colluded 100%. This is man on man. And I get it, like GM on GM, like that's how things used to work. People used to get, like, for baseball, General managers used to get drunk together, winter meetings, and write down deals on a cocktail napkin. This isn't quite that, but man, Nico Harrison thinks to himself, I got to get rid of Luka Doncic because I'm concerned about his conditioning, and I'm only going to talk to this one guy who I trust, who clearly he can't trust because he trade raped him.
That's for me is where it's, I don't know if it's collusion or it's Rob Pelinka he just took advantage of this guy. Like Nico Harrison wanted to make a deal. He was going to get what he got plus another first plus Dalton Connect. But he told all of his insecurities based on this article to Rob Pelinka about Luka, about the weight, the drinking, the work ethic, the apparent issues with Jason Kidd that are there. And Rob Pelinka, being a good businessman and not a good friend, said, well, I'm just going to throw those all back into your face and use them as leverage for me. And I'm going to get rid of Anthony Davis, so we're not going to bring back anyways. And I'm going to remove Dalton Connect, and I'm going to remove draft capital. And he pretty much just fooled his buddy. Like, there's no other way to put it. Because if you really had this many concerns about a basketball player being that out of shape, his work ethic, what he was going to bring to your team, why would you trade for him? Instead, Nico probably felt like he was getting one over on his buddy, but now all the basketball world realizes it was the other way.
And how can he think that? How can he think that? Just look at all, like, Rudy Gobert got 4 first-round picks. Rudy effing Gobert. Look at 34-year-old Kevin Durant got all those draft picks that he got. And he thought he got the better of this deal. Like his guy, and I don't know if Pelinka knew all these details behind the scenes and brought them up, or if, as you said, Nico just volunteered this, but clearly they were aware. And this article details further what we had seen put out there, how Tim McMahon had said they were concerned about his conditioning. Someone else, I think, put out that he was at 270 pounds since he's been dealing with the calf injury, even though he came into the year 245, 255. The Mavericks' frustrations with Doncic's habits on and off the court were well known in league circles. Head coach Jason Kidd frequently expressed concerns publicly and directly with Doncic about his conditioning, weight fluctuations, and constant arguing with officials. Doncic had mostly taken the criticism without complaint, but it never resulted in a significant change in his habits. One team source vented to ESPN last year. I mean, who gains weight during the season when you're playing 40 minutes a game?
That's a fair point.
That is a fair point. I guess one of the things that the Mavericks thought that would get Doncic to buy in was to make changes around him. They fired in 2023 the director of health and player performance, Casey Smith, who now works with the Knicks and Jalen Brunson. After last season, they fired their strength coach and manual therapist. All three had been with the team since before Doncic was drafted. They had strong relationships with him. Doncic in recent months said they get rid of everybody I like.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to lead to people being upset if you should trade.
And him hiring his own body team, which I would imagine would further create a divide between the Mavericks and him.
Yeah, because if they're saying that, like this article says, that they want him between, like his ideal weight is apparently 245 pounds is what they want Luka, but he's coming in a little bit heavier than that also, and there's no way he weighs 270. We all saw the video of him coming off that plane in LA. There's no way that guy's 270 pounds. There's no way. Also, magically, he might come back before the All-Star break with his calf injury now, which is typically how injuries play out in the NBA. They heal much quicker when you get traded.
Well, yeah, that makes me wonder if that sped up the process, if they felt like he was taking too long to get back from this injury or something like that, and that was the final straw. Instead of doing this maybe in the offseason or next year, they're like, okay, is he telling us that he's unhappy?
Nico Harrison said something in his press conference yesterday when he went with the media. He said that Luka hadn't verbally told him that he didn't want to be here in Dallas or he was not going to sign his Supermax. I really think as we read more and we learn more about this, it feels like they're just making this assumption that Luka didn't want to be there anymore. That because of the people they fired, because of the weight, because of everything that they know behind the scenes, that they just thought that logically he was going to leave. And he didn't verbally request one, but they just seem to have jumped to a conclusion that may have been right. But the problem is that, well, he didn't demand a trade. So we're always just going to assume Dallas was in the wrong here. Even if they were right in the end and he would have eventually opted out of his contract, like they traded him early.
They could have offered him the Supermax next year. Now he's ineligible for it. I'd imagine he'd rather have the Supermax in Texas. Could be wrong. Maybe he wants to go to LA and be the star of all stars. I do think that it does lend itself to the possibility that LA could perhaps be not the best thing for him. I don't know.
He's going to lose a lot of money. I mean, he's lost the Supermax, which is about $100 million he's going to lose. And then now he's going to have the state taxes and all everything else that comes with that as well. Like, he is going to lose a ton of money in this.
And if the guy likes to party, I mean, LA's fun.
I don't know if it's like he's the party or just he likes to drink beer.
Well,
that's what's not clear.
Don't the two go hand in hand?
Well, maybe he just like has like 3 or 4 beers at dinner every night.
Yeah, I don't buy that.
I don't buy it either.
Where is he going? Like the way you're making it sound like he's going to go to the store and like pick up a 30 rack of like Keystone Light.
No,
and go home and
yeah,
pop it open.
Yeah, he's just like having a burger with like 4 beers. He likes to drink beer.
The video of Nico, God, I keep on thinking.
Oh, Harrison.
Harrison, yeah. Every single time I say Nico, I'm like Nico Collins. Nope. Nico Harrison taking the beer out of Luka Doncic's hands after they had just won the Western Conference Finals. I mean, clearly there was an issue.
Yeah.
But it was still working for him. I mean, there were moments. Game 3 against the Celtics in the finals last year, he acted like an absolute baby, and he fouled out, and he threw the temper tantrum and all that stuff. And this might have been where it all went down, because remember after the game, and BMAC, he's psychic, he's about to play it. This is after the game, Luka Doncic complaining about the referees in a game where he like had threw a temper tantrum.
Yeah, I remember there was the Windhorst on Scott Van Pelt when he just torched him for not playing defense and not trying on defense. But that's what I think is so strange about all this, Paul. They're not talking about his defense at all. They're talking about his weight, his effort.
I think there was some concern about the lack of effort on the defensive end, but you're right. Like
it feels like that should be the focus.
But
if you're trying to sell it,
but if you pointed at this, it makes it seem like he's a lazy person. And I mean, this is how this stuff goes down. If you make a trade like this, you have to slander the guy on the way out. You have to, because you look like an idiot. You're going to look like an idiot no matter what. And you know, the team that I used to root for as a kid, the Boston Red Sox, they did this too much. And eventually, I, as someone who was old enough to understand, oh, they're just smearing these people for the sake of smearing them. They did it with Nomar Garcia-Parra, Pedro Martinez, Terry Francona, many others. And I was like, okay, enough is enough. When you're doing this to all of your franchise's heroes, like clearly there's someone who's the commonality here. I mean, my God, the Red Sox used to write slander pieces about the effing Patriots because they own the Boston Globe. Whatever. No one cares about the Boston sports side of things. All I'm trying to say is when a guy is on the way out, they're going to smear him. They're going to slander him. But it comes down to this. You had an icon. You had a top 3 player. You will not have that. You will not have that. You will not be better suited to winning. You will not be relevant, to be perfectly honest.
And you'll never get one close to it. I mean, you think about what they've
You stumbled into him. I mean, he should have gone first overall.
He should have. The Atlanta Hawks should also then never made that trade in which they gave you Luka. I mean, that never should have happened. But now you've got a team where it's almost like how it was with going from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers in a way, where you went from Dirk to Luka and they crossed over. The idea that you're going to find at some point in your franchise's history a third player of that caliber is so unlikely. Think about the Rockets. They tried with Yao, they tried with T-Mac, but they had to really go from Dream to James Harden to really find that superstar level player. The idea of the Mavs are, yes, you have Anthony Davis, but how long is he going to play for you? 6 years? 5 years at most? If he holds up? And then now you're going to be back to where, by the time the 20 and 29 first round pick comes up, Anthony Davis might not even be a Maverick. So I just don't understand this trade. They can talk themselves into it all they want. They can say this is a basketball move. They can say this is a win now move. They can say they didn't believe in Luka Doncic's work ethic. What I think happened here is a moron running a team who is a former shoe executive who can't even do that correctly, apparently, who shouldn't be doing it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. BMAC in for Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call into Texans. Texans hired Nick Haley as their offensive coordinator, and the Luka Doncic trade. Can you make any sense of it? Worst trade ever? First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. And as soon as you do that, you're going to get an awesome deposit bonus. Maybe you want to bet on the big game coming up this weekend. All sorts of prop bets are available at mybookie.ag for that game. Yeah, you can bet on the actual Chiefs and Eagles. Chiefs are 1-point favorites, but you can also bet on the color of the Gatorade, how long that national anthem is going to be. You also can bet on championship odds. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, ooh, the Los Angeles Lakers, they just got Luka Doncic. I'm going to put money on them. Plus 1,500 now. 6 best odds to win the title. Where are the Houston Rockets at? Oh, still at plus 4,200? Behind the Mavericks? Wait, what? If you want to bet on the Rockets, you want to get crazy, folks. MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975 is how you get that awesome deposit bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
713-780-3776 to call, to text. As far as the Luka Doncic trade from the 512, trade was dumb, but Mavs got better in the short term. Am I the only one that thinks that? You're not the only one, but you're one of a very few people. And the only other person might be Nico Harrison.
Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, great.
Sorry
I love
for that.
Perk
Yeah.
for what he did for the Boston Celtics. I would say that from a take perspective, the man zags and zags often.
All I know is I need to find a way to see Mavs Lakers first round of the playoffs. I feel like we need it now. They got to find a way to, if
Drama.
if the league is fixed, Adam Silver get to work. 3 versus 6 seed, 4 versus 5, whatever it takes.
Oh man, that would be nuts.
I need it.
Do you really need it?
It would be interesting for the first round, actually.
CB has a thought on the Luka Doncic trade Saturday night. What a crazy trade it was. What a crazy 48 hours it's been since then. CB, what's up, dude?
Oh yeah, man. I feel like the trade was good, man, because Luka Doncic doesn't play. He don't play defense, and Anthony Davis plays the 4, so he's able to go into the 4 position with 2 centers behind him. Does that make sense?
I mean, he's one of the best scorers in the NBA. He's one of the best players
Hello?
in the NBA. Yeah, we heard you,
So
CB.
yeah.
I like that. Hey, he doesn't play defense. There's a lot of players who don't really play defense or don't try. And
But he
despite not
doesn't
playing
play
defense,
He doesn't play defense at all. If he don't have the ball in his hands, he doesn't do anything.
but they still made the finals
He's just like
despite
he's a
that.
liability.
But they made the finals. Like, I get what you're saying. It's annoying that he doesn't play defense. It's annoying he flops. It's annoying he whines at the refs. He's still scoring 33, 9 and 9, and he single-handedly dragged that team to the NBA Finals. That team, that's not a team that you would have expected to make the finals with him. He's taken them to the Western Conference Finals already.
You're
too.
right.
So like that's what's crazy. I get what you're saying, CB, and appreciate the phone call. 713-780-3776. But you really have to, like, if you're doing like one of those scales, like his defense is really not weighing down that much. Like clearly what he brings to the offensive side of things is the best scoring in the NBA right now.
I mean, you got to the finals. Like, if they were just the 6th seed every year, okay, I get it.
Right.
They got to the finals. You're not going back with AD.
No, you're not. Do we have time for another call, or we want to do garbage time?
Let's squeeze one in.
Yeah, we could squeeze Chris in. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, I want to get the Luka trade. Yeah, I think it was a great trade once again. Luka, the reason they made the finals in the first place last year is because the young guys and the guys that Nico Harris brought in. And, I mean, they were like top 5 in defense last year. Luka wasn't contributing to that. That's the difference between them flopping the last few years and advancing. So, to me, this is a good trade because, number one, you're not on the court enough. You're staying hurt. And
Anthony Davis has played 65% of the games the last 4 years, though, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but he doesn't. He's not in shape, and he doesn't stay on the court. So you're not contributing to defense. You're scoring a lot, yeah. But James Harden can do that. Russell was.
Don't compare James Harden to Luka Doncic.
But like, imagine if the Rockets, after one of their many playoff exits, would have traded James Harden for a older player because he was fat. People would have rioted in this.
I would have been a fan of it.
You would have celebrated.
But here's the thing, and appreciate the phone call, Chris, because we're running out of time. The difference here is that he's gotten them there multiple times. I get it. Yes, the supporting cast around Luka played very well in the playoffs. But don't get it twisted. Who was the guy that was icing the game against the Minnesota Timberwolves to send him to the finals? Who was the guy that was in Rudy Gobert's face right after he did it? Who was basically dancing around him on the court before he took that last second shot? That was all Luka. And I hate that there's a lot of players in the league that don't play defense. I really do. And some of his antics drive me crazy, but you don't trade a guy like this.
He's the best best player on offense in the league.
You deal with it. And you know what, from the Rockets' perspective, it would have been the same thing. I mean, because are you going to do better than James Harden? Probably not. Now, should you bend over backwards to every single one of his wishes? No. And maybe that's where the Mavericks were having a hard time. But you got to the finals. And you almost got to the finals not that long before. And you had no business that year getting all that way. So what's the commonality? Is it the team that was built? Or is it a guy who's 25 years old who has missed time recently, but when push comes to shove, that dude shoves and shoves hard?
Yeah. I never would have made this trade. I can't believe it happened. I can't wait to see what happens next, honestly.
I'm curious too.
De'Aaron Fox has been traded. Now it just feels like chaos is about to unfold.
That's going to wrap up today's edition of the Gallant George radio program. Big thanks to our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, and all of our listeners, to Brian McDonald behind the glass, and to Joe George to my right. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Brad. I'm Brian behind the glass. Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. Lots to get to. Mailbag Monday. Rockets' worst loss of the year. Worst loss of the year. Intense game at Fertitta over the weekend.
Yeah.
Astro stuff. Bagwell's insulting the fans. We'll get to that a little bit later. But the Houston Texans have hired an offensive coordinator. Nick Caley is the newest offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. Caley, of course, coming over from the Rams, where he was the passing game coordinator, tight ends coach, was with McVay for a couple of years. Prior to that, was with the Patriots forever, went to John Carroll, which is the same school that Nick Caserio went to. He interviewed for the Texans offensive coordinator job whenever it went to Bobby Slowick. So a lot of familiarity between Caley and the Texans. Blankers, first-time play caller. How do you feel about the hire?
You hit
of Nick
it. You know
Caley?
me. I have to put, in Nick we trust. I have to put all my trust in Nick and D'Amico. They got their guy. Hopefully he's the right guy. Hopefully the reservations that I have don't come to fruition, because the biggest thing to me that I have concerns with is first-time play caller, first-time OC. The fact that I'm, from a guy's coming in, I know he could be an innovative mind. I love the fact that, he knows the McVay system and he can bring in a lot of creativity. But I don't know what I don't know. So I don't know how he's going to play call. I don't know if he's going to make the same mistakes Bobby Slowick makes. I can only put my trust in the fact that these two guys, whether it be one more than the other, both in collaboration, I don't care how it gets done, but I can only hope that he is the guy for the job and better than Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, I think that's the goal, right? Like when you fire somebody, you try to get better at the position. I'm okay with the hire of the list, which I think was a pretty underwhelming list. Like Chip Kelly signs for tons of money, $6 million, which is more, I think it's double of what any offensive coordinator was getting. It's more money than DeMeco Ryans makes. So that was a pretty high number. If the Texans really wanted Chip Kelly, could they have landed Chip Kelly? I think so. I think they could have done that, although I don't know if they were going to pay him $6 million.
That.
Yeah, either you bump DeMeco or Cal's never been cheap though. So I don't think that money was the issue. I don't think that they really wanted him.
Never quit.
There you go. Money's never because he doesn't quit. But some of the other veteran offensive coordinators that we thought could be considered for the Houston Texans never were. It was a pretty underwhelming list whenever you look at the offensive coordinator candidates and interviews that they had. I believe that the Houston Texans knew they were hiring Nick Caley since December. I really do. I think that they made a decision, not publicly, obviously, but I think in-house, D'Amico, Caserio, I believe that they knew they were moving on from Bobby Slowick. I think they already knew that Nick Caley was going to be the guy, and I think that's what led to the weird timing of when they fired Slowick, like D'Amico coming out Monday, kind of dropping some hints, but then they don't do it until Friday. Nick Caley pulling out of some of these interviews, like he was the top target, according to reports, for the New York Jets. It's like, nah, I'm good. I don't want anything to do with that. The Texans put together this list of candidates that were like, okay, this isn't fantastic. They dropped the Brian Johnson bombshell the other day. That would be the worst hire you could possibly have. Yeah, I think that they knew it was going to be Nick Caley for a long time. Familiar with the Texans, familiar with Caserio, back to, again, the same school of John Carroll. They were with each other in New England. They've interviewed Nick Caley before, so D'Amico's familiar with him. Yeah, I think that they knew who it was.
I certainly hope so, because of the fact that I'm in total agreement that was an underwhelming list. I had thrown out Mike LaFleur. I wanted guys that had experience, that had kind of cross paths with either. It would be ideal to have cross paths with both, which in the case of some of these guys that were out there, like a LaFleur that had McVay experience, Shanahan type experience with both guys, that they could bring in everything to it. I wanted an experienced play caller. I hope that's exactly the case, because again, we don't know, but there's more trust that I have to put in these two guys, because watching the way the process unfolded, as you described it, if they didn't, that's a scary, scary proposition that, again, doesn't make me feel any better about the new hire. However, if they did, and this was kind of the way that they were already kind of setting their dominoes in order before they even got to the point where they had to let Bobby Slowick go, then I'm totally good with it.
I believe that if they didn't know before they fired Slowick, they would have put together a more illustrious list. I think there would have been more sizzle.
I think Chip Kelly, because you and I were talking about, I would think Chip Kelly would have gotten an interview regardless.
At least an interview. Yeah. Even if you don't hire him, at least an interview. So that's kind of, look, it's just a theory. I have zero inside information here. And half of the time I'm a bumbling, stuttering, rambling idiot. So I could very well be off on this, but just the way that it stacks up, not that we knew the Texans' disdain in Bobby Slowick, but listen to the D'Amico press conferences after they had good defensive games. Our offense has got to get better. He sounded defeated almost when it came to the offense. Nick Caserio had that backing up Bobby Slowick moment, but that was still with 4 weeks left in the season. There was still a lot of time with that. They get beat by Kansas City at Arrowhead on Saturday. D'Amico opens up his press conference. I know I'm going to be asked staff questions. We don't know yet. Hey, how did you think Slowick did? We think he got better with the year. Red flag. red flag.
Well,
you wait
the
until
players'
Friday to finally
comments
do
were a
it,
eulogy.
and then a list that's not very, very good. Yeah, I mean, Mixon kind of backed him up and supported him, but Stroud definitely.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But the way they even backed him up was like almost in past tense, or like as a last chance, last ditch effort to try and save his job. Like they knew it was coming too. So I hope that is the case. And because we know that during the season that there was a ton of stuff done by, especially D'Amico, but even to the point of Nick Caserio, to try and protect and deflect from Bobby Slowick when he wasn't making halftime adjustments, when he wasn't doing the things, whether it be with the offensive line or the offense or the play calls, that we all had scratched our temple on, pointed fingers at, and went, what the hell was that?
Mm-hmm.
That there had to be enough substance there that they knew in the behind the scenes meeting rooms that this wasn't going to be good enough going forward.
Yeah. And look, we don't know how it's going to pan out. Like that's kind of the conversation we were having last week. And we disagree with like the first time play caller thing. There's no reason to rehash that. I'm okay with a first time play caller. I'm all about getting it right. Like hiring the guy that you think is the absolute best, whether it's his first time or whether it's his 10th time. But personnel, how they work with the staff, how they work with the players that are currently on this, we don't know how it's going to go. But a few of the things that I like about Nick Caley, I do like that he spent time in New England. Like that, a lot of times people look at that like, oh, gross. I don't love that. I like it. I mean, the Patriots were, and look, he wasn't there in the early goings. He didn't get there until 2015. But you're with Bill Belichick, who is arguably the greatest head coach of all time. You can learn some things there, even if you're not taking everything from him. I love Sean McVay. I think Sean McVay is the second best offensive mind in the NFL behind Andy Reid. So you get to spend 2 years with Sean McVay? Okay, I like that. Tight ends coach, passing game coordinator, very much instrumental on what the protection is going to be because tight ends have to be in line sometimes. They block. You look at the Rams, they did a lot of 12 personnel. The Rams over the years have been very innovative on how they change personnel change packages and formations depending on who their personnel is. So there's a lot of things I really like about Nick Caley. Do I think it's going like a slam dunk automatic? Nothing's a slam dunk automatic. Chip Kelly wouldn't have been a slam dunk automatic. But there are things I like about the hire. It was, for me, from the list that they had, so that doesn't include Chip Kelly, the list that they had, I wanted either Gerard Johnson or Nick Caley. They end up with Nick Caley. I'm content. I am happy. Let's see how it goes. Because Nick Caserio, Slowick lacked feel, in my opinion, especially this year. Like, I thought he was really good game planning, binary Bobby, really good getting ready for a game, really bad at adjusting. He got punched in the face, the whole Mike Tyson thing. Everybody has a game plan until they get punched in the face. Well, he repeatedly got punched in the face and had no response all year long. We have no idea if Nick Kelly's going to be good at feel or good at adjustments because he's never called plays, like to your point, but he might be. So I'm going to reserve judgment on that. I am good with who they had interviewed and who they ultimately landed on.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Well, based upon the list that they had, like, because I said this when the process started, and I still believe it. My first choice would have been Chip Kelly, but clearly, it doesn't seem like whether it be because they didn't want him or because of the money they thought he was going to get, which was obviously was $6 million from the Raiders, then he wasn't considered. But amongst this list, Nick Caley was my choice because. I mean, I would have been fine with Gerard, but I just wanted some new ideas from the outside, especially since they promoted from within on the offensive coach. To promote from within for the offensive line coach and the OC coming off the way that season went for the offense and for the offensive line would, to me, been rubber stamping a run it back that wasn't deserved. And I didn't want that. It almost, in this situation with the timing and the way it played out and the list, like you mentioned, Jeremy, almost feels like, I don't know what the split was, who was on with who and who wanted which guy more, but it almost feels like Nick Caley maybe have been the runner-up to Bobby Slowick the last time around, and after that Ravens game, I'm guessing they looked at each other like, okay, we messed up a couple years ago when we hired Bobby. Nick Caley's the guy. Let's go get this done.
Part of it too could be scheme. Like part of it could be like 2 years ago, the Shanahan scheme was, in vogue, right? And now it's not as in vogue, whereas the Rams is more in vogue. So, like, it could also be that. It could also be part, Slowick kind of ran its course. Binary Bobby has no feel, / we think that offense is now outdated based on where the NFL is at, and we need to make the change. Because one of the things that Jonathan Alexander does a great job covering the Texans for the Houston Chronicle, he said that the thing that they were trying to decide on, which it's kind of weird that they were deciding on this after they fired Slowick, and maybe that's not the case. Maybe they already decided, and he was just a little late with his reporting. They were trying to decide if they wanted to keep the Shanahan way or if they wanted to go the McVay way. And hiring Nick Caley, and look, I understand that Caley wasn't with McVay forever. Most of his career was in New England. The last 2 years have been with LA. Hiring Caley, it to me signals that they are leaving Shanahan and going to McVay. I mean, it's obvious.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think that when I looked at it too, it was like, okay, it takes a lot for them to actually own up, man up, and say, as much as this is what we've known, this is what we've seen, and from a defensive-minded head coach to be open-minded enough to say, hey, I know I've worked with that a lot, but I think maybe the best thing for us going forward, because we're not San Francisco, is to maybe look to the guy that has had the most elongated success, that looks like he's on top of his game, and get a guy that's been there as recently as he's been and say, yeah, that's McVay. This is the kind of guy we want, and we need to do this now because we're in a situation with the weapons that we have and a quarterback like CJ that we have to do it now, or it may be too late the next time we get this opportunity. So I agree with all that. But I did want to ask both of you guys your opinion because of the fact, does this say that now that does it signify that Gerard's gone? Or because in my mind, if Gerard doesn't get an opportunity to be a head coach, an OC, I think he could do a lot worse than coming from the experiences that he's already had and being here and also allowing him to be an asset to Nick coming in to be able to say, hey, this is what CJ likes. He doesn't like. This is what we did with the playbook here. And then it maybe even makes the process easier.
Let's kick that around on the other side. Plus, what they're saying about Nick Caley, I think that I'm happier that they didn't hire Brian Johnson than I am that they hired Nick Caley. That's kind of where I'm at on that. But lots to get to today. We'll break down this. We'll get your thoughts on it as well. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Beast, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You have, was it B. Hannon here? Yep. Yeah, B. Hannon. I can't. No, Junior Broncos. Junior Broncos. Can we do some mock drafts in good time? In good time, Junior Broncos. We might have a conversation about that later. I am happy that we're not doing Media Row radio. Radio Row. I can't stand it. Like, if your team's in it, it's different. Like, if Houston, the Texans were in the Super Bowl, much different. But all you're doing is you're jam-packed with interviews of mediocre products we've never heard about. It's awful. I hate it. It's the worst.
So I had to do it. I've only had to do it one time, and it was because it was here. And I was very excited to do it, but I kind of feel like you do, having gotten through the process and now looking back at it, you really only get one or two legitimate questions, and most of the time they're telling you, don't ask about this, don't ask about that. And the majority of the time they're hawking whoever's paying their bill to be there and do the things that they do. So it's cool that you can say, oh yeah, we've had so-and-so on our show or preview. Hey, we're having this Hall of Fame big time player. But in the process, don't expect any kind of like really substantive things to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, especially as a local show without a team in the game, because really there's three things happening in the interview. One, they're talking about a product you don't care about. Two, they're talking about the national game, so you're not talking local at the moment. Or three, you're getting to talk about the local team, but they're not really glued in because they're not really paying attention throughout the year. So that I get nothing out of it. I don't understand the appeal.
Yeah, not good. Texans hire Nick Caley. Blankers mentioned the question about Gerard Johnson. I want Gerard to stay on the staff. I think all the offensive coordinator jobs are dried up, right? Like, he was a finalist with New York. They've made a decision. He was a finalist with the Raiders. They've hired Chip Kelly. I don't think there's maybe with New Orleans under Kellen Moore, but he wouldn't be calling plays there. I think he'd be better off staying in Houston, learning from another guy. And look, if Nick Caley knocks it out of the park, he could potentially get a head coaching job at the end of next season. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Bobby Slowick, for goodness sakes, had NFL head coaching interviews back-to-back offs. He had an NFL head coaching interview this year, despite eventually being fired by the Houston Texans. So I wouldn't rule out the possibility, I put it at like 20%, that Nick Caley could be getting a head coaching job next year. Now, he has to be great. He's got to be really good. Might need a top 5 offense in the NFL, but it's possible. So Gerard would be the next guy in line. So I think that he should stay as the quarterback's coach. And there has been some reports. Aaron Wilson has reported it, although, we know what to say about that. That a lot of the staff is going to be the same under Nick Caley. So I hope that Gerard stays. I think Gerard is an asset to this coaching staff. I think he is going to be a good offensive coordinator someday. I think he's going to be a great head coach someday. So I do want him to stay.
Yeah, look, I do too. I think that I have faith that he is on a path that is going to take him to, very, very good things in this league. And I think that it would be beneficial maybe for him, as I explained last segment, and for the organization and for Nick Caley coming in, to get a guy that's been there, done that, kind of knows the ropes with CJ, worked with him directly. Again, trying to get just a little bit more of like intel on who he is, what he's about, what he likes, what he doesn't like, because I think it'll make the whole transition process a hell of a lot smoother.
Yeah, Soriano McVay does a great job of putting his coaches in different roles to learn about all aspects of the game so they can continue to grow and learn. Go McVay. He learned under McDaniels too, says Rocky, who's a decent offensive coordinator. I don't hate that either. I will say McDaniels is a pretty good OC. He's a terrible head coach, but it has been a good offensive coordinator. So those are like his two, I guess, mentors in the coaching game would be McVay and it would be Josh McDaniels. Here's what some people are saying about this hire. Some national talking heads, some local talking heads. I'm so excited to see C.J. Stroud in the Sean McVay system. How similar do you think that Caley's system will be to Sean McVay, though?
I think fairly. I think fairly similar. I think that he'll want to put his own stamp and his own mark on it. But I mean, I think hopefully he takes for what he's seen personally that's worked. He knows, look, he has a great quarterback in Matt Stafford over the whole course of his career. And with the receivers that he has, not that he has the same thing, but he also knows that CJ really looks up to and loves what Stafford has done. And I think there's some similarities in terms of their ability to throw the football and play the position. I think that he will try and take a good portion of what McVay ran.
It'll be fun to see. Peter Schrager, who you know from Good Morning Football on NFL Network, he says the Houston Texans got a great one in Nick Caley, rising star, a McVay favorite. Chose the Houston job over other opportunities, which tells you how he feels about the head coach, quarterback, and franchise.
Favorite.
It's a McVay favorite.
I mean,
likes him.
we've obviously seen a lot of great offensive minds come from the McVay tree. I would definitely to the point you would probably say McVay tree, greater sign Shanahan tree over recent years. I mean, certainly Kevin O'Connell. What's his name from the Bengals? I'm blanking on his name.
Zach Taylor.
Yeah, Zach Taylor. So, yeah, I mean, you would hope you're getting the next guy in the line of guys like Kevin O'Connell and Taylor, but I mean, we won't know until they actually take the field. But it's certainly nice to see the league talk up about him. Maybe that is a sign of what his actual chops are. I think the thing that makes me most excited for the possibility of this working, though, is just the relationship with Caserio, in so that maybe Caserio has an inside track or a better understanding of what type of players for his positions, his scheme that Caley wants. And maybe, I don't know if Caserio had less of an understanding for that as far as Bobby Slowick in the San Francisco offense. We've obviously seen his misses in the drafting offensive lineman, but how familiar he is with Caley, their time together in New England, they have friendship going back to college. Maybe there's more of a mind meld there with him and Caley.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much I wanted Caserio to make this hire, though. So, like, that'd be the pushback I have.
You say it by himself, or
yeah?
I'm not saying he made the hire. I'm just saying he might have a better idea of how to draft for his needs.
Okay. So he's not necessarily involved in the interview process. That's just kind of
the optimistic hope.
Yeah. You would think that there'd be more alignment there.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think so. I thought you were maybe more from the coaching search. Yeah, I hope that Caserio had very little to do with the search. I want that to be D'Amico's area.
I don't mind if it was both of them in unison, or
that bothers me a little bit too. Like, I wanted to 90-10 at worst.
Here's why I would push back, Jeremy, is the fact that D'Amico's a very defensive. We know he's a defensive-minded head coach. So I know he coaches against offenses. I know he knows a lot of that stuff. But if that's not his forte per se,
it's Caserio's.
I mean, as a general manager, if he's got contacts that know, or he's got a take on it, I'm willing to listen and I'm willing to work with him, because I just don't think that it's his. I don't think offense is his forte.
Yeah, I see it. I don't think it's Caserio's forte either. That's why it'd be no more than 10% for me. And I think Caserio might have coached receivers in New England. I wouldn't say that it becomes his forte, though. D'Amico also needs his team to have an identity on both sides of the ball. Like, just because you're a defensive-minded head coach doesn't mean that you shouldn't have any influence in the offense. Like, you want a way that your team is going to play. Maybe D'Amico wants to be ball control, run heavy. Well, that he needs to be very involved, obviously, on who the offensive coordinator is, and a majority his hire. So that's why I would hesitate where I wouldn't want Nick. I'm not saying Nick Caserio doesn't know ball or anything like that, but D'Amico has the idea of how he wants his team to play, the identity of his team. That's why I would want it to be mostly D'Amico. John Crumpler, who does a really good job, Texans Twitter, really. I think he's actually has like a residency and is like going to be a doctor someday. But he talked about he wanted Nick Caley to look at the kind of creativity that C.J. Stroud can be enabled with the offensive system that Nick Caley's bringing. Now, this would be a huge step up for C.J. Stroud, because we know that Stroud didn't really have a lot of influence on this offense, like at the line of scrimmage, right? Like, he wasn't allowed to call protection coverages. Right. I'm not sure his ability to audible things like that. If he was allowed, it was pretty small. He goes into it, says the LA Rams veteran quarterback, Stafford, scans the defense across from him, shouting words to teammates to reveal any number of details he sees and gets them into or out of different plays and protections. He, Stafford, receives as many as 3 calls from Sean McVay, and these have tags attached to them, which are words or phrases that either clarify the call or help teammates understand any adjustments in the offensive protection that may come. The Rams center typically calls and sets the initial protection, but Stafford has the power to supersede the call if he wants. An important detail, blah, 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 blah. Stafford has played with 4 centers over the past calendar year. So we're looking at a guy who could have potentially up to 3 plays coming out of the huddle, who's going to have more influence on calling protections at the line of scrimmage, on how he wants his offensive line to block, which is a massive change for what he was under Slowick. So that's going to be like, okay, CJ Stroud, like, let's see how much you can do what Stafford was doing. Let's see how much Nick Caley puts on CJ Stroud's plate. Look, it could go either way. Like, it could be overwhelming, or it could unleash C.J. Stroud as the quarterback we thought he's capable of being.
I think that from the standpoint, if you're C.J. Stroud, no matter what you feel about Bobby Slowick, that right there should excite you, because this is what you aspire to be. When you talk about, being the kind of guys like Manning, Rodgers, Stafford, guys that have kind of transcended the position to say it's not only about my abilities to throw the football, tight windows, the right throws, the big time moments. It's the ability to kind of become the offensive coordinator on the field, to read the defense, to switch to the right play, to do the kind of things that have given these guys so much credit as being like masterminds of the entire offense in the NFL. And this is his opportunity. And if he can grasp it and do it to the level at least close to some of these other guys, this is how he can ascend, not only just as, what he does behind the scenes and in as he calls plays, but then hopefully it helps his game as well.
Yeah, it's going to be if they go that far, and look, Stafford has been in the NFL forever. Maybe they don't go to the extreme like they were using Stafford, but maybe it's two plays, and maybe it's the ability to change the play at the line of scrimmage or change the protection at the line of scrimmage, which again would be far more than C.J. Stroud was given control of this past season.
Yeah, because I don't even think he was calling audibles. I mean, I know this is going back a ways, but I remember when Kubiak was here, Schaub did not have the ability to audible with the line. Obviously, same tree of offense there. But I think, look, it does feel like a boom or bust. It depends on what CJ is able to do, but I feel like this unlocks a greater ability for him. This may be kind of conjecture, or if you will, but it feels like he would have a greater feel for what the offensive line's doing, where his protection is, where his hot is, if he's the one calling it. Or at least if he's going to the line the very basic level of two plays, or call one in the huddle and you have a kill to go to the run or the pass or something like that, or flip the run left or right. I think that unlocks a different level if he's able to go up to the line, see the defense moving around, and then make it at least a small adjustment.
I think it's sink or swim.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's sink or swim for C.J. Stroud. Like, if he's going to be a top 3, top 5 quarterback in the NFL, I think that you need this kind of control, but then you have to be able to master it. You have to be able to excel at it. Like, I think Pat Mahomes has full creativity with what he wants to do on his offense. Like, I think he has multiple plays walking to the line. And I think that his ability to be good at it is the reason that Pat Mahomes is one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. Same thing can be said. Now, Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson do it differently because they're so dynamic. But I think that those guys had that control and power as well.
But I think that's also part of like how much when you hear that you're engaged in the position. I think from a Patrick Mahomes perspective, if you've got Andy Reid and he's telling you this is how I want to do this, and this is how I want you. These are the expectations I have of you as a quarterback. I think you're even more hyper focused on then this is what I am hell bent on doing. And if you know that this is what's worked for McVay and this is the way he calls plays, and those conversations happen, and you want to elevate, every aspect of how you play the position, you should be excited about this. You should be able to say, hey, look, if I want to be the best, I want to work with the best, and I want a system that I can show that, will get the best out of me, then I need to attack this with ferocity going, this could be really huge for me.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN texter says sounds a little S2-y to me. We'll see. But it does. Like, you're going to need a high football IQ if Nick Haley brings over everything Sean McVay was doing with Stafford. Maybe they realize they can do that. Maybe they realize they can't do that, and they have to pull back a little bit. We'll see. Like, that's going to be part of the dynamic of him getting to know his personnel. 713-780 ESPN. What about the other positions? What does this do for some of the other positions on this offense? What positions get highlighted? Which get magnified? Which get minimized? 713-780 ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's say le bonjour, roulette. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 12 p.m. It'll take place on Luka Doncic Day, March 4th at 12 p.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. We'll be talking about Luka Doncic a little bit later on in the program.
I know what you did there.
But Nick Haley, the new Texans offensive coordinator, 713-780-ESPN, HR&P listener line. Texans Cap on Twitter. Good Texans follow as well. He broke down the some of the personnel and the formations and et cetera, about the Houston offense and the LA offense this year versus last year. 11 personnel. The Texans used 11 personnel 62.5% of the time last year. The Rams, 82.5%. So a lot of 3 receiver sets coming up, which they might have had the personnel at the start of last season do that better with. 12 personnel, 31.5% for the Texans last year, 15.5% for the Rams. So more 2 tight end for the Texans last season. I think that was kind of based on what they had left on the roster, though. A shotgun for the Texans, 56.5%. Rams, 41%. Under center, 40% for the Texans, 44% for the Rams. Motion. How about this? This is something that I like. Motion for the Texans last year, 70% of the time. 82% of the time for the Rams. I'm a huge motion guy. I love a little eye candy. Motion at snap, which, when the ball is snapped is the guy in motion. 34% for the Texans, 71% for the LA Rams.
Doesn't that seem like that's where maybe just as you just started breaking that down, it's like that's where the kind of the disconnect might be to where McVay has superseded Shanahan in terms of, I know Shanahan still does movement and things like that. It just seems like McVay does a little bit more, and he does a little bit more of the eye candy and the distractions and the movement that keeps the defense more on their heels than when Shanahan maybe was more so focused on just offense, as opposed to now when he's an OC and he's gone through several coordinators. Maybe that's just my take, but it just feels like that's where McVay has kind of taken an upper hand over Shanahan in terms of control of the modern NFL offense.
Yeah, I'd like to see the San Francisco. I think Shanahan used a lot of motion too. I'd be curious to see where they stack up.
I would like to as well.
And I think a lot of this was personnel driven after the injuries of Diggs and then after the injuries of Tank. And then Nico missed some games in there too. So I think because of their personnel, I think Slowick was forced to do more 12 personnel than 11 personnel. But he did a lot of 12 personnel in CJ's rookie year too. And it was kind of one of those things whenever they brought in a third receiver, it's like, are we round peg, square hole in this deal?
But now maybe that is more enticing and exciting to think about the fact that they're going to actually try to add more weapons, that they're going to try to add more so that they still have the kind of weaponry that he needs to kind of run similar offense with, 3 good receivers.
Yeah. It's going to, they don't have 3 really good receivers.
No, they don't.
Right now. They have 1
right
really good receiver right now, then 1 really good injured receiver. Keith on YouTube says, does this mean we have to draft a white wide receiver in the first round and he's going to ball out? That's a little bit, Keith, I don't see color whenever I look at football players. I really don't. But how about Cooper Kupp? How about Cooper Kupp as that veteran wide receiver? They're talking about how he's never going to be a Ram anymore.
Yep, I saw that.
How about Cooper? We good with Cooper Kupp in Texans gear? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listening line? Crickets? No? Anybody? No? Okay. Ted Wynn, who covers NFL for The Athletic. He says this is going to be great for Stroud, having someone that worked with Stafford and all the things he does at the line of scrimmage, working with him. Look, if this improves protection, it's already a win. If Kaylee's the same as Slowick from a play calling perspective, but the offensive line improves, it's a win.
I think that's the other thing. I think that as much as you're the OC and everybody expects that that's just play calling and personnel and motions and things like that, he has to have a grasp. And he has to come in and be in unison with his line coach, obviously, as well. But what you're going to run, how you're going to run it, the protections you're going to use, and be able to kind of get involved if you have to be able to implement the right blocking and the right players. And you hope that that's part of something that he brings to the table because of his previous job.
Mr. Cole Thompson, who fills in with us sometimes. Dalton Schultz and Kate Stover are the biggest winners of this because Kaylee tight ends coach. I've seen a lot of people, too, say that they're going to bring in another tight end. I don't know. Like they already have 3
Jordan's
under
back,
roster.
right? Yeah, Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, they re-signed him.
Yeah.
So like you have Schultz under contract, who you can't really get rid of him. Like if you cut him, I think you actually lose money because the cap hit's so big. Now after next year, that's different. So you're committed to Dalton Schultz. You re-signed Brevin Jordan, and Cade Stover is going to be in the second year of his 4-year deal. Like I don't really think that they're going to bring in another tight end
Unless
like a camp body, Quentin
they try and
Tarantino.
make a trade.
I just don't see it.
I mean, I would, based on the kind of effort I saw out of Schultz last year, which left a lot to be desired. I would love if they could get a different number one, but I don't think he's going anywhere.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, what did you see of Schultz last year? Did you like his play?
I didn't.
Okay. What do you think other general managers see of Dalton
That's what I'm
Schultz?
saying. Well,
like,
I'm
he's
just
not going to
saying-
get you anything.
Right. But I'm saying, but maybe he just gets you out of the building and gets you off the hook for the contract, and then you can go out and get someone by a different way.
I think they're going to hope that a tight end coach can bring out the best of Dalton Schultz, as opposed to trading him for a 7th rounder and not really getting the financial savings of doing that. Aaron Wilson on the new hire. Feedback on new Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley is strong from league sources. Quote, smart guy. That's my favorite thing. I hope he's smart.
He better be.
He better be smart. He's a coordinator for the football team. He says, quote, leadership qualities. That's good. Really good relationship with Nick Caserio. That could be a positive. That could be a negative. It could be a positive in Brian's, the opinion that he had earlier, where maybe Nick Caserio is good at drafting for whatever the scheme's going to look like under Nick Caley. The other thing is how much is Nick Caserio involved with the hiring of these coaches? And then at the same time, if he has a really good relationship with Nick Caserio, is it better than D'Amico's? What happens if the offense is shining and the defense is starting to fade away? So, the really good relationship with Nick Caserio can be good or bad.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, because you don't want. Look, you know me. I've had experience with GMs picking coaches that where the coach doesn't have a lot or any say. It doesn't end well, and it doesn't create the best culture in the building for the coaching staff. Regardless of how much you're focused on culture in the locker room, it extends to the coaching staff, and that is a recipe for disaster from a coaching perspective.
Yeah. Rocky says Kyle Pitts in all capital letters. I think Kyle Pitts is so overrated.
He's absolutely, I just don't think he's a tight end. I think he's a glorified receiver that he doesn't want to block ever.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how good he is as a pass catcher either. Like, I agree with you, but I would also say his pass catching is not great either.
But still, glorified receiver means that he really prefers to be out there running routes every time instead of any attempt at blocking it, as much as I was critical of Schultz's block.
Texans already have one of those guys.
Yeah, they do.
They don't need another one of those guys. Last one from Aaron Wilson. Quote, brings plenty of knowledge, knows how to build game plans from time with Sean McVay. Lots of good ideas. So there you go. You got an offensive coordinator who's smart. He's a leader, and he's got lots of good ideas.
Okay, but he also has never called plays in games and done the kind of things that we saw Bobby kind of screw up sometimes. So I'm hopeful.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be like that for everybody.
It didn't have to be, but yes.
I think so. From I'm
saying if you could have gotten a guy, well, I was going to say the list is different, but that's what, again, we criticized the list. If you couldn't have at least interviewed a couple of guys that had done play calling before and had experience as OCs, that would have been better.
Yeah. Battery Chuck says Texans assistant offensive line coach Cole Popovich worked with reported new offense coordinator hired Nick Caley in New England for several seasons prior to Caley's move to the Rams. Who was that dude that Vera wanted him to bring in? Cromer or something like that? I think it was Cromer.
I don't recall.
Vera called in last week. It was like, I really want the Texans to hire Nick Caley and then bring in, I think, Aaron Cromer or somebody. Maybe it was Andrea Kramer. Maybe I got those mixed up.
Must have been Andrea Kramer.
Wants to bring in Andrea Kramer to be the offensive line coach,
and she could fill in on the sidelines.
So it'd be pretty funny if Vera calls it. If Vera calls it, I think we owe Vera a T-shirt or something.
I think we could do that.
Actually, I think if Vera DM'd me, was like gloating about the Nick Caley hire.
Really?
Yeah. Let me find out that person's name. Oh, it was Zach Cromer. Is it not Andrea Kramer? It was Zach Cromer. Who's not been hired by anybody.
Disappointing that it's not Andrea Kramer.
It would be entertaining if it was Andrea Kramer. I think it'd be poor for the football team.
Yeah.
No offense, but I don't think Andrea
that's
Kramer has a whole lot of offensive line knowledge.
Yeah, you were close, like getting a punt inside the 20, but it was on the 19.5.
What?
Like you were close with your Andrea Kramer to Zach Cromer, but not really.
XX says, XX wrong on Twitch says, does he believe in adjustments? We got Binary Bobby and a Mike saying adjustments not that big of a deal. That was wild too, by the way. Whenever
Football's
he's like,
football.
He said football is football, adjustments are overrated. It's because he's Binary Bobby. He doesn't know what adjustments are. You don't know what you don't know.
I mean, credit to them from an overall organizational standpoint for being able to cover and just bury as much as they did all year long, getting to the point where Bobby was gone.
Yeah.
Because there were too many guys that had his back on too many occasions. That's why I was brainwashed to believing he was going to be back.
Yeah, this would it's gonna be fun though. It is entertaining. 713-780-ESPN. Yeah, I imagine that he believes in adjustments. I hope he believes in adjustments. I hope the Texans didn't hire another offensive coordinator who does not believe in adjustments. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Need to find a way to get one of Jeff Stoudlant's assistant offensive line coaches from Philly. Yeah, Philly's offensive line was really good.
It also helps.
They also have Leighton Johnson.
I was going to say, it also helps to have like an all-world offensive line, even after you lose Kelsey.
That does help a lot. 713-780-ESPN. It's not about the X and O's. It's about the Jimmy and Joe's. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in the Hive.
Hey, guys. I appreciate that. That was Zach Cromer. He's the assistant offensive line coach for the Rams. His dad, Aaron Cromer, is the offensive line coach for the Bills and did coach the Rams offensive line when they won the Super Bowl in 2022. So I was telling Jeremy on X that this is something I just said last week, that these are a couple of names to watch. But I think the offensive line coach will probably want to be one of the most important hires for the new offensive coordinator. Just wanted to get your thoughts on it. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Do you remember any of it? Because you were on X when he told you. No. Look. I had heard Popovich might be back. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. I hope that they let him pick. Like I'm hoping that they don't hire Nick Caley to be the offensive coordinator, and then oh yeah, you're going to be forced to this staff.
I think it's extremely important. Again, it goes back to what I said about when a GM gets like oversteps boundaries and starts trying to do too much. You can't pick another coach's staff. It's just not going to work. And I think that you owe it to the coaches that you pick. If you truly trust that you got the right guy, let them get the guys under them because they're going to be working with them every day.
Yeah, and we're probably never going to know. But that's my biggest thing on it. Like, I really don't care who the offensive line coach is. Like, the idea of Andrea Kramer being the offensive line coach is fantastic. Like, if Nick Caley wants Andrea Kramer to be the offensive line coach, I'm down for it. And, to be, the daughter of a guy who's the offensive line coach with Buffalo and won a Super, like, he sounds like she has great history of coaching the position. So I'm down for that. But if Nick Caley's like, you know what? I really like Cole Popovich. Okay. That's fine. I just don't want Nick Caserio to be hiring the offensive line coach under the OC he just hired. D'Amico, I would feel less strong about it because he's the head football coach and it's like these are his decisions. But yeah, I ultimately I would like Caley to be the one making that call.
No question.
And Cromer does sound like a really good hire. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll take some more thoughts on this. Also, this Luka Doncic trade, a stunner, biggest takeaway. What if the Mavs are right about this, too, by the way? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, right now, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Allstate Siding and Windows. They are the best in the business at again, what their name says, at siding, windows, front doors, and so much more. You can go to allstatesidingandwindows.com right now and see all the different ways that they can help you. They are absolutely fantastic, best in the business. And what they do better than anybody else is they take care of you as Houstonians. They know Houstonian. They've been in business for almost 50 years, and they're going to make kind of eliminate the pitfalls of like people that charge just to come out and give you an estimate and take it to the point where they make sure that they do what you want someone to do for you. When it comes down to the standpoint of coming out and giving you a free estimate, recommending because of the way your house looks, the year it was built, and the things around it, the best windows for your job, the best siding for your job. They're absolutely fantastic. And in the process, they're going to earn your trust. They do it when they come out to your house. They did it for me. They can do it for you. They put new windows on my house as soon as we bought it. And the curb appeal was changed immediately and it upgraded everything. But more so than that, and more importantly for you, it's going to lower your energy bills by about 35 to 40%. We saw immediate impact from that regard. And the fact that they're going to be hurricane protectant, they're going to be just as good in the winter as they are in the summer. And we know you've got to have it here in Houston with hurricane season and all the different ways that you need protection. They're absolutely fantastic. You can start the process right now and immediately get signed up for that first initial estimate to come out And look, Mary runs the shop back at the headquarters. Her brother gets out there and does the actual site tests and can recommend, depending on what you're looking for, a package of windows and siding or one or the other, if not both. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. They are absolutely fantastic, and their main concern is helping you out. $2,500 off of a window job right now. They've got all kinds of deals going on right now. All you've got to do is get in touch with them. Go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A stunner in the NBA, which is kind of fun for the NBA. Like, the NBA has been really boring, nationally speaking. It's been fun if you're a Rocket fan. It's been super boring, super boring. And this trade goes down. Luka gets traded to the Lakers. Anthony Davis, first rounder in the future, sweeteners, going back to Dallas. How'd you hear about this trade, Blankers?
It was crazy. So they had everybody back from the front office for the reunion of the front office of the championship years all the way to like 1999.
They mentioned you on the Shin.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I was watching the game on Sunday. DVR'd it, and Ackerman brought up how it was like a reunion for the championship days or whatever.
Yep.
And then Hollins goes, "Is Joel here?" And Craig goes, "Yeah, Joel's here," and that was it.
The fact that, because that's how the story develops, is that Craig couldn't be there because he stopped in pregame, and we were there from like 4:00 on, and then during the game, obviously Craig's doing the game, so we had a party after the game as well. Craig shows up, and we're all kind of hanging out. Rudy T shows up. It was awesome, and Craig hits me on the shoulder, and he goes, "Hey, I got to show you something." I go, "What are you doing?" And he pulls out his phone, and he shows me the tweet from Shams, and I go, "You sure that's the right Shams account?" And he's like, "Come on, man." He's like, "You got the same one." I go, "Yeah, let me check." So I go, "Okay." And all of a sudden I go, he's like, "You think it's real?" I go, "Do you think it was hacked?" "I don't know." And I go, "Timeout. Can you just walk down to the end of the bar, please?" And he goes, "What are you talking about?" I go, "The senior vice president of PR for the NBA is sitting at the end of the bar because he was our assistant PR guy. He didn't know." So Craig goes down, and I'm watching him, and all of a sudden, Tim Frank pulls out his glasses, looks at it, and drops an expletive and goes, "Give me 5 minutes." He goes off into a corner. He's like diligently texting and things. He comes back, and he goes, "It's real." We were like, "Oh, my God." Like at midnight, this major news drops, and then all the reactions from everybody were just priceless.
Yeah. What did you think of the trade?
I thought it was, if I'm Dallas, I was stunned. I'm like, that is the worst deal they could make simply because of the fact, and there's for a lot of reasons. But if you're a 25-year-old budding superstar that has done everything that he's done so far in his career, I get it. The knock is he doesn't play defense. I get it that there are things he has to work on. But we talk about all the different things a player like Jalen Green has to work on, get better at, improve at. Luka Doncic offensively is a machine, and a machine that can be with you for the next decade and be the centerpiece of your franchise. You gave him away for a 32-year-old Anthony Davis who breaks down just like Luka does, who is older, who doesn't seem to have all the kind of want to that you want either, though I get that he's still a good player when he plays. The fact that it seems to me, and the more you read, was that this was a deal that was consummated and it was only between the Mavs and the Lakers. If you are the GM of the Mavs, what the hell are you doing? You need to quietly put this out there to as many GMs that has the type of player that you'd be interested in, like Anthony Davis. I don't care if Milwaukee says no on Giannis or maybe on Damian Lillard. I don't care who it is. I need to lay out on the table the 5 best offers I can find from Luka before I just all of a sudden have blinders on and say it's just us and the Lakers.
I have a lot of thoughts about this trade.
Okay.
Lots of thoughts. One, it's fun.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's highly entertaining.
I love it.
It is highly entertaining. The thing that I would say about from the Dallas perspective, like, I don't really care about what a player has done. I care more about what they're going to do. And if they think that Luka Doncic is just always going to be like overweight and can never defend.
Hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Who was that?
It's a drop I stole from Dale.
Yeah.
I knew this topic was coming up, so I went ahead and copied it.
If Luka Doncic is going to be that guy, and then he really, I mean, obviously he's going to want the Supermax, and you're unwilling to pay him the Supermax, it's kind of like the Kyle Tucker deal, where you get something for him before you're unwilling to pay him $70 million a year. And then the other, like, I also take offense a little bit to the Anthony Davis side. People are acting like Anthony Davis is a bum when they're talking about this trade. They're like, oh, you know, like I heard, I saw some people on Twitter. Well, he could have gotten way more draft. Like, Anthony Davis is a really good player, guys. I'm not a huge believer in the win share stat. Anthony Davis is a way better win share than Luka Doncic does this year. Well, he's played more games. Okay, we'll double Luka's games to make it even, and he still has less of a win share. You could make the case pretty easily that Anthony Davis has been a better player than Luka this year. Luka obviously is way younger, 25 versus 31 years old of Anthony Davis. The narrative is that Anthony Davis street closed Davis, right? Well, Anthony Davis has played more games than Luka Doncic in the last 2 years. Anthony Davis played 42 games this year. Luka Doncic has played 22. Well, what about last year? Well, Anthony Davis last year played in 76 games. Luka played in 70. So, like, I get a little annoyed with some of the narratives of the trade. Like, well, he could have gotten way more young pieces. Well, Anthony Davis is pretty dang good. Anthony Davis is a top what player in the NBA? 10, 15?
He's all NBA, either first or second team. So
easily top 15, right?
Yeah,
easily top 15 players. So let's not pretend that Anthony Davis isn't a good player. And then the whole broken down thing, I get it with Anthony Davis. You can also make the case with Luka Doncic. Yep. You can also make that case. And then also let's remember the finals last year in which the Boston Celtics were attacking Luka every single play. Every single play. So I think Luka's a really good player. I think offensively he's a top 3 player in the NBA. Do I think he's a top 3 player overall? Yeah, I don't know, because his defense brings him down a bit.
It's a seismic shift of what happened in Dallas too, because Mark Cuban once said, "I will never give up Luka Doncic with the Dallas Mavericks, and if it's between him and divorcing my wife, meet me at my attorney's office while I sign the papers," because that's how. And then Chandler Parsons reached out to Mark Cuban, like, "Make me understand this. What is?" And Mark Cuban was like, "I don't know either," which shows you that as much as he was supposed to be director of basketball still and running all of basketball, he has no touch on that team at all.
What's the GM's last name? Nico, forget his last name. He was criticized heavily for trading for Kyrie Irving. Heavily criticized for trading for Kyrie. Goes to the finals with him the following year. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line real quick. Jerry, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
What I wanted to say is that when Zion did it, I know it's 2 different players, so don't jump off the ledge. Let me finish. When Zion was dealing with that weight deal, everybody destroyed him. But at least Zion can come back and electrify people, and he played a little better defense. Luka, I remember in a video, Luka was interviewing, and some guy snatched the beer can out of his hand. That's the writing on the wall right there. And as far as 31 and 25, the age is not that. He's going to go back to in Dallas, what's his name, from the Lakers, and play the 4 position. Name me 5 dominant 4 position players that are better than him right now. Anthony Davis. Luka cannot play defense. Well, guess what? Kyrie has been to a championship. Anthony Davis both of them have won championships, and now they're back together. Yeah, one had LeBron, both had LeBron, but Luka has this opportunity now at 25. If you're already breaking down now, it's not going to get better. The guy drinks, smokes, all of that. That was the writing on the wall to get rid of that guy, and he's not a top 10 because of his defense. He's not.
All right, appreciate the call, Gary. You got a reaction out of Blankers. He wants to react to it on the other side. Also, I have a theory as to why Dallas didn't shop Luka. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
That was Nico Harrison, Rockets or Mavericks general manager. Jason Kidd was very
he looked like a hostage.
stoic.
Yeah,
He
I
looked like a
wonder how
hostage
much
interview.
Kid knew about any of this.
I don't think he knew at all.
But the fact that during the press conference, Nico was basically kind of almost putting words in his mouth, and you could see Jason Kidd getting more and more uncomfortable as he was speaking.
Yeah. This is now you wanted to respond to Gary's
I did because
call.
I think, I know where Gary comes from in a lot of different narratives when he calls the show. But the bottom line is,
what are those?
He likes to push the fact that you know exactly what I'm talking about from a race perspective. When you look at the fact that Zion, look, I have not held back on the fact that Zion Williamson has been awful, and he doesn't take care of himself, and he doesn't play defense. But Gary, would you trade Zion Williamson and get Zion Williamson and give up Luka Doncic? I'd love to hear your response to that.
Well, wouldn't it be Zion for Anthony Davis? That would be the trade.
But at the same time, Anthony Davis, no matter what he brings, look, it might be for the next 3 because Klay Thompson's on the back nine. The fact that you don't know, I think Kyrie's got plenty of years left. But I think that if you're looking for Klay to be your number 3, I don't think you're any better. And I think that Luka Doncic, as much as we can say what happened, and you're absolutely right that he got singled out and didn't play a lick of defense against the Celtics, and they attacked him. But at the same time, they got there because of him, that he was carrying the load. If you recall, Kyrie Irving was not making shots. Kyrie Irving, for the most of the Western Conference Finals, was struggling while Luka was carrying them, and he was making the big plays, the clutch plays, and all the other plays. There's plenty of Steph Curry first in line, LeBron James right behind him. There are plenty of guys that don't play a whole lot of defense, get singled out like Steph Curry, but you don't give up on them because of what kind of an impact they play offensively.
Do you pay him $70 million though?
In this NBA, this era of NBA basketball, yes, you do.
I think Dallas hates Luka. I think that says more. They hate him.
I think the bigger thing in this trade is, and I'll take it another step than you do because I agree with you. I think that we don't know what we don't know about what happened in Dallas or what's going on with Luka. I also don't think we know enough about a fractured relationship between LeBron and AD, because I think there were signs of it in the last couple of weeks. But I think that at a certain point, whether LeBron says he didn't know about the actual trade or not, but you also read the pulse of the guy that has an impact on everything the Lakers do. And if there was a disconnect in some way between those two, I think it says something about that too.
I don't dismiss that. I just don't know if it got there, because I think Nico probably called Pelinka and was like, hey, we want to trade you Luka for Anthony Davis and a couple of other stuff. And I think Pelinka was like, okay, let's do it.
Well, they said they dummied it down. They said the original deal, Dalton Connect was going to Dallas and some pieces that might have helped Dallas more.
Yeah, I don't know why they would do that, though. Like, what's the motive there? Why would they dumb it down?
I don't know.
The report suggests that because the Mavericks wanted to keep this internal, to keep the leaks from getting out and to keep the backlash from getting out before the deal was done, that basically Pelinka, who's buddies with Nico, latched on to the fears they have about Luka and used it against them. It's like, hey, well, we're concerned about his defense. We're concerned about his weight. We're concerned about his injuries. We can't give you this full package because we're concerned about the same things you are. And apparently the Mavericks went for it.
Yeah. So that's
but if
smart.
you're not doing your due diligence enough, that's where it goes back to what we talked about in the last segment about at least exploring other options to have on the table so that you can counter that, whether, okay, I've got other guys that I'm talking to that I could possibly do something else. Because at the end of the day, I don't think Rob Pelinka wanted to miss out on Luka Doncic, because with LeBron having just a very few short years left in his career, they need the next transcending guy to carry the Lakers, and now they got him.
Yeah, I don't think they're a great fit, actually, Luka and LeBron. I don't think that they're going to pair well.
But didn't you think the same thing about him and Kyrie?
No, not really.
I had a real issues with the two most ball dominant players in the league at the time suddenly pairing up together. I had real concerns. Credit to them that they made it work.
I think Kyrie's a better shooter, though, like just kind of a catch and shoot kind of guy, whereas LeBron's not going to really go camp out in the corners and catch and shoot. I think they're.
Oh, you're talking about Kyrie to LeBron, not to
Kyrie.
Luka.
Well, Kyrie and to Luka, yeah, same thing. But Kyrie to Luka, I thought Kyrie and Luka were a better mesh. Not saying Kyrie's as good a player as LeBron, but I thought they were a better mesh than LeBron and Luka. LeBron and Luka on the floor at the same time to me is going to be weird.
I think from that perspective, Luka's going to have to do more adjusting.
I think this is Luka's team.
I think maybe down the line it is, but I think as long as he's paired with LeBron and the way LeBron's clout still stands in LA, I think that Luka, this has to be an eye opener. And for the short term, Luka's probably going to he's going to handle the ball more. I think Luka's going to have to try and facilitate for LeBron, whether he likes it or not.
It's going to be fun. Gary's back on the line. He's got to respond to the Zion thing and other things probably. Gary, you're in the hive with the beast. Again, what's up, Gary?
Hey, you're right. A couple things. The fact that Zion is the two are different colors, that didn't enter my mind. Man, we were talking about weight. Now, if the weight situation wouldn't have been there, then you could say Gary is coming from the perspective of a different perspective. But this is truly when we hear weight, and I heard how both were handled and one was destroyed. You're right. I would take Luka. See, I would, but this wasn't race. This was all of the weight.
Wait. You take Zion over Luka, Gary?
No, I said no. I said you're right. I would take Luka. I didn't think you're. I would take Luka over Zion. But what I'm saying is that it wasn't race. Remember, I started the conversation off about the beer can, the smoke in the interview. All things equal, and Luka has had better players around him too. So I don't want Gary to be painted as race baiting or whatever. This was truly about both of them breaking down, both of them overweight, and how one was viewed than the other. I could say the same about you guys, not you guys, but you, when you interjected and thought that in this particular time, when I'm comparing apples to apples as far as their
Gary, I don't think it's apples to apples though.
Fat apples. To apples.
I don't.
No. As far as their injury and not on the court, not their offensive play and prowess, but I do think Luka has had the luxury of having MVP worthy and championship players around him, a la Kyrie, now LeBron James. I don't think he'll be able to get. What does the Rockets do well now, being so young? Defense on top of running. That's not Luka's game anymore. It was never his game.
Gary, he's 25 years old. The same way that Trae Young doesn't play defense, Steph Curry doesn't play defense. You've got guys that are top 10 caliber, top 15 caliber players in this league. Steph Curry, the all-time greatest shooter in the history of this league, never will be known for his defense. But you don't give away that's such a transcending offensive player that's capable of hitting every big shot and carrying the load offensively whenever you need him to, and on most nights, whether you need him to or not.
Gary's a lot like me in that we don't see color in our athletes. Now, I think that it's very possible that Luka has hit his peak. And I know that he's 25 years old, but he's 25 years old who's out of shape and a team is giving up on him. And I know it looks really bad in terms of the perception on this isn't great. This is a guy who went to the finals a year ago. Like the whole beer can and cigarette, whatever. He was celebrating after they reached the NBA finals. That doesn't matter to me. But I do think it is possible that we've seen the best of Luka. I think that his last season, the one he had last year, could be his peak. And I believe that it's possible, not saying it's going to happen, that it's possible that the rest of his career kind of turns into this big guy, can't ever get his weight under control, can never defend. Yes, he's going to put up really good offensive numbers, but will never be the player that he was at the age of 24. I think it's in play.
I think that's fine. I think that, too, when you look at it, and if you believe what Nico Harrison is talking about with this team, I hope that they still have moves to be made between now and Thursday, because I don't think they're a better team right now than they were before this trade. I don't think that, because Luka was getting closer to coming back. Luka's not 270 pounds. Luka, the beer can thing is Michael Finley taking it out of his hand. And from what I've been told, it was because it was a non-team sponsored beer that he was drinking, and they didn't want that out there and on camera. I understand that he's 25 years old, though. So to Gary's point about the fact that the age doesn't matter either. Like, if he's fixable at all, and even if he's just the same player he's been, and maybe to your point, we've seen the best of Luka Doncic, I don't think the drop-off offensively is going to come to a standpoint where you're going to say that Luka Doncic is hurting this team, or Luka Doncic isn't worthy of being the franchise or one of the franchise maxed out players on a team. I just can't see that. Maybe I'll be proven wrong.
Yeah. Now, that's why I think that Dallas doesn't like him. I don't think that they wanted to pay him the Supermax contract, which is $70 million a year. Luka's now not going to get that because he's not eligible for the Supermax anymore because of the fact that he was traded. And I think that's why they didn't shop him. I think that's why they didn't shop Luka around to other teams. Like, would they have been wiser and gotten a better package if they called up every other team in the NBA and was like, hey, we're going to trade Luka. Give us your best offer? Probably. But they couldn't do that, in my opinion, and this is my theory. They couldn't do that, in my opinion, because if word got out to Luka and Luka's representatives that they were shopping him or were going to trade him, Luka would put on a power play so he couldn't get traded so he could get a supermax. Because the difference is astronomical between a supermax and a max. So why didn't they shop him? They couldn't allow word to get out that they were shopping him because now Luka Doncic's going to come back to Dallas and say, I'm not going anywhere else because I'm waiting for that super max. So I believe that's why they didn't shop him.
At the same time, like you don't have to shop him around the league to every team in the league. And just like they said that Pelinka had a relationship with Harrison, you get relationships with certain teams. We saw Daryl Morey had relationships with the Sacramento.
We're also talking about how like Pelinka screwed him over. So like, I don't put a whole lot of thought into the friendship.
But I'm saying if you go to a small market team or a smaller market team and they have a lot of draft picks, Mikal Bridges got 5 first-round picks. Whether you're looking for just picks or a player in picks,
but they didn't get an Anthony Davis,
right? But you could get a similar or someone on a different team and probably get more picks and a better deal if at least or maybe you had leverage. But you could still do something. You could, with 1 or 2 teams, have the same kind of confidentiality, have them believing they're the only team in it until you had to bring up competition and other teams that you may or not be talking to. There's a way to negotiate this where you don't have to just throw it out there to everybody in the league where the word could get out. But also you could at least find out a couple different teams that you could talk to see if which was the best deal for you.
Yeah, but I don't think that Luka would have allowed himself to get traded because of the financial ramifications of it.
I hear what you're saying, but you could still keep it to the point where he didn't know about it till it happened. If you did negotiate it with just like you could say 1 or 2 different teams.
That's tough though.
Every person you bring into is another.
I get that, but I'm not. So I'm saying why I also brought up the fact that you have relationships with certain guys to where there's lifelong trust levels built up and people that know how to do their job too. Carol Dawson used to tell me all the time, there's plenty of deals that didn't get done that he could have run to a Brian Windhorst or whoever the beat Woj and aired it all out. But because we understand deals get done, sometimes they don't until they're signed on paper. There's been some great deals that didn't get done, but because we plan on being in our jobs a long time, we just wouldn't do that to someone else. And you know who those people are. You don't have to do it to everybody in the new generation of guys that aren't even coming from a basketball background, things like that. You do it with the guys that you know, and you still may end up getting a better deal.
Maybe he did.
I don't know.
Like you're telling us that Carroll wouldn't say anything about offers that were presented to him. Maybe that did happen.
Maybe so. I mean, like we always say with the Texans, we never know what we may never know what we don't know. But from the stories coming out so far, it seems like this was a Mavs started the conversations 3.5 weeks ago, and it was just between those two. And I would hate to think if it comes out that Pelinka played Nico Harrison to the point of saying, pointing out the shortcomings and saying those kind of things, that's how he got the deal done. Good on Pelinka. That's bad on Nico Harris.
Right, which is why I don't put any stock in the whole friends thing. Like, they're BFFs and they're coming together to make this trade, yet Pelinka's holding him over the barrel as something that he's scared of Luka about. Like that's kind of contradicting each other, right? Like you can't say on one hand, not that you're saying it, generally speaking, you can't say on one hand, they're best friends and they came together on this deal to suit both parties, whatever. And then on the other hand, be like, Rob Pelinka played him. You can't do that. Like, and look, I'm in fantasy football leagues and I screw over my friends. Joe George gave me a terrible trade offer in my football league, and I thank him every single day. He doesn't pay me on the bet. But like, even just because they're boys doesn't mean they're not trying to screw each other over.
No, I know that, but I think it's a trust level. But there's still the trust level of, because from the flip side, if you're a team like that and hey, in this deal, it depends on what they think about Luka, but most people would look at this deal from the outside and go, getting a guy like Luka he's an instant impact for your franchise, whether he ends up never playing defense or not, or whether his best days are behind him or not. The impact that he would have on my franchise, and depending on the state of the team making the trade, how that could possibly impact his franchise is enough for me to agree I'm going to keep this thing tight-lipped and under wraps until I'm out of it.
Yeah, and I would say that Nico Harrison does not feel like Luka is worth $70 million a year. I think it's why he traded him. I think he doesn't think he's worth $70 million a year. I think that they're sick and tired of his work ethic. I think they're sick and tired of his defense. We don't know the full story, but I think that there's a whole lot going on behind the scenes there that led to Luka being traded.
Oh, there has to.
And I 100% think that if Luka caught wind that he was being shopped,
I don't
he
disagree
would
with
have
that.
put on a power play and not have allowed that
That's
because
totally
it cost him what, like $300 million?
No, it's about I think the difference between 70 to 100 million between the supermax and the max.
I'm talking about for the length of the contract.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like it's a massive financial hit for Luka. That's why he's so heartbroken about it. It's because it's going to cost him tons of money. And I think that's why they were tight-lipped
Well, I
about
think it also because he felt like he was invincible. He felt
No
like
doubt.
he already felt like he was invincible, untouchable, and he was with the franchise. He was going to be the next Dirk. He was probably never going to play for anybody else other than the Mavs.
Yeah, I completely, he's blindsided. For sure he was blindsided. But if you're Dallas and you're just hell-bent on trading him because you feel like you can't invest in him, you had to blindside him. You had to pull the rug out from under him. You had to stab him right.
When was his deal up?
I think it was after the end of next year.
Yeah, I was going to say, but you still had time to try and before you made the ultimate decision, because at the same time, this may turn out on the flip side of this. This could be the eye opener that Luka needed. Like this could be with all the financial ramifications, the stuff that's coming out on a daily now about his lack of defense and his inability to kind of do the kind of things on the other side of the floor that everybody was expecting of him. And I don't know how much further it's going to go to where this might be an eye opener and maybe he can elevate his game to another level. Maybe having a guy around him that's already invincible to be able to put him in his place if that's needed too is also going to assist him.
Or what if Dallas is right and he's peaked?
Well, I said that's why that's why it's even more entertaining and fun because we got to see how it's going to play out.
Oh, it's fascinating. I love every bit of this. Like some drama into a league that absolutely needed drama.
Oh, the league absolutely needed this.
Lamont, he says, I agree with you, Brian. That said, isn't this close to collusion? Have the Lakers and Dallas purposely augmented that dude's financial situation? I don't think it's collusion. You could certainly make the case that Dallas made a really bad trade, and that is the popular opinion. I don't think that there was collusion here, though.
I don't at all. And I think this is how the NBA works. This is how deals are done all the time. And, we look at what's going on with Jimmy Butler and the Heat. And that's another ridiculous situation. But conversations have been had and will continue to be had. And a lot of it's going to be about him and his max deal and what he wants going out of it, too. So I don't think it has anything to do with collusion. I just think that we may never know, but I don't think that this was handled the best way to get the best deal if I'm in Dallas' shoes.
They just felt like they had to get rid of him, though, and couldn't allow word to leak.
But
like that had to have been the case.
I agree with you, but you had time, too.
You had time, but the more the time goes by, the higher chance of word leaking.
You also probably get less because he's under contract for a shorter amount of time.
Right, but I'm saying the All-Star weekend comes up where every general manager is there in less than 2 weeks.
But that's past the deadline. So now you're looking at an off-season trade.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Because it used to be that was where all the deals got done.
Which is a better way of doing it.
It really is.
Way better way of doing it.
Yeah, because I just feel like they still had time to where I guess I'm a firm believer that even if Luka never plays a lick of defense, Luka's impact on the game is so great that I never would have given him up.
You can't deny his offensive talent. You can't deny that as much as I want to.
And if Mark Cuban is still involved in basketball operations, because this was the first thing that we started talking about too.
Mm-hmm.
And the I guess through some of the people I was talking to that night, they were saying Cuban was no longer allowed to sit next to the team, home and road.
Really?
Yeah, that they were really kind of because he wasn't officially the owner anymore, no matter what is. And if he was going to be just in charge of basketball, those seats were like off the floor and up a ways and whatever. And that rubbed him the wrong way. And then there was a disconnect from the team that bought the owners that bought the team. They have no basketball or sports experience. They are hotel owners and casino owners and Vegas people that want to look more into like. And so maybe that's where Luka felt like he thought his security blanket was still there in Mark Cuban that had told him, you ain't going anywhere and you're my next Dirk.
He's been neutered.
And now, boom, gone. See ya.
Weak straw, does the league still veto trades? Just in general, is that still a thing? I don't think they veto trades unless the team's not owned, right?
Well, that's the thing. The last time a deal was vetoed was the Chris Paul to the Lakers trade because they were up for sale and David Stern was the pseudo acting owner of the team.
Yeah, the NBA owns the league.
What would you even veto over that? You can't veto just because you don't feel the trade or you feel the trade is a little lopsided.
Right.
That's not a reason to veto a
well,
trade.
that happened whenever the NBA
exactly
controlled
why they did
the Clippers.
it.
But that's a little different because they were controlling ownership.
Right, because they're basically saying, no, I declined the trade. That's not really a veto at that point.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Ben, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Ben?
Hey, so I'm a lifelong Dallas Mavericks fan, and I just wanted to comment on a couple of things y'all said. One, I think it's absolutely ludicrous for anyone to think that Luka is past his prime or has not reached his prime. I mean, just watching the guy, he is an unbelievable offensive talent. I don't care if he plays a lick of defense. He keeps you in the game with his scoring. And then also, this GM is the same guy who couldn't even put a PowerPoint slide together for a shoe deal with Steph Curry. He let Kristaps Porzingis go to the Celtics, who now is an NBA champion. He let Jalen Brunson walk when they had a chance to re-sign him. He's just a terrible GM, and it's gut-wrenching to see what this trade has come to. So, anyways, I'll hang up and listen. I'm now a Rockets fan. Go Rockets.
There you go.
Welcome aboard, Ben. Welcome
Let's
aboard.
go. Ben,
Did you hear that? Like the fans, I've heard that they
now.
put a coffin outside the American
they
Airlines.
protested outside the arena
yesterday. And they put a coffin and they spray painted a bunch of nasty stuff on it, and they're not happy at all.
We
and
can play some of the we have some of the audio for some of the fans. It's pretty funny. We could play here in a minute, but it is funny when you look at if you tried to make it like a total trade with what the Mavs got back for now, Luka, Porzingis, and Jalen Brunson. It's basically just AD. It's a pretty bad mismanagement, not necessarily of one single trade, but just of the assets you had overall.
Key from LA, the food is more healthier in LA than Texas, and you can't really smoke in LA like that anymore because they banned most cigarettes and vapes.
What was it? I thought it was cigars. I never thought it was cigarettes with
I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, he seems like a cigarette kind of guy. He does.
All right.
What is that?
What does that mean?
I mean, a lot of Europeans are big
There we go.
cigarette smokers.
We're on to it.
Well, maybe now that
It's
he's
true.
in LA, he'll be body shamed into getting into shape, being around all the
Look,
the
Zion
healthy
did
people.
finally. If you've seen Zion lately, he's pretty rocked up.
Okay.
Careful.
What?
Phrasing.
He's jacked up. He's
better phrasing.
Okay.
Jacked up, better phrasing. Rocked up can have a different
Oh,
connotation.
man. Okay. That got me. Big Cat on Barstool had the best take. He said you give him his extension, you give him his Supermax, and you give him Ozempic.
Yeah, sure.
Is that against the banned subs? Is that a banned substance
Would that
by
be
the NBA?
performance enhancing?
Yeah, maybe if it makes you lose weight like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, 713-780.
By the way, did you hear that? Because again, the lost in all this too is Utah was the third-party facilitator.
Yeah.
Did you hear that Danny Ainge did not know that what he was doing in part of the deal was enabling the Lakers to get better, and that
Like 30 minutes before it was finalized, he was lit in that Luke was a part of the deal.
Yeah, and then that, I guess it was too late to turn back, but
They
he
didn't want
wasn't
anybody
happy.
to know. They wanted nobody to know.
Good on them for being able to, in this day and age, to keep it that secret.
I didn't want to. I don't root for Danny Ainge to have good things, though.
No.
Like, I don't wish bad things for him, but I don't wish good things for Danny Ainge. Let's listen to some of that fan reaction. How about the Rockets side of this, too? They actually own the Mavs pick in 2029, so this could be helpful for them. Would you have made this deal for Luka if you were the Rockets? There was a couple of other proposals that were thrown out there, like if these teams were allowed to be in the bidding, this could have been the trade. There's a Rockets one of those. Would you have done it? Also, do you want the Rockets to do anything before the deadline? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. I bet you they could GM a basketball team better than some GMs of basketball teams. Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. You know it's only the finest over there. Chris Fisher, he's an Aggie, so more fine people over there. But you're going to love the customer service of HRP. They're the very best. You're going to love them all the way through. And business owners, let HRP help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HRP can help in any of those areas or all of those areas. One of those areas or all of them. There's no boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HRP is going to work with you to completely customize a plan for whatever your business needs. You're not going to read off a menu. You're going to sit down with them, have a conversation with them, and figure out what works best. You have a big problem, you have a big issue, little problem, whatever. HRP is going to find a way to help you. They do it in a way that's unique as well. Technology meets their elite service. They have elite technology, best technology in the game. You're going to love that, but you're going to love that service we were telling you about. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. Look, it's tax season. You probably wish you had them for that alone. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You guys sad. Saddest day of his life.
He's sad. He's angry.
He goes, I've been a Mavs fan my entire life.
Since I was a
baby. Oh, man.
What have you been a fan of since a baby? 713.
You know what, though? You know what I think of when I see fans protesting to the stadium? I think it's Deshaun Watson.
Deshaun Watson, for sure.
I think it's Deshaun Watson.
Picketing and all that.
Yeah. They were Texans fans were angry
Didn't age well.
that they were trading, that they were thinking about trading Deshaun Watson. Did not age well. Like, let's wait. Let's see how it all plays out. I'm not saying that Luka's a pervert like Deshaun Watson, but what if he can never get his weight in shape? What if he's peaked at the age of 20? Let's see. Let's see how it all plays out. I certainly understand the frustration of Dallas fans, though. K Crow, he's on the YouTube. He's not happy by the trade. We had Ben that just called us, said that he's now a Rockets fan, which is a big leap.
Has anyone checked on Total Dallas today?
No, I've not checked on Total Arlington. Like, what would you have to do to lose your fandom? What would have to happen to lose your fandom of a team and go with someone else? A rival, much less. A rival.
Yeah, I don't think that the Rockets are in a situation to compare apples to apples. As good as the players they have, maybe
trade a men for
I was gonna say a men and one of the other two guys for like Jimmy Butler.
Yeah,
that might do it. Yeah,
something crazy like that. The Rockets, because this CBS Sports did an article like other offers that could have been given for Luka Doncic. The Rockets had an offer. Sam Quinn pinned this article. The Rockets offer for Luka, obviously a hypothetical. Mavs would have received Amin Thompson, Jabari Smith, Fred VanVleet, Cam Whitmore, 5 first-round picks. Rockets get back Luka Doncic, Kleber, Najee Marshall, and Dwight Powell. Would you have done that for the Rockets?
No, it's too much.
I wouldn't have done that either.
That's too much.
Yeah, I'd pass.
I would have passed on that.
I'd really passing because of Amin, but when you throw in everything else, there with the picks and Cam and everything,
five.
It was 5 first, Jabari,
and Cam,
and Jabari.
I'm okay with Jabari and Fred.
I'd be okay with Fred. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're pulling it out. I mean, you're taking out the headliner.
No, I'm saying I'm not trying to redo the deal or anything like that. There were parts of the pieces involved in it that I would be okay with, but yeah, that was excessive, and that was just basically gutting you of a lot of your young talent.
Here's another Dallas fan on the trade of Luka Doncic. Wow. Nothing.
That was the safe place, man.
That's pretty serious.
Ruined his dreams.
Well, but as you will clarify, the fact that the Cowboys, Jerry could be mad about that, but they actually don't play in Dallas, so they don't count.
They don't count. Yeah,
they're in Arlington.
But I mean, even if you did count the entire Metroplex, Jerry Jones is no longer the worst general manager in the Metroplex.
I don't know. Well, I guess so. And if you're a Dallas fan, yeah, no matter what you think you know or don't know, yeah, definitely Nico's top of the list right now.
Here was the Dallas Mavericks TV guy. You probably know Mark Followell.
Mm-hmm.
He's been there forever. Mark Followell, Mavs TV guy, opening. They played yesterday, so this was the opening of the TV broadcast after the Luka trade. He's haggard.
Sounds like he's announcing with the time. Like it almost like sounds like he's giving the time of death of a president.
It reminded me of whenever John Lennon died.
Yes, at 10:01 Eastern Time.
Howard
Cosell on Monday Night Football.
It reminded me of Howard Cosell.
Yeah.
It really did.
But he starts it by almost like he can't mention it, like it's not final yet. Like, you know what I'm talking about. But then he mentions it, and it's like, okay, because a lot of times the team would be like, in my experiences, the team's gonna tell you what you can and can't say, and they don't want you showing your true emotions and telling you how you really feel.
Just the news. That's why I was surprised he said Haggard.
Yes.
Like he sounded very
like he was depressed,
disenfranchised with the franchise.
Yes, we've had. Yeah, I've lived through plenty of situations where you weren't allowed to say anything the way you wanted to say it. It was just the facts. That's it.
Yeah, that's
just the facts. The Mavericks lost by 43 yesterday.
They got hammered.
That's all right. That'll be fine. Quentin Grimes is going to on track.
Quentin Grimes might get more minutes.
He's been playing well.
Yeah, he has, and he might get more minutes because of this. Because they're going to start. They got the big front line now, so they got their 4 and their 5 with Davis and was it's Likely?
Yeah,
Likely and Davis,
Blake Lively,
and Kyrie and Clay. So they need a 3, and Grimes could be the guy.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, he's been getting some minutes. Difference between Luka, Steph, and LeBron is the latter two take great care of their bodies in the offseason. Luka's like 270. I think this is all on the new I think this is all on the new owner's plan to now move the Mavericks to Vegas. Conspiracy that's out there that they're trying to like liquidate the franchise and somehow get them to Vegas. I think it's a reach.
I think it is too. I mean, I don't think you invest as much money as you did to purchase this team for the price tag that you gave up, and then want to liquidate it before you could try and build it back up again. I just don't see it.
Yeah, I don't think so. With all the feedback from Mavs fans, how empty will the stadium be? It's going to be pretty empty, I bet. It's not going to be.
Yeah, I don't think for lack of sold tickets, because they're already sold at this point in the season. But I think that there's going to be a lot of boycotting for a while.
Luka has to be disgusted with the Mavs now. Screwed him out of a supermax contract and getting his image slandered.
His
I'm
dad
sure
was ripping into him.
Yeah.
There's. I mean, the fact that didn't he post what his the screenshot of his phone with how many times Nico called him after the deal was done? There was like 13 missed calls or something like that. And he was like, I think at that point he's like, well, I'm not answering my phone now. Now it's too late.
Why would you?
Right.
I wouldn't answer my phone at that point. If the trade's already done, why?
Tell him I'm going to terrorize you.
I think he already knows that.
Thank you for trading me.
Well, that's going to be one to watch his first trip back to Dallas. That's going to be something else. Because you might be playing in an away environment if you're the Mavericks.
That this year, I'm going to look.
I hope so.
Dallas and L.A.? Oh, they play again. They play.
Well,
soon.
I know, but I didn't know if they go federal. L.A. goes. I'm going to look it up.
I know how Dallas fans feel. This is how I felt when Bill O'Brien traded Hopkins.
I don't think maybe to that degree, but similar. That it was one of your best players. In this case, this is like your franchise player.
Yeah.
I don't think D-Hop gets a statue out front.
No.
This would be like if you traded J.J. Watt in his prime.
April 9th.
Instead of doing that, though, they just cut him. He wasn't in his prime, though.
April 9th.
April 9th.
The Lakers go to the Mavericks, yeah. There's a game before that, but it's in LA. When they go back to Dallas is April 9th, which is the third to last game of the season. So,
well, Luka being 270, almost $3 billion, he might not even be healthy enough to play in that game. I'm just going to ride I hope.
Porky, hog,
you know what I'm
fat
rooting
ass,
for, though?
double wide, butterball.
I'm actually hoping that Nico Harrison's right, because that would be the highest entertainment value of all.
Oh my God,
because he's getting ridiculed
the
right now.
Exposed fun of it would be hilarious.
Yeah, if he's actually right about this, I will get great enjoyment out of it.
Well, I think that the tough challenge in that is, especially for this year, but I don't think it's impossible, is that the Mavs go at least as far as they did last year. Like,
yeah, I mean, finals would be tough.
But at least, if they're competitive with the rest of the West, they get back to the Western Conference Finals like that, then he could say, but there's going to be people that immediately say, Luka got us this far.
The thing, though, with like the Mavs last year is they were the 5th seed. Like, we kind of lose sight of that. Like, they got hot in the playoffs. They were the 5th seed. So, like, the whole, if they fall short of the finals, that it was a terrible trade. Well, what if Luka's terrible in LA? Not that I think he will be. I think he's going to be fine, playing at $3 billion, basically Bonzi Wells late in his career. What? What did I do?
I was going to say Clarence Weatherspoon.
Clarence Weatherspoon. You know what?
Clarence Weatherspoon was never like fat, though. He was always fairly strong,
Luka's going to be like Anthony Miller.
Pig?
Yeah. He's going to be like Anthony Miller in his
days
in
LA. What about Big
LA.
Baby Davis?
He's going to be going to LA, eating all that great food. He's gonna turn into Big Baby Davis. He's gonna
Stanley
turn
Roberts.
into Anthony Miller. Who are the fattest
Corky,
players you
hog,
remember?
fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Who said that?
I don't know.
What's the?
It's just a drop from John Lance.
What was the big guy that played at Louis? Did he play at Louisiana?
You talking about last year?
No, a couple of years ago. He's still in the league, and I think he was with Memphis. He lost weight, but he came out and he could shoot it. He's about 6'8", 6'9", but he just looked very, very
NC
doughy.
State had a big dude
Well,
last year in
NC
the
State guy
tournament.
too, but
It's DJ Burns.
DJ Burns, yeah.
Yeah, but this guy, you know the name. He has a famous Kenny Lofton, maybe.
Oh, Kenny Lofton Jr.
Kenny Lofton Jr.
Yeah. There's a lot of story about Kenny Lofton Jr.
Is that right?
Yeah. There's a lot of story. Yeah, he could play.
He could.
He was
very much so.
light on his feet.
Yep.
He's kind of a 4A player. Like dominates the G League. Not really good enough for the NBA. Yeah, he's a good player. Fattest players in NBA history, 713-780-ESPN. Who do you remember that was fat? Should the Rockets do anything before Thursday's deadline? February 6th, Thursday, 2 p.m. Pencils down at Central Time. Do you want the Rockets to do anything ahead of the deadline?
I don't want them to do anything big. I don't want them to touch any of the core young guys. I think that at this point, it's senseless, too, to even throw the veterans into the mix. I know that Robert Williams was a guy that they had kind of – the rumors are out there, and that they caught some of the audio of after the game against Portland. We'll see at the deadline with some of the Rockets guys to Robert Williams, who played center for Ime in Boston. He'd be a nice add, but not if there's competition for him and you got to give up too much. If you don't have to give up a first-round pick or the young guys on your team, or you can do something where he can help you, but I just don't see it.
You got God again, Blankers.
What, the missed calls?
Yeah, you got God.
Now, did you verify the other one from Bright? We can't, right?
The guy that posted, I think, is a parody account. So I want to say that's a parody, but I don't know it 100%.
I don't follow the parody. This was on Instagram from Bregman when I saw it.
Yeah, there's no way to confirm it because it was a story and those only last 24 hours. But the guy who posted was a parody account, and the comments seemed to think that it was not real. I would like the Rockets to add to the rotation, but I don't want to trade anything of significance. Yeah, so the 49ers banner on Twitter just said, "Hey, Branham, it hurts my heart to inform you that y'all just got Sentineled, NBA Sentinel, which is the parody account, which shows Luka Doncic's missed calls and then all the missed calls from Nico, the GM."
Okay. Someone showed it to me when we were in the middle of but yeah, that's on me.
Who showed you?
I'm not going to tell you that.
You got to stop trusting that person.
Nah, probably not.
I mean, they fell for NBA Sentinel.
It can happen.
And your buddy got.
Okay, you say buddy. We'll see.
Oh, former friend. Is he out of your life now?
No. You guys are going the wrong way with this, so we can just leave it right there.
Family member.
We'll just leave it right there.
Family member.
Was it the missus?
Nope. She doesn't care that much about NBA. She's
the
not
Lakers?
a basketball fan. She is not a basketball fan.
All right, we'll move on. Yeah, you got though. Early nominee.
You guys love when I got.
I do take enjoyment out of it.
I know.
I really do. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about the Rockets game on Saturday. Worst loss of the year, and Blankers has got he's got a take about all the big wins, and then now this one. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-ESPN. Everybody's telling us they're fat basketball players. Sean Kemp got fat at the end.
Yeah, he got real big. He got real big.
Big baby Glenn Davis, but he was a monster. He's pretty big. Robert Tractor Trailer Williams.
Good call.
R.I.P.
Yeah, good call.
He was pretty big. B. Hannon says Samuel Dallenberg. I don't remember him big.
No way. No
He was
way
always
ever.
like-
We had Dallenberg here later in his career.
I don't remember him getting big.
He must have blown up maybe
Maybe he
after
got
he
big
retired.
post-career.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, as all the way through the end of his career, he was not big.
Yeah, I don't remember him being
Got to be
big.
thinking of somebody else.
Battery Chuck says Stanley Roberts. He got pretty big.
Big Stan got real big,
Got
and
pretty
not
big.
the. He
I
was
mean,
the guy
Shaq. That was a thing throughout his career, especially the second half of his career.
Especially like in Boston. We were
Yeah,
like 90s.
Boston and
famous
Cleveland
quote was,
and Phoenix. Yeah.
He can use both hands. He's amphibious.
I thought that was Yogi Berra.
No.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Go look at Stanley Roberts' quote about that he could use both hands. He was amphibious.
I think Yogi Berra said
Okay,
that.
All right, here we go. Because I get a little tired of your enjoyment with.
Yogi Berra, I think, said that about like throwing both handed. I think that's a Yogiism. I think he might have stolen that from Yogi.
Yeah, I just Googled it. It's apparently he hits from both sides of the plate. He's amphibious.
Yeah.
Yogi Berra.
Yeah, he stole it from Yogi. I know my Yogiisms.
Okay.
You know what you do when you get to a fork in the road?
You take it.
You take it. No one goes there anymore. It's too crowded. I love Yogiisms. Yeah. King of Twitch says Daniel Vogelback. I believe he said it, but he wasn't the originator.
Okay.
75 says John Daly. Battery Chuck Jerome James. I don't remember Jerome James. You remember Jerome James?
Sometimes basketball player.
Yeah, I don't remember Jerome James. James Harden fat, says Coog Blaze. That's true. James Harden got fat and then got traded and then got skinny. He was on Ozempic before people were on Ozempic. B. Hannon says Greg Ostertag. Hey, Ostertag got pretty big.
Was never a big country got bigger than Greg Ostertag.
I don't remember Big Country late in his career.
He was always kind of doughy,
Yeah.
but he got a little bigger.
I don't remember late in his career.
Oliver Miller is a great call. Whoever said that Oliver Miller he ate himself out of the league.
King of Twitch says Barkley was the fat NBA player 1.0. He's pretty big. The round mound of rebound, Charles Barkley. Hot Plate Williams. Do you know who that is?
There were two John Williams.
I don't remember Hot Plate Williams.
I remember the nickname, but I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, there were
much
two
about
John
him.
Williams and Hot Rod and Hot Plate. Hot Rod played for the Cavs. He
Yeah, I
had a
remember
flat top
him.
and he was skinny.
He was never fat.
No,
How y'all forget Pig Miller? We said Pig Miller like right away.
You did, yeah.
Jared Lorenzen. That was football.
Right.
The hefty lefty.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
somebody said Josh Ennis. Come on, he doesn't play basketball. Eddie Curry. Remember Eddie Curry?
Eddie Curry with the Bulls.
He was
yeah.
him and Noah, baby Bulls. They were going to be the rebuild from
And
post Jordan.
Who was the guy that ended up having a good Tyson Chandler? Tyson Chandler and Eddie Curry were the
Oh,
two
Noah
top-
was way after them. Yeah,
Tyson,
my bad.
Yeah, Tyson Chandler and Eddie
Yeah.
Curry came in together.
Yeah, Chandler and Curry. Which Chandler had the way better career, but he probably didn't live up to the hype either, though.
True. Neither one of them did.
No,
Didn't
Curry
really
was way
never
worse.
develop an offensive game.
No, never really did. All right, so the Rockets lost to the Nets over the weekend. I think it's the worst loss of the year. Maybe recency bias, but what do you have to say about the Rockets losing this game and then balancing this out with some of their big resume wins?
So my big thing is because I've been catching a lot of heat because I said the Rockets I don't believe are contenders this year. And look, I appreciate the Hive and all of their feedback is all a lot of it is based on and specifically centered on the big wins that they've had against the Celtics and the Cavs and teams that have some of the best records in the league. Well, if you're going to own that and tell me they're a contender, then get ready for me to tell you that then they should be also beating the teams like Charlotte, Portland, and again the other night against the Nets, because I keep saying that there's a difference between regular season wins and losses, not discounting when they do beat a good team, but it's not even close to the same as when you play in the playoffs and play a 7-game series against a really good team. And so I don't want to hear you keep boasting about the fact that, oh, we beat the Celtics. Hey, we beat the Cavs twice. Yeah, you did. And they had guys out. But at the same time, it doesn't matter. I'll give you credit for that. But I still don't. It doesn't hold weight to me in terms of being contenders the same way. If you're a contending team, are you really going to get your doors blown off by the Nets at home and some of the losses you have? And I'm not saying that I hold that much weight in that either, but it's my argument to all of you that are trying to tell me this is the reason why I'm stupid and the Rockets are contenders because they beat these teams in the regular season.
I love that. You're fired up. I love it. I really don't disagree. Now, I will say that one loss, whatever. Like, now your counterpoint would be one win, whatever.
Right.
So I think that it does balance out. I had a really smart basketball man tell me once that you're going to win 10 games in the NBA rolling out of bed and you just play really well, you win 10 games. In the same way, the other way, that you're going to have 10 games in the NBA where no matter who you're playing, you're going to lose. It's what you do with the other 62 games that matter. And I remember we were talking about this little stretch that they have where most of them are on the road. I think it's 7 of 8 on the road, 8 of 9, something like that.
9, yeah.
That a lot of times that one game you have sandwiched on that long road trip feels like a road game anyway.
Because you just wash your stuff and get right back out there.
Yeah, and you're at home, so you feel like a lever of comfort, too, like overlooking it. And they looked awful. They looked so bad.
The whole
No
game.
effort. They're getting out-rebounded. They're getting out-worked. They look so bad. They look so bad, though, where I chalked it up as an anomaly. Like, whatever, I'm just throwing that one out. So I'm not putting a whole lot of weight in it, but totally fair to be like, well, if you're going to count the Celtics winning
that's where
Boston,
I'm
you got to
at.
count this one as well.
Because having conversations with friends of mine going into that game, I said, well, there's your trap game. The trap game is you won way more than people thought. You were one of the hottest teams in the league. Everybody's pointing a finger at you. Now you're coming home and you're going to start believing your own headlines, and you're going to look at it and go, to your point, too, you're coming home for one game before you head back out, and you're looking at go, it's only the Nets. We should be able to breeze by them. They've lost like 16 of 18 or whatever it is. They're terrible. And then you come in with all those kind of grandiose ideas that you could just cakewalk, and then you get hammered, and you got drilled. Don't make any other excuse about it. And that was an awful performance from start to finish.
They were so bad. I think it was their worst loss of the year. So I think it's fair to have you're going to count the Boston win. You got to be able to look at this one and be like, well, here's a really bad loss. They do need to respond after this, though. Because if you go, they're in New York tonight.
Test.
Yeah, they got to bounce back because that was ugly. That got ugly in a hurry. I haven't seen if Alpe's playing tonight or not.
I don't think he is.
We should know that by now.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
It's not great.
I think I heard Alpe and somebody else. Van Vliet.
Yeah, he's out for like a couple of games, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to win tonight.
Yeah, they're probably not favored.
And then they got to play the Nets again on this road trip. And from a Nets perspective, yeah, you get a chance to go back and get them again. But God forbid they lose another one to the Nets.
What's the spread tonight? Let's see. How much you have the Knicks winning by?
6-6.
6-6?
I was going to say 6.5, but I'll say 6.
This takes forever to load. What do you think the spread is, Brian?
No,
you nailed it.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
well, you almost nailed it. 6.5.
Okay. That's where I was going to start.
So you're saying Rockets cover?
I don't. Knicks are going to win by 10.
Why'd you put the line at 6?
You asked me what I thought the line was going to be tonight, and I told you that.
Counterpoint. Good counterpoint. It's fair.
And then I gave you what I thought was going to happen.
Should I tell Blankers? This might be a fun project.
Should you tell me what?
TAIL. Tell. Follow your betting advice.
Oh.
Should I?
That's up to you.
Brian, should I follow? He knows basketball.
He did quite.
Thanks.
But if you look,
he did quite well in our not cash or trash. Sorry, our BZ money
different
segment.
Sport.
Different sport, but maybe,
which means I know more than basketball. Thankfully,
and I do hold grudges. So
also, you're saying if either there's no downside. Either A,
there is a downside.
Well,
I lose and I hold a grudge against Blankers.
Well, sure. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of team content. But either A, you win and you're happy. Or B, you lose and it's content for us to gripe about on the show the next day.
I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be a little study. See how it goes. Rockets plus 6.5. No, Knicks minus 6.5. Right?
Yep.
Because you have Knicks winning by 10.
Yep.
All right. We'll see how it goes. All right. 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Are the Rockets title contenders with Kevin Durant?
What are you giving up to get Kevin Durant?
I guess you got to use your imagination.
No, I don't think so. I think Kevin Durant's an awful fit for this team, and I think that you'd have to give up so much to get him that I don't think you'd have the pieces that are currently on this roster to impact and help Kevin Durant. No, the answer to me is no.
I think they would be. If you can get them cheap without disrupting your core.
Define cheap.
Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepherd, and lots of draft picks.
I'd do that.
I don't think that their side would do that.
Phoenix?
Yeah, the owner is hell-bent on winning now all the time.
Yeah, stop letting the truth get in the way of a fun hypothetical. I think if you add Kevin Durant with only trading Cam Whitmore, who's part-ish of your rotation, I think you could get through the West. I think you could get through the West because now you have your elite scorer. Now you have your best offensive player.
Down in the starting lineup if that's the case?
That's tough. My immediate thought would be Dylan Brooks, but I kind of want to keep him in the starting lineup because of what he means to the defense. I'd probably go Jalen Green. Let him be my scorer off the bench.
That'd be interesting because I think that's the right choice. But how do you sell it?
There's no way, and it's like a Marcus Smart where you bring a guy off the bench so he can defend if a guy's going off or he's hot or whatever like that. Dylan Brooks could be that guy easier than trying to convince Jalen Green he should sit down.
What does that conversation look like, though? Like, we're convincing him. What's he going to do if he doesn't? Throw a fit and go Vernon Maxwell and not play?
Sure.
Okay, see ya. Like, I'm not worried about that.
You can't see him because he's got a big contract.
And you're going to suspend him and fine him. Like, I don't see Jalen Green like, hey, you're going to sit the bench because we got Kevin Durant. Jalen Green be like, well, I'm quitting. I don't see that happening.
Not initially, but I don't think he'd be happy. And I don't think he's going to give you a whole hell of a lot of effort.
I agree that he wouldn't be happy. I don't care.
I know, but I think in today's NBA, whether you care or not, I think he's going to react that way. And it's going to be an ugly situation where it's not going to work out to the best interest of the team.
And then you trade him. Everybody wants to trade him anyways.
Right. But then, like you said, then what do you get for
him? De'Aaron Fox. 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? Do you want the Texans to trade for Myles Garrett?
No. I think that they have enough on the defensive front line. I don't know how great Myles Garrett is, but the price that you'd have to give up to get him, I think you've already got one of the better defensive lines and defenses in the league. I don't think that's what you need.
I'm probably out on it. I think it's going to cost a good amount. You already have Daniil Hunter under contract. You have Will Anderson under contract. I'm good not trading 2 firsts. That seems like a lot.
That's kind of my guess. Maybe that's an overshoot. What did Khalil Mack go for? What was it, a first and a second? I think that's kind of the starting point, right?
Yeah.
Because Garrett still has 2 years left. He's a better player than Khalil Mack, I would say.
Khalil Mack was traded closer to his prime, though. And, that was a time when draft picks weren't as valuable as they are now.
How would you say they're not
more
as
than
valuable?
The Bears gave up more than a first and a second. Yeah, they gave up a lot for Khalil Mack.
Maybe
2 firsts and a third.
2 firsts and a third? Okay, so 2 firsts for Garrett isn't crazy. But either way, I'm out. I'd be out even if it was a first and a second just because of what Joel said. You already have your bookend pass rushers with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson.
What did Brian Burns go for last year?
He didn't, but they got offered a first.
No, he got traded to the Giants.
No, he was a free agent.
Yeah.
No, he got traded to the Giants.
Also, okay, I'm thinking of the reported trade they got offered before the end of the season, and then he ended up going anyway. But
he went for a second and a fifth. Now, he's not as good.
Yeah,
as,
the price is going to be way higher than that.
I think you can get Myles Garrett for a late first and sweeteners. I really do.
Really?
Yeah.
1 first. So, what? When you say sweeteners, like a 4th or 5th or something
maybe
like that?
Maybe like a third.
I don't think that would happen. But I would still not entertain it, given all the other needs they need to fix, and you already have 2 bookend pass rushers.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either. But somebody's going to, and I think it's going to be a late first. Like Buffalo. What did Buffalo do it?
Yeah.
That would be.
Well, I can tell you the other.
That would be nice.
Finances might be an issue.
You already know the other one if you know it's coming from me.
Who?
Green Bay. Green Bay's going to is willing to give up, from what I've heard, 2 firsts to get him. You put him in Green Bay's defense, that's a massive improvement.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. I think I haven't seen the odds or anything like that, but I would believe that they are going to be at the top of the odds list.
Huh. Yeah, that'd be tough.
Because they've been talking about him for a year in Green Bay.
Yeah, it'd be pretty good. I don't love trading first for veterans. It's tough. 713-780-ESPN. What's your question for the Bees? Would you have traded Jalen Green, Jabari Smith, Cam Whitmore, along with other sweeteners for Luka?
Jabari, Cam, Jalen.
Yeah, along with other sweeteners like
No,
draft
that's too
picks.
much.
Really? I would do it.
The top team I see for Miles
How
Garrett
many
odds,
picks?
by the way,
Yeah.
It didn't say picks, it's sweeteners.
Detroit Lions.
Ooh.
Him and Aiden Hutchinson.
Top 3 are the Lions, Chargers, and Commanders.
You said who? Lions, Chargers?
Lions, Chargers, Commanders are the top 3 according to this site.
Chargers would be interesting. They're losing Mac. Bosa's still under contract, right?
I believe so, yeah. But he's always hurt.
Commanders.
Bills are on the list, but they're lower down. I don't see the Packers on this list.
I think the Bills have financial issues. It'd be tough to make that type of trade. Texter says Ed Oliver and Myles Garrett is crazy scary. It'd be tough, man. If you need a team to overcome your quarterback like the Bills do, you add on Ed Oliver and Myles Garrett together. That could be the type of team that could overcome its quarterback struggles, its quarterback shortcomings.
That would be pretty impressive. The impact of Ed Oliver and Myles Garrett, though, together, because, yeah, I mean, it's one thing to have bookends, but Ed Oliver's so disruptive in the middle of that line.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's really good.
He's a Coug. I know you didn't know that.
Go Cougs. He beat up Lamar Jackson. He owns Lamar Jackson. 713-780-ESPN. What do y'all think of Leonard Hamilton stepping down at the end of the season?
It's about time.
It's a nuanced question.
I mean, he's had a good run and made a lot of money and probably doesn't need it anymore.
A lot of ACC legends, man, like Coach K, Leonard Hamilton, Tony Bennett, Jim Larinaga.
Mm-hmm.
Been a lot of.
I think it's all driven by a lot of it's driven by the whole NIL and transfer portal.
Yeah, probably. I don't think they like doing it.
Hate it.
713-780-ESPN. Your question for the Bees. King of Twitch on Twitch saying stevia or sweet and low.
I am a stevia person.
I don't like either one. I think they're both gross. Stevia is healthier, right? That doesn't sweet and low. I think cause cancer.
All natural. Yep.
Stevia is, I think, all natural. I don't like the aftertaste and artificial.
Yeah, neither
sweeteners.
one. Neither one.
I just drink everything as it comes. Coffee black.
Americano with 4 stevia.
Yeah.
And some soy milk. Yep.
It's a girl's drink.
No, it's not. It's a good drink.
I drink my tea without any sweetener in it. Drink that plain.
Good on you.
That's all you got to do. 713-780.
I'm a dog.
What do you think of Nick Caley as the new offensive coordinator? We talked about this for an hour, but it's a new audience in 510.
What was the question?
What do you think of Nick Caley as the offensive coordinator?
I mean, yeah, we've just go back and
yeah,
listen
but I mean,
to
it's
the
been a while. I mean, we get new
look,
listeners. They're getting off work.
As I said at the time, I will hold out and trust that Nick and D'Amico got this and they got the right guy. I know that he was sought after. I hope that is a good thing, and I hope it turns out for them. But he wasn't a guy that comes in with experience calling plays. That kind of worries me.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the hire. From what the list of interviews were, I wanted either him or Gerard Johnson. I'm intrigued. I'm excited about it. Hopefully it works. You never know if it's going to work, but I'm hopeful that it will. And I don't think it was a very it wasn't a list that really sizzled you. So it makes me think that they already knew that they wanted Nick Caley. It could have been either Nick Caley or Gerard Johnson that they already knew, but then they hired Caley, so it tells me that they like Caley. Do you like hot tea?
I hate it.
I don't mind it, but I don't drink it very often.
Do you buy into the broadcaster lore of hot tea with honey is supposed to cure the sore
I think
throat?
it helps, yeah.
I think just hot water with honey can do the same thing.
Yeah, it doesn't taste as good.
Okay.
But I mean,
I hate
warm
the taste of
liquid
tea,
with-
so to me it does.
See, I like a little spiced chai.
Ugh, don't like it at all.
That's a girl's drink.
Yeah,
But,
I don't like tea, cold or hot. Hard
Really?
pass. No,
I'm with
I don't
you.
like coffee.
Totally with
so-
you. I know that's rare for us, but I'm totally with you.
I drink iced tea like every day.
Yeah, no
thanks.
hard pass.
Just by itself, the way it comes. A little flavor. It's not bad.
No frills, man. Jeremy Branham.
I only do that though whenever I have a cold or like I have a sore throat.
Mhm.
Like I don't do that just randomly. Like the only time I'll drink hot tea is if I have a sore throat, and then I'll drink a lot of it. But only whenever I have a sore throat. I don't do anything preventative, which is probably stupid of me. Fake Tony Stark, do you put lime in your Dos Equis?
I do.
Yeah, I do. Do you like it dressed with the salt?
No, I don't like the extra salt.
I've
never liked
do.
Even on margaritas.
Yeah, I don't like the extra salt on margaritas.
I don't like
They're
it.
like Milton from Office Space.
No salt.
No salt. No salt.
The squirrels will marry. You can see them by the window.
I like the salt.
Yeah, I'm not a Dos Equis guy, but when I have a margarita, I don't get salt on the rim.
There was a joke there.
I
don't
guess I
always
glossed
drink
over
Dos
it.
Equis, but when I do,
Oh, okay.
yeah, Mexican beer is my favorite. Love Mexican beer.
And I'm Mexican.
I don't really care for that either.
Come on, man. You're
Milwaukee. I have an acquired taste in terms of beer.
I feel like you married into this though.
Doesn't matter. I don't have.
I don't know,
can marry
man.
into
It's
a lot of
Milwaukee,
things.
so I don't know if I
didn't-
can take your opinion seriously.
Yeah, I didn't marry into changing my taste in beer.
Ribs or pork chops?
Ribs.
Easy.
Easy.
Although when I was growing up, my mom made some pretty mean pork chops. They were really good.
I like both.
Yep.
But if you had to choose, it's ribs.
Ribs.
I love ribs. Ribs are fantastic. I gotta go ribs. Have you ever had a fried pork chop?
I have.
Somebody was telling me the other day. I know they exist. I've never had a fried pork chop.
Like breaded pork chops?
No, like deep fried pork chop.
Would like a schnitzel count?
I don't know.
Because I mean, it's pounded out to where it's thinner, but it's still a fried piece of pork.
I don't know if that would count.
Because I do like that, but I don't think I've had like a regular thick fried pork chop.
I love schnitzel. Go down to Fredericksburg.
Yeah.
I think they have the best
so
schnitzel
good.
in Texas.
But if you're saying a fried pork chop, wouldn't that have when fried? Wouldn't it have the crusted?
But I don't think you deep fry that, right? Don't you just kind of bread it and then
It
put
depends
it
on
the
how you
pan?
make them. I've had them both ways. My mom used to make them breaded and put in the oven.
Yeah.
But then there were also restaurants that would do like kind of like a chicken fried steak.
See, I've never had it that way.
Okay.
I've only had it whenever it's like either probably the oven, probably baked in the oven with whenever it's topped or whatever. Yeah, give me ribs. Key from LA, best hot dog toppings. It's easy. Chili and cheese.
Mustard.
Over chili and
Chili
cheese?
cheese and
Yeah,
onions.
I go
Oof.
mustard relish cheese.
I love onions.
I can't do the onions.
Love them.
Mustard relish cheese.
You know, I never thought I was going to like the Chicago dog, and I actually enjoyed it. Enjoyed it quite a bit.
Is that the one that has the tomato on it?
It's got tomato. It's got
I don't want the tomato
it's
on
got
it.
Green pepper, like I don't.
It's got the green. It's got.
don't like
I think it's got a green bean on it. It's got a poppy seed bun. Pretty sure, yeah.
A green bean? Green peppers, yes, but a green
I don't
bean?
think it's a green bean. I know what you're talking
I don't
about. I don't
think
think
so
it's a
either.
green bean.
I think that it is.
I don't think it is. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's green.
Oh,
and
it's a pickle.
There you go.
Yellow
Okay.
mustard,
It's a
sweet
speared
pickle,
pickle.
relish,
Yeah.
relish, chopped white onions. See, I don't do it with the onions. Tomato slices, dill pickle spears, the sport peppers, and the celery salt. Yeah, I liked it.
I don't like them at all.
It's just a great marriage of flavors. I didn't think I was gonna, but I did.
The stadium sauce at Brewer games growing up at County Stadium was all world with onions. I'm not a kraut person.
You're not
I
a
don't
what
like
person?
sauerkraut. I don't like sauerkraut on.
Oh, I love
brats
sauerkraut.
or
Oh yeah,
hot
I didn't
dogs.
think I was gonna like sauerkraut, but my wife talked me into trying it. She made it with some beer, and it was really good on a hot dog.
Can't believe you never had soul food. I love soul food. What are you talking about?
Soul food's great.
Who said they didn't have soul food?
I don't know. I guess because we never had the fried pork chop or whatever.
Oh, I said I have.
Sambal mayo and feta on a hot dog. That sounds terrible.
Yeah, I'm not a goat cheese person. I'm out on feta.
I don't like
so.
goat cheese either. I
Yeah,
don't like feta cheese.
I'll pass.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Is feta goat cheese?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, okay. I mean, there's a Google machine. We can figure it out.
It's made from sheep.
Okay, sheep, goat, whatever. Close enough.
I thought there was a difference though because feta cheese and goat cheese I think are different.
I think they're. I don't
Well,
like
feta
either one
is
of them.
like a Mediterranean cheese.
Feta
I
usually on a
got
Greek
the
food.
animal wrong,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I've never heard of sambal mayo. Have y'all?
I think I think you're
What
pronouncing
is
it
it?
word.
Well, I've
I think
never
it's
heard of it.
sambal.
I've never heard of that.
Sambal mayonnaise?
Yeah,
Nope.
I'm not exactly sure what's in it, but I think it's pronounced a little differently.
Huh. Interesting. The more you know. Hot Cheeto dust on hot dogs.
Nope. Thank
No,
you.
Nah.
Jimmy John's or Jersey Mike's?
Jersey Mike's.
They're both good.
I like Jersey Mike's better.
Give me Jimmy John's.
I could get more toppings on Jersey Mike's.
Dunkin' Donuts or Shipley's?
Oh, here we go. That's down here. There's
Neither?
only one answer.
I like Shipley's way more than Dunkin'. They're donuts for sure.
My kids love Shipley's.
I would go Shipley over Dunkin', but that's not a strong endorsement because I don't really like either.
I like Shipley donuts a lot. They're glazed. Sugar on the rim of a margarita. I don't like sugar on the rim of a margarita. Like you're getting the sweet already in the
I
margarita.
don't like sugar or salt on it. The rim.
I'll go salt. I don't want the sugar. Are the Lakers going to the finals now?
No. but they're not done. As currently constructed, no. Do they have a shot if they get a big man or two? Sure. If they get Vucevic in the mix, and I still think they might need some help on at the 4, but not now, but maybe.
Does Rob Pelinka have any more friends he can fleece?
They were able to salvage one of the 2 first-round picks that they have to offer, whether you want to giving that much up for a Vucevic or you could get creative, but they're not done. Let's put it that way.
Texture says Krispy Kreme over everything else. Disagree. I think they're so overrated, Krispy Kreme. I don't like them.
I'm not a big donut person, so I'm not a connoisseur by any to make a judgment like that.
I don't like Krispy Kreme donuts. Is Luka comparable to Harden?
No, I think as good
out of shape, doesn't play defense.
Well, you know what? I shouldn't. As much as I'm not a big fan, I shouldn't disparage Harden because of the fact that for those couple of years that he had when he won the MVP and he basically kind of changed what you do offensively in this league, I can't take that away from him. I think it's not a bad comparison.
Oh, yeah, I think it's pretty similar. I would say Luka's better though. Fried or charred grilled oysters?
I don't care for
Hate
oysters.
Charred grilled for sure. Tequila, lime, and salt, or vodka, sugar, and lemon? Tequila,
Not
lime,
a fan
and
of
salt.
either one of them, but I'll go to tequila if I have to go.
Tequila, lime, and salt, no doubt. You guys are smoking crack. Shipley makes their donuts fresh every morning. Dunkin' ships theirs from a factory. There you go.
I knew that was going to fire up some
more
people
you know.
around here.
Red salsa or green salsa?
You already know my answer. I'm a red salsa guy.
See, for
Is
some
that 'cause
reason,
they
I thought
make it
you were
with
a green
ketchup?
salsa guy. I'm a green salsa guy.
Yeah, get Twitch going because they think I know. They think they know me and I like ketchup.
It depends on where you're at because I think different spots do different. They do their red better. They do their green better. So
Oh,
like
I
each
don't
spot's different.
I don't like Chewy's red salsa.
Yeah, I
think
don't like
it's
Chewy's
okay.
red salsa either. And the green salsa could be different because it can be just like a tomatillo one, almost like basically the same as the red salsa, but green, or it could be more of like an avocado-based, like a creamier sauce. So it can be very different restaurant to restaurant.
What did you call it?
Avocado cream-based.
Okay.
What do you think I said?
Did you say avocado funny?
A little bit, but you shouldn't.
Avocado?
You get away with some too. So.
What do I say funny?
Something there was one or two today, but just that's why I just would leave it.
Avocado.
Avocado?
Colorado avocado.
Did I say avocado instead
Yeah,
of
you
avocado?
did.
Is that the difference?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
One of it. I don't know. Give me the red salsa over the green salsa more times than not, but different spots, different. They're better. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lance had his first mock draft out. Is it time to get funky with some mock drafts? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Big week this week. Big game at the end of the week. Super Bowl's right around the corner. If you're looking for a place where you can put some money down, you can get all the prop bets. You can put some money down and wager. Even in game, I always encourage you to go to mybookie.ag, and even more so this week. They're always taking care of their customers. If you've never been to MyBookie before, go there now. Use our promo code BET975 because it is going to open the door for you to get bonuses and get extra and get more. And more money in your account is where I'll start, because if you've never been there before and you sign up right now and put in money into your account, they're going to actually put money on top of it when you do. That means almost instantly you'll have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And they're going to be doing so much more as they always do, including the fact that you can bet on other games during the course of the week, college basketball, pro basketball, all the different sports. Basically, if it's on TV, you can probably put money on it down at mybookie.ag. And the beauty of it is because you can use your tablet, your phone, your laptop, your desktop, however you choose to do it. It's like-minded individuals with chats going on and other ways to interact while you're putting money down on sports and having a good time. And if you don't want to put money down on sports, but you want to gamble, like you don't want to fly to Vegas or you don't want to drive to Louisiana, there's dealers standing by with live casino games, blackjack, poker, and so much more. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag and always use our promo code BET975. It's like I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
No Alpi Şengün tonight. Also, Ime Udoka called Fred VanVleet's ankle injury week to week.
Not day to day or game to game. That's not a good thing.
Yeah, he's probably going to be out for a couple of weeks.
That's not good.
It wouldn't be that big a deal if Jabari was healthy and or Alpi. Because I think you can get by without Fred VanVleet for a little bit of time. But because you don't have Jabari, because you don't have Alpi.
Yeah. I think with your starting lineup, and we talked about how Amen is in and cannot be taken out no matter who's healthy. Amen can fill in at a guard spot if you need him to. If, like you said, if Jabari can fill in at the 4. But, yeah, I don't think you're going to see like Steven Adams playing major minutes. And Jock Landale hasn't been great. He has kind of hit or miss. To where, yeah, that kind of limits you.
I think he's out tonight, too, actually. Jock Landale. Steven Adams is going to play 40 minutes.
Nope. Ain't going to happen.
You don't think he can play 40 minutes at this stage of his career?
I do not.
Lance Zierlein had his first mock draft out today. Is it time for us to make mock drafts great again? When do we start making mock drafts great again?
I love it. We need to do it. As soon as I saw the first one, I'm like, oh, it's that time. Let's go. We actually have mastered the way to analyze this.
The NFL draft
number 1
is
number
not
2.
until April 24th through 26th. So we're
almost 2 months.
About 2 months. Is it too early to
Actually, more than 2 months? God, my math is way off. More than 2 months.
February to March to April. Nah.
Well, today's February 3rd, so March 3rd, April 3rd. So
Yeah.
it's more than 2 months.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost 3 months.
Yeah.
So when do we start making mock drafts great again? Is it too early to start making mock drafts great again?
I don't mind it. I mean, I know others probably have a different opinion, but I think it's fun.
Do we start doing this?
I
Do we
think
start
once
making
Lance
mocks
has
great
mock
again?
drafts out, we make them great again.
Whenever Lance
Well,
is
not
our
only when Lance has mock
barometer?
drafts, but I think that's the time we start when Lance starts putting his mock drafts out.
I do really enjoy the Lance headshot on NFL.com though.
I haven't even looked at it. I gotta see
Yeah,
it.
it's him. He's got a nice little tie on.
A lot of hair and it's darker.
Probably Ozempic ago.
I thought that was Tannenbaum.
That was Mike Tannenbaum?
Yeah. I thought you pulled up a Tannenbaum.
It does
'cause
kind of look like
I got a
Tannenbaum.
kind of an angle on it, but yeah.
It looks like a slimmer Tannenbaum.
A little bit, yep.
He looks like a slimmer. Like
How long ago do you think that was?
I think it's 10 years ago. When did he start working with NFL.com?
Oh, it's
I think about 10 years. Yeah.
I think it's whenever he first got there.
But, I
I
don't
think
think
that's
they've
probably
updated
right.
it because you're right. The hair is darker than it is. now.
I feel like he's got more glow. Maybe it's makeup. I don't know. But doesn't his hue feel
For a
like a little bit more?
headshot?
Yeah, I feel like his hue looks a little more vibrant than it does now. You don't think so? You don't think he looks more vibrant in that picture than he does?
He looks about 10 to 15 years younger.
Yeah, I think vibrant.
Yeah, it looks 10 years ago.
I think it's 10 years ago. This is a decade ago, this headshot of Lance Zierlein. But anyways, his mock draft, he's got Cam Ward going number 1. Like, do you think that there's any conversation about who goes number 1? Because I've seen different mocks. I've seen Cam the most, but I've seen Abdul Carter number 1. I've seen Travis Hunter number 1.
Have you seen any Shadur?
No.
I haven't either.
No.
I mean, Shadur would like you to believe that he could go number 1 overall. I don't think anybody with football sense that's drafting is taking Shadur number 1.
I've seen Shadur on some big boards, like in the 40s.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything where he slid out of the first
Not
round.
mocks, big boards, like where they just rank the player.
Uh-huh.
Like I've seen some Shadurs in the 40s. So there is that. Who would you take if you had the number 1 pick and you were Tennessee?
Depends on if you're Tennessee, based on need, I think you probably have to go quarterback. I think they're enamored with Cam as the best quarterback in this draft. I would, if I'm Tennessee, I'm going to take Cam, or I'm trading down and trying to get more picks because I think that they're so far away.
I think their defense is pretty good.
I think they're aging too. Their defense.
Like because they had that quote where we're not going to pass up a generational player. I think the best player in this draft is Abdul Carter.
He's climbing.
I think he's the best player.
People really love
It's
him.
not Cam
You don't
Ward,
think
right?
Travis Howard?
I don't think so.
I mean, Travis
Hunter.
Hunter is?
Hunter's intriguing to me. I don't think Travis Hunter's an elite corner, and I think he plays corner better than he plays receiver.
I think he's a better corner than receiver. I think a lot of people think that he is the best overall football player in the draft, and the versatility helps. I just can't see in the NFL him playing anything anywhere near the kind of two-way player that he did at Colorado.
Yeah, I don't think he's as good a corner as Abdul Carter is an edge. I think Abdul Carter is the best player in this draft.
I think it's possible.
And I think Cam Ward's the best quarterback in the draft. So, like, if the Titans are just, we're going to need a quarterback, they have an offensive-minded coach, I think it's between Cam Ward and Abdul Carter. I don't think that Travis Hunter is in the mix to go number one. So Lance has Ward to Tennessee. He has Carter to Cleveland. He has Travis Hunter to the Giants. Will Campbell to the Patriots at 4. Will Johnson 5 to the Jags. Shadur Sanders, he has going number 6 to the Raiders. At number 7, he has Ashton Genty going to the Jets.
That high? And you have Breece Hall?
They have Breece Hall.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Like, I guess he's thinking Aaron
And the
Glenn.
kid from Wisconsin was good for them last year.
Braylon Allen.
Yeah,
He
Allen.
wasn't bad. I wonder if he's thinking that Aaron Glenn's going to want a little bit of like, what is it called? Sonic and Knuckles or whatever in Detroit.
Oh, right.
With
Like,
Montgomery.
yeah.
I just don't. I think Aaron Glenn's going to want a defensive player, like defensive-minded, pick number 7. I don't see him doubling up at the running back position, but he has Genty going 7. He has Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end, who's a stud, going 8
to
Carolina. But a lot of times tight ends fall in the draft because you're not getting the money savings. Like, you're drafting him number 8. They're already making towards the top end of tight end money, but he is really good. So I don't know where that one goes. Scrolling down, Walter Nolan going 12 to Dallas. I've seen Nolan slide to the Texans at times. The McMillan receiver from Cincinnati or from Arizona goes number 17 to Cincinnati. That's as far as I've seen McMillan fall. Like, I've seen McMillan mostly in the top 10 every single mock I've seen.
The kid from Oregon had a great
Tez Walker.
He had a great camp leading up to prior to the Senior Bowl or whatever. They said his stock really was rising.
Probably not a first rounder though.
Wow.
Yeah, he's more of like a Tank Dell. Luther Burden they have going to Seattle at number 18, or Lance does. The Michigan tight end Colston Loveland, he has going number 20 to Denver. Matthew Golden, the Texas receiver, at 21 to Pittsburgh. Ooh. And then scrolling down,
so he's
finally.
Well, maybe he did make the right call if he's going to be a first rounder.
Yeah, I think he did. At number 25, he has the Houston Texans selecting Emeka Egbuka.
I love it.
You like that?
I love it. I think because what we talked about, I think especially if you got an offensive coordinator now that seems to want to open it up even more and have 3 receivers. And we know that Tank is not going to be available, and we don't know who that other receiver is going to be, whether it's Diggs or anybody else, and how much they're willing to spend. I love the fact that you bring in a guy that's got the talent and played at a big time program. And we've seen that, look, you can say DBU this and other universities that. Ohio State puts out some serious wide receivers. I would love that.
And there's some crossover. CJ Egbuka was a senior, so there was at least 1 year where he would have played with CJ. So there's some connection there.
Didn't he have the big Rose Bowl?
Yeah, he had a big game against Texas.
Yeah,
he had a big game against Texas.
Well,
that wasn't the Rose Bowl, but big game against Texas.
I don't know if I want a receiver in the first round. And there's a lot of talk that Caserio wouldn't draft a skill position player in the first round because he's never done it. I don't know how great of a precursor that is.
Yeah, I don't think that means anything. He's really been drafting to win for 2 years. I mean, I know he's been the GM longer than that, but he's really been in a win now mode for the last 2 years. I don't know if that I'm necessarily buying into what he has and hasn't drafted.
He got Nico in the 3rd, which means I think he knows receiver talent. If he is willing to take a receiver in the 1st, I'd feel pretty confident that he's getting a guy that's going to be a good fit, that's going to be worthy of a 1st.
But if he can find receivers in the 3rd, do you want him to take him one in the 1st?
If he believes,
I'll tell you this: I know what their biggest need is, and I don't really. Forgive me if I feel differently than you. I don't want him taking an offensive lineman in the 1st round.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that I would be upset if the Texans do. I also don't want them to draft an offensive lineman because Caserio has not been great at identifying offensive linemen. Do I want a running back in round 1? Probably not. Genty's probably going to be gone at 25. The Hampton kid might get some late first round love.
Yeah, Lance has Genty going at 7, so
right,
way off the board.
Yeah, there's more likely that they would draft Hampton than they would Genty because Hampton would be available. I don't think Genty's going to be available at 25. I also don't want them to spend a first rounder on defense because their defense is already pretty good. And they found Lassiter in the 2nd. They found Bullock in the 3rd. So I don't really know what I want, quite frankly. Would I be okay if Egbuka is the pick? Yeah, sure.
I'm
Why
with
not?
you on no
You need
defense,
wide receiver help.
unless it's someone you view as generational, which I don't know if that would be an argument you can make with whoever falls to 25. But unless it's someone generational, I don't want a defender in the 1st round. They're pretty well stacked at every position group on defense.
So are you hell bent on a certain position?
No, I'm open to offensive line with the caveat, or not caveat, but with the addition of Nick Haley in the kind of in the line of thinking of if it's Nick Haley's pick at offensive line, I'm not relying on Casario's offensive line evaluation. Then I can get with that. I could also get with receiver. I could get with running back.
Yeah, running back, really.
Asterisk if Genty falls.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I want veterans on the offensive line.
Yeah, but
I
we're
do too.
talking about
I'm done with drafting offensive linemen from college. I am totally done with it.
But we're talking about wanting to replace possibly 3 or 4 guys in the offensive line. I don't think you're going to do that with all veterans. You're going to have to mix and match.
I don't think they're going to replace 3 or 4. I think they might only replace 1.
I'd be a little disappointing, but
I think 2.
Who are the 2?
I think that they're going to. I think it's going to be. Honestly, I think it's going to be center and.
You got to replace Shaq, right?
Right guard, yeah.
So center and right guard.
Yeah.
I don't think it's more than 2. I think it could only be 1. What if they just give Jared Patterson the position? Here you go. You're pretty good at it. We're not paying you very much
Juice
money.
plays one of the guards,
or even Juice back to center because it's a different offensive scheme. I think it's in play that they only replace 1 offensive lineman. I could see Laramie being back. Now, if he's traded, I'm okay with that too.
I think Laramie's back.
I think Titus Howard is back. Now, where he plays will be the question. I think it possibly plays left guard. Juice is obviously back. Patterson's obviously back, but will they be starters? You're replacing Shaq Mason's not going to return. And then is Blake Fisher a starter? Is Blake Fisher a starter on this team next year? And then is Kenyon Green a starter? Like if Nick Haley's like this stud, right? Like, can he get Kenyon Green playing decently well?
I'm done with Kenyon Green.
I can't
coach
buy
him
into
up.
that.
Coach him up.
I can't. I've given him all the opportunities that we were all supposed to give him, and everything that I've seen between the injuries and the lack of any ability to pass block, I'm done.
He's been coached poorly. Bad scheme. Talented player.
Okay. Well, he's probably going to take his talent somewhere else.
Oh, he'll be on this team.
Well, I'm saying for next year, he'll be on this team, and then he'll end up going somewhere else because they're not going to re-sign him.
Yeah, we'll see. Does Lance know something we don't? Only way his Texans mock makes sense is if there's a new GM. He's talking about Caserio not drafting skill guys. You don't think the Titans stick with Levis? If they were good for him, they would. Just kidding. Ward has never played in a sophisticated NFL offense. This is going to be another Andre Ware situation. That's a long time ago, and a lot of college offenses aren't sophisticated, like to go up into the NFL. The generational word is starting to get real old. I was just going to say, how about drafting a center? If there's a Tyler Linderbaum there,
Sure,
okay with that.
Without a question, right?
I want somebody
Offensive line receiver, my top 2.
I want somebody with experience in the offensive line before I draft an offensive lineman. Texans got Haley. I apologize. I went over this. What do y'all think of the signing? I'm cool with it. Blankers. TBD. And then somebody says we need to cut Kenyon Green. They're not going to cut him. He's too cheap. He doesn't make enough money. He's going into his fourth year because he missed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his 4th year. Or 25 will be his 4th year. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
He missed most of his first year. He played his second year. Yeah, he's going into his 4th year. It's been that long? That's crazy. All right. Cron.com never ceases to annoy me, ever. Houston Chronicle isn't much better. That's next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Something that is great, though, and you're going to want in your life is HR&P. Mike Hollow, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. They're great. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let them customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525 or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Get ready for Eat Drink HTX, kicking off on February 15th, a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for two great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat Drink HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out, do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com. I'm a big advocate of the Houston Food Bank. Raised them some money once upon a time. Did you hear Jeff Bagwell? He was at the TriStar. He was signing autographs and stuff. They were paying him money to do so. And Jeff Bagwell, who's a big fan of ours, he's insulting the Astro fans.
Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah, he's a big fan of us. He was insulting Astro fans over the weekend. Listen to the former Killer Bee. All right. So I hear two things whenever I hear that from Jeff Bagwell. One, he insulted the fans. You don't understand the dynamics of running a baseball. Sorry, Jeff, neither do you. You also do not understand the dynamics of running a baseball team.
I would also say analytics is not something that he is very good at.
He's been outspoken that he hates analytics.
I know analytics has those things out there.
I've never heard the rest of that. I've only heard the analytics. Yeah, so he's probably right. We don't understand the dynamics of running a baseball team. I would counter that, though, Jeff, by saying also you do not understand the dynamic of running the baseball team. But then the other part of that, though, did he give us a hint, though? He said, we're not done yet. We're still trying to figure out who we're going to play in the outfield. So it does make it seem like they do have another move or two to play.
Yeah, I love that. Now,
do you believe it, though?
I believe.
He also said they have 2 months. They don't have 2 months.
No, but I don't believe they're done. I just don't think it's going to be what everybody thinks. I hear that, and I hope it's an outfield bat. I think that a lot of people hear that and think it's Alex Bregman.
Yeah. Apparently, no one heard that one either, Brian. I don't know what's wrong with the board, but I don't think anybody heard it.
I think they heard it over the air. I think it might not go out.
The texter said they didn't, but whatever. He basically said all of you fans are idiots and that they're not done, to sum it up in layman's terms.
Maybe too layman.
What do you mean?
I don't think that he said everybody's an idiot.
I mean, he said that fans don't know the dynamics of running a team.
Till you've been there, you probably don't.
Yeah.
I mean, bobblehead nights aren't just bobblehead nights. They have to be on the right night.
Yeah. Cron.com, they annoy me. They trigger me a little bit. They had an article last week. Meet the new Astros vying for opening day roster spots. That's the headline, okay? Meet the new Astros vying for opening day roster spots. It makes me think that these are the guys that might be making the team, but also might not be making the team, right? Like if you're vying for a roster spot, you're probably on the bubble, right?
Yeah.
So a few of the names that they mentioned right out of the gate here, Christian Walker. I'm sorry, Christian Walker's not vying for a roster spot. Christian Walker is on the team.
Christian Walker is your starting first baseman.
And you paid him $60 million.
He's a 3-time Gold Glove winner. You went out and spent handsomely to get him.
Yeah,
he's solidified.
Vying for the roster does not add up. The next person they mentioned, Isaac Paredes. He's a starting infielder for you. You're not vying for a roster when you're a starting infielder. Hayden Wesneski. Now that one's probably a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
But I think Wesneski's is a lock, though. There's no way, in my opinion, that he misses the team. Is he more on the bubble than Walker and Paredes? No doubt about it. But
do I think he makes the team?
I think it's a lock.
Why
I think
is
it's
it a lock?
Because one, he was part of this trade.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're going to cut him? You're going to send him down to the minors? I don't think so.
You can start him in Sugarland.
I don't know. I think he's a
I
lock.
think it's possible.
He's a lock to make the roster. And then the last guy that they mentioned is Taylor Trammell, which I think he is vying. I think they got one of them right.
God, MLB
one of them right.
TV again today with interviews and such, basically trying to legitimize more that he's got a shot in the outfield.
It's a very thin outfield.
It
is weird.
That's why I hope they're not done, Jeff.
It is weird that he's getting the MLB Network treatment, though.
It is. That's what I'm saying. I don't get it.
He's a fringe player. And then the Houston Chronicle, not much better, though. They had a headline on their website today, why Billy Wagner wants an Astros logo on his Hall of Fame plaque. How is this even a question? Wagner played for 5 teams. He played for Houston, played for the Mets, the Phillies, the Braves, the Red Sox. He had more appearances with the Astros. He had 225 saves with the Astros. He had 694 strikeouts with the Astros. The next highest team was the Mets. 101 saves with the Mets, less than half. 230 strikeouts with the Mets, less than half. How is this even up for debate?
It shouldn't be.
This is clickbait, right?
It's not a.
This is clickbait.
You put this out today? You put out.
Yeah.
That's what
How
I
is this
thought.
up for conversation?
I believe Wagner played for the Astros for 9 seasons.
Yeah.
The next highest was, 4 with the Mets?
Yeah.
It's more than double. It's not even close.
It's ridiculous.
The only way it could become a conversation if he'd won a World Series with one of those other teams. Like if he played for the Mets for 4 years, won a World Series, maybe won a reliever of the year, then it's a conversation. But obviously that didn't happen.
Not even a conversation. What are we doing here? All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? Boston Gloss coming up after us from 6 to 8.
Sweet.
So stay dialed in. What's your car wreck of the day, Blinkers?
I don't know if you watched the Grammys or not last night, but there were two ladies on the red carpet representing Associated Press doing interviews as the entertainers came into the venue. And they had Kenneth Babyface Edmonds on. He's a 13-time Grammy winner. And as they were interviewing him, Chappell Roan started walking behind, and they were worried that she was going to get away. As he was mid-comment answering a question, they cut him off and asked if he could step aside so they could interview her. That is disrespectful.
She's a bigger star right now.
Yeah. Front runners.
She may be a bigger star right now, yes, because she's new on the scene. He's won 13 Grammys.
It's in the past.
Okay, Brian.
It's the Whitney Houston thing. What have you done for me lately?
Now we're Whitney Houstoning it. Okay.
Yeah.
You say potato, I say potato.
What was Kanye up to? I heard that was a big deal.
His girl showed up in a sheer outfit.
No,
where you could
she
see
didn't
everything.
show up in a sheer outfit. She showed up in a long mink coat and then dropped it.
You could see everything, yeah.
So did they get kicked out?
They did,
Like,
but apparently it wasn't because of her outfit. Apparently it was because they weren't invited.
Oh wow!
I saw that they were though, because he was nominated for something.
I don't know. That's just look. I'm getting this all secondhand because I don't watch the Grammys. But from what I heard, it was because he wasn't invited.
Oh, yeah, interesting. I have two. First one is the baseball umpire, the best baseball umpire that we've seen, Pat Hoberg, who called the perfect game in the World Series in 2022. He's been fired. Been fired for sharing betting accounts with a friend who bet on baseball. There is no evidence Hoberg himself bet on games or manipulated any that he worked. We lost a good one today. We lost the best umpire
for one out
in Major League Baseball.
For one out.
For one out for Pat Hoberg.
That's really
Major League Baseball umpire. I get it. You got it. You can't.
Yeah,
do that.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it all. As much as all professional sports can't do without the ability to capitalize on the gambling market. If they got proof, he did it to himself.
What have you done for me lately? Was Janet Jackson? That was Janet Jackson, not Whitney Houston. I was playing with Blinkers. Blinkers uses the.
Yes, he was.
it was an elaborate
They
troll.
fell for it. Yeah.
And then also Chip Kelly traveling without TSA pre-check or clear.
Oh, is that right?
He's bumming it. He's slumming it in the regular lines at IAH. He was at Bush. Everybody thought he was interviewing for the Texans job.
Which means he's a real working man.
He was spotted in normal TSA line at Bush Airport. Everybody
He's a
thought
normal
he was
working man, just like you and us.
No, I have TSA pre-check.
So you're the elitist.
I have pre-check. Yes.
Show me someone that doesn't fly commercial often.
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, yeah,
He's on private
I have no
planes.
idea.
What do you got, Brian?
I'm going to nominate the Mavericks fans we played earlier today that said this was the worst day of their life. I mean, I love sports, but I mean, get a grip, bro.
Yeah, that was funny though.
Especially the one guy's like, this arena was my safe space. Like, okay, you maybe need to reevaluate your life. This is not about Luke anymore.
I've been a Maverick fan my entire life. I've been a fan since I was a baby. Josh from Seabrook says, car of the day, the gift that keeps on giving the Cleveland Browns, specifically GM Andrew Berry, because Myles Garrett has requested a trade. Thanks again for those draft picks. It's probably good for the Browns that he requested a trade, though. Like they need to get assets for him while they can.
They need to reset.
Yeah, I think you know you can't trade Deshaun. You know you're stuck with it in a lot of ways, so you might as well get as many assets. And if you have any value right now, try and get something for him because I don't think you're going anywhere.
I mean, Myles Garrett's 29. He's probably got 2-3 years left of his prime. Are the Browns going to win that time? No.
Now's
so move
the time.
on.
Now it's time to trade him. He's doing him a favor. Car of the day's mustard on hot dogs. Disgusting.
What? It's a terrible take for that. Put that person on bad take.
I don't
mustard
put
on
mustard
hot dogs.
on hot dogs.
Great.
Do you do mustard on hot dogs?
I hate mustard.
He hates mustard. Yeah.
I don't like
You're
mustard
asking the
on
wrong
hot dogs.
person.
Mustard on a cheeseburger. Easy mustard though. I don't need too much mustard.
I just can't do mustard even on pretzels now.
Corey, what do y'all think of the Tech U of H game Saturday? Do y'all agree with the Toppin ejection?
Jeremy?
I thought a Tech, but not flagrant too. I'm also a Tech fan though. I didn't think he should have been ejected. I was shocked whenever they ejected him. The flagrant 2 rule is kind of vague though. Where like you have to prove that it was not intentional. I guess they couldn't prove that it was not. I didn't think it was intentional. And I totally understand McCaslin getting thrown out of that game too. I would have gotten thrown out in that same spot. I also think it might have changed the way the game was officiated though. So,
Yeah,
good game.
From what
Tech's
you
really
told me, because I missed it, but I if that's what happened, he shouldn't have been kicked out. But if you're a coach and you lose one of your best, if not your best player, one of your best players,
leading scorer, leading rebounder.
yeah, you definitely are warranted getting thrown.
Yeah, it was a great game, really fun game. Both teams very good. Maybe the most intense game I've seen in quite some time. It was something. They get a return game in Lubbock in a few weeks. All right, what's winning?
That's up to y'all. You guys didn't see mine my way, but I'm used to that.
Chip Kelly, Pat Hoburg.
I see. I'm with Chip Kelly. He's a working man. He's not above everyone else.
Son of a plumber.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to the umpire then.
Yeah. The umpire, that works.
Perfect game, Pat Hoburg. He's been fired by Major League Baseball.
Unless we find out that it.
They called a perfect game in the World Series.
Yeah, I know, but it also, if he's got gambling ties, it's bad.
He wins. Car Wreck of the Day, Pat Hoburg in Major League Baseball. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Talk to you tomorrow, Houston. The Boston, the Gloss right now on ESPN 97.5.